2 days of best of one ends with this final day here on the third day of Blast Slam 6's group stage. Purposely and Winter taking you through the action, and we are in a bit of a pickle, Winter. Things started out so fresh, so fruity, so fun. Everybody was ready to face off in these games. We had our expectations, we had our teams lined up, but then somewhere along the line, things started to get a bit messy. You come in, Day 1 looked amazing for OG, 4-0. Some of the more unexpected results, right? You're seeing maybe Liquid, Falcons, Yandex, Spirit not really doing quite as hot. And then suddenly, you go through Day 2, everything's all switched around, Tundra back on top, no surprises there, but suddenly some of these teams that we were expecting to make it up in the standings are climbing their way back out. But unfortunately for teams like Spirit, MOUZ, Falcons, still struggling a little bit here.
Yeah, definitely a lot of very, very interesting results yesterday. A lot of upsets, a lot of teams finding a way to rectify their problems on day 1. So I'm sure today the games are going to, move the standings a lot again. Always BO1, anything can happen. If you're not ready, you're not in 100% shape, you're going to get punished by your opponents.
Absolutely, and these breaks at the night between each of the best of one madness days are the only chances teams and their coaches get to actually sit down and revisit some of the mistakes of the day. Maybe watch some of their opponent's gameplay as well and try and study as much as you can. It's a very hectic format here. And it's tough, right? Because we saw those standings a bit earlier. Top 2 teams advance directly to the semi-final. So if you're in top 2, which are where Tundra as well as Na'Vi are, or, well, Na'Vi not really, right? Because there's a bunch of teams tied at 5-3 right now. So you're really trying to fight for that first 2 spot, because that means the next few days, you actually get to chill, take a break, and rest all the way until the semi-finals live in Malta. For the rest of the teams, it's a lot more hectic than that. 3rd to 8th place proceed to the play-ins, but first off, there's last chance playoffs for 9 to 12. So a bit of a different format from what a lot of Dota 2 fans are used to. I think we are kind of accustomed maybe to more after a group stage ends, then maybe you see 4 or 6 or even 8 teams, half the teams cut off at that point. There are a lot more learning opportunities here, even for those at the bottom of the standings. What are you expecting, Winter? Because we are starting to see some of these teams that were struggling on day 1 start to find their footing. Where's your head at? What do you think we're gonna end up seeing at the end of today?
I think at the end of today, we're probably going to see like the clear-cut mid-tier teams. I think the teams that are going to be stuck in the middle. I think the top and the bottom, it's probably going to stay that way, most likely. I think it's the middle of the pack that might see some shuffles here and there. Some will go to the top, some will go to the bottom. So it'll be the battle of the middle pack, I feel like, today. And interestingly enough, also that you mentioned like the format, right? Like, I think the format is really, really good for newer teams that need experience. Like this format, playing a lot of BO1s, and then you at least guaranteed 1 BO3 in the last chance qualifier. All these games are very, very important, especially for like a team like REKONIX, right? You need to come here, you need to play a bunch of games, you need to learn. Like the expectations, maybe it's not going to be as high, but the learning opportunity is going to be very, very good for teams like this.
Yeah, maybe this particular international tournament, not the time for a team like REKONIX to strike just yet, but they do have many other major tournaments coming up in the next few weeks that they've qualified for as well. And maybe that's when they start to mature and build on those fundamentals. Speaking of the teams in the middle of the pack, Winter, are there any that you have your eyes on? Because for me, I'm a bit surprised to see Falcons here. And like, I know we were talking a bit about it during our downtime. How come Falcons seem to be struggling a little bit? It started really after TI, right? With Dream League Season 27 most recently. They didn't make it to top 6. And because of that, suddenly, we're seeing Falcons in a place we have never seen them before. Qualifiers. When's the last time you saw these guys actually run the gauntlet? They had some, I want to say, shaky moments throughout, but still very much made it through these qualifiers that they were put in. But now, in this group stage, in the Blast Madness, they seem to be a bit shaky. They're still drafting towards some of these signature heroes that we know them for. They are hero specialists after all. But it's not really working out for them.
I think historically, they always do badly in the new patches. And obviously, you also can attribute that to post-TI lack of motivation. You just want a TI and then people are just going to drift away a little bit. You won't play so much. And then, yeah, now they're starting to feel the heat. The other teams are chasing up. So I expect them to slowly at some point get back into the groove, but even right now, you can't really attribute everything to the post-TI, low motivation factor. The patch, I think, doesn't necessarily suit them because the patch is really, really fast right now. The pace of the game is quick, and Falcons, they always tend to be the team that's been associated with. They are a team that will take the game a little bit slower. They farm the map. They have very, very greedy cores, 3 greedy cores. The support's also kind of greedy in some way, like snaking is another core. So essentially, they have 4 cores on the team. So this fast-paced meta kind of, I think, took a hit on their strength, So right now they need to figure out what heroes to adjust. How are they going to balance the economic battle, How are they going to make sure that the cores are still going to be able to farm and get the auras at the same time?
Absolutely, and we're still seeing them go back for many of their favorites that have worked for them in the past. I saw Malrine bust out Alina just yesterday. You're still seeing this Sand King. You're still seeing some of the favorites from the supports as well. But speaking of going back to comfort picks, we have their opponents for the first best of one of the day, none other than MOUZ. Now, this is a team that we always like to talk about, mid one, Yamich, that connection right there. And these two players are not really having the best time because in their wins, they are steamrolling their opponents just like the good old days of maybe 3-4 months ago, but they are clearly not at the same power level. They're still going back to similar strategies that served them well when they were rising up. And like you keep saying, the meta has changed. It's not really favoring these two teams anymore, and it reflects in the standings, right? Falcons currently 3-4, MOUZ 2-5. If I'm not mistaken, I'm not the best at math, I know, sorry mom, but 2-5 means that if you want to keep yourself out of last chance, you got to win it all. You got to just get a clean streak today.
Yeah. No more do-overs, no more second chances. This is it, You have to win all your remaining games to have even a slightest chance to get out of the last chance qualifiers. Or the last chance games, So MOUZ, they're definitely... I think they got hit the hardest in the support pool, I feel like they couldn't really find good enough replacements to the support duo. You see Yamich trying to play the range hero. Even Celery, yesterday we saw him play the Trend. He doesn't play the hero. It's not his type of hero, I think he's more of the type that want to farm aura items, push dead lane. He is more like the greedier side. Trend is very, very different, It's a very complicated hero. You need to know where you need to go. Are you supposed to move around, scout for information? He's kind of a mix of a dead lane hero and like a slug type of hero. You're an information/dead lane hero, not just the dead lane hero. So I think Celery kind of struggles with the finding information part on that hero. So hopefully he's going to find something else that I think suits his playstyle more, like a Snapfire, a Warlock, for example. Those are heroes that I think he would excel at.
I think back in the day, Gaming Gladiators glory days where Celery was on that team, it was always the Ench and the Chens that stood out, right? These greedier, kind of almost use your body and occupy spaces on the map. It's a lot less sneaky, it's a lot more upfront. He can just stand there, he knows his limits, but with Trien, you can't really just walk up. You got to be very careful with where you show, because I think teams are also getting a bit better at planting those defensive sentries, waiting for you. Especially in the MOUZ game that we casted yesterday, Winter, we saw Celery caught out a lot of times where it really felt like he shouldn't have been.
Yeah, just areas you are supposed to just avoid. Because when you're playing the pseudo Invis hero or Invis heroes, you kind of just have to be careful when you're walking into, especially the junctions or the stairs. People are usually going to have sentries in those areas. I mean, it's not that you're not allowed to die, but just the way he got caught is like he gave himself away too easily. You need to make it harder for your opponents to kill you as a trend.
Yeah, if you're killing the tree easy, then so much of his
yeah, he's supposed to waste your time and make you put in more effort to find him. So you cannot be giving away freebies like that.
Exactly. You want them to burn at least 2 dusts, 1 sentry,
2 dusts, bro.
At least 1.5 ultimates. You know what I'm saying? And then if you can TP out, that's the cherry on top. Yeah. But we're not gonna see that. We're seeing MOUZ pick up the Huskar to start things out, and the immediate AA counter. Falcons almost like they were prepared for this.
They're very ready. I mean, they're also a Huskar team, right? So they know what hero counters Huskar the most. It's gotta be AA, Doom. I think Brute should be the third one with the necrotic webs or the anti-healing mechanics.
AA definitely feels like it fits Snake King's playstyle a bit more, right? Pause 5 that has the capacity to farm thanks to that Vortex. Not the strongest laner. You almost want to pair someone strong with him.
You need a stun with you, like a Sven, an Alchemist, God forbid, Wraith King.
No, brother. We don't do that here. We don't do that here. Get him out of here. We are not doing that.
Yeah, I know. So probably Sven, Elk, those are the ones that I really like to lane with AA. Gyro is okay too, because Gyro doesn't allow you to get bullied as AA because of the flat cannon. You just shove the wave and get your XP. So those are the heroes that you want to pair AA with. It's a support that you need to enable.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like Gyro has not really been very successful, at least in the past 2 days. I'm gonna quickly look up the stats for the win rate.
Yeah, he has a pretty low. Yeah, I know. He has a pretty like 20% win rate or something. Some low win rate.
And this guy went from being like first picked overall and everything. What happened?
He got nerfed, brother. He took 2 nerfs. The first nerf was to the call down damage. I think it was reduced by 100, the previous patch. And then the latest patch, his base attack time got nerfed, so his laning took a hit, his team fight took a hit.
He's been picked 4 games and he has won 0 games so far.
Yeah, not a very encouraging statistic.
No. What is encouraging for Falcons fans is seeing the MOUZ come out on their side. You're never going to hate that. You can ban out the Timbersaw, the Viper, the Razor, but a MOUZ always gonna have a couple more tricks up his sleeve. Big team fight already secured for Falcons, and some good control into the Huskar as well.
5-trick pony, he can't ever ban everything.
Wait, 5-trick? I thought 8. I can list a few more.
8?
Yeah.
Timber, Razor, Mars.
I remember there was a point in time where he was trialing out that a Dawnbreaker Underlord was also another one.
Yeah, Underlord is definitely his type of hero. Dawn, I'm not sure. Dawn.
Do you want to count the Ursa that he brought out? You want to count the Magnus?
Fine. Okay, those are like,
You want to count the
extras,
slot, the off-lane slot, the side piece? His bonus trick, some might say.
I'm wrong, okay? I'm wrong, okay? He's not a 5-trick pony, okay? I'm sorry, Mike. I disrespected the TI winner.
Yeah, no, how dare you? I mean, he might be 3-4 in the groups right now, but this is still one of the best, if not the best MOUZ in competitive Dota. I think we were talking about it yesterday, right? Up there with Collapse and maybe XSS, I think those 3 are the most notable ones. Out comes the Mirana for MOUZ. It
is very good for salary. I think this is the type of hero you want him to be playing. Push out dead lane. Farm gold, get team items. He's going to want to buy. What do you want the most this game? Grease is like you lose a lot of value because of A, so definitely something like a pipe.
Sure.
Pipe would be good.
I mean, Glimmer is gonna be nice, right? If you can't afford the
fuck
pipe.
that item, Glimmer. What the hell, Mirana buying Glimmer?
It's kind of. I mean,
it's sad to buy Glimmer on Mirana.
It's the barrier, brother, for the AA Ice Blast, isn't that? Come on.
It's just sad,
I get it. Okay. Well, Dragon Knight, that's a classic Southeast Asia combo if I've ever seen one. Dragon Knight and Mirana. This could be the safe lane duo, actually.
It should
if they're running the Huskar mid.
Yeah, it should be. Right, obviously, everything can still change, but it's going to be their mid and carry heroes. So you want to pick something that can lane into Timber... sorry, not Timber. Huskar and DK. Okay,
it's pretty funny because when you look at the MOUZ draft, right, I'm like, if you switch the team logos, I'm like, yeah, that still makes sense. This is such a Falcons lineup, right? The Mirana for like snaking, that's a classic for him. And then your Skeeter DK.
I guess you're figuring what to pick on crit here. I think like probably Hoodwink for the break mechanic here against DK and Huskar.
Yeah, he's loved that Hoodwink.
Yeah, that's probably something they want to go for. A lot of damage with the AA as well. So Hoodwink plus what, Skitter hero? What is Skitter gonna play? The stun, what stun? Sven?
Sven versus DK Huskar, does that feel good though? I guess you got physical damage to cut through him, but...
What else?
It's a bit weird, I don't know.
I mean, it needs to be a melee hero. If he's not picking stun, it's gonna be some Ursa.
Yeah, Ursa's still available. There's also the Sven that he brought out the other day. He's actually played Sven twice already.
I think he'll play Sven. Oh no, he's going Beast. Actually,
isn't this just the Malrine Beast?
It could be just the Malrine Beast. Yeah, you're right.
I kind of feel like this beast is nice here on the 17 because it can do well into the DK and it can also be fine into Huskar. I feel like it's the one rare mid laner that can keep his distance, still get good farm, and then you rely on the stacks later on. Even if the Huskar tries to pressure you behind the tower, one TP in from Hoodwink or AA and you could be toast. So I really love this response here from Falcons, and
okay,
it does...
if you cannot win the mid lane as Huskar, you just go to the safe lane. So no matter what, you're guaranteed to win one lane.
Yeah, okay, but then regardless, I feel like the MOUZ will still get a decent amount of space because of the Hoodwink. And they go for the Storm instead, so...
Whoa. What the hell is going on?
The pieces are coming together a little bit, right?
So what's
you
off
probably
lane?
have
Boom
a
is
off
DK?
lane. I want to say it's carry Huskar just because of what you said. And also, between the three MOUZ cores, Crystallis is the one who plays this Huskar the most.
Yeah, that's true.
So what are we thinking? What's with this Storm? Is it that they think it can deal with the Beast mid somehow? Or they think there's not enough catch? Or
it's good in the lane and it gives them catch because they only have DK stun. So it's really good against the A and Hoodwink. It's like an anti-sub pick. Your supports cannot really deal with Storm. Cannot catch him. You need the Mars to buy Yules to catch him.
And is the Yules very bad this game, or do you think Amal would have gone into it anyway?
Not exactly. I think it's pretty good. You can dodge the life break. It's useful. It's always going to be a useful item this game. And what is Yamage going to play with Mirana? Normally, you need some kind of setup hero. There's no SD.
No Tusk.
There's no Tusk. It's not Tiny. And is he going to play some range hero?
We haven't really been very convinced when we saw his Ringmaster yesterday. To be fair, the opponent's MOUZ we're playing against were really good at picking him off, but that's still besides the point.
If you're talking about setup, the only other pause for that can set up for arrow is maybe something like Shaman.
Do you need a pause 4 that sets up for arrow? I mean, it's nice, but is it necessary?
It's nice to have, but I don't think it's necessary. But you saw how important it was when your two subs move together. You can actually kill heroes together. You know, that is actually a very, very high value thing to have in the game.
Do you think Largo is unpickable into AA?
Yeah, it's not really that good into AA. I mean, the other setup is like something like Naga or Elder Titan. You know, those are like not very conventional heroes for the situation here.
Wait, are you looking for a save or a setup? Like, because
ideally
right now
both.
there are two ways to go about it.
Ideally both. Like having a save is definitely also good.
Okay, I got it. OD position 4. Lock it in right now. That's not an OD. That's a Tidehunter.
So
what the hell is going on?
The Huskar is the support, I think. Because of the A. He get countered by A, I think. But who's playing the Huskar?
I mean, it has to be Yamage, right? You're telling me Celery's gonna show us a pause 5 Huskar?
He ain't no king jungles, yeah?
Yeah, ain't no King Jungles. Maybe he can prove us wrong. Maybe he can show us. He's just the Dutch King Jungles. We'll see. Right. But the Tidehunter is excellent into this lineup, right? A pipe builder, but out comes the Ursa. A Skeeter classic here. Really good in the lane into this Tidehunter. I mean, Falcons, they have a really nice pace with their draft, but I don't know what kind of game plan your pause 5 Huskar is really going to have, because it is actually going to be Mr. Celery who's going to pilot a Huskar against the best Huskar team in professional Dota.
The audacity of Celery.
That's what I'm saying. That's crazy, actually.
Trying to show the Huskar pickers that you should play Huskar on pause 5.
Yeah, sneaking. Better start taking some notes. You got a draft that you like more, Winter?
Well, I like the normal draft, you know.
That's valid. I guess MOUZ, we talked about them having some struggles. This is a curveball and a half to throw Falcons. Although I'm not really sure whether it's one that Falcons can't deal with. Like you said, they are intimately familiar with this Dragon Knight pick, with this Huskar. Maybe that's why MOUZ are switching it up. You might have played mid Huskar, you might have played pause 3 Huskar, but you've never seen it run on pause 5. And that's kind of what MOUZ are relying on to surprise Falcons. The Falcons' game plan is pretty clear, right? What's the plan for MOUZ?
Win your lanes. If they don't win your lanes, I think it's going to be very, very difficult to play their heroes. they don't really work together well. Like the synergy is like, I mean, sure you have the DK stun or the storm pull into arrow, but the DK stun is probably the most reliable one.
Yeah.
But outside of that, what do you actually do in the game? Your heroes do not really interact much with one another. Like Haska and Mirana as a support though, they don't do anything together, you know. They just, I think they'll be split up across the map. They'll be just trying to do their own thing, break smokes, farm. I think mostly farm. As a Haska support, you need to just farm and get your items, so you're just another core. So Mirana has to do all the supporting duties on her own, and the only person that she will move with is the DK. And the DK is a carry, you know. He can move like maybe once, maybe twice, but not all the time, you know. So I don't know.
Is it not possible for you to maybe try and play with the storm on the Mirana, like jumping vortex into arrow?
But it's not reliable every time, you know. I think sometimes you can do it, but it depends on the situation. If it's in the middle of the wave that creeps around the target, then how? You know, what's your Mirana gonna do? You have to leap in, Starstorm, clear the creeps, and then arrow. It's complicated, you know.
Absolutely. They have put together a bit of a curious one on MOUZ, and it's an interesting time to do so because they are currently 2-5 on the leaderboard, on the standings, and yeah, they kind of need a win the next few games. MOUZ, they've managed to make it to the LAN stage of the previous LANs, but Malreen's gonna walk up straight to the high ground. Well, that's a nice little gift to start things off with, and would you look at that? Mid one gets the kill.
That's the problem with doing that without smoking, you know. You have no idea what you're walking up into. Okay, so wait, who got the first blood? It was mid one got. Okay, it is very, very good news if you're MOUZ friends.
Talk about how important this is in terms of the overall day for them. They need to basically go lossless if they want to even compete for middle of the pack. Yeah, lossless. Winter, we've worked together long enough for you to know that maybe questioning vocabulary is not... you know, anything I say about Dota, that's fair game, I think. But,
just because there is a word winless, that doesn't mean there is lossless.
I can assure you. But we're going to start things off here. Nothing crazy. As you can see, MOUZ 11th seed right now out of the 12 teams. But Falcons in a position that maybe the less attentive fans will not expect. You're talking about your TI winners after all, and if you're the type of Dota 2 fan that only watches the tier 1 tournaments, the major LANs and whatnot, then you might be thinking, oh, how did Falcons get to this point? Weren't they the TI winners? Weren't they looking so good? But a couple of online tournaments, a couple of qualifiers that have looked okay, but just not quite at their usual power level. A lot of pressure being put out by Yamich with this arrow level 1. I mean, he's just laying the damage into Skeeter.
And he has the normal facet, Starstruck, instead of the root facet. Yesterday we saw a couple of Miranas take that facet.
It worked out for them too. I mean,
I can understand. You know, some games there was a clear purpose. You know, especially when
set up for Invoker Sunstrike and whatnot. But
when you have Sunstrike, it's fine.
And this game, you're not really setting up for anything.
No, you're not. You're playing for your own game. You're farming your own items.
Just
you probably need a lot of kiting items, you know, 4 stuff, maybe Yules, yeah.
Maybe the Glimmer, like you.
Yeah,
like
Glimmer is the best item a support player can get, you know.
Yeah, I've heard you say that for sure.
I just hate that item so much.
It's so handy. It's cheap, you know. It gets you out of a lot of sticky situations. These core players love to fill their inventory with digital branches here, lotuses there, a blood grenade. It's never gonna be dust. Never gonna be dust.
And look at Celery having so much fun. 2 gauntlets on position 5.
That's why I call the Ogre Magi level 1 Soul Ring build.
Then you wish you can do that every game. With Haska, you definitely have an excuse to do it.
Okay, I'm gonna be real with you, Winter. I don't know what kind of sick freak you are, but I've never thought to myself, you know what would be fun? Haska pulse 5.
Why not?
But even, like, you throw burning spears at people and then...
Bro, you're zoning the offlaner out of the lane. You're happy?
Okay, well, the off-laner in question is currently 14-1, so I don't know how much zoning you're
My
doing.
happiness is built on the other player's misery, you know?
Wow.
You're playing some Undying as zoning the off-laner out.
Yeah, I get it, but like right now, MOUZ still standing in the middle of the lane. In fact, Falcons, they are looking pretty healthy, all things considered, in these early stages. Not able to contest the Lotus though. Meanwhile, mid lane, pressure onto mid one. Malrine, he's trying for a dive.
He's
Seriously?
diving.
You need a de-aggro. Try for the root with the axes. It's not going to be enough.
What?
Malrine, not really sure what that was about. I don't even think
It's not even
Yamish needed to
close.
TP in. Yeah.
Holy crap, that was insane. I've seen a lot of Beastmaster players do that, you know, when you're level 4. You have some power spikes and you think like you can kill the enemy mid laner. I don't know, man. That was a very, very like foolish attempt.
Yeah, I feel like Malrine is typically a player we see once he gets his signature heroes, he just dominates the mid lane. He knows these matchups so well. But in that particular moment, faltering against mid one, not only giving him first blood, the second galvanized stack as well for this Storm Spirit. We were worried that this Mirana might not have a partner to play through, but if mid one is having a start like this Storm's gonna be a big problem.
Yeah, he's definitely not really in the right zone, you know, Malrine. The way he fed the first time as well, before the game started, that was already a very uncharacteristic move, right? You run up the ramp without a smoke, you die, and then that was another one, you know. Diving when it wasn't even close for him to all in, expecting no one to TP in.
Authorize keeping Celery up and running. Big burst of healing, 2 levels in that Berserker's blood already.
I actually didn't expect the Hoodwing to do so well against the Huskar. Hoodwing is actually... Alright, Yamich gets a kill, but Snake both supports rejoice. Oh yes, the cause are dying in the lane. I get to farm.
I don't think Skeeter's gonna be very happy about that dropping first.
I mean, not the cause, but the supports are happy.
And maybe Falcons still waking up a little bit. It's looked somewhat shaky for them in these first 5 minutes. The kills from Malrine.
I mean, Amar is doing well. Amar and Crit. I think Crit is actually doing a phenomenal job zoning the Huskar out. I think that is the main reason.
Mid lane, Malrine going for it again. Despite the 2 kills,
Wow,
Malrine will get it done. A bounce back for him in the mid lane and the tips come through.
Wait, how is he level 6 first? Storm has 5 denies. Beast has 1.
But Beast has 10 more CS than mid one somehow.
Dude, that is actually crazy.
That's a little bit illegal, I'll be honest. How's he doing that? How does... Okay. Malrine's just back into the game with that level 6 easy kill. Alright then.
I fully expected him to be tilted out of his mind and do something insane again, but then he gets a solo kill on the Storm.
Nah, you see, that's the tricky thing about Falcons, because some other top teams, you get in their head, they start to tilt a little bit, and then you're like, okay, we got them, they're not gonna bounce back. Falcons, on the other hand, you try and tilt Malrine and Amar, they're gonna come back at you with a vengeance. That's exactly what we see there. Minute 6 runes, Crit gonna start moving in, while mid 1 doesn't really have support. Gonna be a 50-50, and mid 1, he'll win that one out. So, a lot of nice things going the way of this Storm in this early game, apart from that solo kill, obviously, but he's still doing okay.
And he's got to have to influence the side lanes here. I think he needs to come and gank this Mars. Like, Mars is actually having too good of a game here against this DK.
Yeah.
Like, he needs to come down here and shut him down. Like, maybe he can move over for the shrines, but before the shrines, he can try to see if he has an opening to kill the Mars. He's definitely in position. He's behind Amar at the moment. But
Celery
you have a
isn't,
pos
though.
5 Huskar that doesn't really offer much, you know.
Yeah,
He's
Celery's just jungling.
He's just a Chen right now, you know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the secret sauce is Celery being on a jungle hero no matter what.
Yeah. No more Venos allowed. Ench is not in the meta, so why not just throw a Huskar out?
Why is Venom not allowed?
I mean, he's just not a very good hero now, isn't he? Seems
I mean,
to
he
have
can
fallen out
jungle.
of favor a little bit.
If you're trying to look for a good hero and you're trying to take the box, also being a good hero that's being able to jungle, there's not many, you know. You already eliminated most of the heroes in the pool. You need to give it a little bit more room, you know, a little bit more leeway so he can find a hero to pick.
That's
Door?
true. Door? Huskar? Cleaner walked in randomly, just telling them to leave.
I'm sure the cameras could show that they're telling the truth.
Ma will get caught. Nice rotation on the haste rune from mid one.
Yeah, perfect.
Feel like they must have seen him
Yeah,
pick
but
up that rune, so I'm a bit confused.
There's nothing they can do about it, you know. Because at this point of the game, you can't just sit behind. So if the mid laner gets a haste rune or whatever power rune it is, you can't just sit back and not do anything, you know. When there's a huge wave in the middle of the the lane, yeah, unless your mid laner can TP down and okay, he just came over, he TP down and killed the DK, but.
Nice arrow set up there. Boom and Yamich continuing to bully this Ursa, who's not having the time of day.
Yeah, I mean Ursa A is not a very strong lane. They picked the Ursa to counter the Tide in the lane, but because of the AA, he can't really do much in the lane. That's why when I remember when I said the 9 pick AA, I said this is a support that you kind of need to pick a stun to enable the lane. I mean, this is why, you know, you pick a Ursa as a counter matchup against the Tide, but because the lane is kind of shitty, then it doesn't really work out too, you know.
Yeah. Not really having the best of times. And honestly, Yamich, I think he's also doing a great job, right? In the early game, he landed like 2 or 3 arrows in the lane itself, like point blank, just to put that damage out. And he understands that the Ursa, if he's low, he can't really contest. He's the body that Snake King is fully relying on. So even if Snake King's full HP, it's not like Snake King can stand up.
Yeah, this is looking rough, you know. Ama, because of that one death, that kind of set him back quite a bit. And Marin is the only core on Falcons right now having a pretty good game. Like both the mid laners are actually fairly rich.
Yeah,
but I think the Tide is going to be like a huge difference maker. And mid one, he's going to get another kill, another stack, just completely bullying this A, you know. It's a nightmare for A to play into Storm. There's nothing you can do to a Storm if the Storm has a start like this.
And then you look on the other side, right? Malrine, yeah, he's still looking strong, but he can really only kill heroes using the Raw. Meanwhile, mid one, anytime he's got mana, supports are gonna drop. So the capability for MOUZ to make plays on the map, definitely a scary factor that Falcons have to respect at the moment, especially since all 3 of their calls, we didn't mention this just yet, a bit greedy, right? Like, Malrine, he's gonna want to farm, your Ursa needs his Fury, and MOUZ never really wants to move before his first blink or maybe even a Yule's. So what's the play? Like, what can Skeeter and, what can Snake King and Crit really do on the map by themselves?
Yeah, maybe this is why they picked the Tide. They know that by picking the Tide, it kind of blocks out all the stun heroes that I mentioned earlier. So it kind of puts Falcon in a position where they feel like they have to pick something like Ursa. So the whole draft is so slow, you know. And then now you lose your lane as Ursa. So you get to a point where you just need to jungle and you have to recover. There's so much you can offer to your team, you know. And A kind of needs someone to do shit, you know. And Beast can only do it once, every 70 seconds, you know. He wants to hit Ancients. And Mars didn't really exactly get a super good start. He has an okay start. But I expect the game to start to pick up the pace. Okay, they're going to TP bot with the Storm.
Right before the Beastmaster finds him, Amar is in trouble. He is level 6, has to throw the arena out, will set up for the AA Ice Blast. Mid one gets tagged by it, not by the damage. Still should tick out, try to dodge it, but won't be able to do so. Amar doing a good job, eyes on the prize there, knew that he would survive, and gets himself a return kill.
That is precisely what Falcons need to do. The AA has to follow the arena and he has to follow the Raw. Actually, not even just him, you know, even the Hoodwing, both of them. The moment they have level 6, they just need to play with this 2 core. Skeeter is the hard carry in this game. He is not going to be seen for a very long time.
And needs to head into the jungle and recover quietly. So you can see Falcons, they're following that game plan that you set out. One support tagged onto one of the cores. Whoever gets Rod is going to get Sharp Shot. And same situation there. Arena followed up by the Ice Blast. Seems like Falcons are confident that these 2-man death squads will be able to respond to whatever action comes their way, and at least for now, they're right. Another smoke up, the 2 supports leading the charge trying to find Crystallis, but just narrowly missing him.
Enough damage on their own to kill the game? Maybe they do.
That's a great question. The Ice Blast is back off cooldown.
Damage.
They are going to amp that magic damage up and blow up the Dragon Knight.
That was so easy. That was not even difficult.
Simple.
And this DK, this Tide, they are going to be super vulnerable to this. At least, you know, once they get a pipe out on a tide, at least he'll be somewhat survivable. But if they catch DK alone like this every single time, he's gonna die every time.
Not to mention the sharpshooter is gonna break that blubber, right? So you don't get that automatic dispel on the Tide Hunter, especially if you somehow chain it up right. Of course, blubber works in mysterious ways, so it might just dispel on the proc, and then your break comes after. I'm not too sure. We'll have to see how it plays out. For now, it's been a bit back and forth in this early game. Now Boom will get caught. Sharpshooter's available. There's the break that we were talking about, forcing the Ravage. Boom. He's still gonna get caught. I'm not sure what that was about.
What was he trying to do there? Alone, he was alone. Hitting the
Trying to make space for mid one to take down Skeeter, and he will be successful again. The Ursa getting caught. The one return kill, not worth it at all. Mid one gets out with his life, but they lose a support for it, along with Boom in the mid lane.
Okay, so I think he was just trying to... he was trying to mislead the opponents into thinking he wasn't alone so they could gank the other side of the map. That's why his play looks so weird on the Tide Hunter.
Yeah. Well, the only person he was misleading is himself, and maybe Yamich there, who had to sacrifice his life for that kill.
Yeah.
Still, they're doing a good job slowing out the Ursa, and we just saw that the support Huskar has gone first item Pavis into the Solar Crest, which is interesting, to say the least. I thought that Celery was just gonna go into the armlet, but I guess you don't feel comfortable doing that into AA.
No, you don't buy armlet against AA.
Top lane, Amar again trying to survive, will drop the arena, get the spear out. The last bit of damage blocked by the wall. He's alive. And now Boom will drop again. Skeeter coming through to get some revenge for that tough laning stage. Yamich hiding under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow will still get clicked down, spotted out by the sentries. And again, MOUZ try and make a move that they simply do not have the firepower for.
Yeah, those double braces, coming in very, very handy for Ama. He's going to complete his use off of that, mishap, from MOUZ. Very, very important item, like I mentioned, against the Storm. It's going to give them a reliable way of catching mid one. Once you have the use, every time you have Ice Blast, it's an easy kill. You don't even need Arena. One use, Spear, Ice Blast, every single time the Storm will die.
Starting to see how easy it is for Falcons to make these kills happen. On the flip side, like you mentioned, the Dragon Knight is not going to participate for a long time, but that's your only major reliable stun. The setups are just not as clean.
He's buying armlets too. Okay. Don't know if I like it. I mean, it's a very good farming item, but against AA, it kind of like, it's dead weight net worth in the team fight, against AA.
I get you. In this mid one, dodges away from the Ice Blast as a sentry spotting Malrine out.
Okay, that's a sentry. Right. I'm like, what the hell? He is balling away once the
Winter
Ice
was
Blast
about to fly down to the MOUZ boot camp and check mid one's PC personally. Unfortunately for Winter, there was a blind spot in the middle of his screen. He did not see that sentry.
I just needed a Fiend's Gate to connect me over there.
Yeah. He was ready to investigate. Winter had the sort of magnifying glass on, He was ready to question everything.
Yeah, I was ready to get out my magnifying glass and be my Sherlock Holmes.
It's the Malaysian spidey senses, You were sort of transmitting that message to him through the Malaysian neural network. He heard you.
Anyway, Boom is gonna get his pipe soon.
Anyway, yeah, Boom with the pipe. That's gonna be a big timing, but I wonder whether it's gonna be enough, because right now we're seeing MOUZ clearly struggle with setting up moves on the map. Everything they've tried so far, and I mean everything, other than a kill onto Skeeter, has not worked out in their favor.
I mean, the thing with what they are doing is I feel like they need to ensure that they have the numbers advantage, or at least they're not taking too big of a risk, right? The last couple of moves, the Tide was in a very, very compromising position in front of the tower. They were going for kills and he was baiting in front of the tower, Okay, meanwhile, Crit gets a kill, a random kill onto Mirana somewhere.
In the mid lane, I think he was sort of sticking around to try and clear the dead wave.
Yeah, he was raw.
Dead lane, sorry.
Dead lane, dead wave, we got it.
Yeah,
Don't worry, Mike.
Thank you. And Falcons were trying for a move deep into the river area in the bot lane. They narrowly missed mid one, who, once again, through the Malaysian neural network, got a sense that something was wrong.
And Ama wants to find the Storm the most right now. He doesn't want to kill the Huskar. He's like, nope, not this guy.
He doesn't care about it. It's just not valuable at all. And the Huskar, even though he is top of the net worth amongst the supports by a small margin, just haven't really felt his impact this game. Not sure whether that smoke was spotted out by a ward. It might have been. The lines are drawn. Alreen's already retreating towards his tier 2. Big ward coverage, spotting out these balls.
If they can find Marine, that would be insane.
Yeah, right before his BKB as well. See him hiding behind the trees.
They need a ward. They don't have a ward.
I mean, you try and light up an arrow. That's going to be way too obvious. Malrine, he's just playing around with them.
There's no observer wards to give the vision. He was behind the trees there. So that was a very, very difficult situation for MOUZ to commit onto. And Falcons suspect a Roche happening. They're throwing an ice blast. So, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe it's still going to happen.
It seems that way. MOUZ coming through to sweep out the top jungle area and take control of this part of the map. Falcons, they've established themselves on the other side.
This is dangerous. I think they should just come right over. It's not a quick Roshan. It's going to take some time. I think MOUZ might run into a lot of complications here.
I mean, Crystallis is literally 500 HP right now.
This is so risky.
One spell, and they're in trouble. Arcane Rune, set up on the Storm, Amar's ready. Gets arrowed himself though, couldn't put the arena up. Big bushwhack, the Ravage to keep them at bay. Amar, he's gonna get pulled in, but he's still surviving. Gets the arena out, there's the Raw with the AD Rune, and Malrine revealing the BKB. They might have got themselves the Aegis, but they'll lose 3 for it. And Crystallis trying to fight on the high ground, trying to salvage this fight for his team. There's not much that he can do. He could have just walked away, but he chooses to try and take down the pesky squirrel, and he'll pay for it with his life.
That's not the reason of my why. Why did they do the Roshan after they saw the ice blast keep clipping them? What? Why? Like there was so little chance that they will kill the Rosh and get out before the enemy arrives in the scene, you know?
Maybe think that Falcons would not be able to connect, but that is far from the case. The entire game plan of this support Huskar trying to get...
If they didn't have a tier 1 mid, maybe I could accept that explanation, you know?
Sure, yeah.
But the enemy has a tier 1 mid and you expect them not to react?
Well, to be fair to them, and this is, I know, coping at this point, mid 1 able to escape, but they did have complete map coverage of the enemy jungle.
Ice blast? Are they gonna try to kill the Storm? Sorry.
It doesn't seem like it. Yeah,
he gated and he shot bot from bot? Is he trying
to get Yamage. He's trying
to get the other guy.
Yeah,
Damn, I thought he was like trying to mind game or like or something. Trying to shoot the ice blast from the bottom area to kill the Storm.
That would be kind of crazy. That's like almost like a 360 no scope situation. But yeah. Not gonna happen. And sort of back to what I was saying, you can see, right, there's so much ward coverage, and that's typically the path you might expect Falcons to take to contest. Instead, they were running directly up from the bottom jungle through the river. So that was the one path, unfortunately, that MOUZ had not covered. I can kind of understand why they did it. Maybe they felt like they needed to secure that objective. But instead, they find themselves 4 dead, 5k behind, and Falcons, everything going according to plan. Celery's gonna be caught here. Easy spear. Ice blast not available, but don't think it's needed. Oh no. This is cruel. That's a bit of bullying right there. Crystallis will jump on forward. They're trying to take this fight. Amar just stands his ground, throws the arena out. And yeah, I mean, what's your setup? The arrow's not going to connect. Don't have a Ravage available just yet. Finally comes off cooldown, but the Raw immediately barely scratches Amar, and boom, will just get chopped down. Very, very strange decision-making here from MOUZ.
This game is over soon. MOUZ, they're just falling apart. They have no idea what they need to do. And their draft, like I said, right, if they don't snowball in the early game a lot, their heroes don't really interact with each other very well. And this is what is happening right now. Like, people are just... It's not natural to play like this, you know. They need to fight, but they can't interact well with their heroes. There's no synergy.
Yeah. And then you look on the flip side, Falcons, any 2 of their heroes can make a kill happen. You're reaching the point where Skeeter, despite his really rough early game, he's managed to stabilize, he's managed to get towards his items, Blink Dagger available, he can join some of these fights. We haven't really seen mid 1 be able to get that same traction that he did, right?
Bro,
in the early game, he was coming through with some ganks,
Skeeter has so much room to farm because the other 4 players are just killing everything on the map.
Yeah. 5-1 and 10. What a scoreline from the Snake King AA.
It is precisely why, like, when you pick Storm, right, you don't want to have Mirana as your support. They don't really interact very well. And, like, Storm, usually you prefer something that amps your damage. Largo, Skywrath, AA, Hoodwing, you know, this type of heroes. Like, with Mirana, it can be very, very awkward, you know. Mirana prefers, like, something like Ember Spirit a lot more.
It's just weird, right? Because you mentioned all of those heroes. Not really the Yamich hero pool. We saw him try to bring out the Skywrath Mage, and it was, you know, not very convincing. Much like the play that MOUZ have right now.
They got hit by a patch where a lot of their good heroes are not the best heroes.
Yeah. I think
they're trying to put a band-aid on everything, you know. I mean, I can kind of understand their situation, but at the same time, it's just not working, you know. They are playing heroes that are not optimal for their players. They are trying to, you know, dance around the delicate line of drafting something comfortable and optimal for the meta. You know, it's very difficult if your players don't have the suitable hero pool.
And even though Falcons, they have a mix of the meta and some of their favorites, it's clear one thing, they are so comfortable with these.
Like, earliest refresher up I've seen on Beastmaster. Like, what the hell? 22 minutes? He has a refresher up?
That's insane. Yeah, we're gonna have to run the stats on that. That's crazy. That's almost on par with the 7-minute.
And remember what happened in the early game? Remember, he walked up to the high ground before the creep spawned, and he died first blood. And then in the lane, he fed another kill because he was bloodthirsty trying to kill the storm. And yet, at 22 minutes, he has a refresher, BKB, and Aghanim's. Top of the net worth.
We talk about Malrine struggling a little bit. This game is far from that. Any thoughts of him potentially tilting or sort of being off his game completely out the window now? He is scaling up like a monster.
Yeah, he just overplayed his hand in the early game. That was a little bit of like morning jitters, you know. You wake up, you're not ready to play. Your coach tells you, make sure you play a warm-up game, and unfortunately for him today, maybe this is his first game of the day, and you see all these morning jitters.
Yeah, I get it, right? It's the third day of all these best of ones. It can really start to wear on you. There's a lot going on. It's hard to keep up.
Yeah, that's the life about being a pro player, right? You always have to be at your best. Every game could matter, you know?
Exactly. Contrary to what many people who are casual watchers or chatters believe.
Wait, what?
You know, sometimes you think that, like, oh, maybe they're not taking this game so seriously. I assure you that is never the case.
They are definitely taking this game seriously.
Yeah, I mean, I think people just sometimes see them play or make questionable decisions, right? And then it's so easy to default to, oh, you know, they don't care about this game.
Him?
It's working.
What? He almost solo killed him on the pause 5
crit. TP out, crit. Got the spidey senses, almost. Good try there.
It's not a good sight. Enemy pause 5 almost killing your carry. I mean, this is why I think getting an armlet against AA is such a bad idea. Gotta be so careful about when you use it.
And not to worry though, Winter. At some point, this Huskar position 5 will come online.
Unfortunately, Mike, I got bad news for you. That point is not gonna come in this game.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's harsh. Sorry.
Takes too long.
Yeah, he's got a glimmer and a solar crest right now.
They tell me I need to get some copium on sometimes, but this is too much.
My bad. Mao set up another kill. Easy pick off onto Yamich. He had himself a decent early game on that Mirana. I think he did as much as he could, but it goes back to what you were saying, Winter. It feels like the Mirana has to do all the supporting, and when you're up against a bloodthirsty Falcons lineup like this, there's only so much you can do. Boom's gonna get caught in the mid lane, slowly crawled down, but meanwhile, Malrine again getting caught off solo. So Falcons...
Malrine is back. He's back to the morning jitter mode.
Maybe just not expecting to die there. Thought his team was nearby. They'll buy back on the Mirana. There's the Ice Blast. Crystallis in trouble. Will get swiped down. Mid one not able to secure any of the backline kills. They still have themselves a Ravage, waiting for the BKB to wear on Skidder. There's the Yule setup. Look for the arrow. Find it onto the Ursa, but he's jumped away. Nice double spear to keep MOUZ at bay. Ursa still being focused down, and the tentacles will find him. Falcons losing some key heroes, and mid one he's activated. Looking for crit under the cover of Glimmer Cape. Will be able to scurry his way out of there very close, but Falcons kind of giving over a few kills that didn't really need to happen. Now they'll back up for a little bit, wait for the respawns and maybe try again. But yeah, didn't press the BKB at all on the Beastmaster.
Maureen is definitely... yeah, he's definitely not on top of his game today, you know. Like, taking a lot of risks, playing very, very loosely in a couple of occasions. Amar is the one trying to carry the game so hard.
Yeah, Mars going crazy on this Mars right now. It is a signature pick. Ice Blasted is mid one, still jumping forward for the kill, but again, no detection. The Glimmer Cape saves them, and Celery's dust comes too late. They'll now look towards the Mars, but this is a very tanky target, and now Malrine will press his BKB and his Raw, look towards this poor DK, nowhere to run, no help on the horizon, and will get killed off. Another setup. Amar looking for a spear, but with the Yules, mid one should be able to zip away. Crit catching him on the backline though, and this Storm is dusted.
Double ATOS on the supports, proving to be fatal for the Storm. No BKB, no way of escaping.
Amar is on fire today. I don't know what they fed him for breakfast, but they need to give him that every single day.
Give him more of that every day.
Yeah. Keep him on that strict diet.
You know, I like you actually brought that up. The morning routine before the players get into the game is actually so important. Like, you need to get everybody in shape, like with the same routine every day. You don't want them to, you know, do something, wake up late, and then not be ready. You know, things like this matter a lot, especially in games where, in the group stage, where you can sometimes play in your hotel room and you can be a little bit more casual. Some players, they tend to take it easy too much, and then they play badly the first game.
Yeah, for sure. And maybe some of that we see from Malrine here, but definitely not Amar. He came ready and he came hungry. Wants to make it to the Malta stage. Wants to get to the playoffs with ease.
That was not a tight answer.
Nope. Well, I heard axes work really well when chopping up a watermelon, so there you have it. Some fresh fruit for Falcons as they head towards the Roche Pit for some more dessert. Handy little Aegis, maybe for Malrine, maybe for Skeeter.
Roshan is dessert? Oh, the cheese. Okay, fine. You mean the cheese?
Yeah, there you
There's
go.
no cheese. They're calling Roshan a dessert?
Sure, yeah. I mean, you were talking about eating a whole bunch of weird shit. Why not Roche?
Roche is definitely something like a main course, you know, a lot of meat, a lot of protein.
You know, if humans were in the world of Dota, I'm sure we'd find a way to serve Roshan on a platter. They look at the Aegis, they'd be like, we don't want that. Someone give me his upper thigh. I want to chop that up, make a fillet.
Yeah, main course, not a dessert.
It's in time for Chinese New Year, a feast for the family.
Dessert usually means it has to be very sweet, you know.
Well, I'm kind of referring to it being after the Tidehunter kill. Amar coming through to try and bail out the Beastmaster, who gets caught out, still able to BKB double raw. Yeah, sure, why not? You know what? Why not? Why not? Boom's gonna get caught as well. The support Huskar is coming through with his Glimmer Cape that does absolutely nothing. Very cool.
And what a bizarre game, you know. I think both teams are just kind of like not really being at their best. Some of their players are, some of their players not. For MOUZ, I think Storm was kind of trying to carry the game on his own really hard. Like the other two cores, the Tide and the DK, they were definitely not on their best game. Whereas for Falcons, Beastmaster is the villain, Beastmaster is the hero.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's one of those games where
you look back
at the
game, but he's also saving the game.
He is 100% saving the game, but if there's anyone who's an MVP, it has to be Amar. This guy's playing out of his mind. This is the TI level Mars that we've come to know and love from this player.
Yeah, I mean, this hero, no matter how many times you nerf the hero, I think the concept of the hero is just too good. Being able to reposition with your stun, and then in the team fight, you block off the enemy team, you block off certain areas, making it very difficult to come in. And obviously
it's so much
the
space
right
control,
clicks.
yeah.
This is crazy. I can't believe they actually tried to stay around to kill him one more time. But the guy has BKB. There was no way they could have locked him down.
Yeah, so it's really close. because Boom could have actually pre-ravaged, but what Amar did is he speared the DK and then he used the tide. So there was no way that any of the cores could have actually gotten to Malrine. Second, he comes back up, pops that BKB, rolls both DK and Storm. It's just perfect.
Just saying, they should be happy after one kill, you know, on the Aegis.
Oh, yeah. Don't know why they were sticking around. Now they'll look towards Amar, but this is way too tanky of a target. And Crystallis, unfortunately, cannot be regarded in the same manner. Mid one having to zip out to safety. The arena locking down 3. They want to get mid one before cleaning up the rest of the kills, and the Axis will find him trying to TP out. Got a stun. Somehow find himself a nice little corner. They go for the supports instead. A triple kill for Skeeter. MOUZ. They are getting brutalized here. This is not a good showing from them in the slightest.
Yeah, no, they're definitely very confused about how they need to play as a team, especially what they need to draft, you know. I think it's the draft. They are trying a lot of things, I want to say, to find what works, but everything they put together is just not coming out nicely at the moment.
No, not at all.
It's like they're trying to create a new menu because to obtain another Michelin star, you need to have some new innovations, and everything is not working.
Are you seeing this? There is no next game to press Ravage. God damn, Amar. You know, sometimes the all chat from Falcons can be a little bit classless, but I'll give it to him. That's true.
Is there a context to that?
No, I mean, it's just he hasn't seen a Ravage. That's convincing because Boom's just standing around not pressing Ravage. This is a best of one, right?
That's a little mean.
It's understandable. I'm not gonna lie to you. If this Tide was in my team, I'd say the same thing.
I'm pretty sure you won't say the same thing. You're the nicest person I've ever worked with.
Why do you suddenly have... where did this sudden faith in my moral upstanding come from? Yeah, that's random. Okay, Celery saves himself with the Glimmer. Let's go.
You're always complaining that I'm shitting on you, and today I'm being a nice person, and then
yeah,
you're like,
I appreciate
why are you being nice today? You know?
I'm just suspicious, you know, you can't blame me.
Why? There's always a hidden agenda when I'm nice. I'm gonna ask you for a favor next week or something because I'm nice to you today. Yeah,
next thing you know, I owe you a bunch of chicken rice. Mid one is gonna get caught though. Falcons continuing to rampage.
You better make sure you get me the right ones, yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, he's trying for a setup but gets found by Crystallis instead. MOUZ, they're trying to find an opportunity, but they just don't have the detection again. The glimmers from the supports getting them out of every single situation, and you've wasted a bit too much time. The Falcons cores have come on over, and they've got spears, they've got damage, and they've got access to cut you down. Snake King is wicked sick, as Falcons will continue their rampage. GG is called. And it's true, he did not press Ravage. We have not seen the Ravage just yet. Even at the end of this game, he'll get tossed up to the sky and shamefully put down into the ground. Very, very sad stuff here for the MOUZ fans. But Falcons starting their crawl back up in the standings on day 3. Very much needed. They have 3 more games to go on both of these teams to try and stabilize and at least secure their spot in the middle of the pack. Maybe even try and fight for top 2. Who knows how this day will go. But the madness starts off in a pretty anticlimactic fashion, I want to say. I was hoping to see a bit more of a revitalized MOUZ. Huskar support on position 5. That wasn't it.
Yeah, I mean, that was also the least of their problems. I think they also had other problems with the other cores not having synergy. The position 4, Mirana, I think it worked well with the Tide initially in the lane. That's what made Boom fat in the early stages. But after that, they just didn't really play with the right heroes. And then I'm also questioning like Crystallis, his build, right? I think he probably shouldn't have gotten an armlet. And then they actually needed the DK to be more active with the Mirana. I think the Tide and the Storm should... Maybe the Tide should be the one like taking more farm, you know, getting more towards his aura timings. I felt like he was trying to play for the team too much on the Tide. And the DK was the one that was supposed to play, but he didn't show up. So I think they got their roles swap up this game, you know. And then obviously Celery is just going to be Huskar jungling. He's not really going to be offering much. So the other 3 heroes, the important heroes, the 3 cores, if they are not creating any kill opportunities with the Mirana, then it means that you're not doing anything on the map.
I'm so confused because when I think about a support Huskar, of course there's the potential to go back to the jungle and farm up your items. But then you're farming up your items being a Solar Crest Glimmer Force, like that doesn't really feel like it's going to change the complexion of the game. At the same time, I thought that the support Huskar will be running at enemy heroes, maybe using his body as kind of like a bait, let mid one come in, you know,
They
if you
didn't
jump
even
someone.
win the lane. He lost
Yeah.
his trade against the Hoodwing, you know, so like you want the Huskar on pause 5 to win the lane, you know, and he's also not winning his lane. Maybe the matchup is just not that easy because I don't know that matchup, but either way we just didn't really feel it in the whole game. They first picked this Huskar, they tried to swap it around, it just didn't work.
Yeah, Amar and Crit definitely pulling their weight in that game, and we'll see what happens next as we have Liquid versus Yandex after a short break. We've had no shortage of surprises here in the group stage of Blast Slam 6, but a POS 5 Huskar was not on my bingo card. That's what MOUZ brought out to start their day in hopes that it will be able to surprise Falcons. But when you bring a Huskar out against a team known for their Huskar, I don't know, Winter, that's not a really good plan, but hopefully these upcoming two teams have better strategies that await Liquid versus Yandex, because sure enough, they're gonna need some good strats to beat each other. These two teams are currently in the middle of the pack, trying to avoid last chance playoffs, so trying to avoid staying in the middle. They still have a good shot for maybe taking that second semi-final seed, Winter.
Yeah, very important game for both teams. Well, it's kind of like a must-win game if you want to stay out of the bottom area. But still looking decent for Liquid 5 and 3 at the moment. Yeah. I mean, they haven't been playing their best Dota, even though they're 5 and 3. I think some of the games they look very, very shaky, at least in the games that we were able to watch. So, I mean, I don't think they're at their best yet, you know, and it might take a longer time for them to finally solve some of their problems. Especially, I've been mentioning that the support duo, right? Feels like they have 2 position 4 players, and they lack a real post 5 player that can actually allow and enable the other players. I think they need to slowly get to that phase where Tofu eases into that role. I think right now he's still like caught in between. He's like a 4 trying to be a 5, but he's still a 4, you know?
Yeah, I feel like that's such an interesting perspective to take on it, because anyone looking at this team, everyone from the fans to the other analysts to the casters, maybe even their opponents, they're looking at Ace. They're pointing at the big man right in the middle of your screen. They're saying some of the moves that he makes don't really add up. They don't really feel like they gel with the team yet. I think even yesterday in their win against XG, he was playing Razor. He went Greaves first, which made sense, but then he decided to go for Lincoln's second item. And even though Liquid won the game, it was all nice and everything, it still didn't really tally, right? You're buying a Lincoln so you can stay out on the map by yourself against a Spirit Breaker, and it was blocking nothing else. And then you have a Grief. So you're playing solo, you're not really TPing in, you're not really joining your team. Of course, Liquid did win that game off of an excellent Monkey King performance from Mickey. So hopefully they can carry that momentum, maybe put a bit of stress off of Ace and Boxy and Tofu needing to adjust if Nisha and Mickey can just pop off. But on the other side, we also have our fair share of players that can pop off. At least here, you know, we talk a little bit about Ace and the support duo of Liquid, but it's equally important for this team, right? Yandex, the big superstars for me, are always noticed in Saksa.
Yeah, this is going to be a matchup where they need to really allow Notice to get a good start, you know, because they kind of play a little bit greedier, in my opinion. Like overall, as a team, the 3 cores are takes a lot of farm, and it's down to Saksa to kind of create the space in the early game. Like, he has to make the right rotations, and the main person he needs to enable is Notice, the man in the middle. Like, if you can actually enable him, he's going to be able to give you good team fights, give you good space by ganking the other lanes, and then I would say that you restore balance in the team, because somebody has to give way. If everybody is farming, things are definitely not going to work out for you.
Yeah, you're hoping to have a lot of space, like an infinite void of some sort, much like the hand sign that Watson's doing. Shout out Mr. Gojo Satoru. But apart from that, Yandex need to make space for the man in the middle. It's fitting that he's there. We also had some, I guess, criticism isn't the right word, but concerns about Chira Jr., right? You were talking about how you feel like he is a lot greedier than you'd like him to be.
Yeah, he likes to play the Beastmaster mids. Sometimes it's good, but I think depending on the situation, I think there were games where, I don't remember which one, they had like 3 farming cores, like what, Brew, Luna, Beastmaster or something. That's one of the games. They are very, very
Centaur,
greedy.
Beastmaster, Luna. That was the
Centaur,
game
Beastmaster, Luna. So they're triple greedy cores, you know, which is not very, very ideal. I don't like the balance they have there.
Yeah. Looking back on some of their other games that we didn't get the chance to cast as well, they went SF, Underlord, Kotal, which fits a lot better in my opinion, like an active hero. And then you have Earth Spirit mid, which is probably a bit more active for Chira Jr., but it didn't really work out for him then. So
yeah, it doesn't fit his style, you know. I think by nature his style is on the greedy side. Like, if you look at both teams, right, I think they're gonna be looking for their side lane cores to make rotations. I think for Liquid, they're looking for Mickey to make rotations. I think he has to play an active hero. If he's playing something like a Luna, MOUZ.CET, like a greedier type of hero, I think they might run into some problems in the game. Like he's the person that you need to count on to balance out the greediness of Ace and the greediness of Nisha. So you need to find the right hero for him.
Yeah, it kind of seems like if they're able to put Saksa on his typical, you know, pos 4 melee hero, that could be pretty good. He's always looked amazing on the Tinies and the Tusks setting up for the team. Maybe they could start there, but I can't imagine that Yandex, rather Liquid, are going to give them that option.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot on the draft here. A lot of mind games, a lot of trying to set up the hero pose, and Nisha yesterday on his Storm carried so much weight in one of the games.
Navi, yeah, it was literally him in the early game crushing Niku. Storm versus Queen of Pain. You would never expect the Storm to do so well, but it reached a late game stage when Niku was also matching up. Felt like an anime battle, honestly.
Yeah, today he's gonna have to do it all again against Yandex. Yandex also a very, very strong team, and they're gonna have to find a way. They're gonna have to find a way to be able to play through the early and mid game, since I think inherently Yandex is gonna be quite greedy compared to Liquid. Liquid should be the less greedier team, depending on draft. Sometimes they are also greedy, but like I said, it's gonna depend on what Mickey is gonna play. He is going to be the important factor that allows all the greediness to be balanced out.
So, funny little stat for you. When you think of Liquid, you typically think that this is a team that plays fast, right? You think back to all those days with their Nature's Prophet, timing lineup, winning the lane, crushing their opponents quickly. In this event, Liquid have the highest average game duration. When they win, it's around 53 minutes. When they lose, it's around 43 minutes. So even when they struggle, they still crawl and stick their way in the game for way longer than anyone else. Overall, having an average match time of 48. Of course, that match against Na'Vi yesterday certainly pulled the averages up. But it just goes to show how different of a team this is from when they had 33, when they had Insania, maybe even when they had Saberlight, right? You're not really striking quite as fast or as hard in these early games. You're not really hitting those timings like they used to.
I think the main thing is really the position 5. Like, they don't really have a pos 5 because everything is related. So the pos 5 enables the carry. Then the carry can move because he has a stable early game, and he can help the offlaner. Because Mickey plays like Duracho, and now he has Ace. It should be the same thing, but they just don't have that early game pos 5 enabler that allows all of these small little things to work perfectly. You know, I mean, I think they're trying to get there, but at this point, they're not really right there yet. So they're trying to put a band-aid on everything by having like 2 4.5 heroes or 2 position 4 heroes, and they try to move the lanes around to enable the game. You know, you see a lot of boxy
of Liquid.
You see a lot of games, Boxy going to the safe lane, and you see a lot of games where they try to also put Tofu on the lane with Ace, you know.
Still trying to smoothen out a lot of the issues, but at least the vibes are good, at least from what we can see in the player cams. Liquid gonna start things out with their Tiny, ban out the Tusk. We talked about the importance of the melee position force for Saksa, but also for Boxy. He loves these setup heroes, very kill hungry, very play hungry. He's always looking for opportunities.
Yeah, against Tiny, generally, like I would say, against Tiny, you are trying to build like a 5-man draft. You don't want to split up against Tiny, and obviously you also want saves, you know, hero that has saves against Tiny. I actually feel like Ringmaster is like a pretty good hero. Not that they will play it, I think this sort of hero will be really good against the Tiny. So Underlord is being picked right away. This is a good, I think a good hero against core Tiny, because you do percentage based damage. And obviously you build pipe. Tiny is all magic damage. Even against the support, Tiny is pretty nice. You blink in and you get caught by the root, you know, from the pit. So it could make it very hard for you to initiate as the Tiny.
It's a little bit scary though, because we do know that Liquid are very expert Underlord players themselves. They have perhaps the best professional Underlord in history, just win rate alone in Ace. And for Yandex to pick this up so early, we were mentioning how important Noticed is to their game, but can't Liquid just build a draft that counters the Underlord now?
Like, you mean like pick a Rubik? Rubik is the biggest counter to Underlord.
I mean, surely there's other heroes that can deal well with him.
You're talking about Ursa. If you're talking about lane, Ursa is definitely one. But I expect that Yandex to probably ban out the Ursa. Because if you are choosing to ban Ursa and Rubik, I think you probably will ban the Ursa.
I mean, you're not banning Rubik in this current meta, that's for sure.
Yeah, probably not.
Just trying to figure out, I mean, Yandex, I don't think any other teams are first picking this Underlord. And I also don't know whether Liquid wanted to keep this as a flex, because to me, it signifies so hard as a boxy hero that it would feel weird to first pick the Nisha Tiny, especially when he has so much options,
I
right?
think you're right. You don't want to play core Tiny into Underlord in most cases. I think it's a tough matchup for you. You should just keep it on a support. And here Yandex, they're probably going to pick one of their supports. I think they should pick their 5 now. So you should make this read that Tiny is not going to be a core. He's going to be a 4. So you need to pick a 5 now that is good against the Tiny. There's a couple, you know. I like things like Undying against it. But Warlock is fine too if they want to go Warlock route. Warlock plus Underlord is very, very strong together. The heal is actually very nice for the Underlord.
Saw a couple of games yesterday. I think it was Navi who were playing that Underlord against OG's support Tiny. You were talking about how Underlord is good into core Tiny, but I think also into support Tiny really annoying because as a support Tiny, you're always blinking on the front lines trying to look for an initiation. Once you get those talents and the agonyms, there are so many pits on the ground that it's impossible to really like run, right? Sorry folks, just a slight blip there in the tech issues. Me and Winter were improving on our neural connection there. But we're back into the draft. Ursa comes out for the Yandex side. So instead of the Liquid side where you were saying it might be a good counter pick into the Underlord, Yandex pick it up themselves and Liquid very quickly answer with a Brewmaster. A bit of a strange way to open the draft for both teams, honestly, Winter.
They are scared of the 18 puck from Liquid because Liquid really likes to 18 pick the puck. So I think that's probably one of the concerns why they decided to ban the puck, and because they needed to ban the Ursa also, so they can only ban one, so they chose to pick the other one. It's very interesting. I kind of see the logic behind this, and now Liquid, they are going to pick Brewmaster right away, which is a very, very good hero against Ursa. Just toss him up in the air. It's a pretty big counter. And they have potential pos 5 Bat Rider. I think Tofu is going to play this hero. I doubt it'll be a core hero for them since they already have the Brew.
There's no chance this Tiny is mid and it's a pos 4 Bat, right? Because I'm looking at this Brew Bat lane. That is miserable for Ursa.
It's their support duo. Okay. I feel Tiny plus Bat. They have 2 position 4 heroes. And Yandex are going to have to respond with their own support duo here. 16, 17. So I think Undying is actually amazing here. I still feel it's very, very good. It's very good against Tiny and Brewmaster. You slow the Brewlings and then you make it very hard for the Tiny to initiate. Warlock is okay. You can still go for Warlock. They go back for their Chen. They like the Chen with the auras. Stacking the auras and grouping up, because like I said, when you're playing into this tiny type lineup and now they're bad, so it means that you do not really want to be too split on the map. You want to be able to ball together to hit the buildings so they can't pick you off on the map.
They're going to be a bit more convenient for Notice as well, right? You would imagine they'd want to get a pipe on the Underlord, but then sometimes with the offlaners, you need to build all the auras. It takes you away from something like an Agonyms, which could be really high value for the Underlord. So now you have a Chen to kind of fill that gap. If he wants the Greaves, if he wants maybe like even a Crimson or anything else, Boots of Bearing to help them escape, the Chen can fill in. At least, I mean, Chen's going to get a decent amount of farm regardless, and now they have the Satsa Wind Ranger. More pressure on the offlane, a pretty strong offlane duo. A lot of harass damage for whatever pos 1 Mickey has to pick into this lineup. What do you want into this lineup? Ursa as well as Wind Ranger. Very annoying.
It's gonna be tough here to pick because they don't have a very good, like, a stable lane, you know. It's a bit bad, so I think he needs to play a melee hero. Melee hero as a Baden. I mean, I guess Weaver's kind of okay also if they want to go down that route.
Weaver into Pit is annoying as hell though.
I mean, they need something that can play the lane. I think either a Baden, Weaver. I'm not sure. Like, melee heroes, maybe just a Baden and maybe Cats.
Do you maybe
Those
want to
are
do something like a Muerta for the late game scaling into Ursa?
No, I think it's going to be very slow though. They might get run over by this Chen. And it's Chen Underlord. They are very, very fast on the Yandex side.
Okay.
I think they need something that can come online faster.
Kez?
Yeah, Kez, Weaver, a Baden.
Still the Klink's available as well. Luna.
Yeah, Klinks is okay too.
Just trying to figure out what actually deals with this Underlord in lane. This 9 pick and it feels like Liquid have yet to really address it. I feel like Notice is going to have a final time in the game.
They don't really have like an 18 mid hero either here. It's difficult, you know. Without the Puck, I'm not sure, you know. The best other mid heroes are probably like Storm, Queen of Pain, which don't really look really attractive here, right? Because they are heroes that allow you to catch. And they kind of overlap with Tiny and Bat Rider because they're single target catch. Bristleback this is a nice pick. It sort of solves some of their problems. It's good into the Chen. You can defend the towers as the Bristleback, slow down the game. It enables the Bat Rider because it's a melee hero in the lane.
Yeah.
So this is actually an excellent pick here. We might even see maybe he go for some auras this game to kind of help the team sort of stabilize and hold off this push, you know. I could maybe see that happening also for them.
Because who else is going to build it, right? Your possible Tiny wants his Blink.
Nobody
yeah,
wants to build
Brewmaster
auras.
wants Midas into Eggs, which is what we've seen a lot into Blink, perhaps.
Maybe a Vessel this game. Vessel against the Chen might be good.
Okay, good amount of control and team fight here for Liquid. They're going to put a big fat body in front with the Bristleback, hoping to slow the Yandex ball down. Missing mid laners on both sides. That's the presumption, at least. Like you mentioned, the Storm, the Queen of Pain still in the pool. Storm just gets banned out by Liquid. So the option's thinning out here for Yandex.
Yeah. I mean, maybe if they don't really have an option, they'll just put the Tiny mid. What? I can't say I'm like a big fan of playing Tiny Core into the Underlord and Ursa. I mean, he has Quap lah. I guess if he has nothing to go for, he could just play the Queen of Pain here. But if he wants more team fight, then he probably has to go for something like Earth Spirit, you know. But it's going to mean that the lane is going to suffer a lot if you're picking something down that route. So I'm expecting like Nisha to maybe play something like a Quap. I think it's very likely he'll play the Queen of Pain. I think it's more stable for the whole game. It gives them damage, it gives them skilling since you have a Bristleback on carry, so it means your mid laner is allowed to be a little bit more greedy. So I think he's going to go down that greed route on the mid hero. So if they pick Quap, Yandex, how would they respond? I mean, they already banned out the Ember. Ember is one of the better ones against Queen of Pain. There's no Puck.
There's Void Spirit, Earth Spirit.
Yeah,
still.
there's only Void Spirit. Earth Spirit, no. Earth Spirit suffers a lot. It's probably Void Spirit. Or something else for Chira Jr. I don't know, like maybe he's gonna try playing something like a greedy one like Beast.
How is the Beast? I guess it fits their Death Ball composition, but it feels a bit slow.
It's just very slow if they do Beast. But it fits their composition.
What about Largo mid?
Nah, not Largo mid. I don't think so.
It's a crazy Dispel game though, and you Death Ball together could be hype.
You mean just for the Quap, right? As a counter to the Quap.
Oh, I meant like on the Yandex side. Are you assuming that?
Yeah, I mean you're saying Liquid, if Liquid picks Quap, they can go Largo to Dispel.
Yeah.
Okay, so they go Lash. So now maybe they should just pick the Quap on Yandex. Because Quap is a good matchup into Lash.
The lockdown is a bit awkward as well, right? From Liquid, you can probably imagine that Quap can blink out of most of these situations. You just kind of have a lasso, Avatos, and a
both
stun.
sides have a limited amount of catch. Underlord has Pit. That's it. Ursa no stun, Chen no stun. And then
And do you want to
Shackle
pick more catch on Yandex instead of the quad?
I think the lane is important. The catch is not so important because they're going to ball up and play the map. You have Underlord to play the dead lane. So they go with the Void. Very tanky. This hero gives them a catch, so it's a lot more balanced for the lineup. It's really good against the Bristol because you can turn him around when you catch him with the Remnant. So I guess that's the value there against BB. Then you do also feel like maybe you kind of need a vessel hero to take down the tanky heroes like BB, Brewmaster. I think the Lash is probably going to get a Grief, so maybe not so effective against him. I mean, it's very, very interesting, the last two picks. I think they make a lot of sense to round up both sides lineup. And I think we're going to have a very, very interesting game. But if you're going to ask me who I favor, I'm probably going to favor the Yandex side here.
Yeah. Yandex played against a similar draft when they were up against Na'Vi just yesterday. They had the same core setup, Ursa, Underlord, as well as Void Spirit. And in that particular game, they were playing against a Bristleback as well, and they were able to crush their opponents pretty handily. So we'll see whether Yandex can repeat that same result. They've certainly had practice with it already. How do you feel about the closing picks though? The Bristleback you liked a lot, but what about this Lash?
I think it's good. It makes sense with their lineup because they need a greedier mid that can also act like a secondary carry since you have a safe lane Bristleback. So I think it fits the criteria of what they need, especially when you have a position for Tiny. You want your mid to be a high DPS hero. So you want either Lash, Queen of Pain, Sniper. These are the type of heroes you want. So the early game has to be precise for the Lash with the Tiny. So if they can actually find a couple of kills in the mid lane with the Tiny and Lash, it could set up the whole team for success, you know. But it won't be an easy task trying to kill a Void Spirit.
Yeah, absolutely not. Very slippery hero, that one, but maybe if the Lash can get him low with all those Lightning Storm stacking over each other, we might be able to see a kill. We'll see. We'll hop into the game very shortly. It's Liquid versus Yandex here as the best of ones continue. Again, just a reminder, folks, that we're still at the stage of this tournament, even though it's the last day of the group stage, where every single one of these games matters a lot. I think that's kind of the key difference between the Blast Slam format with all these best of ones compared to other group stages, where at a certain point in other group stages, you might think, okay, you know, one team's clearly eliminated or they don't stand a chance anymore. Well, that thought, Chira Jr. forced to level Dissimulate, trying to get away but still chased down, and another game where we see one of the mid laners just walk up and die.
I think they're just not used to people just 5-manning mid. Because every time nowadays, people just gather in the mid lane and do a late smoke so they don't go out to the mid lane to check anymore, right? So I think this is why people are getting caught out again. So I think this couple of games are going to send a warning alarm to all the teams. Okay, maybe we can't really do that anymore. People are starting to pick up on it, you know. They're trying to kill us by having 5 heroes mid. So they ought to be more careful when they are trying to walk up mid because they're not using a smoke, right? So it's very, very risky.
Be an encore here onto Melody. All you need is a toss and some napalm. Light up that Cinder Brew, put the damage out. Melody getting body blocked into oblivion. And because Chira Jr. only has a Dissimulate to work with, he can't help them at all. Salsa tried to offer a power shot in that regard, not going to happen. So 2-0 on the board for Liquid. Very nice stuff. And back to the point I was making, this game is still important for both of these teams because if any one of them are able to secure multiple wins, they could be in contention for a direct seat to the semifinals and they get to skip all the play-ins. They can take a nice break, fly straight to Malta and wait for their opponents there.
Pretty substantial reward, if you ask me. Getting to sit and chill and enjoy the Dota without stressing.
A really nice play there from Nisha, body blocking that range creep and preventing the Dissimulate from Chira Jr. from reaching. This is going to be not the easiest lane for the Void Spirit. He still should survive, just maybe not going to get a lot out of it because of that level 1 Dissimulate forced out.
And this lane as well, Underlord and Wind Ranger against Bat and Bristleback. This is not a lane that you're going to see too often. A very good stick lane against BB and Bat Rider, since they have Napalm on the Bat Rider. And the top lane, we have just Tiny pulling around the creep wave because he doesn't want to contest the Chen. Pretty normal stuff here. This is a lane where I don't think you're going to see too much action going on. You just want to secure your Brewmaster's lane, a little bit of levels, and the Tiny, he should be looking to, I think, pressure the mid and the bot lane the most, especially the mid. But it won't be easy. Like I said, the Void Spirit, I think they kind of put a lot of thought on it when they saw the Lash come out. And they know that Lash plus Tiny is going to exert a lot of pressure on mid lane, so they opted to go for something that could withstand the pressure, right, with the Void Spirit. So maybe the best opening will be the Underlord and the Wind Ranger lane. Like you could see Tiny maybe having the huge amount of potential to set out a kill there.
I'm scared though, because, I mean, even if the Bat Rider rotates over, you can very much leave Bristleback by himself, you'd imagine. And then you Twin Gate up to the top lane, one Avalanche, one Toss, light up the Cinder Brew, all the magic damage from the Bat. You can very easily kill this Ursa Chen as well. They are very defenseless.
Gate ward's going to be important. You need to put gate wards. I think it's something that we sometimes don't really get to talk about a lot. But minute 4 onwards, I think whenever you are against an enemy post 5 that could rotate and pressure a lot, I think it's always ideal to at least consider whether it's worth it for you to plant down some gate wards. I think especially against certain teams like OG or maybe Spirit, you know, they really like to gang through the gates, then you should definitely consider getting that. Sometimes it just comes too early, you know, you don't have the ward, and before nighttime, it's daytime, they come, and then you're just going to die, you know, when the wave is under the tower. Usually people will place the wards at nighttime because of the catapult wave spawning at 5 minutes. But if the gang comes any earlier, it could be bad also, you know. So maybe at around 4 minutes, you should have the gate ward set up. Very, very important stuff to have maybe this game.
Yeah, we see a lot of the more successful teams tending to use these twin gate rotations to their benefit, right? Trying to hit... Okay, the second you hit level 3, you push the wave in, a lot of it feels so coordinated and choreographed. Definitely something we could see from Liquid this game. But for now...
Yeah, I mean, it's getting more prevalent because they reduce the mana cost, right? So it's only 30 mana cost to go through the gate. And then you're also allowed to cancel cancel the channeling of the gate. So you're only going to lose the mana once you complete the channeling. So it gives you a lot of flexibility using the gates.
I actually prefer that because... slightly embarrassing, but the amount of times I've actually pressed the twin gate when I didn't want to just to lose 70 mana, I'm like, damn. It's just, I guess okay. I'm not casting any more spells.
Everyone has done it. I'm sure everybody has done it. Like, there's a team fight at the gate, somebody is going to misclick something somewhere.
Yeah. Not these pro players, though. Could never be them.
No, bro. It happens. It happens to even the pro players.
Yeah. Could happen to you.
Could happen to anyone.
Being bumped back. Big one, though. Still gonna get run down. The damage from this early game Bristleback. It's miserable to deal with.
Disgusting lane. He went Goo at level 2 and combined with the Napalm. Goo plus Napalm, you're not moving.
Yeah, no. The Dispel's gonna be very important down the line for the side of Yandex to look into. A Greaves necessary, perhaps a Lotus as well.
Greaves. This is the type of game where you mentioned earlier, right? The Largo pick could be actually a good pick to deal with all this dispels.
That's what I'm saying.
Spells.
Bring the frog out, you know? That guy is a good time. I know he doesn't have the best win rate, but I'm sure you guys can make him work, Copium.
I think the hero just needs the right teammates. Sometimes the player is competent with the hero, but the draft doesn't exactly allow the Largo to shine. You know? I think you give the teams 1 month, another month they'll be able to figure things out. Maybe even 1-2 weeks later, you'll see better partners with the Largo, you know. I think the hero is definitely not the most complicated to play, but I think in terms of strategy, you need to understand what heroes to pick with the Largo.
Mm-hmm. What kind of heroes do you think would fit the Largo the best?
Leshrac. The Croak of Genius on Leshrac. Amazing.
That's true.
Yeah, basically like a buff. You need a high DPS carry, a core, you know, that deals a lot of damage, and you just keep buffing him. I don't think you necessarily want to have catch, even though Largo doesn't have catch. The main thing, I think he's like an IO, you know. You want like a super hard carry hero that does a lot of damage, and you keep buffing the other guy to kill everyone else on the enemy team.
Yeah. Yandex will be keenly aware of that, given that they've run the Largo successfully on the core in one of the games. They had a TA and a sniper. Well, and it looked amazing for them in the late game. One small thing to mention, Winter, I know that you were saying the Chronoptic Nourishment and Lightning Storm build is a bit more of a trend. That's what we see Nisha go for this game to bully the Void Spirit. But overall, seems like people are opting for Misanthropy more, at least in this tournament. Bot lane, Tofu gonna get run down. Saksa still will pay for it though. Big one again. Mickey being kept in place, but the quills are gonna come through. Saksa knows that he's dead, so we'll just try and put out as much damage as possible. Mickey coming in for that final quill spray. And Notice has to be careful as well. But yeah, the Lash facets. I agree with you though. I think this facet's cool, but everyone seems to be picking Lash for the whole purpose of the blink in to burst you down with Diabolic Edict.
I think it's also matchup dependent. I think against the Huskar, I think the games that you've seen it happen is probably with the Huskar. So you want to be able to kill him. I think if it's not Huskar, it's in a matchup where... I think a bad matchup in the lane, you want this Corruptic Nourishment to just spam Lightning Storm and farm. And if you want to go Greaves, you definitely want this facet. So it really depends on what is going to be the plan for you in the game. What items are you building on the Lash?
Yeah. It's just the win rate for the Chronoptic Nourishment build hasn't been too good so far. 7 games, 40% win rate.
Yeah, but the win rate isn't everything. I think the win rate is all good, like to use it as a guide. But you also have to understand why is it good in that particular game? And why is it being used?
They could have just thrown. Maybe the Chronoptic Nourishment was owning and then he just ran up to high ground and died like 8 times. Who knows? That's one of the beautiful things about Dota. Nothing is ever really that conclusive. Look at Watson getting so aggressive on the Ursa.
A lot of rules, a lot of numbers, but everything can be bent, you know. The numbers can be bent, the rules can be broken at the right time.
Yeah, one of Dota's finest once its stats don't lie, but stats could mislead. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's precisely how you should put it.
It's kind of silly to look at a number and deduce, or at least come to a conclusion. You can maybe draw some sort of suggestion from it, but you should never conclude. I think that's what I've learned, at least in this level of Dota. Because it really does come down as well, right? Like you could see like one hero with like the most god-awful win rate, but then if there's a hero specialist on it, then it's a bit of a different story.
Whoa,
Last touch.
What
Woo!
the hell? What was that damage?
Cooked him.
In my head, he was gonna TP home safely. He was gonna arrive home for Chinese New Year, but that was some last minute cancel, you know, his plans. Didn't make the flight.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think he still had some Fury Swipe stacks from a previous auto attack. So when he came in with that overpower, right as the TP hit, there was so much damage from those auto attacks because he had already stacked up a few.
Dude, he is so slow on the brew. Only 12 CS at 7 minutes.
A rough time. Bit of pressure here. 3-man rotation to this Wisdom Shrine area. Satsa is going to get run down. But unfortunately, they've used a lot of resources on the Wind Ranger, and that will allow for Yandex to not only secure their Wisdom Shrine, but the opponent Wisdom Shrine as well. Ace is going to get killed one more time. Again, it's the offlaner of Liquid who seems to be the one struggling the most.
Oh, this is not looking good. They pick the Brew into the Ursa. They open the draft with Tiny. Yandex picks Underlord and Ursa, and then they pick the Brew into it, you know.
Then they get cooked.
This is very rough. I mean, this is kind of like the downside of Tiny. He doesn't really offer too much in terms of the lane. Like, he just leaves you to your own device. And, I mean, this is the result, right? It's a bad matchup. Brew can't do much in this particular lane. And he's getting punished very, very hard, you know, in this matchup. And now he's going to have to wait for Nisha to kind of gank and hopefully create some space. But on the bright side, the other two cores on the other lanes are doing well.
Let's dodge away from the avalanche there from Chira Jr. trying to contest for the rune. Illusion will go the way of Nisha, but yeah, like you said, the Lash is doing very well. So is Mickey, right? He's having a swallow time on the Bristleback.
They are going to be the ones that need to create space for Ace to come back into the game. But there's also another bright side. Brew is not a hero that needs a lot of network to be effective. As long as you have your levels, you're going to be useful in the team fights.
You don't really have good Brewling killers, right? Like, Ursa can...
Yeah, I mean,
Theory swipes them down, but it feels weird to be auto-attacking.
And then you can dispel his overpowered with your split. You can toss it out in the air. There's definitely a lot of things you can do, you know, as the Brewmaster against Ursa.
Like, the Brewmaster is frequently picked into the Ursa just because in the fights you have a free Yules on your Tornado, right? So you can just completely keep him out of the fight. It's very annoying because he basically has to pop his BKB to even get involved. It's not a foreign item for Ursas to build into, just a bit uncomfortable that that's the only way you can participate. Watson will probably want to blink before that as well.
Oh, you can always consider getting a Lincoln's, you know. Not that I would suggest it, but...
Well, Winter, unfortunately for you, you just suggested it. I won't take you seriously on that one, though. Quiet early game moments as both teams not really favoring action near the mid lane, instead backing up to focus on their farm. Probably the 10-minute rune is when we'll see the next tussle. As you expected, Winter, Nisha going for those Guardian Greaves. Just a great early game aura item to help with some of these team fights. And an early Lotus Hawk for Mickey is what's being looked at. Pullback Chira Jr., easy escape. We already mentioned this. The Void Spirit is a very hard kill.
Very elusive hero, very tanky, but they're gonna fight for the runes. Tiny does not have mana. Alright,
And he's dead, man.
Watson is here, the carry is here.
You try and TP out. We've seen this happen before. Get
That's 5
swiped
heroes.
down. 5 heroes from Yandex committing into the mid lane. Out of nowhere, they explode in and destroy both the Lash and the Tiny.
That was a very, very nice move from Yandex. They were clearly ready to fight for the runes. They understand how important it is for the Lash to get the runes, and they fully abuse the fact that they have better supports for that, you know. Bat and Tiny, they're not as strong when they're low level, they need levels. Whereas Chen and Rin Ranger, they're way, way stronger. And not to mention, they brought their carry, so they had the numbers advantage.
Yeah, really nice from Watson to connect to that move. I think you were talking about it as well. The sign of this team Yandex maturing has been Watson learning to play a bit more active.
Finally becoming Dyrachyo, right?
So many Dyrachyo clones. You were talking about Mickey similar to him, and now
Yeah.
Watson trying to follow in his footsteps
It's pretty
as well.
clear that I'm a big fan of that guy, you know, even though he's not around anymore.
I mean, he is around. He's just busy streaming. Nice stun. Maybe they can finally get the catch of the Chira Jr. Just kidding. Still had a shield rune ticking. They barely scratched through that. Absurdly tanky. And this Void Spirit pick, as much as it didn't dominate the lane as much as the Queen of Pain, he's been very safe. And he's kept up his net worth. Oh, okay, well, maybe not. He's actually absurdly poor. Hang on, I just realized.
It's tough. Melee hero into Chronotic Nourishment Lash. You're getting spammed down. Imagine if Void Spirit with the shield, with the barrier is also suffering, you know. It's not like he died a bunch of times. He only died once, you know, and being this far behind.
Very surprising. We'll try and get his net worth back through kills with that Spirit
so
Vessel.
Big on the Lash. I mean, the Bristleback is even bigger, 6.3k net worth at 12 minutes. Ace, level 6 right now, so it's time for him to join the party.
Back to fighting for the runes. It's going to be in the bot side, but again, a rerun of 2 minutes ago when they fought for the rune back then. They just bring in all their heroes. Yandex just run it back and Liquid fall for the same trap.
That's probably a sign that you cannot play in the middle section of the map anymore. You need to play on the side lanes. You need to play on the Underlord's lane. Gank him there, bring your Leshrac over. You have to concede the runes in this setup. Maybe they could have prepared better by getting... Because Brew was level 6, right? They had to bring Ace nearer to the fight if they wanted to contest the runes. And then maybe you can TP down the others when the Brew split goes off. But if Ace is not willing to commit, then it means that you have to concede the rune. But also the general idea here, I think for Liquid, is they need to focus more on fighting on the side lanes. That's when the Chen is not as effective. I think Chen, Wind Ranger, they're very effective at fighting around the mid area, around the rune sections of the map.
Big stack being stolen away by Watson, but with Mickey TPing in, they'll have to concede this area. Nice shackle to keep them at bay. I get your point about Ace not wanting to commit, but I wonder why. Like, he wanted to go back up to the top lane to farm, but he had split available. We saw him in the triangle. He just didn't follow.
Yeah, he should have fought. I feel like that was an important moment there. Or maybe he was asking them to play the side lanes and he wasn't really happy on fighting around the mid section of the map, you know, against this Underlord TP. So he's also kind of right, you know. And now Saksa is going to try to power shot and snipe him down. Let's see Sniper Saksa. Can he find him?
Thinking that he's run back. Ace is juking him out though. Good footwork there with Storm Panda. Bomb.
He still has one more try. He's gonna try.
I don't think he's gonna get him. I mean,
Oh no,
the
he's
ace is half HP. Yeah.
Yeah, he's too much health right now.
He's got the tranquil boots. He knew.
Midas Tranquil Boots, he's starting his road to recovery on the Brewmaster.
Yeah. Long road ahead though, but with all those kills in the mid lane, Watson top of the net worth, handily towards his Blink Dagger in just about 1,000 gold. Very nice timing for him. Meanwhile, Mickey's still huge as well, right? Lotus Orb complete, so he's able to reflect some of the shackles, some of the spells coming out from Yandex, and most importantly, get out of the way of that pit, which is going to be a big problem
Yeah, the
for him.
Vessel also. It's really good against the Vessel, which is coming out on the Void Spirit. That is the biggest threat against him in the early game. The Vessel damage, the anti here. So he's gonna be safe from it. For now, he needs to be really active, and he needs to allow Ace to actually be passively farming right now. Like, he can only play the reactionary game on the Brewmaster, and the Bristleback needs to be the one soaking up the attention. The Underlord's going to complete his pipe. That's going to give them a very, very big power spike against the Lash and the Tiny. All that magic damage going down the drain. So Yandex is going to hit an incredibly strong timing in the game in the next 1 minute.
See what kind of situations they can force from it. Maybe they go for early roach with that Chen and the Ursa. Just get a nice team fight.
Wait for it to move top. 15 minutes. Roche is going to travel.
Still got that tier 1 intact, so they can very easily connect to that location.
Yeah, this is the thing. Why the tier 1 towers are so important. It allows for you to defend or attack the Roshan play in the early stages of the game. That's why there's a lot of emphasis for some teams, you know, when they pick heroes to defend and hold the mid lane. You know, like Lash is a really good hero to hold and defend the tower. But against a Chen, then it becomes very, very difficult.
Nice pick off there. Chira Jr. and Satsa tag teaming up in this bot side area. I don't think you really expect Yandex to be around on the hunt here, especially since it's that dead lane. You would think that they'd come up here to the top lane, maybe to defend that all-important tier 1 that you were mentioning, and sure enough, the Rainbow TPs. Here's Chira Jr. and the gang. Hypnotized in, not able to get his own Lotus off. The Spirit Vessel gets full value because of the control, and Ace, again, just forced to flee. At this Brewmaster, he's been on the road to recovery, but
seen a split?
We have not. At this point, Liquid are bending over backwards to try and create space for this man, but he hasn't repaid them just yet.
This is really, really bad news. Underlord has been part of every single move that Yandex is making, but Liquid doesn't have their offlaner participating yet. You know, I get it that he had a bad early game, but he has to be more proactive, trying to find ways that he can contribute to his team. You know, I think he's being
the thing is,
very
at the
reactionary.
same time, you said it. The Brew, out of all the heroes that you could possibly pick in the offlane, has so much use even if he doesn't have gold. But the way that Ace is playing right now, it almost feels like he's saying, I'm too poor to fight. Bro, they need your split. Liquid are getting run over right now, and at some point in the game, it was this Lash and the Bristleback that were on top of the net worth. They had such great timings, they were so huge, but then Yandex are connecting, Liquid are not. And suddenly, 6k gold deficit, Yandex are in the pit taking this Roche for free, and this lead is just gonna keep growing and being a problem.
And Liquid needs to fight back with a Brew Spade. There's no other way. They need to find a fight where they can connect with their Brew and the Tiny. I mean, Tiny's going to have his dagger in a bit, but I mean, at this point, I don't even know if they have the opportunity to fight during the Tormentor. They already lost the Aegis, so how are you supposed to contest Tormentor when the enemy has Aegis, right? You're probably not going to do that. So you're going to lose another 3k net worth in total. And
Yeah, the only thing
like
Liquid are connecting right now is one death after the other. 2 supports going down there, just getting picked off for free in between all these objectives being
I mean,
grabbed.
that's the problem. Their lineup is just very slow if they're not getting a really good start, you know, with the Brewmaster. Tiny and Bat Rider need to farm their daggers, and Bat Rider is not even buying dagger.
Shackle, Reflector, that's awkward. The rest of Liquid ready to try and fight back. Satsa shackled himself. Hand of God trying to keep him safe, but he's in way too deep. They'll even commit the lasso for him. The first positive momentum going Liquid's way. They want to force it, but Mickey, he's too low. He can't get out, and the split comes out too late. Mickey dies on the front lines.
so much spells used to kill one Wind Ranger, and they can't really take the subsequent fight. Like Yandex knows, you know, a lot has been expanded to kill off Saksa, so that was a very, very easy decision to make the jump in with the Ursa with Aegis.
I love this decision from Notice as well. In a game as good as this, you might be tempted to go a bit greedier, hit straight for that Aghanim's. But he understands just how far ahead they are. If he can secure more auras, he's going to get unkillable and help his team achieve the same status. You're looking at a Greaves complete for the Chen very quickly on top of the drums. You're looking at a Solar Crest for the Wind Ranger. All these team items are coming together to turn Watson and Chira Jr. into the monsters that they are on the front lines. Liquid there on the run. Fire will be spotted. Chira Jr. will just throw a little remnant out to scout. Just feels so hard to exist on the map right now. We thought that the Lotus Orb would keep Mickey safe, but clearly with how fast they're bursting him down, he doesn't even have the chance to pop it. Looking towards Chira Jr., there's the toss back. Where's the follow-up lockdown? No lasso available. Chira Jr.'s out with the double astral step again. As easy as 1, 2, 3, and now Watson will come in, make it 3, 4, and 5. Overpower strikes onto Nisha. He doesn't stand a chance. Now you're looking towards Mickey. They can just keep this chase going, but they gotta watch themselves. The damage and the goo starting to stack up. Lasso's back on, but Watson will slay Tofu and look towards Ace. No split, only a Brewmaster going down again. Ace has not had a game at all, and it's a 9k gold lead at the 20-minute mark. I mean, Yandex, they can just walk into the top. They can take anything they want, it feels like.
Yeah, this game is like almost over. Like Liquid, they are unable to find anything to fight back with, you know. The last two Brew splits have not really accomplished anything at all because they're already so far behind. It's already too late. And you have a Bristleback carry. So you don't even have like a very hard carry, and you're losing all these early game fights with BB and Brewmaster as your cause. This is very, very concerning.
This is the lineup on Liquid that has so much potential early on, but they just weren't able to connect like you said, and their supports are dropping like flies. Their cores are not really having a good time either. There's only so much you can do when all of your setup, all of your catch is between Tofu and Boxy, and they are just dying off cooldown to the Yandex cores on the side lanes.
I mean, I don't really see how they can fight back anymore. The best thing they can hope for is try to somehow push the side lanes and wait for pickoffs on the side with the Bat Rider and Tiny. But even then, you know, because you're up against the Underlord, he doesn't have the show to push the lanes. It doesn't give you any opportunities to pick heroes off on the side lane, and he has that global presence to join his team at a moment's notice, you know. So it's very hard for Liquid to actually find a move to come back into the game, you know. I think they don't really have any options remaining but to just wait for the push to come and hopefully take a successful team fight, right? Someone gets tossed into the base, you get lassoed, you pull him into the tier 4 towers, and maybe you can kill the target.
Yeah, but it feels like wishful thinking. All the auras like we keep mentioning, and newsflash for you, Winter, Noticed is level 18. This is a 9-pick Underlord that was allegedly answered. He had such a difficult start to the lane against that Bristleback Bat combo, but he's managed to stabilize, connect with the moves, and find success for his team. This is for sure one of Noticed's best heroes. We're seeing why Yandex value it so highly here. Liquid, what are your options? They've tried so many times with this Bat Rider initiation or maybe even the tiny tossback. But who can you even kill? You're never seeing Melody on his hero. He's just got to throw the creeps forward. He's always behind his team. Chira Jr. is not a viable option because now he has the Axe to silence everybody up and a few astral steps. Too tanky. Like, the only time they ever got a meaningful kill was onto Saksa, but that's when they used the lasso and tossed him back to a tier 2. And then they proceeded to lose their carry on Liquid. Talked about how important this game is for both these teams. They are both vying for similar spots on the standings right now. Both of them would love to just skip over the rest of the play-ins and hit straight to the semi-finals, but at least for Liquid, that feels like a dream that's a bit further away with how this game is going. Trying for a smoke to finally take a fight on their terms. It's Melody on the front line that they find. Eliminating the Chen could be huge. A little goo ball out here. Getting themselves an easy target. But the rest of Yandex make the executive call to escape. No one else will be caught.
The first step in the right direction, Mike. One kill. Then need a lot
First step
more
in a
of
marathon
those.
that Liquid have to run right now.
And now Ursa has Aghanim, so it's gonna be, I think, close to impossible to kill him anymore.
Oh.
The fight has to be so drawn out that you kill the other heroes and then you leave the Ursa for last, you know, and hope that the Ursa hasn't killed all of your heroes.
We haven't even seen this Brewmaster Ursa interaction at all, right? We were talking about how the split is so useful into this hero. We saw one split where the Ursa killed his carry anyway and he couldn't even use it. Or couldn't even tornado him, sorry. Shield Rune snatched away by Chira, straight back up to safety, no risk at all. All you really have is a use on Nisha if you're not counting the split. The ability to kite is lacking here from Liquid.
And they don't even have damage against the Pipe and Crimson right now. Like, how are they even gonna kill heroes, you know? I actually don't think the damage will be sufficient on the Liquid side once the 5 versus 5 happens.
And did
Like
you see
Pipe.
how long Melody took to kill? Like, he was
Yeah.
caught by like 3 heroes and he just stood there for additional 4 seconds before dying. That's your pause 5, by the way. That's your pause 5 who's higher net worth than your Midas Brewmaster, by the way.
That's what Chen does. You farm.
Bro, that's your pause 5. That's 1k gold behind your mid lash, by the way. Oh my goodness. Give Melody his
When
Chen, you're
you've-
gonna regret it.
When you've taken the whole map, you've taken the towers, you've taken every objective.
Aksa being committed upon here in the top lane, but here comes the backup. Here comes the cavalry, noticed, ready to help his laning partner out. With the last bits of the split, they'll be able to take him down and keep Noticed up in the air where he can't cause them any more problems. Watson's now come in as well. This is a much harder target. Liquid, do you really want to stick around for this? The rest of Yandex connecting in now, just biding their time, waiting to strike. Straight in onto Mickey, pull him back in. He's turned the wrong direction. Watson laying into him. So has to watch himself. Burst and Rage comes out, yours up in the sky. That's what you want to see. Chira Jr. still struggling to find a target, but keeping them silenced for now. And it's Nisha on the front line to take the brunt instead. Toss back out to safety. Good play there from Boxy. But the pits, the slows, you just can't escape. Liquid, they have not a lot of options to work with, as Chira Jr. will try and keep the chase going, but guesses in the wrong direction. Sticking around for that kill onto Noticed, assuming that the rest of Yandex wouldn't be ready. That's just hubris right there.
There was no way they could have killed the Underlord with a tier 1 tower available behind him. Like, no way. I think they were just so desperate because the game is just going so badly for them.
Maybe they thought they could try and force the issue. Satsa will get caught by another lasso. Big bits of magic damage blocked by the pipe, and here comes Chira Jr. Finishes Boxy, takes down Tofu. The supports of Liquid continue to fall. Now Satsa, he just TP'd up here, but he has a Tumbler's toy so he can get down with ease. No major problems there. And the death march for Yandex. The ball has been assembled for a while now, and they'll keep things going. This Underlord has 30 armor. Just with the frost armor and just his items. Okay, I mean, like, sure. Like, how do you even... Silly, really, that they even tried to kill him. As you always like to tell me, Winter, just because you're behind and just because it's hard doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. Liquid, they are definitely still kicking, still trying. That's 19k gold lead.
I mean, it's not like
How
they're
are
not
you gonna
trying,
turn
you
this
know.
around, man?
It's just Ace doesn't want to commit in the early, like, it's a long time. It's like 10 minutes ago, 10, 15 minutes ago when he was behind. I think those were the important times for him to actually enable his team and just go in, you know. But because he has chose not to do that, and now the game has spiraled so much out of control that even if the Brewmaster is rich, you know, like, or at least he has some net worth now, it's already too late. There's nothing more you can do.
Yeah, the Aghanim Scepter feels a bit like an afterthought. Ward's being placed down, but the only person you spot is Noticed. We saw how that went the previous time. Look towards Chira Jr. might be the easier target, but again, the chain stun's off the mark. Pit onto 4, pulling them back in. Liquid, you have to run. This is not the situation you were looking for. Now the pit to catch more. Here comes the Dark Gate. Bringing in the heroes, Ace will finally pop the split, look towards Melody, but he has a Hand of God and a bajillion auras to keep him safe. Liquid, they are sticking around trying to do what damage they can, but Ace will come back out. There's a buyback from Boxy. Lasso out onto Chira Jr. Maybe they can find their target. Absolutely not. He's just gonna dance away. Team Yandex are making Liquid look like fools, as Ace can do nothing but TP out. He'll survive, but he's left his team to die. Mickey pulled back in by the Gale Force. He's saying, where's my offlaner? He's not here anymore. A triple kill into a Roche. I mean, you've been saying this game is over, but I just feel like them not even being able to kill a hero, that's tough work, man.
Very, very difficult game to watch. If you're a Liquid fan, they just couldn't really find a footing, you know, in the early game. I mean, they got off to a decent start, getting first blood and all, but I mean, just this toss back, they're not landing the split off onto the toss back. But even if they landed the split off, I still feel like the fight is going to be very difficult. Underlord is going to buff the Void Spirit, he's going to drop the pit on multiple heroes, and the fight is going to be over.
Yeah, you still had Hand of God through all of this. You see that Agadim's Brewmaster
And look at the
putting in
Chen.
the damage.
They can't even kill the Chen.
Yeah, they can't. Yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough. He had the Greaves, he had the drums, and the Cobalt's Cup just dashes himself out. And nobody's touching Watson. So your split has ended. You got no more control. He has a BKB, just full bursts down onto Mickey. And not really sure what that last toss was. Boxy actually throws Mickey in. Speaking of Mickey, now being caught out, pitted up, held in place, nowhere to run, and a second pit. You'll try and toss him away, but guess what? There's a pit there as well. Everywhere you look, pits, firestorms, chaos, and pain. Liquid, there is no corner of the map that they'll be safe, not even in their own base. Ace will get swiped down surely. The last bit of damage, Saksa will snipe him. And GG is called Liquid. Not the way that they wanted to start this very important day 3 of the group stage. They still have a few more chances to maybe secure their spot in the semi-finals. But if this performance keeps continuing on, they might have to try a little bit harder to maybe keep themselves out of last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate start for Liquid today. They're going to have to work harder. They're going to have to try to figure out what is the problem, you know, why can't they connect as a team, you know. I think Ace also has to kind of figure out his priorities. I think he's a little bit too selfish at the moment, at least in this game. Like, he's playing for his own game too much, unwilling to use his split to help out his team. Definitely costing you, especially the rune fights. The 2 rune fights that Underlord TP'd in, and the Ursa also connected to, kind of sealed the early game lead for Yandex. You know, they were in full control. They took Roshan, they took Tormentor after that, and that was it, you know. I felt like that was a really pivotal moment for Ace to come back in the game because he had a bad laning phase. But Nisha and Mickey, they were so farmed. All he needed to do with the Brew is to just support the Lash and the BB when they're coming to fight the runes. And I think that would actually put his team in a way, way better position in the game, you know. But instead, they got ran over by the Fiend's Gate from Underlord. Kudos to Notice, you know, just connecting, and also Watson coming to the rune fights and making sure that they have the numbers advantage and completely wiping Leshrak's advantage off the early game.
Yeah, you can kind of see that Yandex, there's a clear marked difference between how Notice is playing versus Ace. Notice and Ace both having really difficult starts to the lane, but Yandex clearly a lot more practiced in terms of connecting to make sure that their offlaner still has a game and their offlaner connecting back to pay them back. His involvement in these fights with the pits and everything, it just made things so difficult for Liquid to really pop off on Nisha and Mickey. We talked about it even when we were looking at the rosters. It feels like these two have to do everything for the team right now, while the rest are still trying to stabilize. And unfortunately, in this best of 1, they weren't able to do so. And that'll wrap things up, at least for the first game for Liquid. They still have a couple of matches down the line. Later on, we'll see them face off against GamerLegion. But for now, it's gonna be Heroic versus REKONIX, 2 teams at the bottom of the standings who need to try and fight for survival after a short break. Liquid fans in shambles as Yandex were able to slap them down in a very convincing fashion. But we are moving on here on day 3 of the BlastLM 6 group stage, and this one is going to really matter, especially for REKONIX. This Southeast Asian team has made it all the way here to their first international tournament, only to find themselves at the bottom of the standings at the moment, 1-6. But that doesn't really tell the full story, does it, Winter?
Yeah, a lot of the games that they lost, they actually could have won, you know, so I don't think they're actually playing that badly. They were playing well. They just needed to figure out what are the small details that they need to, you know, improve, and especially be more composed. I think composure is something that they might be lacking when they're in a position to take over the game. They just kind of fumble the game sometimes. So those are the things that will only come with time. You need to lose games badly. You need to throw games, unfortunately, and then you will remember, right? Because when it hurts, it will make you remember.
Just feels a bit odd because you see the man in the middle of your screen, perhaps the most recognizable of all the players, Mr. FBZ, more experienced than the rest, but he seems to be the portion of the team that's lagging behind a little bit, much like we were talking about Liquid having a bit of an offlaner issue. In some of the games where REKONIX don't look the best, FBZ is struggling to be that stable anchor. But on the flip side, kind of maybe a similar story for Heroic here, right? Their offlaner has widely been regarded to be the best to ever do it from South America. But it feels like with the recent setup, bringing Theo Lacour in, having Mr. Tai Long, the 16-year-old prodigy in the mid lane, hasn't really fixed their problems. And Whisper's return to the off lane was widely regarded as probably the better move than making him go mid, but it hasn't really looked entirely clean either. They had also many games they were supposed to win, even in situations where they were behind at first and then another team somewhat through. I'm talking specifically about Tundra versus them yesterday, where Pure literally dropped a fully stacked Deso on the ground and gave Heroic a big opportunity to win that they ended up throwing anyway. So I think composure, definitely the name of this best of one. We'll see which one of these teams can cling on to theirs, and perhaps with it, cling on to a chance at staying in the middle of the pack, right? For REKONIX, they're trying to claw their way out of the last chance playoffs. At the very minimum, they'll have at least one more best of 3 to prove themselves and keep it going. If they could get back up to the play-ins, that would give them a lot more security and a lot more comfort. Heroic, on the flip side, it might just be a bit too far away of a dream for them to come back from 3-4 all the way to the top for the semi-final spot. But they still need to make sure that their spot in the middle of the groups is not being wrestled away.
Definitely very important games for both teams. A lot to prove, a lot to show, a lot to learn. And for Heroic, let's see where are they going to be heading to. They seem to be in the right direction. I think the last couple of games they showed some very good drafts. They showed some good potential. They understand what they have to do in the game, and we're gonna see a potential Whisper Bat Rider. Yeah, he's really known for this hero from back in the day, one of his best heroes.
Sure, even when it's not meta, he'll bring it out.
This is the counter right away, the dispel. I like this. Pause 5 Bat Rider incoming against Bat Core. So this would probably completely discourage the Bat from being a core role here.
Now, the weird thing is, so far we've seen a lot of first pick bats, and then they get countered by these Lagos or Abaddons and whatever, and then the team still decide to play the core bat, and it's fine because the hero can just still farm and buy these items. And we've even seen some quote-unquote countered bat riders end up winning the game anyway with clutch lassos.
But we also seen games where the Bat didn't do anything. I remember it was one game yesterday, Bat against Abaddon, and he just was a non-factor the whole game. I couldn't do anything.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
I mean, I don't know. I think Cass is a good ban. Don't want to give REKONIX that Cass. Either way, they need to decide what to do with this Bat later. I'm not going to be a a very big fan of putting bat on the core anymore after the Largo is being picked by REKONIX.
Largo opening, you did talk about this hero being a bit more difficult to make work because teams just haven't fully understood it yet. The win rate after day 1 was not the brightest, and even now, in the midst of day 3, still not looking too hot. 15 games overall picked, 5 wins, 10 losses. That's a 33% win rate. That's not cute.
Yeah, I just want to highlight the draft here. They're banning out all their comfort heroes. 4 heroes in the 5 bans are targeted at Jigroy and 1 ban at Varese.
You did say that Varesia's best hero is that Disruptor, and you've just taken out most of the Jigroy hero pool. What's left is probably the Morphling, I want to say.
Morph, Ursa, I mean, you can still play those heroes, but those are maybe not something that I prefer so much. Morphling is a slower hero. REKONIX, they like to play fast. I mean, also the fact that you have Largo, right? I feel like whenever you draft Largo, you want to abuse the auras early and play fast. You want to attack. You want to have cores that can come to the team fights early, be active, and not wanting to like take too much time to farm in the jungle or farm his items in the lanes, you know. I think you want active carries and abuse the Largo timings in the early game. We mentioned about the Croak of Genius, so you want heroes that can use that. Heroes like Lash, Storm, Timber,
Saw, Beastmaster.
Yeah, those are the type of heroes you want with Largo. And you want carries that can kind of enable him in the lane. Razor, but Razor's banned. Weaver, all those range heroes that can fight early on. So that would be the direction I would take, you know, with this Largo opening. Like, Tiny is also kind of a good pairing with Largo as a support duo because Largo doesn't have any catch. Tiny provides the catch. Tiny can also use the Croak of Genius well.
It could be a pause for. This could still be our support duo here. There also is a chance, even though it's not really REKONIX's style, to play this Largo as a core. So far in the REKONIX drafts, you know, I know you mentioned that the Morphling isn't really the type of tempo that they want to have, but they have paired this Morphling Largo in 2 of their previous games, and yeah, naturally they didn't do too well with it. They lost both.
A slow hero and a support that needs to be fast definitely doesn't bond well together. I think what would end up happening is they're probably going to put Dolo on Largo. I think that's what they've done before. And In Your Dream will play the Tiny mid here. So we'll probably know more in the next 2 picks, but I expect them to show their position 5 hero and maybe a carry, right? Once they see the 3rd pick from Heroic. Because now you're going to figure out where the Bat Rider is going, what the Bat Rider is doing here.
What's the idea here with this Tiny pick though? Like why just snatch it up so early?
It's just a flex that you can go support, you can go. I mean, you don't really know, right? I'm just assuming because I know the team well because I watch a lot of their games. I know what they like to do, what are their tendencies, but your opponent's probably not gonna know it as well. And it's kind of still all open in the air because you can never say that they're definitely going to put Tiny in mid, right? There's always a chance you can still switch things around. Largo be an off lane or be a support. And for now, Heroic, they need to decide where this Bat Rider is going to go. What is the hero here?
Spending quite a bit of reserve time on it too. What do you think they're considering?
I think they should pick a mid hero. That will work well against Tiny. Oh, they're gonna pick the A right away. So Bat Rider is going to be a core here. A is very, very good into Largo because it's anti-heal. It's also very good into Tiny. He's very, very nice against the 2 opening picks. But the 3 heroes that Heroic have, they're very weird together.
Yeah.
AA, Jack Hero, back, right? Like 3 range back.
Yeah, no one's gonna go in
line.
front and like slide chains or remnant to set up the kill type of thing.
They need like Ember. Like Ember is like the best 18 pick for Heroic in the next phase. So REKONIX are going to be definitely thinking about it. Are they going to block it by picking it themselves, or they're going to happily give it away and pick something that's good into the Ember, right?
I was kind of going in a different direction though, Winter. I know you said that these 3 heroes work weirdly together, and we were talking so much about Whisper Bat, but I kind of think that if this Tiny goes mid, can't you just put the Bat on Tai Lung mid? Because in that sense, you dodge the Largo dispel for at least the early laning stage.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely can. That's something that REKONIX is considering, right? Do you actually know that your opponents are going to do that? Is there a possibility? Or you just have to be ready for it, you know, in case it happens, because you don't know where the Bat Rider is going.
Yeah.
But if you eliminate the potential of him going off lane, he's actually just going to go mid. You're not going to put Bat Rider on carry. So they're going to double down with a Void. Time dilation is a huge counter to Bat. This Bat is not going to really have much of a game here, I feel, against the Dispel from Largo and dilation from the Faceless Void. I think Tiny is probably still going to go mid. Faceless Void is going to be their 4, or maybe it's going to still be a flex until the last pick. We'll have to see what they decide to go for here. If they want to keep Faceless Void effects, they need to they need to pick the offlaner here.
Trying to figure out what exactly
so
this...
they picked the support, so it means that
No, you still could flex it. Because it could be Tiny Core and Hoodwink Largo support. Or it could be Tiny Core, Largo Core, Faceless Void support, Hoodwink
I mean,
support.
the thing is right now, the Largo can go to any lane. There's so many things to dispel. There's Napalm, Dual Breath, there's AA, Cold Feet. Everything is good for the Largo. He can go anywhere.
Yeah.
So you have to find a way to keep it open for the Largo. The Largo can go anywhere. So I think maybe that's going to mean that the Void is probably going to be the carry. Hoodwink and Largo are going to be the subs. Tiny's going to be mid. And now this Brood might throw things off balance for REKONIX. I think the Brood is a reaction to the Faceless Void. They think that the Void is going to be a carry. So they're trying to use Brood to kind of overwhelm him in the lane and in the game. Try to run him over. Because they don't really have long CD spells, right? On the heroic side, they can just keep fighting with their low CD spells. Ice Blast, Lasso, maybe get some auras on the Brood. Or maybe it's a carry Brood actually because it's Yuma. So either way, this is going to, I think, potentially cause a lot of problems for REKONIX. So they have to try to figure out how they can actually hold on to the game, right? Maybe they feel like they have strong enough lanes to hold them off, with the lick on the Largo countering both side lanes, so they can actually get to the late game stage with a carry Faceless Void.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Winter, I see this heroic Brood Mother and I'm so scared for REKONIX because I feel like Faceless Void is always talked about as this late game monster if you manage to scale there. I don't know whether you can fight Brood though. Brood is so scary. Like, you don't have... Like, once Brood gets to BKB and maybe like a Skadi, which we've seen Yuma go before, you just don't have damage on these other heroes to actually deal with him. It has to be the Void who almost, I feel like, 100 to zeros him in the chrono. How realistic is that really?
And what do they have to throw into the chrono? Sharpshooter, the tiny spells, not a lot.
Proc Stomp, Copium.
Yeah, Proc Storm is actually a pretty big deal. You ensure that he gets like a full duration Proc Storm, right? I think if you take full duration damage with the Croak, it's like what, 800, 900 damage? Full duration.
Sure, yeah, we're coping.
I think it's just not bad, you know? It's not something to underestimate. Okay, you could actually die to that.
I don't know whether that's going to be the case this game for the Yuma Brood Mother. Timbersaw and Tidehunter being banned, some FBZ classics, some good responses to the potential Brood in lane as well.
Yeah, they need damage from FBZ. I think he might actually go for some carry hero. There's no Timber. I think Underlord actually could maybe be good. Underlord is
I feel like he's got Beastmaster here.
Underlord is better though, but I know he likes to play Beast more than Underlord. Underlord will provide damage in the chrono, and Underlord will buy pipe against AA Jakiro Bat, and Underlord will counter the Brood with the Crimson and the Atrophy Aura. So I think Underlord is probably the best pick here, but maybe they'll pick Beastmaster because he likes to play Beastmaster.
Yeah. Do you think the Primal throws any rocks in the works, or is it just kind of more
it's the same.
Okay.
The Underlord in fact has more value against the Primal because of the root.
Underlord can't really do anything once Primal gets BKB though. You compare that to the Raw.
When you buy pipe, it's okay. You buy pipe. I mean, the Beastmaster is like very slow. Like, you need to farm so much.
I mean, the main thing for me now is like Faceless Void. They are clearly just going to burst the target 100 to 0, right? Primal Beast gets BKB Blink. You jump in, you press Pulverize.
Yeah, but it doesn't synergize well with the Beastmaster. Like, what are you gonna do with the chrono?
The hell is
so
this?
This is
Lago off lane.
Lago
Pause one
off
Weaver.
lane.
Mid
Weaver
Tiny.
Weaver with Void in the lane?
Yeah, maybe into the offlane Bat Rider. Why not?
Freaking Varese. His
That's
hero is definitely the most unusual of any position 5 players ever in professional scene.
I mean, there's also the fact that this Void is, funnily enough, a flex pick for both Dalol and Varish. They can play it 4, they can play it 5. It's not limited to a hero. You can see the REKONIX boys, they're having a good laugh. They know that they've concocted something funky, something the side of Heroic might not have expected. And right now, you're in a bit of a crunch, right? Heroic, if you get your hands on this Weaver, you basically need to burst him 100 to 0. If not, he's gonna run circles around you in the fight. I do have to ask though, what's the matchup between Weaver and Broodmother? Who wins out?
I mean, Brood is going to outscale, but early mid-game, Weaver is going to take control because the other heroes also don't really catch Weaver well. Weaver is really good into the Bat, the Jakiro, the AA, even against the Primal, because you don't really kill the bug easily as Primal. Attack speed is very, very slow. So I think the Weaver is not so much against the Brood, but against everything that Heroic has. You know, he's hoping that the Void would deal with the Brood later. You know, and Brood is also very slow. It takes a long time for him to come online. So they're looking to just outpace the Heroic side with the Weaver. Very, very fast-paced carry. You run around with the tiny dagger. FBZ will provide the auras. And yeah, hopefully they can actually just take control of the full map. I'm interested to see what Varese is going to do this game. Is he going to go for the chrono to control a hero like Brood, or is he going to go time zone? Let's see. Oh, okay, he's going time zone.
There's nothing really to throw into the chrono, right? That's the main concern that we have.
It's the disable. Like, you need the BKB piercing disable or something. I think in some games, there's actually value to going Chronosphere even though you're playing a support phases Void.
Sure.
Most
I can
games,
agree with that. Just not
most
this
games,
game.
I agree. Time zone is good, but some games maybe you can consider Chronosphere.
Probably not this one though.
I don't know. I would have definitely considered.
I considered and then decided on time zone anyway because, like,
I would have considered it. Ask my teammates, guys. What
Chronosphere?
do you think? Should I go Chronosphere? And then my carry is, you better make sure you don't get me in the bubble if you go Chronosphere. And then you think about it for 30 seconds and you think about how mad he's going to get and then you decide time zone.
yeah. Play safe, you know. Infinite Shikuchi, infinite Bushwhack. I think you were talking about one of the aspects of time zone accelerating the cooldowns of your allies. Talk about low cooldowns on the side of Heroic. Looks like REKONIX want to match them at that. The longest cooldown that you have in the game is probably time zone or the sharpshooter. That's about it. Everyone else is just always ready to rumble. And this is REKONIX debuting this FBZ Largo. In the previous games that they've played, it's mostly been on support. They've not really shown FBZ's ability to pop this one out the pocket just yet. Nice 3 runes there. Getting out-clicked.
It's a hero that
stuck in there.
suits his playstyle because Largo on offlane farms a lot. I think FVZ's nature is just a carry. He's a very, very heavy farm offlaner. He plays for his own game. He doesn't play for the team much. Sometimes he shows up, but most cases he wants to farm. You know? So I think this hero fits his natural playstyle.
Yeah, the F in FBZ does stand for farming, for those of you who don't know.
Since when did you figure that out? Was it always the case for FVZ?
I did the thing where I made it up.
No, but it was legit, right? I think at some point he actually became a very farm heavy player. I think he didn't start out as a farm heavy offlaner.
I wonder what kind of happened. Maybe once you get a bit older, you feel a bit more greedy, you know? You've given so much to the rest of your teammates, you're like, I've had it.
There's also a patch where it was really good for the offlanes to farm, you know? Remember, it was the patch where you could just play like a carry, like the bristleback patch, you know, offlane bristleback.
Yeah. There you go, seeing red, you just run in, like... Sometimes you out-carry your own carry.
I think he really excelled at that meta, and once the meta shifted, he kind of didn't change, you know?
Early move onto King Jungles. Only so much the Broodmother can do. One more lick. One more auto attack. The Blood Grenade's actually going to take him
Nice try on
out.
the Quelling Blade to try to save him, but just... Yeah, already taken too much damage here. That's the thing with AA. I mentioned this the previous game where when you have AA and you don't have a stun in the lane, the hero is going to get bullied, you know? There was AA with Ursa, and this is even worse. AA with Broodmother.
Even though the AA is nice into Largo in the later parts of the game to deny that healing, doesn't feel so good early on, right? All these cold feats are just going to get dispelled. You're going to give Largo that catchy lick HP regen for him to be able to sustain.
You're not even going to use that until he uses his lick.
Yeah. I mean, you might not even level it, honestly, because it's not like you have a stun in the lane or a way of proccing it anyway.
Yeah, that's true. You could just go Vortex and Cold Feet. Chilling Touch. And in this lane, Dilation is going to be so annoying for the Bat Rider. And even the Jakiro is pretty annoying.
I was watching the other stream yesterday.
Roy?
I heard SVG talking about how people are overvaluing this Void Spirit, Faceless Void support. Because the dilation just isn't as strong as it used to be. What do you think? Do you still think it's good here, or do you think it's a bit of a fad?
It's better for the lane, but weaker in the mid game. So I think laning wise is definitely better now, like the early stages.
Okay.
But I also think that players are also kind of learning how to, or getting better with using the time zone. It's not easy to utilize that spell well because you need a draft that has spells that you can accelerate and cast again in the team fights. And it's also something really new that your teammates are not very good at utilizing it, right? They're not jumping into the time zone to fight, sometimes. Because it's instinctively wrong. You see a Void throw his ultimate, you're running away from that bubble, you're staying away from that thing,
It's kind of just a mindset shift, right? Once you understand that the big purple dot means that you should run in instead of run away, then makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but this thing takes some time. I think you give them a month or two, people will get used to it, people will be able to abuse it very, very well. But right now,
REKONIX have already been practicing this even in the Southeast Asia close qualifiers and some of the tournaments. So if there's any team that can run this pause 4 Void, it might just be them. Bot lane FBZ being run down by the Brood Mama. Taking a lot of pressure. So much damage racking up. Yuma gets it done.
Gotta be careful with how you use the bushwhack in the lane. The moment that spell is down, it means the Brood has freedom to just run onto your Largo. There's no other way to stop him from killing your Largo.
I thought frogs ate insects. This time around the spider makans the frog.
Yeah, that actually does not make sense.
Yuma Brood Mother is so scary. I feel like it's one of his best heroes. I'd probably say like Ursa, Meepo, this Brood, nice bushwhack. Now he'll get caught. Of course, the second I start praising him, he goes down.
Yep, he was low from the previous kill. Not really respecting the damage output coming from the Hoodwing and Largo. Bushwhack with the Frog Stomp, a lot of damage. And now we see Thailand just doing primal based things, always dragging the waves into the jungle camps to farm, the most efficient way to play primal.
Yeah. Not much you can really do to stop this as well, right? Because if you start to try and connect the waves, I mean, your Dream's done a good job to bring the creeps over, but yeah, I mean, Tailang's just gonna try and, not let In Your Dream deny anything. Still kind of getting out efficiency though. Dolo's actually coming over. Maybe they're going to try and set up for a kill. Tailang's hiding around the tree line. They don't see him yet, but they know he's going to pop his head out sooner or later. Maybe the comms are coming through that they don't see this Hoodwing for a bit too long. Nice discipline and patience there from Tai Long.
And if you get away with this as primal, this is really, really good for your game.
Yeah.
Pick up the bounty runes, just clear another camp. 6-minute runes coming up. So this is a time where you definitely want to secure the runes on either the Tiny or the Primal. Like, supports are nowhere to be seen. They are apparently too busy fighting their lane. So it's going to be a 1 versus 1 duel for the runes in the mid lane. Not something you see too often.
It's kind of rough though, because level 6 already for Tai Long, but the shield rune snagged up by In Your Dream. He guesses right and puts himself in a pretty commanding spot, even killing the courier of Tai Long. It's kind of one of the problems of the Weaver, right? Even though you are elusive and on paper Heroic shouldn't be able to kill you in the lane, you don't have very much sustain. So all these dual breaths, all these little napalms, you have stick, but you're just being harassed down and there's nothing much the Void can do for you.
I mean, that's the problem with having Void as your 5, it doesn't really help the carry in the lane. It's very He's very independent on his own, you know. Like usually with weavers, you want to have like Treant Protectors, Undyings, you know, those type of hero, or even a Clockwork or Tusker, so that you can enable the weaver to kill heroes in a lane. But with these phases, what it doesn't exactly enable the weaver to play aggressively, because like you said, he doesn't give you regen, he doesn't give you kill potential because he has no stuns, he has a slow, that's about it.
You're seeing this Largo struggle a little bit in the off lane, even though he's got Frog Stomp. Nothing really stopping Yuma from coming up to him and denying all those creeps away in between the procs. Nice little trample there from Tai Lung to immediately destroy that tree and just walk away for free.
And Dalu is really trying hard to disrupt the polling shenanigans of Tai Lung. Yeah. Just couldn't really get the right connection on the bushwhack against him. He's been trying for the last, I don't know, 2 minutes or so.
It's not something that's easy in the slightest, right? You can always just press W and suddenly any trees are right. You just have to almost position it perfectly, completely out of range of the trample, but still in range to connect the bushwhack.
Yeah, you also have to try your best to be out of vision. If the primal sees you, chances of it succeeding becomes very, very low.
Yeah. 8-minute haste rune will go the way of Theolikor, as the duo of REKONIX were positioned near the bot side instead. Just come on through, steal a little cheeky medium camp stack, nothing crazy. Not a lot of action happening in this early game just yet. Theolikor will just put some damage out onto the... Holy... I think Dalol is dead. Nice recognition there from the Jakiro, and now they're turning their sights onto In Your Dream. Yuma's connected from out of nowhere. Brood Mother's hungry, and this time she'll eat some rocks. Double kill there for Theolikor. This is a play on Heroic nice that is struggling so far, but I mean, he set everything up there.
Theolikor picks up the haste, connects to the bot, just abuses the liquid frost, dealing a bunch of damage to the Hoodwing and the Tiny, and now, I mean, Whisper is gonna get punished because he's left alone here, but okay, that was so worth. That was so worth. Jigro used the time lapse a lot in the lane to regain some of his health, so Whisper still knows that it's still on cooldown, and he just all in for that kill.
He didn't really have a choice at that point. It looked like he was going to die, so that was the best case scenario. The fact that he gets that as well makes them work for it too. The Hoodwing had to TP on up there. The Brood Mother just continuing to have a free time. Really nice connection on that play as well. You were talking about Theolikor making the most of that haste rune. Would not have been possible without Yuma connecting so quickly as well.
And this is the benefit of playing on the side of the Brood Mother's map. With the spin web, you can just connect to the river very, very easily with this hero. I mean, this is the reason why I actually really like Brood on core, you know, either off lane or safe laner. It enables your team a lot because you control areas, you can connect, and the fact that you can send spiders later to scout as well, very, very useful. And Primal, Tai Lung, can he get out of this? It's gonna actually
Ice
turn
Blaster
around.
already. Really, really nice setup there from Heroic. They knew that the team of REKONIX were around the top side area ready to contest. So they throw out an Ice Blast. Even though Tai Lung gets initially disabled up, he has all the help in the world and is able to turn around and get that kill. Now Theolikor, maybe making some of the mistakes he did the previous time, jumps on forward. Avarish, time walk though. He doesn't have that available. More and more kills flowing the way of Heroic as Jikroy trying to respond. One last little bit of HP onto the Jakiro, but it's the AA who goes down first.
I mean, you're starting to see like the weakness of the Faceless Void in this style of setup. You don't provide any stun or slow, so you're not really winning the rune fights that easily. Whereas AA and Jakiro with their spells, they have so much damage, combined with the primal beast controlling the heroes, you're just gonna obliterate whoever you find in the rivers, you know. So probably REKONIX is going to realize that it's not a good idea for them to contest the runes anymore. They have to play on the side lanes.
Can't even really do much with FBZ though. He's being run down by the Brute Mama at the moment. Yuma easily sidestepping that sharpshooter and will get himself back out to safety. This Brood Mother's farming up a Storm, already has a Yasha. My goodness.
That was a kill if they landed the sharpshooter there. That's unfortunate.
That's a hard one to land, isn't it? Maybe you needed to time the lick along with the sharpshooter. That might have had more success.
I mean, they have time zone now here. Let's see if they can actually set up something.
I don't know if they have damage though, is the issue.
Sharpshooter cooldown 15 seconds. Maybe they're waiting for that. They're still in position to maybe look for the Brute. But whereas Heroic, they're looking for a play once again in the mid section. They know that their heroes are way better at fighting around the rivers and the mid area, so they're trying to take full advantage of that.
Alan knows MBZ is probably in the area trying to farm up. Don't see the frog for now.
He wants to showcase that new dagger that he's purchased.
Flex it a little bit, you know. I got my item, you don't. Silly little tiny. What's in your dream on it? He has it coming out in the courier, so good timing for him as well. REKONIX might be looking for action now that that's available. Came through the twin gates after not finding the Brood. Now they'll all hit back through the twin gates. The Brood is showing in the lane. FBZ is going to serve himself up as a bait. Now comes the TP. Looks like a normal defense for now, but here's the wraparound. Scan comes through. Oh, Heroic. They saw that one coming. And the TPs come out. Heroic trying to use Theolicor as a bait instead. There's the jump in. Jakiro in trouble. Big pulverize onto the Tiny who just revealed his blink. He's gonna get bursted down. Theolicor will be the first hero to fall. Tiny able to slip out of trouble. And the healing starting to rack up for FBZ as Jikroy looking for more. Yuma's bone dry on resources. Can't offer anything. And Heroic, their attempt at baiting in REKONIX might end up with them going down instead. Nice toss away. Tai Lung still getting caught by the bushwhack. And the lull makes it count this time. Tai Lung trying to escape away into the trees. The onslaught still there. They can't keep the chase going. They need one more blink, but Tai Lung, he's away. Problem is, he doesn't have a TP, but I don't think REKONIX noted that. Because of it, the Primal Beast will survive. So Heroic cutting their losses after that initial failed exchange.
And that is very, very lucky for the Primal to be able to survive. Somehow, I think they lost vision on him, so they couldn't see which direction he went after the bushwhack, and he manages to escape. I was really, really fortunate for Tai Lung there.
Just a bit odd because I think the bushwhack actually pushed him to a side of the trees that the Hoodwink didn't have vision. So the Hoodwink had to walk around that tree line just to regain the vision, and at that point, he'd already onslaught away. Speaking of onslaught, Tai Lung finding a solo kill onto Jikroy, sticking around a bit too long farming. Not what you want to see from your carry players. 3k gold lead for Heroic. Sure, they might have lost that bot engagement, but as you can see in the net worth, top 3 cores still all on the side of Heroic. Theolicor's doing Theolicor things, just liquid firing down these towers. Only one tier 1 remains in the bot lane, as now Whisper can confidently take away that ancient camp that you always like to say is ever so important, Winter.
4 ancient camps on the map. Gotta make sure you at least control 2. And Heroic has 3 right now. Actually, they have 2. 3, sorry. Yeah, they have 3. REKONIX, on the other hand, they only have 1, you know, so they are the ones taking a very bad trade on the map right now. They have to find a way to regain 1 extra camp on the bottom areas. But Brood is not going to be an easy target to find here.
FBZ still struggling his way towards that Aghanims. The farm speed is going to accelerate for him once he has that item. But until that point, still very much stunted. Just relying fully on the Frog Stomp. Thinking about setting out onto Yuma. Yuma is just going to walk out of the time zone with ease though. Here comes the Frog Storm, Primal Beast on the backline to interrupt. Heroic, they were ready for this play. Out comes the Ice Blast onto FBZ. Yuma's hungry and looking to eat them alive. Still staying up and running. Life stealing away onto In Your Dream REKONIX. Bite off a bit more than they can chew, and Yuma bites off exactly what he can stomach.
I mean, so the problem with all these moves going badly for REKONIX is like there's no one to clear the mid wave, you know? Like you look at their heroes, they always have, like Tiny is clearing the mid wave, right? So he's running over after clearing the mid wave. So he's always late to the fights. And they need the Tiny here, you know, as soon as they jump in with the time zone, they have to follow up with the Eva and Toss. But because they can't, they don't have the Tiny right away, they took a really bad fight and it all snowballed out of control. Because no one else,
3 auto attacks is the difference maker there. Yuma,
no one else can stand on the mid lane, like to clear the way. So Tiny has to always be there, you know, and that's causing them a lot of problems.
Initiation onto Jikroy. Time lapse was used and the lasso will finish him off. Heroic able to just slip in and out and keep getting these pickoffs. And like you said, the Tiny, he was on time at least this time around, but he can't respond to everything. He'll try and finish off Tai Lung, but now slowed to a crawl. This is not a good look. Tai Lung is dominating, and REKONIX, they just have nothing they can do, as all 3 of their cores drop on 3 corners of the map.
Yeah, this is looking really, really rough for them right now. The Weaver doesn't have much of a farm to showcase in this game. Tiny is always not really in the fights when they need to. They need to smoke with him, but he always feels like he has somewhere else he needs to go first before they smoke. The 2 supports can't really do anything without him. And with Largo, they can't really walk with the Largo. So the support you see right now, Varys decides that he should be the one pushing out the mid wave, but he can't. What can you do as Faceless Void?
And the answer seems to be absolutely nothing. Even the start of that fight, the time zone was a bit off the mark. Nothing stopping Yuma from just walking on out of it. Tiny was there for sure to maybe toss the Brute Mother back into that ultimate. Might have been a different story, but it goes back to kind of what you were saying. Maybe REKONIX, even though they've practiced this Faceless Void with the time zone, you're still not really seeing their heroes run in to accelerate their cooldowns. We've not seen double combo from the Tiny, or maybe even a second bushwhack immediately after the first. Jikro is barely connecting to these fights as well. This Weaver has not had the time of day. Just like that, Heroic, they should be able to just walk into the pit.
And REKONIX, they need to try and do something. They can't just give the Roche for free.
You're gonna try and set up. Tai Lung, caught out by a stun. There's a nice time zone. In Your Dream is in trouble though. They trade up the mid laner for the opponent position 5. That's not worth it at all. FBZ finally joins in, but he's a bit too late to the party. Has his fresh axe, but will just TP to the bot lane to farm as REKONIX realize they can't contest.
And if they don't contest this Roche, it means that they're not going to be able to do much in the game anymore. With the A-gifts at hand, you have to dodge. And what are you exactly dodging and farming for, right? You don't really have better scaling on your heroes. Weaver doesn't really match up well into the Brute later in the game, even with a Largo buffing you. So like, what is the plan, you know? Like, I don't see like a way out for their lineup if they go into late game against what Heroic has.
It's just weird, right? When we saw the Largo pick up, we were talking about how this Bat Rider's countered. Instead, the Largo's now in the off lane. You have a Weaver and a Faceless Void in the safe lane that end up getting crushed by this Bat Jakiro duo. Nothing much the Weaver can actually do. And it's just been such a quiet showing from Jikroy so far, has to immediately time-lapse just to escape the Brute with a freshly picked up Orchid. So I guess you're right, yeah, all they can do is dodge, and all they can do is maybe try and set up on the side lanes, but you're at the point with Tai Lung where you have a BKB, so even if you get a time zone onto him, I don't think you're bursting him down.
I mean, they gotta hope for some miracle tossbacks and pickoffs, you know. At this point, any direct fight outside of the map would just result in a team fight victory for Heroic. And now they're gonna get the shot onto Teorico, so it's gonna even give him more damage with his Liquid Frost plus Liquid Fire onto your heroes. I mean, it's gonna be really tough, you know. And you imagine having to split the map against a Primal and Bat Rider plus a global Ice Blast coming in anytime. It is so difficult to shove the waves out. Yeah, on the bright side, they do have Frogstorm, you know, so the Largo can kind of push waves without showing his hero.
Yeah,
and the Tiny is going to just use his 2 spells to clear out the mid-wave, but now he's caught.
It's so easy for them to pick up these kills, Heroic. Everywhere they go, more and more bodies falling. 15k gold lead already at the 21-minute mark. Heroic, one of the styles that they've shown us in this tournament is their ability to just snowball games completely out of control. And if they're not throwing on the high ground on some of these important fights, sometimes it feels like exactly what you said, these unwinnable situations that REKONIX find themselves in. Nice TP out from FBZ, he'll save himself at least this time. Tai Lung's just waiting to use that AD rune, man.
There's just not much REKONIX can do to respond to this aggression that HEROIC is bringing on. They can only sit and watch and try to get something off the map, you know, across the far corners. They won't be able to defend the towers, they won't be able to hold any of their ancients, and this is like despair mode, you know, for REKONIX. You see like the faces void in the enemy triangle. The low is farming in the enemy jungle and on the bottom section of the map. Like, there's just nothing they can do here.
And on the bright side, he does get 2 Shrines of Wisdoms. That's something, I guess, in this otherwise miserable game. Doesn't really feel like there's anything that's stopping Heroic from breaching this high ground. The back out the Jakiro, Yuma can just siege. And all you have is these repeated tosses from In Your Dream to try and chip at the HP. Yuma's like, stop that. That's not very nice. Just orchids him.
This is the problem of like dealing with a Jakiro when you lost the early game. You're gonna lose all your towers very, very quickly.
Talk about the Brute Mother being more of a scaling hero, maybe being a bit greedy, but Yuma shows that he can play fast, he can be at your door. 22 minutes into the game, that's gonna be the first lane of Rags going down with not much of a response here from REKONIX. Looks like they're trying for some sort of wraparound. They see Tai Long in the bot lane, so they might be able to catch the back line. Things come out onto King Jungle's location. They see him. That's an AA dead. Theolicor, Whisper, and Yuma, they need to make a decision as to whether they want to stick around. Barrage is easily picked off, and Tai Long gets a solo kill onto Jikroy. That's not what REKONIX wanted at all. Buyback on the Void, but it comes out too late. A time zone should have been casted 30 seconds ago. Before you got silenced, before your Tiny died, and FBZ, finally the time zone comes out for REKONIX, but silenced up is the frog. No songs for you, not a word, as Heroic will munch you down on the spider. You can dispel it all you want. That's 4 kills. The only member remaining is Varij, and GG is called. He just stands his ground. He knows. A very unfortunate showing here from the Southeast Asian side as Heroic continue their momentum. It didn't matter that they threw a couple of the games yesterday. They are ready to close things out here on day 3 of the group stage. You can see KJ, not a single emotion on that man's face. It's just back to business as usual. I think he understands how important today is going to be for them. And it's just about securing their spot in the middle of the pack. They don't seem particularly happy. I mean, that game didn't really seem like it made them sweat in the slightest. So Heroic fans, SA fans, at least something to be pleased about, even if KJ isn't. And for the Southeast Asian fans, just continued despair and misery, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think they just didn't really account for the lanes going that badly. Yeah, like that's something that you don't expect to say from an SCA team. We are a region where the laning is something that we prioritize a lot, but somehow in this game, REKONIX felt like they could maybe get away a lot more with the Weaver plus Faces Void lanes, and maybe they will be able to use the Weaver to activate the other cores, you know, but that just didn't really happen. Jikroy got pressured so much in the lane. Like you said, the chip damage from Jakiro and Bat Rider, they just constantly threw spells at the Weaver. He didn't really have enough sustain in the lane to actually sit in the lane and farm, and hence he had a really, really tough laning phase. He couldn't really move around much, and that was the hero that needed to play with the Tiny, right? Because Largo doesn't really move around too much. He is going to sit in the lane, farm his Aghanims, and he's not really going to be useful until that point, maybe post 15 minutes, you know. So they didn't really have anyone to play with, and on top of that, I think the other serious problem is not having a hero to sit in the mid lane to clear out the wave, because you have Faceless Void and Hoodwink. They are both heroes that cannot do that, and they only had Tiny to sit there and clear out the wave. But when Tiny is pushing out the mid wave, who is starting the ganks on the side lanes? Not the Weaver, not the Largo, not the supports, so they just couldn't really do much in the game.
Yeah, the draft looked pretty decent. Looked like we were going to see a different REKONIX, but unfortunately, many questions left for them to be answered as they continue losing out on these best of ones. Speaking of best of ones, we have another one for you coming up. It's MOUZ versus Yandex. Stay tuned. The important day 3 of Blast Slam 6's group stage continues here with very, very crucial matches, especially for MOUZ. If they want to turn their fate around, they're gonna have to start here. No more second chances. Down to 2 and 6. They need to try and slither their way out of these last chance playoffs. But the results, I mean, they haven't really looked too promising for these boys at the moment, Winter.
Yeah, they just don't really understand what they need to do as a team. Like, especially the heroes, you know, what they need to pick to enable each other. I think a lot of the heroes that they were really good at before, they got nerfed, and I think the salary hero is actually perhaps the most crucial one. Like, whatever Yamich plays, I think it might not actually matter so much. If salary is given like the right hero, I think he needs to play like some sort of like tower pressure hero. I think he showed that he could play Pook now. I'm not sure why they went away from it. Like, he has some games on Snapfire that was actually kind of okay, but I remember the one game that we saw him play Snapfire, it was against a Weaver, and I remember I mentioned I preferred him playing Disruptor that game, you know, but I think he doesn't want to play that hero. So they have to kind of figure out the setup, you know. If Celery is playing a no catch hero, Boom has to be on a, maybe example, a Mars, you know, so that they have catch for specific heroes, you know. I mean, those are the things they have to figure out as soon as possible.
Yeah, I agree. I think the salary hero, we were looking very much at mid-1, Yamich, that partnership and how they can keep up with the times there, but really, it seems to be salary that has a bit more of a limitation. The only 2 games that MOUZ have won so far have been on the Pugna and 1 on the Chen. So those are the heroes that Celery has been known for, but other than that, he seems to be struggling to find other heroes to have that same level of impact. But meanwhile, Yandex, even though they did suffer some losses early on, very much stabilizing now. They found their identity, they found how to connect, and I think, especially in that previous game, they looked pretty solid, right? They were bringing all these heroes into the mid lane, not allowing Liquid to even play off of their strong points and pressure points. I feel like Yandex are going to find themselves in a very good spot to potentially vie for the semi-final spot.
Yeah, this Underlord seems like a very, very good hero for Yandex here.
Yeah.
Their position 5 also shares quite a bit of similar heroes with Celery, so it's gonna even make it more difficult for Celery to like pick a hero, you know. I think Melody has a wider pool because he has Treant Protector. Celery doesn't. He can't play the hero. I don't think he will play the hero, so they are going to have to ban Treant. Both teams are going to perhaps want to get Chen, so it will come down to who is first pick. The second pick team is probably going to want to ban it. So yeah, I think looking at the position 5 hero pool is definitely going to be in favor of Yandex, and that could be a very, very big deal in the draft, you know, for them, you know, and they are also willing to play the Underlord as an early pick. So those are the things that MOUZ have to figure out. Do we actually give it to them, or do we have some kind of answers for them, you know? They have to really make sure that whenever Yandex does that, they pick their off lane earlier. They have to give Crystallize a very, very good start in the lane, you know. That's why the salary hero is so crucial, because how much does Crystallize get in the lane is so dependent on what is the position 5 hero. If they don't have a good post 5 hero, say he wants to play the SF, and they don't have something like a melee hero in the lane, that's going to prove to be a big problem in the draft, you know. I think Celery, at least he has to have a melee hero, which is, I think, Undying. Undying is probably the more suitable melee hero for him, you know. They have to be willing to go down those routes to stabilize the draft and to make sure that they have a safe carry laning phase in the first 10 minutes, you know. Otherwise, the game is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, it's all about just setting them up for success here, setting the cause up for success. Let's see whether the supports on MOUZ are able to do that, as we are gearing up for a draft very shortly. And you were asking who has first pick. Yandex actually received priority in this matchup, so they have opted for first pick themselves, which is going to be pretty nice, right? That basically forces MOUZ, who picked Radiant, to ban out all these Melody heroes. But then if you're banning out the Melody heroes, if you're banning out supports, then that just opens up the path for maybe Yandex to, again, pick that Underlord really early on.
Yeah, it's going to be something that's very, very difficult for MOUZ to decide what to do. I think they're going to probably have to ban out all those Treant Protector Chen heroes, since Yandex is on the first pick side, and they have to figure out what to do. You know, I think we're probably gonna see Celery play some Pugna. I think very likely he will play Pugna this game, and they need I think they need Chrysalis to play a melee hero like Ursa. I think Ursa would be a good option because it kind of counteracts the Underlord that Yandex is doing. So maybe that could be a definite option for them. And since they are first pick, right, so they're not going to first pick Underlord. If they're going to pick Underlord, it's going to be in the second phase. So the other option would be Gojek Hero on Celery. Then you secure the lane and you can also potentially bully the Underlord, or at least dissuade them from picking Underlord, you know. So I think those are the options that I would be considering if I'm MOUZ right now, because the pause 5 hero is the critical pick for MOUZ to ensure that they have a good setup for the draft.
I see the 2 pause 5s on your screen. Celery had to excuse himself, a little bit of a sneeze there. We'll see what these teams end up with. Yandex not going to likely want to give MOUZ the option of the Chen. No surprise to see it banned out the Huskar respected as well. MOUZ opting to ban out what I feel like are the classic first phase bans at this point. Nobody really wants to give over the Viper or the Razor. Treant Protector, Shadow Demon, Timbersaw, all still in the pool. You could start with a Tiny, you could go to the Bat, you could go to the Brew. A lot of options still left in the pool.
This is the draft opening that everybody loves. All the disgusting, scamming, cheesy, dirty heroes being banned right away. The Huskar, the Viper, the Razor, all out of the game. You can rejoice, Mike. We're gonna see a normal Dota game.
I don't think so. I'm gonna be real. I don't think so. From what we see from MOUZ so far, I mean, we watched the previous game. That was pause 5 Huskar. Okay, I don't think the surprises are over just yet.
We won't see it anymore. It's banned. Relax.
Hopefully. And before Celery picks some other strange shit.
He's going to play Pugna or Undying, I'm pretty sure. Okay, they're banning Ursa, so it means they're gonna... What the hell? They're gonna first pick Underlord here? Holy shit, I think they're first picking Underlord.
That's what I'm saying. You didn't believe me. I'm telling you. I think Yandex think this Underlord is just goated because it allows Notice to play his greedy style but connect at a moment's notice into any fight.
Oh, this is a big headache. There's Treant Protector open. MOUZ doesn't want Treant Protector and Yandex has first pick, so they also have to ban the Treant Protector.
They ban the Shadow Fiend, there's still the Shadow Demon, they ban the Jakiro. Yandex, they have the option of Treant first for Melody, or they could go into this Underlord.
They don't have to take the Treant because MOUZ doesn't play Treant. They can just pick the Underlord.
Yeah, but if they pick the Underlord, then maybe MOUZ bans Treant afterwards, right? So whatever, it just depends on what you want in your...
One of those things are going to get banned, you know? Whatever, you know?
Bro.
And there's no Ursa. So the next best thing against Underlord is Monkey King.
You play it though.
Dude, look at who they have on the team. Of course,
you're
they
right.
play.
My bad. Sorry about that. Sorry about my apology.
Chrysalis is the best Monkey King player ever to exist on this planet.
Wow. You gonna pick it, you reckon?
I think he should.
like 9-pick Monkey?
Okay. I actually think it's okay. I picked the Timber instead. Timber is also kind of a counter to the Underlord because of the Whirling Death. And you're going to force him to buy BKB on Underlord, which is not something you want to do. Lotus Orb usually doesn't cut it, so you need to get BKB. But
can't the Underlord be quite difficult for the Timber to deal with as well? Because Timbersaw wants free maneuverability in the fight.
It's a two-way thing. The Root is very good against the Timber as well, and the Firestorm also really good against Timber. Because Timber is a hero that I think we briefly talked about this. When was it last week? Like Timber is the counter to the aura meta because you're pure damage, so you don't care about Crimson or Pipe. You just cut through all the auras.
A pretty good initial response here from MOUZ. Let's see what else they want for themselves here. But into second phase, I think Yandex just trying to figure out, okay, how do we protect this Underlord fully? Is there anything else that MOUZ could bring out on the pause 1? Just to ban the Treant themselves.
Banning the Treant. Okay.
I guess they don't want to pick, or at least maybe Melody is feeling like he doesn't want to play into the Timbersaw pick.
He doesn't want to play Treant into Timber, and he doesn't want to worry about the enemy picking the Treant. So yeah, okay. I think it also checks out the logic.
Even though you said that MOUZ...
But I don't think they will pick it. I just feel like it's not their type of hero. After what happened the first time they pick it here, it just shows that Celery doesn't feel comfortable playing the hero, and he doesn't understand how to play the hero to like at least 80% capacity. Or 90%.
I mean, the thing is, that's specifically your perspective, right? Maybe MOUZ still thinks Celery is actually the most goated Treant protector of all time.
Yeah,
he just
sure.
had a bad game. You know, we never know.
I tell you, if that was so obvious in the game that he can't play the hero, I'm sure the players would know also. Maybe they just feel like it might be too hard for them to deal with a Treant plus Timber together, because Treant and Timber on the same team can actually pose a lot of problems. Treant is really good with Timber. You set up for him to just land all his spells, so it's actually very, very good duo together. So maybe they feel like even if he sucks at the hero, it's too simple of a combination to play for them to even make it work, you know.
Yeah. Also, I don't think, as much as you like to tell me about how Treant is a specialist pick, he's just overall a pretty strong hero, right? If you have a good setup, you got a good lane, he can act as a bodyguard.
Best pos 5 hero in my opinion at the moment.
Exactly. So it's like, yeah, you might be playing it at 70, 80%, but maybe that's still marginally better than a pos 5 Huskar, for instance.
You got me, Mike. You know how to get me every time.
I mean, the alternative didn't look too hot. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're like, I get that you had your criticisms about Celery, and I think understandably so. I'm sure everybody watching the game that he played Treant, you know, like, where's the shard, brother? But at this point, apart from the Chen that's already banned and maybe like a Pugna that's gonna come out that I feel like doesn't look the best into Underlord, it really is this pos 5 hero that is a big question mark for MOUZ. I wonder what the answer is going to be for them into Yandex.
I think he's going to play Snapfire this game, because Snapfire will allow you to actually burst the Underlord in the team fights. Pugna kind of doesn't have that burst against Underlord. I mean, it's good with the Timber because you can keep him alive. Okay, they go with the Pugna. I really suspected he might just go back to this hero, because he is definitely thinking really hard to figure out what hero he can pick here. I think Monkey King is definitely still a consideration against this Underlord. They just don't want to show it so early. But I don't think they will get it in the last pick if it's such a good pick, you know. So if they want to pick it, they might have to just pick it in the next phase, because mid one also plays Monkey King, so maybe it could serve as a flex pick, you know, for them. And
Here comes the Saksa Shaman and the
Shaman
Watson TA.
Wow. Right, TA is a Pugna counter and a Timber counter. Very, very good pick here. It's very good into Timber in the lane. You can reduce his armor, you can kick him out of the lane, and Side Blades allows you to cut through Decrep, and the shard on TA allows you to stop the heals from the Pugna coming out, you know. So all in all, this is a very, very good pick here. This is one of the better games for TA to perform.
And Yandex getting all their signatures here, but it does open up MOUZ for an opportunity now to pick the Crystallis hero that not only lanes well into this duo, but also can win the carry-to-carry matchup. Does that
Monkey
hero
King.
exist?
It's still Monkey King.
Oh, Monkey King's good into TA, you think?
I think it's quite good in the team fights. It just enables the overall lineup. Monkey plus maybe like a Tusk, you know, I think that would be actually really good. So the Tusk can actually go to the Monkey King's lane to keep repeatedly kill off the Underlord. And you just let the Timber suffer alone in silence against the TA.
Yeah, that's the Boom classic right there. Nothing much you can do about that, as we like to joke about contractually obligated to be in pain while Yamich runs around and makes things happen. They go for the Lion instead.
Where is the Tusk? Okay, Lion is good with Timber. Very good with Timber. Timber wants stuns, and they don't really have a lot of stuns. Timber loves a ranged hero with setup. But you know me, and you know my opinions about Lion, you know, I don't really fancy the hero too much because he's very, very easily punished in the early game. He's a very weak hero in the lane. Needs a lot of farm, needs a lot of levels. If the lane doesn't go well for the Lion, you could oftentimes find this hero struggling in terms of levels.
What's the game plan here for the Lion? Because whenever I see a Lion, I think about a hero that wants to stick around in the lane for maybe 4 to 5 minutes, take some of that EXP, fight with the offlaner, try and win that 2v2. But Timbersaw kind of gives me the opposite vibe, right? Timbersaw wants to be left to his own devices after a certain point, just to get that solo EXP. Is it because they're worried that the TA is too strong of a matchup, so they won't play the 2v2?
It's precisely that's why I feel like they wanted. It's better to have a Tusk, you know, because you want to leave the Timber. Lion implies you want to sit in the lane and play the lane with the Timber for an extended amount of time, and I'm not sure if that's going to work out well for you. Because Yandex sees the lane setup, Timber, Lion, so they can pick an appropriate position 5 hero. I'm sure they're not going to do it here. They'll pick it last. They'll pick the mid laner first, and then they ensure that the TA will be able to handle the Lion and Timber. So mid laners, they need something that can actually lane into Monkey, just in case the Monkey is mid, you know. Just in case. Any spirit hero would be good here. Storm, Ember.
Into Monkey?
I mean, it's actually okay. Yeah, maybe not so good into Monkey. Yeah. Especially the Ember, but Storm is okay. Storm you can lane to the Monkey, because I was also considering the fact that you need someone to jump and kill the partner in the team fights. That's why I was thinking about Storm. I mean, Starter on the other hand is kind of like more enabling the TA, because you have this humongous amount of minus armor that allows you to kill heroes quickly and bypass all the auras if they build auras on the mouse side. And it's also very, very good against the Monkey King, because Monkey King has no armor initially, so Sala is a very good hero against him. I mean, you do have the decrep, which is kind of annoying for the Slaughter, but I think he should be able to play around it because of the TA. You can hit through the side blades, and you have Underlord with the magic damage, so maybe it'll be fine. And MOUZ needs to ban out the potential big team fight pos 5 heroes, so they remove the Warlock. There is still Undying, and there is still Phoenix, there is still Disruptor. These are the few big ones that come to mind right now. They're all really good for the Yandex lineup. I don't think you can ban everything. There's so many heroes. Like Melody is like smiling because he knows, oh, I have so many options here, guys. The world is my oyster.
This also feels like a really concrete Yandex draft, right? They have all their favorite heroes. Whatever Melody picks at the end, it won't throw things off too much. Just looks like what Yandex has is solid. What about MOUZ though? You said you didn't really like the Lion, but the Monkey King was kind of their trump card here. They banned out the Tusk last, so they're worried about that pos 5 Tusk along with the TA. Really solid combo. What's mid one gonna pick, you reckon, into this ladder? Doesn't really feel good. Maybe you want some sort of lane bully, like... I mean, mid one's smiling. We're probably gonna see his pick come out real soon, but for now, Yandex have to decide. They go with the clockwork. So a bodyguard for the TA in lane, some additional forms of initiation, and a good way of catching out the backline casting supports.
Yeah, very good against the partner and the Lion. Also kind of nice against the Timber later, with the battery assault and the mana burn from the cogs, and you can also catch the Monkey King. It's actually a pretty smart pick. I didn't really consider this hero just now. Now that I can see why it's really strong. It's very good with the Shaman, the support dual clock and Shaman. It's kind of good with the Slaughter also, because you sometimes need another follow-up when you jump in with the Slaughter. So they are going to go for the Storm on MOUZ. Storm against Slaughter, so a very good lane matchup for the Storm. But is it going to be enough, right? They have to play such a fast-paced game with the Monkey King, Storm, Timber trio, of course, and then you have the Pogner to kind of be your gas station and to top you guys up and keep continuously fighting. But they're not going to be fighting against a weak lineup from Yandex, right? Their lineup is very, very strong quickly. With the Slaughter, the TA minus armor, you have a lot of control from the supports, the clock, the Shaman, and you're also going to have auras, right, on the Underlord. So this is going to be really, really tough. It's such a great pipe game for the Underlord, blocking out the Pugna, the Lion, and the Storm damage.
Also not the easiest Storm game to deal with. You got the instant hex potential as well as the pit. And mid one's gonna have to do a lot of work, but he's got the gas station duo, the double suckers, as I like to call them.
The pit is actually tougher. But yeah, like you said, he has HP from Pugna, he has mana from Lion. So this is kind of like the perfect like Storm, you know, for mid one here. He's gonna have to do a lot, you know, in some of their games, you know, if they want to win, mid one has to pop off, he has to do everything, take the runes, gank the side lanes, make plays, carry the game, everything, you know. But he has like a pretty good setup, not just from the supports. I think from the Monkey King. Monkey King is a carry that can allow the mid laner to succeed. You can always connect over, you can always join him to enable his game. And Timber is going to be the main anchor on the map where the Storm and Monkey King are going to rotate to, you know. So all three cores, I think they have a lot of synergy within each other. The main question is, can they get off the laning phase with a good start, you know? Can they snowball? Can they actually just rotate around after the laning phase and just make sure that they take over the map, you know, with the partner? If they can actually do that, take all the outer tier 1 towers, control the map, and the TA and Slara can't get Roche or Tormentor, that would be a very, very big determinant to the Yandex side.
We'll see whether they're able to enable mid one. A lot of weight on his shoulders as per usual. That seems to be the trend for MOUZ. And it's good to see, at least from the player cams, that MOUZ are still in good spirits, right? Because some of the ways that they lost their previous games, not really the most fun. I'd be a bit sour, but they've had some time to reset, maybe go over what went wrong in the previous bouts, and hopefully they can start the comeback here. Wanting to live up to the results that they had in the previous slams, making it to the LAN stages.
I just woke up.
Singapore and Chengdu. Malta would be a nice little, make it a triple moment, but it smokes from both sides. Fist of Death for Mr. Lion here. What's that about?
Need to scale and get more stacks of the Finger of Death.
Right, okay.
I actually think this facet is actually better.
The other one
Yeah,
is like whatever, right?
Yeah, it's like maybe some games, if you have some illusion hero or whatever, you know, it's a good mana drain game, you can consider that. But I think in general, this facet is better. The Fist of Death, you can farm after you get a kill, and you can get more stacks. Where you scale much better with this facet.
Okay, going for the scaling at the cost of the ranged attack. Gonna be 3 rune, no, 2 for 2. Okay.
Oh no, he missed the block. He came all the way back, and we can see him missing the block. Oh, this is actually so bad.
It's okay, both offlaners missing the block. Things are even. It's fine.
Okay.
Not that bad. Okay, lanes. It seems like both position ones are going to have a good time. You got Watson with a positive matchup into the Timbersaw, and the Monkey King picked intentionally to slap back the Underlord. What needs to happen for each of these teams in the early game, Winter?
I think Boom needs to at least have like a game. I don't think he's going to win this lane against the TA and Clockwork, but at least he needs to be able to survive and get his XP right, because I mentioned he's the anchor on the map. The rotations are going to be centered towards his lane. So he needs to have a decent start so that they can actually rotate to his lane. So this is the first thing that needs to happen for MOUZ. The second thing, obviously, the runes for Storm. You need to secure the runes so he can actually rotate. And yeah, lastly, Monkey King, you need to win your lane against Underlord. And then you also have to rotate. So the early game is very important for MOUZ to do well. Whereas for Yandex, I think they're okay playing like maybe a slower pace early game. Even if they don't go so well, their heroes just function really well together because they have a lot of damage with the Corrosive Haze and the Melt Strike from TA. And then your supports also are able to dish out a very good amount of damage with the Shaman and the Clockwork, you know. And then you're going to have the Auras on the Underlord. So I think their team fight and their damage output is going to be way more reliable compared to MOUZ, which is very reliant on the laning phase going well.
Sure. For now, Boom's still doing okay. Not exactly pressured away by this TA clock. I guess the clock can be annoying for the Timber to deal with just because of the cogs, but at least in this early laning stage, Melody is finding a little bit hard to get into the mix. I think Yamich is doing a good job making sure he's always positioned between the Timber and the clock. So he's never going to be the one getting caught out, just using that range to mess with the CS as much as possible. 13-0. Now Boom's having a swallow time on the Timbersaw. So first step of the recipe for success already in motion.
Yeah, this Lion is actually also like he's actually a very good matchup into the clock, because it's very difficult for the clock to run up and use the mana burn onto the heroes because of their stun. So I think this is why Timber is actually doing really well in the beginning of the laning phase. He's having a very good time, and This is very, very good news for MOUZ because he needs to have a good time for them to be able to play this game, you know. Storm is going to have a good time against Stala in this lane matchup. I think it should be favored a little bit, 60-40 maybe to the Storm at least, you know. And then depending on who gets the runes. Bot lane, Monkey King is also supposedly favored, you know, on paper in this matchup. Monkey King and Partner against Underlord and Shaman. They're doing well at the moment. So MOUZ is having the start that they needed to succeed in this game so far.
Do you think it was a bit of an oversight then? Because at the end of the draft, we were saying that Melody can pick just about anything and they're still going to be very happy, and he had so many options. We didn't consider the clock, right? And when the clock came out, you were saying, oh, you know, it's a pretty good clock game, but it hasn't really helped Watson crush this lane as hard as you would like.
The lane is not really that good, but it's good later. Like for the reasons I mentioned. Against the partner, you can hook shot, you can stop him from healing, you can find the lion in the team fights. The hook shot is also good against the Monkey King when he's hiding on the trees. You can find him with rocket flare. So there's all sorts of things you can do with the clockwork. But the laning phase is definitely not the not the good thing about the clockwork here against Lion, because you can't really get close enough to land a lot of power cogs on the Lion or the Timber, you know. So definitely taking a trade there.
I think that's the right trade, because it sounds like this Timber is so important that I can imagine if maybe Maladich had a different hero, he might actually be able to stop Boom from...
Watson is still farming well, you know. It's not like Watson can't farm, it's just they can't really pressure the Timber as much, you know.
Don't you think, regardless of what Melody picks, just because TA is a TA in this lane, Watson will be able to farm?
Yeah, I think that's also fair to say. So you're saying that maybe they should have prioritized picking something that could pressure the Timber more, you know?
Yeah,
so
I'm just trying to figure it out, because it sounds like this Timber is the linchpin of their draft right now, right? Like
correct.
He can't afford to fall behind, and right now he's doing very well. I also can't imagine a world with how much notice is being pressured that the Shadow Shaman is able to have the space to rotate, because anytime you walk away from notice, he's just going to get dropped to half HP by Crystallis. I think if anybody is going to know how to take advantage of this matchup, it's this man right here. Like you said, perhaps the best Monkey King ever. Partner's been caught. Celery zapped down and chopped to a crisp.
Oh,
nice
no.
move there from Saxa. And again, the pause 5 of MOUZ proving to be a bit of a weak link in these early stages, but still, Crystallis able to get a turnaround. Very nicely done and good recognition with the Orb of Frost.
And still, this is not something you expect, you know. Having the counter pick to the Underlord, and the Underlord lane actually gets first. This is not good. It's not good for the Monkey King, but he kind of salvages things. He gets the counter kill, and now 6-minute runes coming in. Storm went back to base to regen and comes back out for the 6-minute power runes. He's going to be at full resource. Both supports coming in from both sides.
As the Cogs out first, ends up being a rune in the bot lane. Mid one will try for the chase onto Melody. The second Cogs and the Crush will keep him back, but Mid one on the prowl will get the kill onto the clock. I guess in that sense, both of the supports, the Pugna as well as the Shadow Shaman dying in the bot lane is not that bad, because they get to come back into the mid lane with full resources.
Yeah, there's always a saying, the best time to die as a support in the early game is minute 5.5.
Yeah,
5
exactly.
minutes. You die, you TP out, you can fight for the 6-minute power rune and you're full HP.
The alternative to Celery actually staying alive there is he walks up with like maybe 300, 400 HP, and suddenly he's a very easy target for maybe Chira Jr. to hunt down. Speaking of hunting, they smell that mid one's in the area,
Shrine.
clearing out some of these stacks.
They know that he's low on resource. They're trying to take advantage of this. This is a really, really good play from Team Yandex. They're bringing
Just
in the Monkey
Crystallis
King.
though.
Is it going to be enough though? 2 of them against 3 heroes here?
Not level 6 just yet.
He's not going back the Storm.
But they can't reach him. They can't cut him down, and it's actually the fish that gets fried first. Melody still able to steal away that Wisdom Shrine. So EXP advantage going the way of Yandex, but it costs them their mid. Don't know whether it's worth it, especially if they can't get away on Saxa. Crystallis still keeping an eye on them, but will just give up on the chase.
It's worth it for Yandex, I think, trading the mid for the XP rune, the XP shrine there. I think you feel better as Yandex. They got both, and now it means that this Lion and Panga, they're both very XP dependent supports, you know. This is a huge blow to them.
Crystallis sticking around now will get shackled up. No one in the area to be able to help, but a big boundless strike giving him that regen. Still trying to lifesteal away, but noticed we've seen this happen before. The clockwork with the rocket flare slowing the Monkey King enough so that the auto attack can come in from Noticed along with the pit. They get Boom and they get Crystallis.
Yo, this is really, really bad news that the Monkey King dies there. This Underlord is kind of counteracting the Monkey King's rotations with the global TP with the Fiend's Gate. And not to mention, a small little thing you can do with the Fiend's Gate against my Monkey King is you can always kick him out of the tree, you know, and stun him if you know which tree he's hiding on.
Yeah. The Fiend's Gate breaks the trees around it. Malady sticking around for a bit too long will give a kill over to Yamich. But overall, Yandex, they are getting the better of this early game. You gotta keep in mind as well that while Crystallis was monkeying around in the top lane, the whole time Noticed is just farming, right? So the moment where he connects, he actually gets a kill. After what feels like 1.5 minutes of wasted time, you needed the Monkey King's presence to even break even in that whole Wisdom Shrine exchange, and now you're not falling behind super hard on the net worth just yet, but I'm sure Yandex are very happy with this current circumstance.
Yeah, this Underlord has been working wonders, you know, for Team Yandex. Like the fact that he was picked early and he's running into a counter pick and he still has such a good game. And this is going very, very well for Notice and Yandex right now.
Yeah, I think some people might call this illegal, that he's
MOUZ
having
are
such
the
a
ones
good game.
that have the pressure to figure out what to do here. You know, they need to do something. They need to be aggressive. They are the ones that are in a hurry. But at the same time, they don't have levels. You know, both these supports, they are low level because they didn't get the shrine.
Smoke spotted by the ward, but in reality, it's just the farming smoke for the Timbersaw. Very common sight. Set the stacks up in the Ancients and allow the Timbersaw to clean this up without taking any damage. Malady will confirm that that's going on with a nice rocket. But nothing that Yandex can really do to penetrate that area of the map just yet. The tier 1 still stands and Chira Jr. standing in the mid. So they're starting to salvage it a little bit. A good bit of EXP picked up by Yamich from that stack, and Celery's been sapping in the mid lane for a bit. So once they get to that life drain and Finger of Death, maybe that's where they'll look for a play.
I mean, they have to look for a play soon, you know. I don't know if they can wait for the level 6 on the Lion. I mean, Pogna is level 6. And at the same time, when they are not doing anything, I think if you look at the heroes, TA, Underlord, Sara, they are farming more efficiently around the map, you know. Especially TA. TA is one of the fastest farming heroes in the game. Monkey King does not want to sit and farm, he wants to fight.
That's exactly what he'll do. Straight in under the tower onto Saksa. Shadow Shaman in trouble and will get struck down. Good move there from MOUZ to at least activate some of their cores and get action started.
They have to find a way to accelerate the game. Kills into towers with the Pogna. That is something that they have to keep in mind.
Celery is putting himself in a pretty precarious position trying to keep that catapult alive. I'll just be able to walk this one off.
Okay, now they have the Finger of Death on Lion, so they're going to have that burst.
Storm trying to zip to the low ground but gets shackled. Do they have an interrupt? Nice stun there from Yamich, keeping them at bay, and Notice will try and chase with the pit. They got the catch onto Celery.
Actually, not too bad. They force the wards out, Fiend's Gate, and they only lose Celery.
And Notice, can he make it through the Twin Gate in time? Yeah, he doesn't have the duration, so he's gonna have to expend a TP back down there. That's a little bit awkward.
I mean, not the worst. The wave is not exactly in front of his tower, so he's not gonna lose too much here. Maybe 1 or 2 CS, that's about it. I mean, things are still looking okay for MOUZ after the exchange. They should be able to pressure the mid tower here and control the 12-minute rune for the Storm Spirit. Very, very important that mid 1 gets every single rune this game.
Yeah. And with how slowed down Chira Jr. is just from that death in the top lane, he's still trying to make his way towards the Blink Dagger. So mid 1, he's got his Suction Squadron next to him, ready to back him up with the mana and the HP. Anywhere he goes, he'll be topped up to the brim. They can keep the pressure on to this tier 1, and honestly, not much that Yandex can do to stop it without the Fiend's Gate.
I think they're gonna have to take a chill pill for a bit until the Slaughter has dagger. He's very close to the dagger. He needs another minute of farm. So this is MOUZ's chance to strike and get a kill.
Easy pickup onto Malady, caught out in the triangle. Continuing to roam as a pack. That's where MOUZ looked the best. scurrying together around the map and finding these pickoffs. They're keeping the action going. It's Saksa here in the bot lane again. The supports being found over and over. Mid one, him and Saksa are good old friends and they'll make them hurt for it.
Things are starting to pick up for MOUZ here. They need to keep the ball rolling so they can keep getting stacks of Galvanize on the Storm. Control runes and keep stopping Yandex from trying to be able to farm the map. And Slada has a dagger now, so I think Yandex can maybe try to fight back right now. Try to go for a smoke with the Slada, with the supports. They're gonna TP... Wait, they TP bot on the Slada and the supports are TPing top. The Shaman
They're
TP
expecting a move onto Notice, crushing the Monkey King. They saw him. Hookshot's gonna stop that ultimate, but now he'll get the Wukong's command off surely. Battery Assault being so annoying, but a big boundless strike turns the damage back onto Melody. Chira Jr. will drop, and so will Melody. The Monkey King able to changing of the guard his way out of there and escape up to the trees. Watson still trying to give chase, but the pick comes out too late. Monkey King's home free.
There was a very strange TP by Saksa. Imagine if he TPs down here, they would have actually won the fight. They would have killed the Monkey King and then maybe an extra hero. Like he actually decides somehow to TP top and then Watson TPs bottom to join the fight. So that was like a very, very strange TP overall, you know, from the Shaman. They kind of just needed him to be there so they would have won the fight.
Yeah, a bit of a rare bout of miscommunication, but now Saksa setting up in the top lane along with Melody, but mid one's there to respond. The Suck squad is right behind them, and they're able to land a big boundless strike onto two. Now Watson in their sights and knocked down the bowling pins. Just kind of run over here.
This is really, really great all of a sudden for MOUZ, that two exchanges, you know. And this is also like a domino effect because Shaman TP top and he kind of feel like he wants to try and do something since he already TP top, and he put his team in a really bad position because they made an initiation very near the tower, a very risky move, and he gave MOUZ the perfect opportunity to just strike in front of the tower there. Well played, you know, taking full advantage of the overextension.
MOUZ seem completely ready for any of the moves that Yandex are making. Even in the triangle when it looked like Crystallis was going to be caught out because they had vision of the monkey, it was really just a bait the whole time. Chira Jr. might have found himself a bit of a freebie. Decrep should keep Celery safe. No further chase. Maybe gonna take down that nether ward for the free gold. There you have it. Not really finding the action that you want from this blink. Meanwhile, you look on the opposing end, mid one is farming it up right now. Kaya looking at the Sanj. Still behind a little bit on the net worth compared to the rest of the cores, but having himself a very nice start to the game with 13 galvanized already.
And Roshan is going to be the next important thing. Yandex are going to be thinking of trying to sneak it with Slada and Shaman. Like MOUZ has to see it coming. They need to stay in the area and try to put out some vision. I mean, they have a ward up there at the moment at the secret shop, but it's not exactly seeing the entry point into the Roche, so they have to kind of always position heroes around the area to be ready, you know. They're bringing in the Monkey King right now, so they are aware that they need to play around the Roche pit. This is going to be a very, very crucial smoke. If they can actually find a kill, maybe they are the ones who will get Roche.
Playing through the jungle, look who they found. It's a fried fish. Don't even need the Finger of Death, can save that for another kill. Watson in their sights, able to blink away. And MOUZ get the Roche? Probably not, right? Not with their heroes.
Not.
I mean, they got Deso MK, but that's about it.
I'm not sure. Maybe they can, but it will be slow. Yeah, it'll be a little too slow. They're going for the kill on Notice. Monkey is TPing bot.
Just mid one at the moment. Here's the Boundless.
Yeah,
not enough damage though with his Crimson
Way
Guard.
too tanky.
All things considered, as much as MOUZ are taking control of the map, the TA and the Underlord are still farming. Yes, Watson got picked off, but he's still top of the net worth. First one to hit that 10k. There's a hook shot off the mark a little bit from Malady, and it'll take a lot of damage in return. Boom, trying to get through the cogs, trying to get up to the high ground, but there's Notice waiting right for him. Burning him completely dry on mana, but still enough for one more Timber Chain, and he's out. Meanwhile, Yamich throws his body in the mix just to sacrifice himself and get Boom out of there.
Yeah, very well played there. Saving the Timber. Sacrificing himself. A noble sacrifice. You'll be remembered, Yamich.
Just for all the times that he left
you
Boom
can
alone to dry.
You can see how both teams really putting emphasis into controlling the top area. They know this Roshan is going to come in very, very important, you know, if they can actually secure it on either side. MOUZ doesn't want Yandex to get it. Yandex doesn't want MOUZ to get it, you know. Very, very tense moments here.
Yandex taking that tier 1, that's a good start. Malady being caught by a long zip from mid 1. Finger of Death will secure that kill. Looks like they might have seen Watson. Still should be able to blink away because of that refraction being up. This area starting to be controlled by MOUZ. They have good vision set up, but so do Yandex. Low cooldown on the Clockwork in terms of his death timer. He could come back in and try and contest. Both teams no longer have tier 1s in this area, not a tier 1 in the mid as well. So no easy way of TPing back and reconnecting to the fight if they lose it.
Yep, 1 more minute and Roche will go bot. They just need to hang. I think if it's bot and MOUZ goes for Tormentor, Yandex is going to get Roshan. So these are things going through the player's mind right now. Decisions. Where are they going to go? I think the Roshan is probably more important than the Tormentor here.
Smoke's gonna break. Crystallis being spotted out by the... Oh, there's the gate interaction that you talked about. But his team is ready to back him up. Notice was thinking about coming through the Fiend's gate, but he realizes quickly this is not a fight they can win. Decrep will save the Lion from Watson's damage. And Crystallis plays them like a fiddle. Danced right in between the smoke attempt, and this will be an easy Tormentor if that's what MOUZ want to get.
Okay, Yandex still find the trade here with the Roshan. And they have to do something. Slada is up in 20 seconds, so he'll be just in time when the Roshan moves bot. Mid 1 is still around the area, so he's checking. He's going to pick up the rune. That's actually very, very a heads up, you know. Because he knows that he's not needed at the Tormentor, so he can actually go and pick up the rune. It could come in handy in the Roche fight if it happens.
Roche is still walking slowly over, so no chance for Yandex to really be in position and try and steal that one from under the noses of MOUZ.
I mean, look at them. They're gating, they're coming down the area. They know that Yandex might be trying to get Roche. So immediately bringing all their heroes through the gates to the bottom area. Very nice movement, you know, from Team MOUZ right now.
That's the crazy thing about MOUZ, right? I feel like some games we see them play like this. Mid 1 looks like a superstar. You know, they come out of lanes looking fine. They have their signature heroes. And then it actually looks pretty good. You can't even tell that this is a team that's 2-6 at the moment. But then other games, it just feels like they're stuck in the past. They're just not keeping up. They can't really bring the heat to some of these teams. Coming into this matchup, you see the score so far, 5-3, 2-6. You imagine with how clean Yandex have been playing, that they will be able to maybe easily sweep away MOUZ. But Chira Jr. having a really difficult time in this game on the Slada just hasn't really worked out. And maybe that's why we're not really seeing this hero picked up that much anymore.
But this game is not exactly... I don't think it's his fault, you know. I mean, sure, maybe he could play better in some of the smaller exchanges. But I think the main reason the game became hard was because of that TP, you know. Remember, like what, around 10 minutes ago, was it? When Shaman TP'd top when he was supposed to TP the outpost to fight. I think that was the deciding moment of the game, you know. That kind of blew the game wide apart. They lost that fight, and then he TP'd top. He tried to set up another fight, which they also lost. And 2 bad fights in a row.
Hold that thought, Winter. MOUZ setting up for a contest around the Wisdom Shrine. Decrep will keep Celery safe on the side while mid 1 he's in the fray. Silenced up for now, still able to stand his ground, but pitted, healed up now, able to zip away. And Yandex will be able to defend their area. Big pit with the Aghanim's holding the rest of MOUZ in place. They will fight in the Wukongs. That's not something that Yandex want to breach. Circles all around, trying to keep the other team at bay. Shira Jr. still waiting for his opportunity, but Watson, he's been left on the front lines all alone. No save! Watson tried to do the damage for his team, but ends up getting picked off and killed, and Melody will fall as well. Really nice kiting there from the side of MOUZ. They were pushed out of the Wisdom Shrine area, but maybe a mistake there for Yandex to try and chase for more.
Yeah, things are definitely crumbling for Yandex now. It seems like they're not going to be able to contest the Roshan anytime soon, you know. Like MOUZ, not in a hurry to take Rosh. They can just slowly control the area, farm the jungle, make sure that the TA has no ancients to farm, and choose the right time to secure the Rosh. I think it's more important actually for Yandex to get the Rosh, but it's not as important for MOUZ to get the Rosh.
You think it's in their best interest to maybe still try it though, just to take that factor away? Hook shot in. Trying to find the wave. It's just Yamich alone here, but Mid One here to save the day. Ready to control Chira Jr. The Lion will die, but Mid One will try and find himself a return kill. Doesn't feel confident not knowing where the Shadow Shaman could be. A Blink Hex could spell the end of him. And true enough, Saksa right around the corner. So Yamich getting caught out farming the wave there. Just a small kill, but something that MOUZ will take, or rather Yandex will take, sorry.
And you were saying that if I were in Yandex shoes, should I still force the Roshan? Because you need it?
Yeah, just take it away, right, from Yandex.
Yeah, but
Find
at the same
another
time,
support.
like I think you already mentioned this, that they don't really have the best lineup to kill Roshan quickly. So if they do it, it's gonna take a long time. So it's inefficient for them to spend the time to do it as well, you know. So you have to take into account that it's slow. Unless you have already team wiped Yandex, then maybe you have all the time in the world to do it. Hit one, coming in.
Saksa's been caught, turns around for the Hex, and throw the chicken fingers out, keeping Mid One control. Trying to escape notice will be left behind. Saksa able to survive, but his off-laner doesn't have that same privilege.
Yeah, this game is kind of getting into a stage where wherever you show on the map, the Monkey King, Storm, and Timber, because they're so mobile, they can just come and chase you and run at you. So Yandex, they have to actually respect the fact that the heroes are so mobile that they cannot really farm dangerous waves by showing their heroes anymore.
Into the Roche. This is kind of what I was suggesting. I thought that maybe with the advantage that MOUZ had gotten, why not just take the Roche, right? Because you need it for the high ground, and you want to make sure you deny it from the side of Yandex.
And at the same time, they were also like waiting for the right time to do it, right? They don't have to rush to take it, because as long as they're alive, there's no way Yandex can just throw up and walk over and do the rush with the Slayer and TA, you know? They're gonna die there. So I think it was rightfully correct for MOUZ to just sit back and be patient and wait for the right moment to kill the enemies first and then take rush after that.
Getting themselves into a nice position in this game. The Crimson Guard complete for the Timber. That's going to help the rest of the team against this physical damage. Got a Solar Crest as well. Monkey King working on his eggs, and the Shiva's coming up very shortly for mid one. So all the members of the team mostly insured against the high physical burst of Yandex. I mean, apart from the Underlord, you don't actually have a lot of magic damage to supply, right?
No,
Sure, the Firestorm's pretty solid, but no.
Only Firestorm and maybe some pure damage from Cyblades if you happen to be able to use it.
Yeah.
It's tough, you know? Very, very tough. You have a TA that's not a hit. I mean, he's still fat, but only the TA, right? The rest of the team, they're kind of behind, so it's very, very hard for them to maneuver around the map to play aggressively. You can wait for the BKB on Sada, and maybe you try to wait out the Aegis on Storm. So Yandex, they definitely need to be patient for the next couple of minutes until the Aegis expires.
I'm kind of surprised that we got to this point, but I guess it does come back to what you were saying. It was as simple as Timber needing to have a good start. Because of that, Boom could just kind of exist in the lane and apply pressure as an anchor. I mean, not to mention Crystallis and mid one also did very well in their respective matchups. And now mid one is an absolute terror around the map. Just looking at Melody, to be a very easy kill even at low mana thanks to the Arcane Rune. Not much that this Clockwork can really do. Maybe try and find a creep to hook shot into? Okay. Alright.
I need my stack, says Yamich. Every single Lion player, there's always an excuse to take the kill because you get stacks.
You know, I appreciate it because, look, as soon as he fingers the kill, Yamich just goes back in and tops mid one to like half mana. So you give me a kill, you give me a stack, I give you some mana back. Even trade, even exchange. Nice hex onto the Timber, but unfortunately, no follow-up, and mid one will find himself another support. You managed to get your shard on Watson to silence up the storm, but with how this one is going, he is just a bullet train with how fast he's killing them.
I mean, Yandex just have to kind of somehow find a way to buy time. You know, they need to. I think they need to put the TA, tell the TA to go out on the map to farm. He just needs to like, cut waves, take risks. He has to try to take the dangerous farm and just let the Underlord and the rest of the team defend and buy time. You know, I think that's probably the only way for them to play the game right now. If they're all stuck in base, it's really, really bad.
So what do you think happened to this Underlord? Because prior to this, Yandex were completely undefeated, 4-0 on this Underlord.
I'm telling you, it's just that one Shaman TP. I'm actually telling you, it's just that one bad TP. If he TP it to the outpost, they won that fight. This is a completely different game. Because they lost that fight and they took another bad fight at top, they lost Tormentor and Roshan as a result of that.
You know what I'm going to say as well? I know this, you might not agree with this, but I also do think the Clockwork pick didn't really do as much as it.
I'm trying to look at the problem as in you already picked this hero, right? So what can you do better in the game, right? Rather
so they could have still salvaged this. Like, it wouldn't be that bad if Saksa didn't make that decision, is what you're saying.
That one simple TP actually grieved the game so hard. You know?
So tough to say that, right? Because how often do you look at Yandex struggling and be like, oh, Saksa is the one who messed up? I feel like even in games where Yandex struggle, usually Saksa is the one desperately trying to make all the right moves.
If one person has to play so well every game so that your team can win, right? You're not really spreading the weight of the burden to everyone. You have to rely on everyone. If you only rely on someone, that one person will get tired one day, you know? Like, there will be one game his shoulders are going to be a little bit too sore.
You can't even blame him, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just unfortunate, you know, because of the nature of the situation and lineup, that one small little mistake became such a huge deal in the game, you know.
I don't even think, because usually when we talk about stuff like this, we say, oh, you know, if they make one mistake and that's enough for them to lose, then it's a draft problem. But I don't even think it's a bad draft from Yandex. I think it's a decent draft.
But you also have a point when if you have such a low margin for error, then it's gotta mean that there's something not so precise with the draft. That you maybe miss a key hero to ban, or you pick the wrong support, something like that, you know. So I think I can kind of agree from that standpoint as well.
I wonder whether it's the Slada or the Clockwork, because those are sort of the obvious.
Kind of both though, because Slada doesn't really like, you need to snowball with this hero as well, you know.
Yeah.
So if you don't snowball, like, then it kind of just feels like maybe just together, you know. This Slada and Clock together just has not much synergy as well. Like, the Slada is great with the TA. The Clock is supposed to secure the lane, but the Clock didn't secure the lane because of the Lion. So it means that the Clock kind of feels redundant, apart from trying to hook the Pokna out of the Lion and kill them, you know.
Yeah, maybe the Clock would feel a lot better if Yamich was playing his typical pause 4 where he wants to roam, right? You imagine a solo Timbersaw being bullied back by the Clock and his cogs. But because the Lion was picked up, Yamich is just standing in the lane for 5 minutes straight, and every single time Clock tries to do anything, he just gets stunned and mana drained. So Watson's...
Yeah, but even then, I feel like after that, right, the game was still they were in good position because the Underlord was fat, the TA was really fat. It was just that one TP, they took a fight in the outpost and they took another fight on top, and they lost both fights on both ends, and they lost the Tormentor, you know. It's like a chain effect, you know. Then the game became really difficult. Like, Dota is just really unforgiving at the moment with the Tormentor, Roshan timings, and on top of that, with the auras as well. Like, one wrong move just escalates the game so quickly.
Oh, for what it's worth, Yandex Gonna try and put up a final hurrah. They managed to burst down the Pugna, but MOUZ.CET here at the party. Ready to take down MOUZ.CET. There'll be a first kill. Big finger of death before going down on the Lion. Both supports drop on MOUZ for now, and Yandex, they're standing their ground. Finally, the Wukong's command from Crystallis, putting the damage back onto the Underlord. And they just can't fight into this circle. Yandex have to retreat. They've lost the big bad noticed Underlord. And without it, their auras, their control lacking. Just have to try and run for the hills. Boom thinking about the continued chase, but nothing else to be found. I mean, Yandex, that was pretty decent, all things considered. It sucks to lose your Underlord, but at least you get something. And Watson, a couple more Deso charges, the first few of the game, actually.
I mean, that was also his BKB, his 9-second BKB on the TA.
Yeah.
Ideally, they would have wanted to get more out of it, but like you said, you know, because of that position, it's okay to trade 2 for 2 and try to wait for a next opportunity to strike, you know. I think if they can actually land like a good initiation from Sa, they still do have a lot of damage from the TA to just win the fight off, picking off the supports. The Lion and the Pugna, those are the 2 key heroes that you have to eliminate in the team fights right away. And Clockwork's pretty good at doing that. So if they can actually find
to do that.
If they can find a good hook again, that would give them good chances in winning the next fight.
Yeah, and we were so busy talking about that one mistake that they made about not being the draft, that decision with the TP, that we completely missed Yandex. They were just quietly farming up for that triple BKB timing. Even though they used the 9 seconds on all 3 heroes, it's still a good chance for them, right? Like you said, all they need to do is connect on the back line. And at the moment, the supports don't have any defensive tools. Like Celery is very prone to being burst down if he gets stunned once, because the Ghost Scepter, Decrep all require him to be able to press it. And Yamich also doesn't have anything to save himself if he gets caught. So that could be a concern. You don't have... Maybe you can use the Lotus, but that doesn't stop you from being stunned on the Pugna. So the Claws don't have anything they can do to help you out. But what the Claws can do is kill enemy heroes, and Malady will go down for the 9th time in this game on the Clockwork. They found Saksa. It's just Boom giving him a couple of love taps, but not often are love taps taking you down to half HP. It's such a difficult game. I mean, at this point, MOUZ feels like they can just...
MOUZ is having the control, but it's still, you have to breach the high ground. Underlord's very good at defending high ground.
Yeah, this Roche is gonna help though.
And Yandex, they kind of has to have to sit. I think they have to accept their fate right now. Sit on the base and just try to defend.
Timber's going for an Octarine core instead of an Aghanim's or a BKB. What do you think about that?
He doesn't think he'll die with the Pugna behind him.
Isn't the Aghanim's also just really good damage, or is Octarine better in a situation where you
I
don't
think
need
Octarine
defenses?
is better damage.
Okay.
You get your spells off. I think more frequently. I think overall it's just, I think, way better now. Like, because they nerfed the AoE of the Aghanims, right? You got smaller, the radius.
Yeah.
So maybe the damage, the way you utilize the damage is not as reliable anymore.
I guess it makes the most sense if you're on the front line, like soaking a lot, then you can return the damage into these heroes. But with the way that Yandex are set up, they're probably trying to keep their distance. Like, they're just gonna pit and shackle you from a range and
the
try and throw
Octarine
damage
core
in.
also helps with like the Crimson cooldown, your Gleipnir, your Lotus, you know.
True, yeah. Now back up to the high ground with the help of the Roche banner. MOUZ ready to try and claw their way back in, at least make it so that they can avoid those last chance playoffs. Crystallis on his signature here. The Monkey King has looked amazing. Nullifier comes in, but throw in mid one as well. Supports are going to die. No buyback on Saksa. He has not had any room to stand on this Shadow Shaman. Every time he shows, he just goes down. And this Underlord high ground is pretty impressive, right? It does a lot of damage to Boom with that full duration Firestorm. Still gotta respect it, but you got the healing from the Pugna backing you up. Bring Boom back up to high HP. Wukong's command laid down as Crystallis looking to finish off this Rex. Again, he's dropping low, but Watson easily focused down and killed, and they don't have any save whatsoever. running out of heroes, running out of options. Yandex fleeing back to the base and their previously undefeated Underlord, off of the back of 1 or 2 bad decisions from their supports in the early game, is about to get cracked by MOUZ.
It doesn't seem like they can actually do anything anymore here. They're gonna lose 2 lanes of Rex. They can't get the Megas because there's a tier 2 on top remaining, but they're gonna try to just end the game, you know. TA is still dead for a minute. They have to try to mount a defense with 3 heroes here.
I was trying to poke out a buyback. Of course, they have no idea that the TA has no option back into this game. They can't save the Shaman. They can't save their poor Slada. He will at least get a Lion before going down. No, he's still surviving for now. MOUZ need to watch themselves. The last thing they want to do is give Yandex an option back into this game, but it doesn't look likely. Boom is still full HP. You got your Pugna healing Crystallis. Now you're looking towards Notice. Hook shot doesn't catch the Pugna. They're trying to go onto the backlines onto Celery, but the buybacks immediately. MOUZ know that this game is theirs and they will secure it for themselves. Underlord with the buyback still fighting to the bitter end, trying to preserve that 100% win rate. Doesn't look likely. MOUZ really gonna show that respect and back off? They're waiting for the rest of the team to reconnect. I mean, the TA is back up and you got buyback on your clock. All 5 heroes available for Yandex. They can put up one last fight. Big Pit on the backline onto Celery again, but he didn't have the nullifier cooldown. Celery's just gonna turn around and survive. Meanwhile, Watson in big trouble. The TA trying for a backstab, gets shot down instead, and Yandex, that final defense was not it. Try for the buyback, still trying to fight until the bitter end, but without the damage of your carry, what can you really do?
Okay.
Bit of an unfortunate disconnect.
I mean, he's dead anyway. I'm sure they can continue the game. No TA. Shaman bought back, but
The Lion died back, by the way, so there's no chance he's back in.
Yeah,
here.
they have to kill the all-in and kill the monkey. Maybe if they can kill the monkey, the game could go on. Yeah, he know, but yeah, of course, of course.
They just want to end the game here on MOUZ, looking very solid. Saksa there with the control, but no one to do the damage, and mid one will be able to zip. No, it still has that second life, and yeah, that'll wrap things up. MOUZ able to dispatch of Yandex. Not what we expected. Yandex on their undefeated Underlord will take the first loss here, and maybe, just maybe, with that loss, Yandex's hopes of securing that semi-final slot might have just faded away.
And very unfortunate, you know, just one small little mistake that is causing the game to cascade and snowball out of control, you know. But credit has to be given, you know, to MOUZ. They took advantage of it. I think they actually managed to find the right adjustments, the right hero for Celery and the Monkey King as a counter to the Underlord. I mean, those are the things that kind of set up them for success. You know, I doubted the Lion, but the Lion was, like, I think, playing an important role in the laning phase that allowed the Timber to actually lane unpressured, you know, against TA. Normally against TA you will get pressured somewhat, but he was like kind of free farming. He was getting his levels. He was just basically unhurt, you know, in the laning phase, and that kind of allowed MOUZ to have an anchor on the map to play on. They also did a really good job in securing runes for mid one. He was able to get the runes, run around, gank the TA. Like, even with the Underlord coming in, that wasn't kind of enough, you know, for Yandex this time round. So I think props to MOUZ. They played a good game and they deserved the victory here.
Yeah, really quiet performance from the mid laner and support of Yandex. Usually the striking members who managed to get their team at advantage, while Noticed and Watson might be a bit more greedy. Yes, at the end of the day, the Underlord and the TA got their farm, but it just wasn't enough. And like I said, Yandex, they were previously in contention maybe to steal away the second semi-final slot, but now we'll have to work a lot harder for it. Speaking of working hard though, our upcoming teams definitely have to follow that sentiment. Gamer Legion 3 and 5, Liquid 5 and 4, a best of one between those after a short break. First 2 days here on the B stream of Blast Slam 6 group stage, we had so many back and forth, you know, up and down affairs, Winter, and then suddenly we come into day 3, everyone's getting a bit more decisive. All these games have been pretty one-sided, a bit too much for my taste. So hopefully these upcoming 2 teams, GamerLegion and Liquid, can give us a bit more of an exciting showing, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully. I think in game day 3, usually the teams, they are starting to figure something out after all the games. So you tend to see more decisive results. I think the deeper you go into this type of BO1 group stage, it's becoming a lot clearer which heroes are clearly the heroes that you should be prioritizing, how you should be playing the game, and teams are just getting better, you know, so you see a lot more straight up stompy games, you know, because one team is just clearly figured something out. Hopefully in this game it'll be different, but it's like Liquid, you know, I'm sure Liquid is learning a lot along the way. They're not exactly playing very bad in the group stages, but it's something that they definitely could still work on. There are a lot of areas in the game that they could improve on. The draft especially, and the coordination between especially Ace with the other team seems like he's very disconnected with the team. So hopefully they've tried to sort that issue out and able to figure out a way to ensure that Ace can play with the team together.
Yeah, and they pick him a Brewmaster that we assumed he would be somewhat comfortable on, given that it's a hero that fits him. And then he just kind of never connected to his very strong teammates, even though he was behind. It almost felt like maybe a bit of that carry mentality coming back in, right? Like, oh, I'm having a bad game, I just need to farm, guys make space for me. But like, you can't really do that when you're the POS 3 Brewmaster, right? Like, that's not how it's supposed to happen. Sure, you can say you got counter-picked by the Ursa, but you can't really, because you picked the Brew into the Ursa. So honestly, a little bit of a head scratcher there from Liquid. Hopefully in this 1.5 hours since their previous game against Yandex, they've been able to figure it out. But GamerLegion, their opponents, also have had their fair share of, I want to say, confusing games. It's hard to really place their power level, because in some games RCY looks insane, they're popping off, they're working together as a team, your boy's speed is all up in there. And then other games, it's just like, what the hell are these guys even doing? How did they even get here? Sometimes the coordination breaks down to such a degree that you're scratching your head as well.
I think the manner that they're winning the games a lot of times are from their drafts on the GamerLegion side. And obviously also the man on your screen here, RCY, I think he's been exceptional among his team. Like, he's the one that I feel like has been playing the best out of the 5 players. So I think prioritizing this man in front of your screen is going to be very, very important for GamerLegion. Especially against Nisha. I know Nisha is also a very important player for Liquid. So if they can somehow give RCY a good lane matchup against Nisha, and they are on the second pick side here, right? So if they can give him a head start in terms of the laning phase, good matchup, that would be very ideal for GamerLegion. But because Liquid are on the first pick side, they always have to be careful of this 18 pick puck, you know, that Liquid really likes to have.
Kid versus the veteran, both excel at very similar heroes, like that Storm, like that puck. Probably try to gas Nisha up, saying, come on, you can, he's a kid, I'm sure you can deal with him. You can see him smiling right here. The GamerLegion had some drafts where they opened up with the Viper, and of course that's an excellent hero for the flex potential, but I feel like it's kind of a bait for them, because in the moments where we've seen RCY play Viper, he still does well, but then you kind of remove a lot of the playmaking potential, because honestly there's only so much you can do as a Viper.
It's also because of the setup of the team. If you look at the 3 cores, right, Yamsam, I feel like he doesn't really rotate a lot, he farms a lot. And if you look at their offlaner, Fate, he also takes up a lot of space on the map. He likes to play those sort of like aura scaling offlaners, you know. So it's very important that RCY plays a rotating mid hero, like a spirit hero or a park or a corp, any hero that can move around and play with the supports. And it's very important that they actually secure that sort of setup for the draft. They're going to open with Abaddon. This hero no longer gets countered by Shadow Demon after the last patch, because Illusions does not gain the passive from Abaddon anymore, so you don't have that DPS on the Shadow Demon Illusions.
So why Abaddon first?
It's a neutral hero. It doesn't reveal a lot. And if you want to pick a core, it's I wouldn't say it's up there in terms of priority, in terms of neutral heroes. I think there are a lot more different neutral heroes. I think Abaddon is not the best at the moment, but I can understand why they're picking Abaddon here. Maybe for them it works.
They've chosen to go for the Largo in a lot of other cases. Against Xtreme Gaming, who also picked Shadow Demon against them on 8, they picked the Largo, but then they ended up losing that game. So maybe thinking that, okay, previously we thought the Largo was giga high priority, we want a 9 pick it, moving away from that a little bit, maybe somewhere later down the draft. I would argue to say out of all the teams that we've seen in this tournament so far, Gamer Legion have been the most keen on picking the Frog. They love to run it on Fade. If they don't have that option, they'll run it on their supports. They don't mind. They seem to really like that hero.
It kind of feels like a little bit overkill, don't you think? If you have Abaddon and Largo on the same team, double Dispel. Do you even need that much Dispel? I don't like too many of the same thing in the draft, you know, if you ask me.
I can see that, but at the same time, your Abaddon running at you, you pull them back with the leg, put the Frog Stomp in, can't run from the Abaddon. You know, you're moving fast with the Hot Feet Hustle. Not really the best Croak of Genius combo though, I will say.
Yeah, no. Usually the Croak or Genius works with the off-lane hero or the mid hero. Usually the mid hero.
Yeah, like your Timbers, your Tinies that you were mentioning, right? Like even a Lash.
Yeah, very good with Lash.
Taking out the RCY Storm and the Speed Warlock. So Liquid removing comfort for Gamer Legion here. Once is going to be Kanka taken out. That's interesting.
It's something Ace played a bit before this. They have Shadow Demon. So Shadow Demon with Kanka is a strong lane. So apart from Shadow Demon, Kanka, they've also ran Shadow Demon with Centaur. That's like the traditional duo. You put the disruption down, then you set up for the stun, and in the team fight, you just use your disseminate on the Centaur runs in. That could be a potential ace hero here for Liquid this game.
It's also a Mars if they want it, although I can't say I've been convinced by the Ace Mars performances.
And he's not exactly a Mars player. I mean, he can play it, but it's not exactly his forte, you know. He excels more with the tank aura bot carry type of offlane heroes.
Such as Underlord?
Yeah, Underlord, Centaur, those are the type he wants to play. Tide. I think he will probably play Centaur this game. Very, very likely.
A little bit awkward with the Clockwork Cogs though if he gets on top of you with a hook shot.
You have Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon should be able to protect you. Like Shadow Demon Centaur is just so good of a combo. I might not pick it now, but actually they should probably pick his hero. They see the lane. It's most likely Abaddon and Clock. I think they should pick the pos 4 and the off lane here.
What makes you so sure this Clock is going to Abaddon? That's double melee though versus Shadow Demon.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but you can only assume with what information you have. You need to preemptively at least make it not an option, right? Because your lane is so strong that the Clock doesn't want to lane with the Abaddon.
Centaur Shadow Demon do well into Abaddon, you think? Oh, they go for the Darkseer instead, huh?
Trying to copy the Abaddon, make more illusions. This is in fact an ace hero, Darkseer. But I wouldn't say that he has the best synergy with Shadow Demon in the lane.
Maybe you go Shadow Demon 5 now, and then you pick a different pos for Boxy. I mean, he does like his Tusk Tiny, both are available.
You definitely could. I think this has by far been the biggest problem for Liquid, the support duo, you know. Like, what is the support duo? They have always been doing this. They have 2 position 4 heroes in the game. Some games it works, some games it just doesn't. This game, I think it might be okay.
What do you think is the differential factor that makes it so
The
bad?
pairing. So the game that we saw just now, it was Bat plus, was it Tiny? Bat plus Tiny or Bat plus
Tiny.
something? Yeah, Bat Tiny. So it kind of feels like both heroes want to do the same thing. push out lanes, play greedy, and initiate, right? Even though Bat didn't go dagger, he went for the pipe. But it just tells me that they are not really ready to expand the hero pool into an actual pos 5 and pos 4. They're still limited by certain options because the hero pool of Tofu is still mostly 4 heroes. And now Brewmaster is being picked by GamerLegion. This is an excellent pick against Darkseer and Shadow Demon because you get to dispel all the illusions. This is a very big deal in the team fights. And you probably want a range hero with you. You don't want a Clockwork to lane with you.
Yeah, it doesn't really ignite the Cinder Brew in a convincing fashion unless you go like early levels in the Rocket Flare as well. This Clockwork has suddenly felt a bit more awkward to make work compared to how it did at the start. There's a Phoenix for the team fight, okay?
That's actually a speed hero, so I think it's pos 4 Clockwork.
Yeah.
I think speed should be taking this.
The speed could also just go lane top, right?
You want to enforce the Phoenix against the Tusk matchup, I think. But I don't know if they're willing to swap their lanes around. I know Speed is definitely going to play the Phoenix and Bignum is going to play the Clock. But some teams will just enforce the lane. They don't switch the players, but they just put the players on that lane, you know, with the hero.
Yeah.
But either way, I don't think it's going to be that big of a problem for them. So we'll see what Liquid responds to this Phoenix Brewmaster. They should be looking to pick, I think, their mid hero here.
18 Park, Bonisha, still available, fellas.
Park definitely looks good, you know. They have
very little lockdown unless you see another Orchid Brewmaster rush or some shit like that. They go over the Weaver.
Yeah, that's also a Brewmaster counter. But that was what 33 did against Weaver yesterday, the Orchid rush.
Yeah.
Weaver is very good into the Clock. You can kill the Cogs easily. Very good into the egg. So it's an excellent pick here for Liquid. I feel like the Orchid rush thing was just a one-time thing that just caught out Yamsam very badly in that game. I think you won't be able to own the Weaver as Brewmaster with a Orchid rush that effectively more than once, you know. Maybe you can catch him up one time, you know, but I don't think it'll happen another time.
He's got to know it's coming, so he can just kind of prep for it.
I mean, if you see the corner curve here, you're gonna like play a bit safe, you know, like.
I just wonder how this Brewmaster kept his item build hidden. I mean, surely sometime in the lane when he shows the farm creeps, you would have seen him.
Oh, the thing is he put the recipe onto the support, so the support TP to the lane, hide in the tree, and then he went to the tree to pick up the Orchid.
Okay,
that's
look,
why
I get that, but if you see an Oblivion staff in a Brewmaster inventory,
yeah, I mean, I know. What can you do? You know, I'm not saying it's okay for him to die. I'm just saying, you know.
Hey, for once, you're the one making excuses here, Winter. We swapped roles. Usually, you're the one calling me out when I'm giving people a bit too much leeway, but maybe GamerLegion are gonna try and employ that idea because we've seen in some games how dominant Weaver can be into the Brewmaster. There's just not much you can do. Weaver also pretty decent with the Ion Shell, I guess. Although they don't really have a very typical Darkseer draft. I'd like to see some sort of vacuum combination that just doesn't exist at the moment. Maybe still for the Park, but now it gets banned. So you choose to pick the Weaver to counter out the Brewmaster. You lose the Nisha Park potential. What other options do you have? Yeah, maybe Lash. But Lash kind of feels a bit ass into these heroes because who are you bursting down? You can't kill the Brewmaster before the split.
Lash is kind of good, I think. I actually think Lash is a good option.
Okay.
You have a vacuum combo, and Tusk really likes playing with Lash or Queen of Pain, like range damage heroes. And it's definitely a potential pick here for them.
Are these bands saying Lash to you? Huska, Ember, Storm. Don't sound convinced.
Maybe it could be a Queen of Pain actually, apart from Lash. Because if you want Queen of Pain, it actually makes sense to ban the Huska and also the Ember Spirit. Those two are definitely the highest priority, at least in my list, you know. Lash and the Queen of Pain.
Liquid have really liked the Lash lately.
Yeah, I don't know if you're gonna see a sniper. I don't think so. I don't like that hero. I mean, it's an 8 hitter, but probably not. The other option would be something like a Lina. Lina might actually work here because you can hit the egg. And you have Tusk and Shadow Demon. No. We are all wrong.
This makes a lot more sense with the Dark Seer, although there's no team fight wombo combo. I guess the closest thing you got is the Aghanim-Scepter Void Spirit. You vacuum them in and then you silence them up. I think overall just good, right? It's the one hero that can get into the backline and stop the Brew and the Phoenix from popping their ults.
Yeah, it's definitely solid. Especially against the Phoenix, you can stop the Sunray. It's not like a huge amount of burst damage in early. I don't think he works very well with Tusk, but he's just good for the game. I think good for the mid game. Early game, not so much. So let's see if GamerLegion can find something to kind of run at them in the early game. Because the Void Spirit, Tusk, SD, those three heroes in the river, they are not actually that strong.
This is a GamerLegion special.
Forgotten hero.
Well, not by GamerLegion. In the recent PGL Wallachia America close qualifiers, they picked this in their final games. They believed in it on the off lane, and they lost 2 games to Heroic. Now they're bringing it to the mid lane. I think the only team still picking this hero other than GamerLegion are Falcons, and that's it. Other than that, we do not see this hero at all. So it has to be just a comfort thing because can't really imagine why else they'd want it.
I don't know if it's actually really good here. I'm trying to think of what can he do. Like, he's really good at killing the SD, you can find him. But outside of that, like the shot could potentially be annoying for you to roll into. And Darkseer, they can search away from you. And so Wii U is actually pretty good into Pango because the bugs still latch on you during roll.
You know what I hate the most? Whenever I see a Pango and a Clockwork on the same team. That shit just pisses me off. Because I feel like you basically make it so much harder for yourself for no reason. Clockwork either has to just be very careful with when he uses the cogs and then it makes an already difficult hero more unnatural. Or RCY is just gonna get caught on some random cog and he can't get the trajectory that he wants. Either way, both players have to be extremely confident on both of their heroes. And right now, GamerLegion, they've been looking a bit up and down, right? Hit and miss, 3 to 4 right now. Want to make sure you don't take more L's today. If not, it's going to be last chance playoffs for you instead of a bit more cushy play-ins.
Either way, they're both very interesting last picks, you know, to round out the draft. Not something that I had in mind. But if I had to choose someone that I would favor, I would probably favor, I think, overall the Liquid side, yeah, with the Void Spirit. I think it's more stable with the Void. They have a lot of better mid-game timings. They have the auras on the Darkseer, they have the combo vacuum into silence of the Void Spirit. As you compare that to what GamerLegion has, I think they need a lot more cooldowns to teamfight. The Egg, the Brewmaster split. I mean, Roll is kind of like a short cooldown, but that's about it, you know. So I think if Liquid can do the poking and prodding, bait out some ultis, reset and fight, it'll be very beneficial for them.
See another game where the heroes all assemble in the mid lane across the opponent cliff first. Thankfully for Mickey, he's on a Weaver, so he doesn't actually lose anything. He just Shikuchis away.
They're gonna smoke. Here we go. Might see a kill. There's a chance here. Cloud might die.
Clockwork's on a bit of an excursion right now. I mean, he's...
Yeah, both sides placing like the same ward on top and bottom to see if they can have any vision.
Smoke's gonna break. Big Num gonna try and push Mickey out of it. Can't outclick him though. 3
Only
for
one
1.
rune. Only one rune for the GamerLegion side.
It's kind of getting the favorable positions. And GamerLegion going for 2 heroes with no facets. They say no facet, no problem. We're gonna win anyway.
I thought you were telling me no facet equals OP.
Well, in the Brewmaster's case, that's what we were suggesting, but with this Pango, I don't know. I still don't really understand why Gamer Legion like this hero so much. The only guess I have is just pure comfort, but I think, like you keep mentioning, just pure comfort isn't really enough at this level.
Yeah, maybe the hero isn't that bad, yeah. I had a
I'm
friend
sure it's not. I'm sure
I had
it's
a
not.
friend that plays a lot of Pang. I'm not gonna say who, and he told me that after the second buff, he feels that the hero is actually playable, but you need to play it in a different way. So what you have to do now is you have to max your Q and E. You don't even skill your jump.
Okay, what's the plan there? How do you
You only
change
get a
the
jump
playstyle
later.
or?
Yeah, you play more on your, because they buff the Swashbuckler range, and then it's physical damage. So you use it with the lucky shot to do damage in the game. You keep the shield just at 1, you know. That's what he was telling me.
Okay. I'll see what RCY does here, whether it's going to... I assume you still have to go for that diffusal. And
Yeah, probably still the same build, but just the way you take your spells are different.
yeah, he's taking right now is a bit of a beating from Nisha here in the mid lane. Still doing well in the CS though. Talked about this mid lane matchup being of importance for both teams.
The main difference is you're no longer tanky. So you have to play more on damage. You're trying to deal damage with the hero. That's why you're maxing Q and E. I don't know if he's going to do that this game, but we'll see.
Yeah, the funny thing about the Gamer Legion lineup is in their last pick, the one thing I didn't think they would need is more damage, right? It feels like they have that portion of the requirements covered. I thought they might need a little bit more lockdown because right now you pop the egg, you pop the split, you don't really have anyone to keep them in the vicinity. You don't have that control, right?
Yeah, it's going to mostly come from the roll and the hook shot. Not the most reliable control in the team fights.
See the thunderclap come out. They put the hands on Fade. Nice shots at the last moment. Fade is in trouble, but a lot of damage coming through from the cogs onto Boxy. He's being tossed around. You ever sit on those carnival rides where you're in one of those like swirling little cupcakes? That's probably what it felt like for Boxy there. Disruption used make lag.
So Shadow Demon is the new Phantom Lancer right now?
I guess so. Won't use, no problem. Tofu, ever the considerate one. Because of that, Boxy completely dry on mana. So Big Num catching out the task. They put a decent amount of damage on the Brew, forcing him out of the lane, but Fate still should be able to stand around in CS, while the aggressive potential for Liquid now, not quite as viable. Still a big stick and a Lotus now claimed though, so resources still okay. No one really suffering, just the off-laners lagging slightly behind in farm. Any particular lane matchup that you want to look at, Winter?
I mean, the lane we're looking at right now is probably the lane that has the highest potential of kills happening.
Yeah, Big Num's dead. Okay. Instead, mana, roll him down. Very nicely done.
Task Weaver. I mean, this is something Liquid has been doing quite a lot. They move Tofu to the off lane and Boxy to the safe lane. Because Tofu is not really playing like heroes like Task. He's not playing much of the melee heroes.
It's just a bit weird because you'd think that the Task would go play with the Darkseer, right? It just feels like a more natural combination. I guess in this particular case, the Shadow Demon's somewhat of a liability, and maybe he's more reliable when it comes to creating those stacks for the Darkseer to come back to.
It's the stack. Darkseer wants the stack. Nisha gets the rune. Oh, very nice.
Disruption. Tofu's gonna catch speed in the corner. Nowhere to dive now, buddy. Still healing up. Got a Lotus. Got a Fairy Fire. He's doing a lot of damage with the Dying Light. Not gonna use that Fairy Fire. Just accepts his fate for the reset. Nisha gets himself the rune and the kill.
There's the value right there. Tofu is saying, this is why I'm playing the SD in the bottom side.
So true.
Yeah, but I imagine the biggest reason is the stacking. He can stack a lot on the bottom side. This is why you see mostly position 4 Shadow Demons. There are some teams that use it on 5, not many, like 1 or 2.
Yeah.
But usually you just want him to be on the position 4 so he can stack. He's not really needed that much on the lane. And you can actually get a lot of levels from the stack.
Fade's gonna get run down in the top lane again. That Weaver Tusk combo that you talked about, Liquid putting it to work. And all Big Num can really do is try for the pulls, but Boxy's hot on his heels. Just blocking those creeps. Try to deny as much as he can.
Yeah, this is the second time we see a Brewmaster getting just absolutely dumpstered in the lane, yeah. Ace was the first victim today in this stream, and now it's Fate. It is very, very reminiscent of that game. I think it was also 14 CS around 6 minutes. I remember Ace having a similar amount of last hits.
Yeah, Liquid probably looking at Fade right now is like, ha! I know how that feels, brother. It happened to me an hour and a half ago.
Yeah.
Let's see whether Fade can adapt and overcome.
I mean, he has Orchid on his quick buy, but having such a terrible start, I'm not sure if Orchid should be on your quick buy.
I mean, Orchid's a great item into the entire Liquid lineup regardless, right?
I mean, not when you're behind, you know. Like, this is the item when you buy it, you need to buy it as soon as possible.
I mean, what else are you gonna get? Rolling Thunder. Big Num gets killed off. And very smart play from Boxy, getting bumped up to the high ground. You gotta keep in mind that Boxy spent a large part of his past few years playing against one of the most prolific Pango pickers in the world, Quinn. So he knows how to deal with that.
Oh, Brewmaster. He's getting surrounded again.
Yeah, that Orchid further slowed down if he goes down here. Snowball for the Shikuchi. Nicely done.
I mean, don't even talk about slowing now. I just feel like he shouldn't even be buying Orchid anymore.
Now, what's the plan? Midas then?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh dear, no one's up here.
Buy your Midas, buy your Vessel, whatever.
The Wisdom Shrines completely uncontested, and Big Num is a bit late. He expects that maybe Nisha might come swinging through with the Invis rune, but doesn't realize that Nisha's already there. And now they're looking towards Fade. He just TP'd up here. He needs some help and RCY is going to come through, but he used the Rolling Thunder a bit earlier. He doesn't have the ultimate, putting the damage out onto Mickey. The Weaver will still survive, get the time lapse off, and escape. That is brutal, and you still have a dissimulate to the low ground. Nisha just playing around with them, gets out of dodge, and meanwhile bot lane, Yamsun and Speed getting run down. Boxy TP'd here after influencing that fight in the top lane. Liquid, they're on fire right now.
4k goal lead, not even 8 minutes, 8-0. Liquid is just not really making any mistake at all so far. Perfect gameplay for the first 8 minutes of the game. And GamerLegion, they're just going to have to find a move with the Rolling Thunder. They have to stop the Rod as soon as possible. Use the Rolling Thunder to get a kill on the side lanes. I mean, I don't even feel like he can actually just sit back and farm on the Pango for the diffuser. He actually needs to find an angle to help his team on the side lanes.
Holy shit, look at the net worth, dude. The Shadow Demon is close to your Brewmaster right now. That's your off-laner. Barely gotten anything. I didn't think we could see a game for Brewmaster that looked a bit rougher than Acer's one earlier, but Fade is absolutely eating shit right now. Probably wants a bottle of beer to down it. Drink away his sorrows, because this is rough. He's not even getting, but yeah, he's trying to rush it, but there's less of a rush and more of a crawl.
Oh, I can't believe he bought the cornucopia.
Okay.
That's actually unreal.
I feel like maybe he thinks he doesn't really have an option at this point.
Just because 33 make it work doesn't mean you can make it work, you know?
He's gonna try. I mean, nothing wrong with learning from the best, but...
Nothing wrong with learning from the best. But Dota is also all about adapting. He did it in a game where he was snowballing. You are not snowballing, my friend. You are getting snowballed at, you know, if anything.
Quite literally, Boxy has not given up on the pressure at all, although the cogs have been very annoying for this task. So much so that he's even keeping a spare mango in the pocket, just in case of an emergency like that. Okay, well, Liquid continuing to strike in this top lane because they know that's where GamerLegion are the weakest. 2 Wisdom Shrines means that your Shadow Demon has his ultimate and your Clockwork is level 3. A sight to behold, ladies and gents. This is as rough as a pub game.
If it's a pub game, your teammates are already typing end mid, no defend.
Maybe.
But as you know, in C, whenever someone says that, do not believe them.
Absolutely not. No, that's the biggest
Never
lie ever
believe
told.
them.
The Southeast Asia end. Thing of legend. Fade again. Speaking of being snowballed, Boxy under the tower. Will try and get bumped up to the high ground by his own shards. The Pango knows that he doesn't want to help him escape, so waits at the very last moment to come in with the rolling. Good control there from the Pango, and RCY will finally come in and punish Boxy successfully.
First kill on the bot for GamerLegion. Brewmaster is going to probably get level 6 out of that. It's a little bit more. Yeah, so small steps, you know. They have to take small steps at every single time.
Yeah, GamerLegion were able to take a very convincing 19-minute win against REKONIX yesterday. I think that might have been the shortest game of our tournament so far. Now getting the tables turned onto them. Being snowballed against Hard. 5k gold lead, not the end of the world just yet. Yamson is still farming decently. RCY has an okay game. Problem is the man on your screen here, Fade. He just has to keep backing all the way up to the tier 2. Not even allowed to get this big wave of EXP. Not even allowed to live, my goodness. As that Primal Split forced to use it defensively. Nothing much to be found here though. I mean, Mickey's just standing there auto-attacking the Wind Panda just because he can.
And maybe they can find something in the bottom area. Rolling Thunder is coming off cooldown in 5 seconds. And they have to try and do something here. I mean, the problem is also they don't actually have enough damage to kill the Ducks here. I mean, Ace has a mech done already.
Ports, I mean, I guess specifically Big Nam continuing to get caught out. He's easy pickings. At Clockwork, when you're behind, just feels like such a liability, man. I don't know. He did a decent job in lane, just trying to bounce them back and keep Boxy at bay, but I feel like there's only so much you can do. Out comes an ultimate for Tofu. Speed still doesn't have his egg. So the Supernova's not a factor. You can't save Yamson. And Tofu is even using his body to get in the way. This is cruel. That's just cyberbullying right there.
Not much GamerLegion can do. And all their 3 cores not really ready to fight. And Pango's the only one that can actually fight. He has Diffuser done. He has to somehow create a miracle situation for his team.
I mean, in my mind, the plan is probably trying to rotate over to the Brewmaster when he has split the next time Liquid try and go for the kill. As this mid lane is not going to be easy, especially since Liquid have been swarming the area and have superior control. You got your Greaves done on Ace already, so any fight that you take that he's involved in, that's going to be a problem to actually take down any of these heroes. It being run at now, in the top lane. Split not available for 30 seconds, which means his life is not going to be available. Walrus Punch, bye-bye.
He's definitely out of this game. He's tilted. Like,
Dude, I mean, this
I can't believe he
Brewmaster...
TP'd. I can't believe he TP'd there.
Yeah, what's he gonna eat? Oh, guys, no Walrus Punch. Okay, bro. Like, I don't know. Maybe he thought the Tusk already used it. This is just weird, man.
Oh, Kaya, yeah. I mean, not Kaya. A Meteor Hammer done on the Void Spirit.
That's interesting. I guess they just want to push the issue because they don't have much tower push. Speaking of push the issue, Nisha's just diving the tier 2. That's vibes. 40-minute Wisdom Shrine. They can fight with the Supernova. This could be the timing that they're looking for. RCY with the Diffusal first. Needs to get in with the Swash. Finds his way onto the Wisdom Shrine, but Yanson finds his way into a wall. Nice Supernova on the high ground. Nisha in trouble. Still should be able to just create the distance and walk away. They got the interrupt on RCY, not allowing for the roll, and RCY will drop. The buyback from the clock comes in too late to save his mid, and now Boxy the one in trouble. Saved by the disruption, Liquid can still fight this. Fighting away now, Surge not gonna save him as Yamson standing his ground. Perhaps GamerLegion have outlasted Liquid, but the big poison stacks. Tofu, he's been building them up the whole time. Meteor Hammer on some cogs just for the vibes, why not? Keep looking for the chase, Nisha. Trying to find an angle in. Pulls in the Brewmaster, not the target that he wanted. He'll settle for speed.
Nisha is really, really low, and he's still standing behind, healing up with the urn, still wanting to turn around to fight. And they
mean-
know that they're so far ahead that he can actually do that.
And the thing is, the whole fight, Ace didn't even use his Greaves yet, so he still had those available. And yeah, big burst damage. I don't think Yamson was expecting that. At one point after the borrowed time, full HP, bam, 750 magic damage just in one shot. Tofu, quietly the big damage dealer of that fight. Speaking of quiet, gonna get spotted out here on his little rendezvous mission. Caught out by Nisha on the side is Fade though. The Brewmaster's in big trouble. I mean, you lose a support for the off lane that feels like a support at this point, and he doesn't even die. Fade's gonna be fine. Maybe Nisha's overcommitted. Still an Astral Step, big remnant damage though. Okay, not too bad. They defend their area, but can they defend Yamson? Borrowed time available, just want to proc it and walk away.
It's not over. Ace is behind.
Oh dear. Yamson being pulled in, and they know all the Gamer Legion heroes are busy in the top lane responding to Nisha. No one to help their carry out here.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking really, really rough, you know. They've been doing a good job kind of holding the game for the last couple of minutes, but yeah, I mean, it's tough. I mean, the Brew has an orchid, but so what, you know? Like, I don't know how much he can do with the orchid here.
Dire are scanning.
And the way I can see maybe a comeback from GamerLegion is they somehow land some combo with a Rolling Thunder and some egg onto a couple of heroes. Maybe take a fight at a Roche Tormentor, you know, something like that, you know.
Just need to take a good team fight. You still have the team fight
There's-
spells, you get
there's
the Orchid.
Actually, some hope. I think maybe they can actually land some spells effectively. You know, wait out the Radiance from Abaddon. Let's try to take a fight.
Are scanning.
I'm sure there's still like 20% chance to win or something along those lines, yeah. Or maybe
That is
less.
a pretty cool Meteor Hammer build. Speed's gonna get caught out. No die for you. The sheer amount of burst, my goodness, Nisha. Whew, that's cruel. AD rune.
Oh, is Meteor Hammer back? We saw it on BZM the other day.
That's pretty nice for heroes that can set it up for themselves, and RCY will get caught as well.
Yeah. It seems really good on Invoker. Now it seems really good on Void Spirit. The other hero that's buying Meteor Hammer is Skywrath.
That's like a support, right? Compared
Yeah,
to
not
the cause
exactly a
of...
mid hero.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense when we see the max remnant build that seems to be the trend now for these Void Spirits. The amount of damage that you take from that proc. And you want to max it early anyway because these Void Spirits are getting their shard to farm, right? Bignum, on the front lines, nice shards. Gets to the low ground. I mean, you walk up your Orchid, but he already Shikuchi's faster than you, so... I don't know about that. Fate currently has a max Thunderclap build, no Cinder Brew at all. Gotta get vision control of this area. Could be able to D-ward, but maybe this is the fight that Gamer Legion were looking for. Ace is gonna investigate on the front lines. Who dares stick around? Just gonna be Big Num, hook shot out to safety. Meteor Hammer on nothing. Okay, Nisha just trying to scare them away, I guess. And vision cleared. Triangle controlled, Gamer Legion. I thought they were gonna go in there, but just not really timing the Orchid with the rest of their spells.
Yeah, Ace has pipe coming in the career. There's actually literally no way they can fight now.
It does feel like that opening pre-pipe might have been an opportunity, but with the pipe coming out, all of the damage that you have on Gamer Legion, it's gonna just look kind of pathetic. And you still haven't really seen this Pango get a good roll off in any sort of team fight. It's not really his fault though. Gamer Legion just have not taken a team fight.
They can't, they just can't, you know, they're just too far behind. It's not that they're intentionally running away, but it's just mainly because they can't fight.
Give us one more kill on Liquid for the magic number and I'll be pleased, even if this game is a storm.
I thought you were a more mature person than that, yeah.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Still looking at the memes.
I mean, it's about the culture, man. You gotta show respect.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's important to call these things out, you know? You got a no ball.
Yeah, maybe for you, you know. It's important for you.
True. All right, so what's important here for Gamer Legion? What do they need to do? Because we keep saying take a team fight, but clearly it's not so straightforward because Liquid are just not giving them the opportunities. They're wrapping around the map, mopping up these areas, playing cleanly and tightly together. Can Gamer Legion actually take a 5v5 or do they need to make sure Liquid is split up?
I think they have to try. I don't think Liquid is going to be too split up when they take the team fight.
I mean, it's looking pretty split up now. Yeah.
Right now, maybe that's going to be a good opportunity. Ace is so far away.
Two spots hiding around the tree line.
Ace is sleeping mid. Coming with his auras.
Big Num thinking about it. Just going to be Tofu showing himself at the moment. Fade as well. Get yourself a good start to the fight for the first time. Boxy on the front lines. Pushed around by the Cogs again, but chasing fearlessly forward. Once the snowball on, they've already found speed. The second support in their sights. Big Num will drop as well. I thought for sure that Gamer Legion was setting up for something there, but they just didn't have the pieces together.
It's also kind of hard for them to just straight up initiate. You don't have dagger on the Pango. You're only relying on what, hook shot. Brewmaster's not exactly a good initiator. He's kind of like a follow-up. I mean, it's just tough, you know. They don't really have the tools. I mean, the best thing they could do is what they tried just now. They tried to hold a high ground, put a ward there, wait for Liquid to run up, but Liquid was just too good, you know. They just waited patiently until everyone was ready before they ran up, you know.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Reading every situation very, very well.
Hook shot on some creeps. Okay. Ace is completely fine. Big Num with that initiation. Gonna find his own death instead. The silence out onto Nisha, but you still have that disruption to save if needed. And Fade's not even gonna bother popping the split. He knows there's no kill to be found there. I don't know. That was weird. What was the plan with that hook shot? I guess they were planning to hook shot and then try and silence him. But like, he has Greaves, so that wouldn't have worked. I don't know. It's weird.
Just a desperate attempt, you know. You know those games when you play in pubs where you already know that you're probably gonna lose, and then you're like, I just want a game to end faster, so I just pretend that I'm trying to initiate and do something, you know. Because you don't want to just lose the game without trying to do anything, right? At least you want to try to go for some play.
That might be the situation here for Gamer Legion, though. Again, this match, pretty important for them to try and stay out of last chance playoffs. But with the way things are looking, they will probably stay near the bottom of the standings unless they're able to turn it around in their subsequent games. There's a hook shot onto Tofu, good first target. Can they commit onto him? You need to split, there you have it. Still disrupting himself. In comes Nisha with the silence onto everyone on the back line. Tofu will just walk away. RCY is still going to try and chase him down, but the rest of your team, they're losing their lives. There's the egg, but it gets easily dealt with. They get the trade of supports, but now Yamson's left high and dry. No more borrow time vacuumed in, and Mickey will finish the job a wall to seal the deal and pull back in Clockwork as well. It's looking way too easy for Liquid.
And it's looking way too impossible for Gamer Legion right now. Just too far behind. There's no apparent synergy in the team fights with their heroes. Very hard to initiate. They get the brew again. No split.
Okay. Still has that Aegis, not fearful at all. Will just go in and kill the brew just like he has been doing the whole damn game. There's Panda Violence right there. They get the first life. But a nice vacuum. No further follow-up though. Dodge out of the way. Here's Big Num thinking about a hook shot. Who we go hook shot though? Onto Mickey. Use his time lapse already. He's dropping low. The Cogs again doing a number. But they're still able to save Mickey and kill the clock. Heroes dropping like flies on the Gamer Legion side. This draft has not worked out for them in the slightest. And just like their run in PGL America's qualifiers, this Pango looks like ass, man. I don't know. I don't even think it's his fault this game.
I mean, might not be fair this game to blame him because the Brewmaster got so shut down. You have only 2 cores in this game because Brewmaster didn't have a game at all. I mean, I can agree maybe Pango wasn't the best pick, but if you ask me if they lost because of the Pango, I wouldn't say so. They lost
also, some of these earlier rotations from Nisha were so much more impactful, right?
Yeah, but it's easy when the Tusk and Weaver, they were snowballing out of control, so the Tusk was also ganking the other lanes, making it easy for the Void to rotate.
Yeah.
And it all just split out of control from the Brewmaster and Clock's lane, you know. The lane just went way too bad.
It's
I mean,
kind of
it's
weird
okay
because
to-
even if they
it's-
went even, like you look at Clock, Phoenix, and Pango, it doesn't feel very oppressive, right? Like it.
No, but if it's let's say a 50-50 game, I think there's a lot more potential in the
Sure.
team fights, you know. But because the early game just went so bad that it actually meant that the Abaddon also got pressure, right? So not only you have a poor Brewmaster, the Tars is ganking the Abaddon. So both side lane cores didn't really have a very good start, you know, of the game. And then they
Tofu
lost
being
the
surrounded,
runes.
nice 4-star, he'll escape. A wall onto 3, Rolling Thunder forced. They turn their sights towards Ace, but that is not a sight you want to see. A full HP Darkseer with 2 auras to boot. There's an egg. Trying to keep them at bay, the split as well, but they can just run. I mean, Nisha's just avoiding it on the back line completely with Mickey. They are just playing around this fight. This is cruelty from Liquid. Toying with their food as Gamer Legion. Just... there's nothing they can do. Yeah, GG's called.
GG.
There you go.
And the game has been over for quite some time already. But well played to Liquid, you know. They played a flawless game. They made a very, very good rotations. They played around Nisha a lot. They controlled the runes. Mickey came into the fight early as well. They just kind of enabled each other. Ace had a very good game this time because the game was kind of easy for him. His teammates just pressured so much that he was able to farm his aura items very, very quickly and just eliminate any chances of Gamer Legion can win in the team fights, you know, because they had no damage against the Darkseer.
Yeah, Liquid doing very well to further climb the ladder in the standings, and that will put them at a nice score of 6-4. They have the chance to end the day on a high with a win against Heroic. That's their last game of the day. And that might put them in a decent contention for first seed if none of these other teams vying for that spot can take down any of their opponents, right? Because right now it's Na'Vi at 6-3. And then it's only Tundra with 7 wins. So if they're the other team to get 7 wins and none of these other teams come close, they might just be booking themselves a ticket directly to Malta, back where they belong as an organization at least. But in this game, I feel like there might have been some opportunities for Gamer Legion if Fate didn't get so slapped around, like you said. But at the same time, it's a mix, right? Like you said, there were games where, for example, 33 was on the Brewmaster, but because of the support combination in the lane, he was able to snowball and punish Gamer Legion, actually, of all people, on that Weaver. So the Weaver isn't an outright counter pick. It's just paired with the task, and then you look at your lane partner, it's a clockwork. Like, what are you even going to do there? I think the construction of the draft was just a bit confused from Gamer Legion.
Yeah, I think that's also pretty important that you look at the support heroes. You know, it's not just about the Brew against the Weaver matchup. I think overall, to enable the Brew, you might want to think about maybe prioritizing picking a range hero. I think Brewmaster, he really needs a range hero on his lane to enable his laning phase, because this hero becomes such a powerhouse. The moment you get past the laning phase, if you get to your levels, you don't even need to win your lane, you just need to be able to survive, and then your hero is going to be able to do a lot.
Yeah, 2 unlucky Brewmaster performances for us here on the B stream. But for myself and Winter, that is going to be a wrap for the Blast group stage. Thank you so much for joining us, but we're not done. Coming up next, in terms of the Dota Best of Ones, the show's got to go on. So we got our Cryptic and Z Quixotics bringing you through the next series. It's Xtreme Gaming versus REKONIX. We'll catch you then.
Welcome everybody to the second half of the final day of the group stage. A rare case where we're actually not knocking anyone out, which I think is a nice change. Everyone will get to move on to play a few more games. But whether you're playing last chance qualifiers versus being a little further up in the playoffs, that could still be determined here. We're going to hop straight into this one in a moment. There was a little bit of a delay due to some tech stuff. We're going to get Ricky, my fellow caster, in here in just a moment. You know how tech issues go in 2026. But these players, they're locking in. Hopefully no tech issues on their side. We got Xtreme versus REKONIX, which I feel could be a pretty fun one. Though if XG is playing well, they might just, they're favored. I think they're more experienced team. REKONIX having some good showings at times, but a little bit shaky, a bit inconsistent in what they're going for. I think a lot of the people watching would probably expect that. They're like the underdogs having shown up here. And with that in mind, I think doing okay, showing some decent signs. I am curious to see what for XG, I feel like the style is, I think a lot of people are going to be quite familiar with it, where Ame, he farms up. He's got some lane winning hero. Everyone else helps to make space for him, set him up. REKONIX, I think, has been kind of figuring out their style. That's part of the shakiness of showing up to the international stage for the first time, and then maybe not doing so hot in the group stage, so you're having to change your style. You make all this prep. If you can just do it and go, you're fine. But when you're losing, you have to adjust on the fly, and that's where things get a little chaotic.
We're so heckin' back, dude.
We're so heckin' back.
We're so back, yeah. A little bit of hiccups here, but we are good to go, ready for our... for your my first game, not the first game of the day. We're 5 games deep already. We've got a long day in front of us, though, right? If the first half of the day was short, in terms of game time, that means the back half of the day is about to be loaded with some absolute dumpy style games, like just 60-minute, 80-minute, 90-minute games. Who knows?
Yeah, if I had to predict, okay, I think XG is supposed to win this series, but I do know that when REKONIX, like I was just saying, they've been a little bit inconsistent, but when they're playing their best, I think it's actually pretty good, and they could pressure XG. But then XG is a good enough team that they can hold on for a really long time. This could be our drawn out game. And if not this one, I think we have Tundra versus Spirit later. Spirit has been looking a bit shaky, but if they are playing like their usual better style, which they can do, you never know with Spirit, they'll just turn it on one day. That could definitely be a very long game. Both those teams just refusing to budge, drag it out with farming efficiency.
I'm trying to look at like some of the other games that we have, being like, which games am I most excited for? But realistically, like, since we're getting to the end of this group stage, like, no teams are eliminated, of course. So the big thing for me is which teams are going to make it to that top 2. Like Tundra right now at 7-1, which is just Tundra on their blast, buff. Like, I don't know what it is about this team. The fact that Tundra seems to always do well in the blast time events is just, it's hilarious and awesome at the same time. But Na'Vi, it's 6-3, man. They're killing it. We'll see what they can do, if they're able to hold that position. But for REKONIX, it's looking unlikely that they're gonna make it out of the bottom 4, which means they're gonna have to play in those last chance playoffs for those, in the bottom 4 slots, which are immediate elimination. We'll see what they can get done there.
But they could do the miracle run. They could learn everything and make it all the way through, which I don't actually think has happened yet. Yeah. I don't think it's happened yet at Blast. I think the teams that usually do well in the group stage have then gone on. Well, okay, this is, I don't know how much value there is in the statement because it's Tundra. Tundra keeps doing well in the group stage and then they keep winning. But, you know, historically, if you do well in the group stage for this format, you tend to place quite high.
Yeah, that's true. We'll see, you know, what they get done, but I will say a little bit surprising is the team spirit, like in the bottom 4, right? You know, they're having a rough go of it in this event with the stand-in situation, but enough, I guess, of me derailing the conversation. We've got our first pick about to actually happen, which is great. The bans kind of all make sense to me. Not a lot out of the ordinary there, right? Shadow Demon, Treant, Jakiro, a lot of the strong supports, and they'll remove the Mars Viper. The Gyro is the biggest kind of question mark to me, and then of course the Wind Ranger.
I think it's a Natsumi classic, the Gyrocopter. We got to see the Divine Rapier game yesterday. It was very exciting.
Yeah.
And that's like one of the ways you lose on XG, right? Like they're a more experienced team. You're like, oh, a normal game, we'll definitely find a way to like beat them, unless some crazy Divine Rapier comes out, you know, and you just lose in one chaotic moment. So I think it's a fine call. And this is a Chinese team versus a Southeast Asian team. So a lot of the European teams, you know, you got to ban that like Razor, Viper, Huskar, like real toxic heroes, but these regions play a little bit of a different style, and so I think all these bans also make sense, but it's just a different preference, right? It's targeting the different teams and their style. So we'll get to see, maybe we will get to see a Huskar game actually, funny enough, because it doesn't get banned.
I would be so down for it, honestly. Like, we have not really seen the hero much.
Nope.
The other thing that's still in the pool is the Razor, which has gotten a lot of attention, but I guess Razor to me has kind of not been a hero super popular in these regions. Like it's popular elsewhere, of course, for sure, but we haven't really seen it played in the China or the Southeast Asian region too much.
It's not their priority.
Yeah, exactly.
They
it's not really the playstyle. The Mars though, that's the playstyle.
Yeah, they like the Mars. Disruptor's another one that these regions prioritize a little bit more, which I do think it's pretty good. It's
Kezban.
Oh yeah, I don't really have any complaints about it. You know, it's just a different style of how you want to draft. You do need heroes that kind of go in to make it work because you need to see to glimpse back and such. But it just, you know, just picking it this early, it's not the strongest laner, but it can have good pairings. So if you pick your carry matchup, for example, later on, and you know you might be laning into a Slardar, then Disruptor does well enough, and he preemptively shuts down a lot of popular mid picks, which we don't have very mid bans this time because there's been so much on supports and other roles. So the usual Queen of Pain, Puck, Storm, Ember, all those heroes are available, and all of them do not like this Disruptor hero.
I'm really curious what they're going to pick for that, because a lot of supports are getting the attention in this draft, right? Like, 4 of REKONIX.CET's bans are supports, which you don't normally see, right? A lot of these end up slipping through as a result, but they are... You know, they've got the Disruptor. They're like, we've got one of the good ones. You know, what are they going to be left with? So for X-Nova, we'll see what he's going to grab. We'll take the Shadow Fiend first for REKONIX. So a decent take away from Xtreme, because when you run the Slardar, you definitely want that negative armor core to play around. There are still a lot of options, right? With the Clinks, like being one of them, the Templar Assassin being another. But Shadow Fiend, probably the most straightforward, as it has the flexible potential of mid and safe lane.
Yeah, the Slardar could also move around, so you do want something like SF. We'll see the Batrider ET come out. I'm not too surprised. These aren't... Well, Batrider's decently popular. ET's a little lower down, but with so many support bans, you are reaching lower into the hero pool. And this is one that, again, going back to regional differences, China has liked ET even when he goes out of the meta. It is still something that this region likes a lot. We'll see if this actually ends up being the support duo, because you can do some Batrider core. We have seen that. Though, funny enough, actually, Disruptor is often picked against it, since you kind of mess with the Batrider. So it's interesting to see them go for it here. You might just have to prioritize the disruptor.
I wouldn't be opposed to that. I'm trying to think if there was like a specific hero they're picking the Elder Titan to maybe counteract, but it really is just, it is just the minus armor, I'm guessing, right? Like it is like a somewhat synergy. I'll go for the Tiny, which is not affected by Elder Titan's aura, so that is a pretty cool idea.
Doesn't love to build armor items though, so the Slardar will still be a bit annoying.
Yeah, I mean, if it's core Tiny, he does get a lot of armor just from his, you know, ultimate. Plus, like, you typically build, like, Yules and a Force Staff, so he's not very easily caught. I would prefer this be, like, a mid Tiny over a support Tiny, just for that reason. Like, support Tiny is going to struggle a lot more against a core Slardar, but it's also a little bit of a deny pick as well. Like, REKONIX is actually doing a good job at, like, denying, like, the really powerful combos from Xtreme, like Shadow Fiend, Slardar, but Tiny Elder Titan is a classic where you just throw the spirit onto someone and you just sap away all their spirit resist, or their magic resist, and then Tiny just throws like a creeper hero over and pops them. So
spirit resist is what support players need to have when the enemy mid is trying to kill you all the time.
I like this, the Shadow Demon, Shadow Shaman, sorry. Very nice pick. Good control. There's not a lot of ways of canceling. There's the easy one in the Stomp, but if the Stomp is down, Shadow Shaman is actually kind of free to go for his Shackles here, which always makes for a good Shadow Shaman game, I suppose. And there's the Clinks.
That's some dirty negative armor synergy.
Yeah.
Slardar ET Clinks with a Deso. And then you still have decent magic damage from Batrider even as a support. I think if you just pick a mid hero, well, you could still do the mid Slardar. Your last hero, have it bring in some magic damage, and then either more, I think you're good on initiation. Probably like some auras potentially, or
There's so
another
many
playmaker
mid-hero
just go
options.
crazy fast.
I kind of like the idea of a Leshrac mid going for Guardian Greaves. They get rid of Kunkka. That would have been another really good one, actually. My thought was like a kind of a semi-frontliner. Kunkka a little bit more of a direct frontliner, but I like the idea. For Xtreme, they have their kind of pick of the litter when it comes to mid laners. I don't think they're going to go for a Storm or an Ember. They could ban out the Ember if it's something they're genuinely worried about, if they don't think they have the counter pick to it. But now that Huskar is still in the game, I don't think you can really afford to pick the Ember Spirit here. I mean, granted, you would be playing Huskar into an absolute metric ton of minus armor, which is not great. But I think you just kind of want to keep your Tiny mid and then not get like super counter picked in the mid lane. I think the Lash is a pretty decent ban because it is like a Guardian Greaves builder. It does bring good damage.
Okay, unironically, Largoba offlane for REKONIX. You can remove the ET Spirit when he's trying to run you down. You can remove a lot of this negative armor, and you can just build as an aura builder. I know the Ags build is the most popular for offlane, which I think you can still do, and then just go back for all the armor auras.
I appreciate you, Zach, because I can always count on you to recommend Largo when I'm not thinking about it.
I got you. I'm Largo brained right now.
You're right, though. It is actually a pretty good lane matchup. It shuts down ET quite a bit, or the Batrider, whichever one they decide to put in the position 5. But at this point, you know, seeing the Clinks, it's for sure the Elder Titan. And Elder Titan really does need to play around the Astral Spirit lane. And we saw yesterday the Largoba sitting behind a Shadow Fiend. It was pretty strong.
whatever they go with, I think you do just want something that helps provide armor aura, because I mean you clearly drafted that way on XG, right? They want to take away your armor and kill you with physical damage, so you need to address that in some way. Which Largo has his bonus for armor from the Grooven stacks, but I don't know. Primal Beast is like maybe another one. I'm trying to think who else has some like extra armor.
Mid lane for Xtreme. Whoa, it is going to be a Razor. Okay, so more minus armor? Is that the idea here? Like, how much can we put in the draft?
It's also a little bit hybrid though, because he does bring some magic damage too, right? But yeah, I really double down. We need armor on this last hero. I need a Crimson Guard builder. Greaves for yourself is not bad. Someone grab a Vlad. I don't know. You need all of them.
I mean, the Underlord would have been pretty good because he's the Crimson Guard and Atrophy Aura. Primal Beast. Okay, Primal's actually very durable, but I think the idea behind this is he can kill this lane like pretty easily. Like, Clinks does not like playing against Primal Beast in the lane at all. So it does give you some kill threat there, but Primal Beast doesn't typically build things like Crimson Guard. You need a Blink Dagger a lot of the times. You need like a BKB. His item build is a little bit forced if you want him to be a damage dealer. But if you want him to be an aura builder, and specifically into something like a Crimson Guard, he has some of the best strength gain in the game. So it is a very, worthwhile Crimson.
Yeah, he has the Uproar armor, which will help in the meantime, but it only helps him.
Yeah, exactly.
And like you said, he's got to buy a couple other items, which I kind of worry about the ultimate. I know I threw out Primal Beast as a possible option, but I also worry about its full impact here, mainly in how often he'll be able to get Pulverize off. But I suppose there's only so many things you can cancel, because now it's like, oh, I got to think about Shackles. I got to think about finding this Disruptor. I got to get the Pulverize. I got to stop the Requiem. So, I mean, there is a lot on your plate, but you also have a lot of heroes who can, like, I'll do this, you do that. So I think XG is set up for success here. I especially worry about this Tiny having a rough time.
Yeah.
Into the Razor, and then like these supports can all come over, but I think like XG doesn't mind matching that to help themselves out, and then Tiny's supposed to be the main playmaker, and if he can't have a good game, I don't know what these supports will do, going back to Primal Beast needing help.
Yeah, when you play this matchup on the Razor, like, it's kind of a little bit weird because you don't want to get too close to the Tiny or else you can get tossed, and you don't want to be like too far from the Tiny because then he'll just avalanche you and break the tether. So you have to kind of play that sweet spot, just like a few hundred range away from the Tiny when you're static linking him. But overall, the lane should be pretty straightforward for the Razor. He's gonna get denied like a decent amount the first wave, I believe, just because Tiny's got his tree throw. He's got like 20 more damage than the Razor. But overall, this should end up being a pretty straightforward lane for NTS. I don't think he's going to be struggling at all. So let's jump into game. Well, I was going to say game number one. The only game of this series. It is going to be the REKONIX versus Xtreme. These best of ones. A big one here for Xtreme because they have been kind of floating right in the middle of a group. And we're going to see which of these teams, might be a contender for that second place spot here in the standings.
That's true, though, to be honest, because no one gets knocked out, the most important thing is to figure out your playstyle and the best heroes of the meta, right? Yeah. I think that's the number one priority, just to focus on your own self-improvement, because you can make the deep miracle run all the way through no matter where you end up, as long as you are playing well.
Also, the higher seed you are in this, the easier, theoretically, the team you're going to be playing in those last chance qualifiers, right? Because the top third and fourth seed will be playing the winners of the bottom 4 seeds. So
That's true, but let's also face it. You got to be, can I beat Tundra? Like that's the question you got to ask yourself here. And when you make it all the way through, are you good enough to beat Tundra, even if you got like a better spot in the seeding?
I swear there's gonna have to, like, if Tundra wins again, that has to be some sort of record for a team to like specific tournament type, you know? Like, how many other teams can say that they won a certain event like 4 times in a row? The closest would be like Spirit when they had, or not, like either Spirit or Secret, and when Secret had like that one year where they won like 12 events or something. But yeah, it's like it wasn't just one series, you know, like one specific event.
Yeah, I can't think of when like one team has done it for the same event so many times.
It would have to be the couple like different iterations of teams that have had just like unbelievable streaks, right? The Gaming Gladiators year, where they just seemingly won everything. You had like Paravision, you know, when they came back and started just winning everything. I don't know. We'll have to look through it. I'm sure there's a stat about it somewhere.
I think like old VP long ago had like some insane runs as well.
That's true. I forgot about that. So this top lane, we've got the Primal Beast with the Shadow Shaman. This is a lot of just straight auto attack damage in this lane, right? Like Shadow Shaman hits incredibly hard for a ranged hero. So Elder Titan actually walking up to try and harass, like once he has his Astral Spirit out, he's gonna get hit by the chicken fingers and take probably an extra auto attack or two. So it might not actually be super worth it for him to try and play aggressively with his spirit anyway.
Yeah, counting the searing arrows, just like the raw physical damage in the right clicks in this lane is probably some of the highest.
Yeah.
We just need like Treant Protector in here maybe.
Ooh, level 2 on the Disruptor, trying to punish the Bat Rider here, but won't be able to get in range for that Thunder Strike, so he'll be fine.
I think he can get the kill if he gets one more Thunder Strike with the slow from Thunderstorm, but Bat Rider pretty fast. He's gonna get out of there. But that goes back to the lane we were saying, like Disruptor tends to do well versus Bat Rider, because you try to commit and you just glimpse him away, or you're trying to poke and then you get glimpsed into a spot where you didn't really want to commit yet. You didn't have the napalm stacks ready.
Really nice
this
pushback.
knockback. Yeah, just a simple glimpse, protect him.
Ooh, they get the Elder Titan in the top lane though.
Is under attack.
Oh, he's going for it. He's going for it. He gets the courier. He's going for the other one. Dude, if Elder Titan loses this courier, okay, he's not going to lose it. Oh, there's literally nothing on it. Never mind. But, ooh.
Hopes and dreams could be on that courier.
There's an awkward sentry plant. He like drops it, sees that there's a sentry there, and is like, I'm not allowed to sit here and defend this, so just gives it up. Bottom lane, they'll take down XXS as well as grabbing themselves the Lotus Pool. So very strong for, ooh, actually forked the wave? I mean, hard to say which lane that was actually for, but very good for the Shadow Fiend, starting off with the extra soul and the lasting presence stack in the lane. A little bit extra minus armor does matter.
I know pubs, it would only backfire to show who fortified, but for pro matches, I would be interested so that we could know, like, oh, the mid was fortifying for this purpose, like the off lane. And pub is like, who just fortified the tier 2? I'm reporting you. Who is this?
You just start pinging him.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, actually misses that raise, but it should be fine.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing, too, this happens on the tail end of the lasting presence stack, and it refreshed. So he now has 2. So this is a legitimate amount of minus armor. He has an AoE aura of Slardar's amplified damage right now. Is will shove the lane, though. That is the downside, is, you know, your creeps hit substantially harder on the wave now.
Shaman trying to stop these pulls since his sentry got killed earlier. This camp actually has a lot of like nifty spots to use to block the camp. Got kind of unlucky. He picked one where Xnova was right by, but maybe still should have picked one further out since Xnova was respawning.
Oh
my gosh, the damage.
Very close, but yeah, the damage, like you said. 2 points in the shackle. It's a lot of lockdown against the ET and Primal Beast. There's nothing you can do to stop this guy. Like I was mentioning earlier, it's a great lane into the Clinks because Clinks can't stop this hero from doing anything. It's not a fun time for him, but instead they're just punishing the Elder Titan because, well, if you take Stomp off the board, what can you do?
It's also just so slow, so they can stop you so many different ways, even if you are trying to save the Stomp. 6-minute rune coming up here, Catapult as well. We mentioned maybe putting the pressure on Tiny. He's done okay, right? He is kind of losing just a little bit, but it is into Razor, so pretty understandable. So now the question is, who gets this power rune? Level 6 on Tiny fortunately doesn't matter that much for these runes. It's not like an Ember Spirit or a Storm, right? Yeah, you want 6, but you do most of the same stuff in terms of securing the rune, and then you can get 6 after it's bottled.
Honestly, it's not even like CS wise, he's pretty much dead even with the Razor, right? Like, yeah, he's like a 4 CS difference or something, but against a matchup that we kind of expect to be not great for the Tiny, he's done really well. But
Haste
also
is scary.
Yeah, that's actually one of the best 6-minute runes in the game. I would say for NTS though, like you don't want to actually max static link. You need to max your plasma field so that you actually have damage in the mid game, especially if you're one who's trying to make plays around the map.
Uh-oh, ET. I've seen this one before. A little awkward in the corner. Not the easiest to trample, but yeah, we mentioned you cannot get the Stomp out. So this top lane going a lot better than I expected,
Really
actually. I did not think they would find this many kills. The Clinks is still farming, so you're honestly, in this top lane, Xnova's been through it before. He's like, yeah, I make space for Ame. It's how it goes. Does Ame save me? No, I save Ame. So it's sort of okay in that sense. ET can do a lot even from behind just because you just put the Spirit in. But it is, like we said, the game would be hard for FBZ, but if you're rich, it's fine.
Well, now they do actually find Ame as NTS comes in. They actually glimpse out the Elder Titan, but a beautiful Stomp comes in. Ame is going to survive. And with the Razor there, we'll force the TP out on the 2. And he will finish the kill now onto the Disruptor. So double kill for the Razor mid thanks to the Haste rune. And bottom lane, you are alone now on the Shadow Fiend. They saw your support's top side. They will try and run him down under the tower. Bashed up Requiem is available. It's going to work. What a shackle coming through from Delul at the last possible moment. And the Bat Rider does need to be careful now. He gets the Hex. If he gets the Ether Shock and an attack here, Chicken Finger. Oh, that'll do it.
I think he's got it.
That'll do it.
REKONIX making it work. Thankfully, this bottom lane was going well for them, so Jikroy already has the Falcon Blade, the Power Tread, so he's pretty tanky. I do think it's still a little bit of a mistake to get caught out like that while your team is making a play top, but he is simply rich enough that it worked anyways.
Very close attempt here in the mid lane. The Stomp doesn't come out quite in time. Xnova will get glimpsed right back into the trio. How long on the Tiny spells? Looks like too long, so Xnova's going to survive, but they managed to find a kill onto the Razor. A big one. FBZ's going to go back to jungling, it seems.
These stacks. Shadow Shaman has made his way over in between killing the ET. He's been stacking, helping with the runes, so a lot of money going to FBZ, which means he's going for the Blade Mail first. Pretty understandable. We talked about all the physical damage, how you'd need armor. Curious to see which way he goes next. Like, do you just keep leaning into auras like the Crimson Guard, which I've seen some Primal Beasts do? It works. It just feels weird because you can't really initiate. But maybe that's fine because you got Tiny, you got Shadow Shaman, Disruptor. Like, yeah, maybe you just need to be this tanky aura builder this game.
I was gonna say, like, Shadow Fiend's up here, doesn't want to show, so he's clearly waiting for a gank. I'm like, where is he? But they don't manage to connect, and now your Shadow Fiend is showing. They will find Ame just barely with that sentry. The toss back into the hands of the Primal Beast. The dust comes out. The Stomp is there, but One more auto attack in from the Tiny, and the Shadow Fiend will do it. And this, I was gonna say maybe they push the tower, but no, Shadow Fiend's just gonna go back through the Twin Gate towards his bottom lane, go back to farming. Good movement.
Yeah, XG not seeing these coming. I feel like they're always reacting to these plays. The one bottom was the one they initiated to go for the SF. I guess the Razor, there was one Razor rotation with that haste rune too. It's the 2 kills they have.
Man, Primal Beast is a terrifying hero to have a good start on. If you are playing against a Primal Beast and this guy has taken your tower and is like towards the top of the net worth, you're gonna have a rough time. He's actually just opting for a Blade Mail. Kind of a classic Primal Beast build, like when Blade Mail was really overtuned. This was a really popular pickup, but there's a lot of uncontrollable damage in this game.
Mid using Serpent Wars, trying to get this other tower. You already took the top tower. Now you're getting the mid tower. This is really good in terms of...
I don't know if they can stop this. Like, there's a catapult here, plus the Serpent Wards. Tiny's just trying to tank it up.
This up.
Yeah, bottling a little bit. The Lul's doing the same.
Do it for the catapult. Protect it.
The toss. Yeah, they got it. No stopping this. Lul's more than halfway to his Blink Dagger at this point on the Shadow Shaman. He's been having a great time. I mean, that tower gold goes a long way as well. The Polywog Massacre of 2026. So sad.
He is not playing Largo.
He's definitely not playing Largo.
Where did that creep go? Crazy.
Wait a minute.
This is the... At least it's a nice thing for Ame. The lane kind of slipped out of control at the end there, but you do have Death Pack, so it can speed up your farm, just eating creeps. Halfway to the Deso, though I wonder if he'll end up buying the Shard instead. If he picks up some kills, he can probably get the Deso and then go back for the Shard. But a lot of Clinkses like to make sure they get the Shard really early. But then you also want the Deso really early. This is where you wish you weren't just losing the lane so that you could get both. Ooh, Jigro also going for the build you talked about yesterday, where a little bit the mix of the spellcaster items, but the right-clicking facet.
Dude, this is, in my opinion, the strongest build for Shadow Fiend. I don't know why we haven't been seeing more of it. I think the Shadow Fiend spells are so dang good that it's a little bit bizarre to just like not utilize them at all. The downside to this build is you're a lot squishier, and when you are playing against teams that have catch and engage, you like, you know, sometimes need to itemize to be a little bit tankier, and so I'm a little bit worried about it this game. But they have such a lead that it might actually work, right? If you're this far ahead and you actually can get away with it, get to your Kayayasha like blink and then your BKB, I think you're in a pretty good spot.
I like that
you be very careful of the Slardar.
I like that you said, like, I don't know why this isn't the build, and then went on to list why perhaps it's not the build.
I mean, it's like that's like game. It's a lot of times Shadow Fiend, like his main weakness is that if they have heroes that just get on top of you and beat you to death, like that's what the hero struggles with. But if you're able to play as the aggressor, you know, with like a Blink Requiem that instantly like wins you a fight, then, you know, it kind of it just changes the playstyle, I guess. But I like this build more.
Yeah, this game he should be protected. Like FBT is going for the Crimson Guard. You do have, for example, the Tiny, right? I'm not going to put myself at risk. You're going to throw them into me. You're going to glimpse them back, and then I will Requiem very quickly because I have the finished Yashakaya, and they're going to try to put it to use going for this Wisdom Shrine.
They know exactly what's going on. They will scan the other way.
All right, coming up here.
He's looking for a toss back on Dream.
Steals
there's
the
gonna be the sleep though. Oh no. And there's the lasso pulling in the Shadow Fiend. He's gonna be able to get the Requiem inside the Static Storm. Okay. Your Shadow Fiend is stuck for a moment. Thanks to the wards, he will TP to safety. You managed to protect your shrine, but a 2 for 2 favoring, I believe, REKONIX. He
Yeah,
gets the Razor.
definitely.
It has to be, right?
Yeah, and he jumped in and tossed the Razor back, so he stole the Wisdom Shrine. And
Oh,
Jikroy
he
is securing
did.
the other one now, too.
Okay,
so that
way
was a
better now.
successful Shrine steal. You made XGTP to their own half of the map. You do lose your supports. Yeah, but whatever, right?
Hog.
So really well timed, right? Jumps over the damage, too, so
Yeah, that was sick.
avoids
Okay,
that.
Dream.
It was a nice Earth Splitter, and like that combo looks pretty good, but you just need a bit more damage. And I actually think like if Ame had come over, I know he wants to finish the Deso and he wants to finish the Shard, and maybe if he was having a better game, he would have had that item and been willing to show up. But
He just bought out the Shard instead of the Deso.
yeah, I think that's understandable because you want the farming speed. The game's not going great, right? So like you're not fighting with the Deso that much. You're just trying to like push lanes, catch up, and take decent fights here and there, which you don't need the Deso for.
Nice flame break there from FY, but an avalanche. Couldn't hold him back long enough. Okay. Nice catch bottom onto FBZ. The Primal Beast is a tanky hero and not the easiest to bring down. And they'll claim themselves their first tower of the game here.
Supports in the area. Double ults available. You can actually kill the core heroes even with just the supports. Like it's a lot of damage.
Yeah, this is Shadow Shaman Blink now. Just finished it up. 16-minute power rune's gonna spawn top as an invis. And Bat Rider will get his blink. So both initiators essentially having blinks on the, on each team. You've had the tiny blink and the Slardar blink for a little bit, but in terms of the supports, like these guys can get the fight started as well.
They are walking through a ward though. They have a sentry placed in this area, but it is just short of that observer. So they're trying to be sneaky.
Both
It shouldn't
sentries are
really
just out of
work.
range.
XG's also preparing for this.
Who took the invis room? Oh, they're just gonna go into Roshan instead. They're like, screw it, we've got Shadow Shaman wards. Flashback to when these things could legitimately kill Roshan by themselves. That was a cool time.
They still contribute quite a lot of damage. It's very nice to have it. And XG either doesn't know or just doesn't think this first
know.
Aegis matters. Although maybe Batrider can try to steal it. Oh my god, FY
Okay.
actually controlled up though. He did not get to steal it. Guys?
That
Yeah, okay.
was really scary. If FBZ did not onslaught through there, he gets the Aegis.
I'm actually surprised. It looked like he should be able to do it.
Yeah, I don't think he had a slot. I'm wondering if he actually didn't have an item slot. He had this.
Yeah, he was like right there on time. Yeah, maybe didn't clear the slot fast enough.
I think he didn't. Yeah. Very close. Oh, okay. Top side here. The lol gonna try and maybe find something, but unable to. All right, Aegis into the Tiny. Is that the hero you actually wanted this Aegis to go to? Is it over the Shadow
Well,
King?
it's not the Bat Rider, so
Yeah.
I think anyone grabbing it is fine.
Yeah.
SF usually would be the one,
Radiant's middle tower
but it's also pretty early, right? This
Yeah.
isn't let's take buildings with this Aegis. This is, we find some fights here and there that we like, and Tiny's the main guy who's going to be doing things. SF happy to get involved in this one right by his tower.
Yeah, really nice setup there for the Disruptor and a really good ward.
Disruptor going for his own blink as well. So now split pushing is going to be very scary because either support could find you first and you just can't get out. You're either shackled for ages while everyone else shows up, or you're glimpsed back as everyone is teleporting in.
Yeah.
Now they're
Smoked up
smoking. This
here.
time, no observer. The observer has faded this time, so they didn't see this. Heading up to the Clinks, he showed himself.
I mean, they know
They'll
exactly
know he's
where
going to the
gonna
top jungle. Maybe Bat Rider can tank it for him. Oh, he's in a ward. They should get this.
Yeah, they know. Delol jumps in with the Hex into the Shackle. Shadow Fiend, couple auto attacks to assist. They'll claim themselves another, and they actually find the Bat Rider as well on the backside of this. FY will die.
Actually, he sees this observer with the sentry. Maybe the night vision, just barely out of range or something?
I mean, yeah, I mean, the Clinks, I think, died on the other side of the tree there. I don't think he actually was able to see it.
I think he walked through there. That's how they knew where to go.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, maybe he just didn't expect anyone. Like you see it and you're like, oh, I'll get that in a second. I'll let Batrider do it, you know, whatever. I've got farming efficiency, you know. I can't stop for this kind of stuff, but can't get out of there fast enough.
I see them do a little bit of chip damage to the tower, but they will probably be backing for the Tormentor in a moment, as we do need to be careful. Batrider is returning. There's the fortification. There's the retreat. Okay, so you do not want to get lassoed under the tier 2. And Xtreme gonna just concede the Tormentor as well. I don't think they really have the ability to fight this. There's a lot of damage.
Presence stacks too, I think, so it should be a little easier. Oh, actually, maybe it's bugged on my screen. Doesn't seem to be showing here.
It was for a moment, and then it disappeared. I don't know. It was very weird.
Well, either way, he's got enough even without it, so. Tormentor over to the Shadow Shaman. Not as good as it used to be, but still pretty useful, especially Soxa really showed with the healing lotuses. This is extremely annoying. You are a foul play hater, and the shard just makes it worse.
Yeah, it's one of my least favorite kind of things in the game. But it's one of those, the thing is the innate is like, it's kind of overpowered when you're winning, and it's kind of useless when you're losing, right? Which, from a design perspective, I guess is fine, but as a player, I freaking hate it.
Like, sounds like you're losing to a lot of Shadow Shamans.
I hate this hero so much.
Sounds like a you problem.
It is, dude. It is a me problem. I'll admit it, man. I know.
This is my weakness. Mine's worth, dude. I am a hook magnet, so I know my problem, but I cannot for the life of me dodge a pudge hook.
That's all right. I'm the pudge player, so we're fine.
That's how we ended up casting together. Could not avoid it.
So I didn't want to play against your Shadow Shaman. You don't want to play against my pudge, so here we are. When we come to the, like, I'm trying to look at, like, what they can get done in this game on Xtreme, because I don't know how many times we keep seeing that on the side. They also find the Slardar. He was just kind of poking, just like, oh, like maybe we can find an opening here. No, absolutely not. Now NTS actually holds his BKB, goes in, gets caught instead. The lasso onto the Shadow Fiend as he pops his BKB. The toss on in, avalanche as well. NTS, you gotta start doing the damage, but can he actually find it? It's gonna be close. He should be able to run down the Shadow Fiend. A very nice kill. Onslaught being primed, misses as they take down Dream, and now you're in no man's land. TP out on the Primal Beast. But the supports, man. The supports are strong. I don't know. Ame trying to go in to finish off the... Yeah, he's got him now. One more auto attack.
Good use of the spirit, keeping track of him. Yeah, that was a little greedy to try to get that Batrider, who barely gonna get away. Clinks getting to pick up some Deso charges. Yeah, REKONIX was winning, but you still have to respect what XG had. That was a tier 2. I guess it wasn't like really a dive, but Razor was in a pretty comfortable position, able to bait them in, was not using the BKB. Pushing it a little kind of scared me, honestly, but he knew his limits. He kept it to the last moment possible to bait them all in. His team responds, and they're able to get some key kills to really balance out the gold lead after all this. It's 18-8, but now it's only a 2K gold difference.
Yeah, I really thought the Razor was just going to like BKB to dodge the glimpse. But I will also point out that your Shadow Fiend put himself in a really rough position there, like getting lassoed into the tier 2 tower when I don't even think he needed to go that aggressive. Like the fight was happening like pretty far behind him, so
you mentioned
very good heads up play there from Xtreme.
But it's squishier than the usual build.
Oh, they're gonna find the Clinks here. He just happened to walk under a Watcher with a Sentry, and they get the kill.
These kind of pickoffs are very easy for REKONIX, but the team fights are where you have to be a little bit more careful, you know, is like kind of what we saw. So I hope they identify, hey, this is what we like, and now we go push towers with a free kill. don't try to force something when they're all up. XG smoke down here, actually expecting this type of play, and they have an observer down by the twin gate, so they know they're coming up here. Maybe too scared though without the clinks. They're hoping for a fast, easy pickoff. They don't get it. Although maybe, I mean, they're splitting up a little bit here.
I mean, you can't really kill the Primal Beast right now, but they get the Shadow Fiend again off of a really good lasso. He's gonna BKB, try to pop the Requiem and TP on out. He survives long enough thanks to the Crimson Guard of FBZ, but now it's full retreat for the side of REKONIX, and it looks like they should make it out. I say that in Dream. Now in some trouble. Caught from the Bat Rider. Has to drop an Avalanche. There's the toss on aggressively instead into the hands of the Primal Beast. They'll run him down with a trample. And now he's going to be stuck inside these wards on NTS. The Pulverizes there. The Stomp does come through, but the Shackles to follow it up. Disruptor. He's not that far away either. Avalanche, toss, another Hex holding them in place, but it comes the Slardar Crush onto 2. Can they get out? Ame finally joining the fight here on the Clinks with his BKB will run down the Tiny, and now Delul left to Xtreme. No way to help him.
In the end, that was a pretty drawn out fight, but in the end, working out for XG, NTS on the Razor. Very scary, tanking through that entire fight. He did have a shield rune, which helped a lot. He was over a lot of damage. Yeah, he's doing some heavy lifting in this fight. I think that could have gone even better if Slardar had been there a little sooner. He would have prevented the SF BKB TP out and amplified all the damage with the Corrosive Haze, but he was just a little slow. I think really close to his BKB, and I think he was trying to push it, like, let me get the BKB and then we fight. But you see the SF kind of far up, you're like, we gotta go now. So he's not quite there at the right time. And then Disruptor did find him running into the fight, so he hits him with a Thunder Strike, and then he can't really blink in. So a bit of a delayed appearance. It still mostly works out for XG, but could have been even better. Now at least he does have his BKB, so he should be there in these fights right off the bat.
I feel like you're gonna start needing like a Lincoln Sphere or a Lotus on someone here for the side of REKONIX, because I mean, at some point these lassos are just going to result in your Shadow Fiend dying.
Honestly, you could use one on the side of XG as well. The Shadow Shaman from afar is always going to be such a pain.
They've got him queued up.
Lotus.
Like, they've got one almost on the Razor, and Ame's got one queued up as well.
Oh, Razor actually has a Lincoln's being delivered right now. Okay.
Yeah. There it is, the Lincoln's, yep.
What's Ame up to? Only 6 charges. I guess he wasn't quite hitting the same targets in that fight. Thought he would have a little bit more.
Much later Deso as well, from what we've normally seen out of him, right? Like, he went for the Shard at 15 instead of the Deso. So we've seen Ame have both completed at 15 minutes before, but very different game.
The top kind of got out of control towards he was on pace for a pretty good timing, and then there was just that series of kills REKONIX had. They were like 8-0 for a little bit.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, power rune spawn
Unlucky on the
bottom.
rune spawn, but actually still gonna get it with this haste. Amplify damage haste Razor. That is scary, though haste is about to expire. Clinks.
He's like, mine actually, sorry. I know you were bottling to have that, but
I think it's okay. I think NTS is doing a little more in these fights, but perhaps that's because Ame was not in these fights quite yet. So maybe now that he's here with this amplified damage.
Dream is very dead. He just got caught TPing out in front of a Slardar, and that will be a dead Tiny. They're looking on the other side for other heroes, but the Disruptor's already TP'd, so very good scouting there from Xtreme.
I think you beeline it to Roche. It's up. I think that amplified damage is gone at this point. Yeah, just about to expire. And this one's the banner. It was a pretty fast early Roche, so get the banner for yourself here. Yeah, Clink's just gonna run straight in and start up. Any Lincoln's canceller so we can get the... Wow, literally no one can do it, so he's got to do it with Corrosive Haze. I didn't really think about that. None of these guys can break it for him.
I mean, you could get a really good kind of surprise Requiem, maybe, but it's taking too long. They will grab themselves the Aegis. And with this will keep Ame very safe in these fights.
REKONIX might be able to find an okay fight here. FY is still catching up. All right, he's with them, and In Your Dream is not there yet, so should probably reset. They're gonna fight for the
sneaky ward. There's a really sneaky ward sentry placed in the lane as they smoke here, looking for something. They'll see Ame. He's not really the hero that you can kill, though. You need the other heroes. As the toss comes in, crush onto two. Tiny reveals himself. There's going to be the pulverize off the turnaround with the BKBs. There's going to be the lasso as well. And now Xtreme, time to run him down. Looking for Dream on the Tiny. Static Storm does come through. He gets the toss away. The Clinks just rips right through the Disruptor as he's going to lose his Aegis. But that is going to be a dead Shadow Fiend as a result. No Requiem for you. Dream taking a snooze of his own here. He'll at least be able to take down one on Delul. He grabs the Elder Titan at the tail end of this fight, but I think you're pretty happy about these series of events on Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, 4,000 gold just about gained there. Even more as they finish up the tier 2, and I imagine fall back for that Tormentor. This was just a really nice find from XG. REKONIX was making their way up there, but I think they smoked a little too early, so they were trying to retreat as the smoke was fading, but didn't get out fast enough. So then XG can see them, they can't see XG, so you get this double crush from XXS. And these are two key heroes, right? They're supposed to, Tiny is supposed to find someone and toss them back. FBZ is supposed to find someone and pulverize them, but they're the ones getting caught. And because BKBs are out, you can't really save them with Static Storm or, you know, like Hex Shackles.
The actual position in which the Shadow Fiend had at the start of the fight was also pretty cursed. Like, there was no way for him to actually join the fight. His team had already crossed the ramp, like through the river, and the Shadow Fiend was stuck in the tree line on the left, so he had to just pop the Shadow Blade and walk all the way around the team fight before, like, while he watched his Primal Beast die, right? Like, it's little things like that that Xtreme realize. They're like, oh, we have the better positioning for this fight, like, let's just send it. And it just pays dividends. So strong now on the Clink, sitting at the top net worth, about to have his data list completed. When they have their BKBs running, man, who do you do damage to?
I'm not too sure. I am not too sure. That's why you have to find them, right? You have to Avalanche Toss, Shackle. Like, you need the pickoffs. And the pickoffs are really fast once you actually find the target because the burst damage is really there. But these full-on 5-on-5 fights now, XG has the items. Nothing to say. Really aggressive positioning here, scouting things out.
Big Requiem, they take him down. Clinks is gone. Nice Earth Splitter there to interrupt the pulverize, but the lasso takes out the Shadow Fiend. But here comes NTS on the backside of this fight. Has the BKB running. Static Storm, not going to do much of anything. The Blade Mail doing his absolute best. They managed to get a second kill there with the Avatos. Now looking for XXS. The Tree Toss can't finish the job. He will TP out on the Tiny. It's a 4-for-2. A quote-unquote improvement, I guess, you know, for REKONIX, but it doesn't feel good still.
No, it doesn't. And this goes back to what we were just saying, right? If you surprise the Clinks, which they did, you've got the burst to kill them. But because you're focusing the Clinks, everyone else has time to react. And you got this Razor problem, right? He's too tanky to deal with, so let's try to ignore him. But now we're ignoring a Razor, and he's stealing all our damage, and he's doing a bunch of damage in the fight as a result. So yeah, we see Clinks instantly killed off, but then, okay, everyone else pop your BKBs. Here's the Crimson Guards. You know, you live a little, but do you do any more damage now that your burst spells are down? Not really.
Yeah, it was a really nice wraparound from NTS. It was kind of set up from having an Invis rune, right? Like, he had the Invis rune, he scouted, he saw kind of where they were. Didn't end up saving the Clinks, right? He just gets caught and burst down, but NTS had a really straightforward entry to the fight. Now he has his refresher done, so this is kind of like the Dream Razor, right? Like, you have two defensive items, the BKB and the Lincolns. even a pipe, you know, not typically what you see on Core Razor, but out of the mid lane, it's not that abnormal. Now you have
It's the
Refresher, just
new-
rely on your spell kit.
Yeah, it's like the new thing for Razors to be building more auras. I think it's cool. You've always done plenty of damage thanks to Static Link.
Uh-oh. That's a very nice BKB usage there from FY to secure the Shadow Fiend on the lasso. They'll get Delul as well.
Yeah, nice reaction time from the Shadow Shaman trying to help, but you can only control so many heroes when they're all jumping your Shadow Fiend. So, can't save him. I don't think you should be standing up here either. I feel like you're going to get jumped. Thought more heroes would jump, but
Radiant's top tower is under
Ame's got his eyes set on the mid tower, but XXS, nothing to say. They want the tier 3. They got bigger plans. They want to end this game. 18,000 gold advantage now after what was a little bit of a slow start from them, but they've managed to pull things back very well. Roche Banner hits the deck, and now that creep wave, you cannot deal with it, so. Yeah, BKB's the
BKB
glimpse.
just to make sure they get out safely.
I don't blame him, right? Like, you got what you want. You got a full lane of Rax. There's no reason to stick around. Even without
this
the Shadow Fiend, you know, they just don't want to risk giving up anything.
Yeah, and there's no need to because you're winning pretty heavily now, right?
Yeah.
It was a slow start. It honestly looked like REKONIX might be able to just run this all the way to the end with a lot of momentum, but XG found a couple good fights, and now they have all the answers, so why take any form of risk? We're not in a rush at this point. Use your BKBs. We can wait for the cooldowns. We will just all regroup, find our next fight. As long as they don't split up too much, because I still think that's how REKONIX has a shot. You know, XG loses a little focus. I'll go here, you go there. Tiny toss, shackle, kill, you know? Another guy, shackle, toss, kill. And Shadow Fiend has this lasting presence facet, right? So if you lose too many kills, you give him a bunch of negative armor, and it can be insanely powerful as it builds up. So as long as you're careful to avoid that, I feel REKONIX does not have another play.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's something that the Tiny can do, but the side of
Fountain Toss into like Requiem to fear you back into it. That's another play.
That is true. I was gonna say like Tiny, very strong hero in the mid game, but Xtreme have tanked up quite a bit. Like a lot of these heroes are not really burstable. Clinkz, one of the reasons this hero has become so popular is the fact that he's not squishy. Like, this guy has like 3,300 health. Your Elder Titan, not a very squishy support. Batrider, the highest strength gain ranged hero in all of Dota. Like these are not easy kills. There's no one that Tiny can just like pick off very easily.
Disruptor Aghanims could be another way, but he's only got 1,000 gold saved up.
Yeah,
so
he's very, very poor this game.
Yeah, if XG slips up once, I mean, you get a lot of money for winning fights at this point in the game. So if they throw once on high ground, that should get him enough money to make it to the Ags to take at least one fight with it before the end of the game. But,
assuming he doesn't have to like buy back and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. If XG makes any, like, just 2 good plays, I don't think you'll even reach the Ags. Like, at this point, you need what? The next Roche, and then you're probably closing out the game with it.
Yeah. Pink. Ooh. Smoke expires. You have the blank Ags BKB on FY's Batrider. So if you group up, there's a very high potential to just instantly die. Shadow Fiend not with this team here. So I was wondering, I was like, are they not looking for a toss back Requiem? But he actually was not next to his team at the time. So
He's trying to finish this Daedalus. They do need a little bit more consistent damage from an item like this.
he still needs like 200 gold.
Yeah, he should get it as he's defending the base for his team. He's going to run out to meet them. It does mean he has no buyback, but I think you have to take the risk. You don't have enough damage to that. Oh my god, if you lose your courier to the creeps.
I was going to say, that's a risky path there. They do have a ward in the river that's actually doing serious work right now because Xtreme have a gem, and they somehow have missed to scout this one out, so...
I mean, you don't want to like walk into the river needlessly versus Tiny, so they're sticking to their half, which means you can't see far enough.
Yeah,
They actually do have an observer, but it's like just outside of seeing the other observer. So they'll find it eventually, but maybe not soon enough to prevent In Your Dream from finding like one game-winning toss back. We'll see. It's got to be, I don't even know actually at this point. Somehow take out NTS or Ame without them doing anything, but it's so tough. A 3,500 health Razor who has a Lincoln's BKB pipe refresher, and then Ame who also has a Lincoln's BKB 3,000 health. It has to be an XG positioning mistake.
Yeah, it does, because I was thinking about it again. When you're playing this like toss back for the Requiem, it has to be a toss back. You can't go in for an Avatos and then like blink on top of him and go for the Requiem, because the Bat Rider will double lasso you instead, right? Well, speaking of the Bat Riders, actually gotten a lasso. He will find the Disruptor, who will pop that Ethereal Blade, or not E-Blade, but Ghost Scepter, TP back home. So he survives, but that was time for the Aegis.
Let's see, Cheese and Roche banner on the Slardar.
Radiant's middle tower.
Who took the refresher orb? Ame did. Okay. Yeah, this is a very tough to kill Klings.
All right. Shadow Fiend did get his level 25 talent, so has the Shadow Rays, applies attack damage now. A little bit of extra burst if they can manage to find the Requiem.
FY's also got a greater healing Lotus in his inventory, so another 900 burst heal coming into one of these tanky cores as you try to kill them. This is the second banner too, so you can place it further back and just have Clinks chip away.
Scan top side, but not gonna find anything. Is that a nullifier coming out on Slardar? Man, that's an item we haven't seen in a while.
The bigger question is, why did he crush in the river for the water bonus?
In case there was an invis hero there and just apply the...
I guess so, yeah, okay.
You know, it's like, oh, look, I found them.
What is this
you know?
banner placement?
They did this on the last high ground push. They just placed it right on the tower. Who's gonna come who's gonna walk into him?
I wasn't gonna comment on the first one because like, okay, they're dead. It's fine. Bro, this banner can reach like twice that distance.
Shadow Shaman, dead in the bottom lane. That's a BKB out of NTS. He's a little bit afraid of the toss back, but they did get the full lane of Rax, and Shadow Shaman's buyback, it's available, but will it matter here? Your play is
really
basically the
courier.
dream toss back. See if they can do
Yeah,
it.
it needs to be a toss into Requiem. Here we go.
He gets the BKB off immediately, and instead he's just gonna try and go toe-to-toe with the Shadow Fiend. He's gonna win on the Shadow Fiend. The question is, can you get them out of your base? Because that is, oh no, you can't. The lasso is gonna find two. Dream hits the deck. NTS forces the Shadow Fiend back into the fountain, but they got him with a toss back. A buyback comes through. They're now stuck in a little bit of an awkward spot, but the sleep from X Nova holds them all at bay. The blink, the Requiem, but Ame still had the BKB, and he will instead just shred the Shadow Fiend.
Kind of a little close to the
the
fountain
BKB.
there, but those are the buybacks. And now without your Shadow Fiend, I really don't think you have the damage outside of tossing people into the fountain, which he tries, but doesn't get the right toss target.
Yeah,
so with
not gonna happen. Maybe Blade Mail. Maybe Blade Mail can do
Blade
it.
Mail,
I'm not even
damage.
joking. Maybe the Blade Mail can do it. All right, now. Almost. Good attempt for FPC. He's gonna buy back into the game. The throne is falling, and fast stone. It looks like Xtreme's gonna do it and take the series over REKONIX. 44 minutes into the game.
I expected XG to win. I didn't expect them to struggle so much at the start. I think that's something REKONIX can be happy with. And I think that's something you're, like, as you play through these international teams, you know, a new experience for a lot of the players there, it is good that they're not just getting stomped like every game, right? They are showing some good plays, but the inexperience ultimately cost them the game. And I hope that's what they're taking away from this whole event, the learning experience, and they, you know, keep improving. XG showing why having that experience, even as you fall behind, you know, right? Like, these are the right fights to take. This is how we navigate in the fight. These are the right targets to go for. And you can just clutch out a couple moments here and there to bring the game back. NTS doing a lot of that clutching this game, I would say. His Razor really did a lot for his team to get them through that rough period, and he was the reason they came back, right? That overcommitment on that tier 2 in the mid lane. He just lived so long with his BKB and pipe that he baited REKONIX into that first bad fight, which is what started this comeback for Xtreme.
Yeah, and that was the first time they got the kill onto the Shadow Fiend, right? Like, the Shadow Fiend was kind of owning the game at that point. He had full control over what was happening and getting lassoed back towards the tier 2 tower, just committing too strong, which is funny enough an exact play that we saw yesterday of a Shadow Fiend getting, you know, lassoed into a tier 2 tower where you know, they weren't paying too much attention to the positioning, and that was the start of the end for REKONIX there, right? Like, you really can't afford to give up those types of kills, and Xtreme in the right position to capitalize on it. FY had some amazing lassos and pickoffs this game, but it really is NTS on the Razor who's kind of the star of this game. Like, every single fight we're seeing him take the correct angle to actually, like, get the most out of this hero, get the most damage, and be the kind of like the chaos that REKONIX did not know what to deal with.
Yeah, it was kind of the way the drafts were going to go. I think the consistent damage from Xtreme is better. So once you slip up on the plays once or twice and you let those BKBs come in, then it's going to be a really tough game. But still a pretty fun one, I would say. And hopefully our next game is also exciting. We're going to have Spirit versus Tundra. Should be a really cool series. It'll be just a quick break till then, guys. So go get your snacks and then come back, because you're not going to want to miss anything in this next game, I'm sure.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Blast Slam 6. We've got another fun series coming up next. It's going to be Tundra versus Spirit. And I think in most universes, we would be like, dang, this is going to be a super sick game. But something's up with Spirit, man. They are struggling in this group stage. You know, granted, not up for elimination, but they have had a rough time adapting to the stand-in of Murel. And I'm not sure... You can't say like, oh, it's just the stand-in, right? Like, we've seen teams with stand-ins have incredible performances. So I think there's just
including
something...
Spirit with Morel, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so to me it sounds like, it just feels like something's off in the, maybe with the meta, with the patch, like something not quite clicking. That being said, one of the best teams of all time, I feel like this can easily be like a recovery period for this team as we get into like the rest of the playoffs.
I mean, that's the thing with Spirit, right? The bar is so high because they have been the best team and in an untouchable way. Like, you just cannot defeat Spirit. So everyone always holds them to that standard, and anything below that is like, man, they're underperforming. And it's true, you know, like even to that standard they would be. But it's happened a lot. Like, through the history of this team, they are either in that untouchable, unbeatable team or kind of shaky. And it's really hard to say when they are going to be that team in a given tournament or just in a given series. Like, sometimes from one series to the next, the play really changes. And it seems like right now they're in that shaky period, but you can't disrespect them because they will just randomly turn it on for a game. And that could put a challenge to Tundra. Their opponents, who have been far more consistent, I would say. They don't always look untouchable in the same way that Spirit does at their peak, but everyone knows is a very powerful team, very consistent. This guy right there, 33, often lauded as one of the geniuses of Dota, and I'd say actually Ari joining, he has also been a very creative player that brings a lot of ideas. Like, we saw his biggest debut, I think, was on OG, and he would often talk about like new ideas. Seb talked about how like he and Ari would like go through different stuff together. So I think that could be working out for Tundra, where like you got two people who like to talk a bunch about the game, figuring things out.
You know, I appreciate, you know, saying like, oh, you know, biggest debut was Tundra, but let's be real. TSM is where Ari really...
Okay, you're right.
really started to hit the... Like, people were like, this guy's actually kind of owning, you know? Like, when TSM, you know, being the NA team for just a little bit, right? They had, like, their moments, you know, where they looked really strong.
They did.
And then gets poached by OG, right? But I do think, in general, Ari was one of the most surprising players, I think, to... like newer players into the scene. Like, he's only been playing in the pro scene, what, like 5 years maybe now? Like, put that in comparison to people who's been playing for Dota for 20 years, right? Like, this guy was playing other MOBAs. Like, he was like, okay, I'll just give Dota a try, and then like climbs the leaderboard as a support and ends up in the top like 50, and people are like, who is this guy, you know?
Yeah, part of that is his creative ideas, like
exactly.
back at his Nyx Assassin, right, when I was like
Dude.
killing creep, doing some wild creep dragging. Yeah.
Do you remember the pudge when there was like the mana regen on the side and armor on the other, right? The well, and he would just like pick pudge and just go down there and start hooking creeps.
Mm-hmm.
It was ridiculous.
So he brings those creative ideas. The weakness is maybe sometimes the laning, like the mechanics are not as strong. But I think that's been improving. Someone whose mechanics are very good is BZM, and they're going to grab the Invoker, very likely to be his. This is a team that they'll just do this. Like, most other teams will not grab their mid so early, will not grab Invoker so early, but BZM is such a powerhouse on this hero that they'll grab it really any chance they want. Sometimes they'll pretend to take it first, sometimes they'll pretend to not care and then grab it later. Right, they're just always happy to have Invoker.
There's a lot of Invoker players, and it's really hard to be like, this person's the best Invoker player, because there are a lot of different ways that you can play this hero. But I will say BZM, to me, is the most consistently good Invoker player. Like, some people have like baller games where they just pop off, and then they'll have kind of a burger game where they just get rotated on in mid and you never really feel the Invoker's impact. I think BZM, even in the bad games, still manages to look good. So I love seeing this guy's Invoker. I'm really excited to see how he plays at this game. They obviously responded with the puck immediately.
Oh yeah.
But you gotta enable it, right? If you go for the first pick Invoker, you've got to find a way of enabling the Invoker in the side lanes, giving him Sunstrike setup targets, having heroes that he can play around, heroes that can benefit from Alacrity or the Aghanim-Scepter, right? Like we'll see what Tundra do, but we get the Largoba, so excited for that.
You got some cool combos here. You can break Coil if he Coil Catchy Lick. You can remove Cold Snap, which is really annoying, but there's also a lot of Invoker spells that they need to hit, right? And he's like chucking them all out, and then you suddenly just get pulled out of the way by Catchy Lick. It can throw off your Meteor, your Sunstrikes, your EMPs, Ice Walls, all of that stuff. So it could be very cool. Tiny Mirana, you just mentioned, you want some Sunstrike setup. Avalanche Toss, great setup. Arrow connecting, random arrow, like even if you don't have setup, just a random arrow, boom, Sunstrike that. And then you actually work together with these heroes and you are good to go. I'd say like one more consistent stun would be great, just because Avalanche Toss until you have the blink is a little slow. And the arrow, of course, needs setup. So like just any hero, I don't care which, it's looking like to be the carry or the off lane that they're gonna need. Just like a casual stun, and then you can bring everything together.
I really like it's a way different style of draft that we see on Tundra compared to others. Like very often it's not a just obvious mid pick into the double support. But in terms of allowing the Invoker to have a good game, I think both these supports do that. And now you get to have the 18th pick for either that carry or off lane. For Spirit, I'm curious what they want to pair up for themselves. You do have a couple, I was like, there's still a couple of really strong supports in the pool. They'll go for the Hoodwink, some good burst damage, something that's comfort for them as well. I mean, you were talking earlier about, when we were talking about the stand-in scenario with Spirit, like, you can't chalk it up to just being like, oh, well, they're playing with a stand-in. Like, they literally just came in second place at a tournament right before this with Mirel, and they did the exact same thing like a few months ago with Mirel, where they got second place in a tournament. So they are familiar with playing together. So I'm just wondering, what are they going to need to kind of kick things back into high gear?
It's definitely not just him, but
he's a good player.
Yeah, playing with a stand-in is always different from playing with your main team, so like we have to acknowledge that. But they have played with him frequently as their stand-in, so there is some familiarity with it, and it seems, I don't know, they just seem disconnected a little bit compared to the usual. Like the peak Spirit is like, wow, everyone's on the same page, the movements are so good, so fluid, and I don't know if it's like the new patch, if they took a bit of a break, if something happened, but they just don't seem to be quite on the same page, the same laning prowess that they used to have. Not that they were like the greatest laning team, but they were at least more consistent than they currently have been. So I don't know. We aren't on the team, right? So we don't have any insider info, but something has been going on.
I really think like this is the game where they can kind of prove themselves, right? You're going up against the tournament favorites, Tundra. And so far, the draft's pretty well-rounded. I'm curious what they want to pair with the Slardar, but they'll go ahead and get the Brewmaster here for the off lane, which it's a pretty good brew game. The downside is playing it into the Largo, right? We talked about this in a series yesterday, right? The Brewmaster into Largo basically makes you can't go your second ability. You just go like 4-0-4, play around the clap and your stances instead. And then you'll get like a value point in your cask, so you can actually get the brood up, but can't really use it for damage against a Largo. You can't really build the urn into the Largo.
I'll also say it's not the offlane setup I was kind of hoping to see for the
Yeah.
the arrow and the avalanche toss, but you'll get by that early laning stage, right? You'll just creep drag to the Brewmaster, and because you're skipping Cinder Brew, that pairing with the Tiny isn't that great anyways, and so now you'll just drag it over. He'll tank things with his evasion because he's leveling that instead. The carry can still pick up maybe some kind of stun. I'm trying to it's not usually like what he does. Like Wind Ranger is left maybe. Wind Ranger's-
Surprised on the Sven ban. Like the Weaver one makes
I mean,
total
he's the-
sense, right? But
Sven would have been a lot of damage with the Slardar, and it's pretty good versus Brewmaster, right? Because like, oh no, he split. Cleave.
Chonk.
Anyways, like, all right, like that part's pretty good. And they have a lot of like synergy where like, oh, everyone gets bushwhacked together, everyone gets coiled together.
That's a good
Largo
point.
boosting the Sven's also actually pretty nice. So I can kind of see it.
man, they cooked so hard on Largo's design. He's such a cool looking hero.
I love Largo.
The fact that he's missing a string on his instrument is definitely a little bit unfortunate, but
I would love, I feel like this is more work than they're gonna do, but I would love if one of his facets is the third string and you just get more songs. I think that'd be so cool, but I don't think they're gonna have a different model
Nah,
for a
there's
third
no way.
string.
Team Spirit aren't gonna get the Kez. A little bit of a deny pick from Tundra. It plays decently well into the Slardar lane, so I actually don't mind it because the parry is pretty annoying for him.
You can remove some of his stuff going back to the Largo. Catchy Lit can
Yeah.
remove Falcon Rush, for example. It can remove the Kazurai Katana. I think you'd rather pair Hoodwink up there with the Slardar. But maybe depending what carry you grab here, maybe you can make that pivot if you want to put him there. Because I think even without Largo in the lane, I don't think you're doing the Cinder Brew build because you have a tiny 4. So if you don't need the Largo there, then you could move him top to Kez where you mess with, like he can't, I just won't use Kazurai Katana. Like you can't do that on Kez.
They could go Templar Assassin. I'm trying to think of other like heroes that synergize with the Slardar. Like TA is not bad. She does not easily get burst by the Kez. You also have the option of like, I mean, it's a Yator classic, so I'm afraid that they'll do it, but the Phantom Assassin is another one. Okay, they go Dragon Knight. Much more straightforward. It's easy minus armor hero. A little bit tankier.
You can
Not
also
as
leave him
susceptible to the
alone.
Kez.
You can also leave him alone versus the Brewmaster fairly early, so that Kez, not Kez, sorry, the Largo could go mess with the Kez in that lane. You also are, we mentioned the Sven, you know, you're like, oh, just cleave the Broodlings. Dragon Knight's kind of there, you know, you put the ult in, you get some splash damage, you can deal with that. I also think you, as Kez, you hate chain stuns, right? Like you want to be getting all these abilities off. That's where all your damage comes from, when there is that synergy between everything. And if you're having to deal with Dragon Tail, Crush, Bash, like all these different things, you can't do the combo, and then your damage ends up really chopped down.
All right. I like the drafts from both teams. I'm always excited to see a Kez. I think the hero, when we saw it once yesterday, had probably the roughest possible lane in existence. It went like, you know, that was the Gamer Legion gamer that went like 27-1 or 28-1 or something, right? Like it wasn't a great Kez showing.
It was a great Largo show.
It was a really good off-lane Largo showcase, though. So if anyone is out there trying to get some notes on off-lane Largo, that was one of them. But we're not going to see as much of like a shutdown on this Kez, right, as that game. I think it plays fairly decent into the Slardar. That being said, this is Collapse Slardar. He's one of the best on this hero, and I think this guy has earned a lot of respect when he's on it, and I understand why they pick it so early in the draft as a result. So we'll see what they can get done as we get ready to jump into this best of one. It is Spirit versus Tundra, ladies and gentlemen. A must-win game for Spirit here, man. They need to avoid those bottom 4. You're not getting eliminated or anything, but like you don't really want to be in the bottom 4 if you can avoid it.
Yeah, well, The most important thing is for them to figure out what they've got going on. They have some, as we mentioned, something seems to be disconnecting in the team, disconnecting in the game right now. You know, you gotta sort all that out. Because whether you are in the middle of the pack, bottom of the pack, top of the pack, well, okay, if you're in the top, I mean, you figured it out. But if you're in the middle versus the bottom, it doesn't really matter. Like, Spirit is not the caliber of team is like, okay, we got 4th, nice guys. To a degree, yes, but like, you're here to win. You know, you got TI winning players. So if you aren't solving your issues to win the tournament, they don't really care about bottom versus middle placements.
Interesting.
Okay. I know we memed a lot about this yesterday, but leaps and bounds is back.
Okay, listen.
Why?
You don't. I was actually going to complain about this.
Confused.
No, I'm more open to this one this time because Kez does not have setup for the arrow. The other side, Tiny Toss, Avalanche Toss is good for Sunstrike, but that is a weird lane, right? Like, you're creep dragging most likely with the Brewmaster Tiny, and then you're trying to Sunstrike a Largo Dragonite, right? It's like, it's so tough. But now you have Leaps and Bounds Mirana to set up the Kez damage and try to Sunstrike a Hoodwink. Like, that's way easier. Or Slardar's also fairly tanky, but I think there will be more fighting there, and Mirana can set that up with her constant harass. There's also White Mon, like, arguably the best position 5 in the game right now. Such a strong laner. Like, he's gonna chip them down. Leaps and bounds in, Sunstrike, boom.
I'm open. Here's the thing. Like, I never try to just dismiss any like ideas. I think it's, you know, it's a big part of this game. Like, no one really knows everything. We've seen this facet picked up a handful of times, and I think I have seen. I'm pretty sure I've seen 0 scenarios where this has led to a kill. Like, that's the part where I'm like, I have not seen it utilized in a way that has been, you know, like,
Look.
I don't, like,
versus
it's
Puck.
you have the other facet that's pretty good, you know, like, it's actually a pretty good facet. So I'm a little bit unsure.
Root versus Puck, good. Root versus Hoodwink, don't let her get away. Slardar wants to Guardian sprint
leaping
away.
onto a Slardar is suicide.
Look, you're not doing it for fun. You're doing it when the team is ready to fight the Slardar.
No, I get it. I like, here's the thing. I want to see it utilized in this game, right? I think obviously when you're pairing it with BZM Invoker, like, you're looking for these Sunstrike setups on the side lane, you can do that. And so that's what I'm going to be watching, right? Like, how they can actually make use of it. Panto is going to actually get a little catchy lick here on Pure, and he's going to take a decent chunk of damage. Blood Grenade is out. This could very well be our first blood.
It is.
Yeah. You can't.
One more.
Oh.
Catchy Lick is up in 1. He's got boots. Run him down, Panto.
No. All right,
Okay,
Pure's
yes, he
going to
did make
live.
it.
Acorn shots available, but I mean, still. The
You mean
damage
you're
is
laning
done.
with 200
Panto's
health.
not leaving. Yeah, he's going to sit here and look for an opening any moment. He'll have to TP it, I think, eventually, but now that they see White Mon, yeah, he'll go to the bottom lane.
I mean, it sets you up for success here, right? Pure has already burned through pretty much all his regen in the first wave. No setup needed. Just straight arrow.
True. Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to send a lot of extra regen out for the lane. Pure, not the start he would want it, but at least not dying. You know, not giving a first blood over to something like a Slardar when we were just talking about the fact that Collapse is one of the best Slardars. Like, giving this guy first blood is would be a disaster.
On the other hand, we got Creep Dragon going on bottom like we expected. That's why Panto got these boots, so he could just chase down Ahri while doing this. And he's actually forcing the Creep Drag all the way in the back.
This
is actually really annoying.
I think, right?
It technically still meets the wave, but the offlaner has to run so much farther now, right? You want to just go behind your tier 1, tier 2, and then you can go back in front of the tier 1. Now, if you want to get here, you have to go all the way around. And Panto's actually put so much pressure, he ended up choosing to miss the first wave, catch just the range creep, which is pretty smart, although Panto actually secures it. It's getting really wacky, this bottom lane dragging.
Where? I mean, how much damage has Ari taken from just holding this creep wave, you know?
Is he gonna miss
Panto
another
just-
one?
I was like, he's bloody blocking him. I don't know if he's going to make it. Hey, he gets the range
Just-
creep again.
Tower is under attack.
Dude, this is some mega brain shit right here. 'Cause
Oh,
the
your
range-
courier! Oh my gosh. All right, that would have been
That would have
been rough.
Oh, nice try there. Listen, okay, so the range creep, this seems weird. The range creep is the most valuable creep that you are taking away from Yatoro. It also determines which way the lane will push. And if 2 waves in a row, you're only sending melee creeps and the enemy has range creeps, like, you can't really help but have the lane push out. With that said, Yatoro is doing his own creep dragging stuff to match. So he has been handling this well, but they were putting that pressure on Spirit. Like, if Spirit messed it up at all, then the lane would have just moved towards 33, which is exactly what they want. We talked about this earlier. You're not playing around Cinder Brew for aggression. You're just getting the farm you need.
Nice parry there. That would have been some extra damage into Pure he did not want to take. Gosh, I forget how much the Talon toss, like the range is on that thing. It is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's quite far. Could be annoying for Puck later. Silences are actually very annoying for Largo, but it's a pretty short silence on that
Yeah.
Talon toss. I don't think it's that big of a deal this game.
Yeah, it's just if you can combo it into the stun is where it gets a little scary. Ooh, bottom lane. Oh, they go for the toss into the Sunstrike. Doesn't quite connect, and now the Frog Stomp combined with Yatoro trying to bring down Ari. A little bit of a tanky hero, and Panto, catchy look into, should be able to get the kill, and that will be the first blood for the Largo.
These boots have really paid off for him.
Yeah, those boots have been huge.
Which doesn't really make much sense because he wears jandals.
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
This is what he wears. It's the slang for sandals in that region. So I'm told. I never grew up in that region. I
Oh,
never used the term jandals, but Largo does.
Okay. That's cool. And now I've learned. I feel smarter now. Thank you.
You know how some heroes have custom items? I think Largo should be his boots look like
Just that would be awesome. That's a huge creep wave coming into the mid lane here as BZM trying to fort the wave, maybe get some denies so that the Puck can't clean them all up, but ends up not quite happening there. So Puck doing perfectly fine. Any deny there would have helped slow him up for that 6-minute power rune. Collapse blocked on the bridge here, trying to get away from Pure, but can't do it. Nice rundown.
That's the annoying thing about that bridge, right? You can't really run straight down, otherwise the arrow will get you. So he dodges the arrow, but it gives so much extra time to Pure to attack him.
Come on. There it is. What do you think rock tastes like to Largo?
Tastes like victory, I think.
If you salt it, you know, I'm sure it's fine, but add a little salt on it. Probably a tasty rock.
I think there's a Zelda side quest about that. Pure, this time getting a return killed with the Panto rotation. He is all over the place.
Those boots, man.
Jandals.
He's putting in the steps today.
He, you know, they had those like runner shoes with all the individual toes. That's what Panto's got on this time.
Very nice. Power rune spawns bottom. Arcane for Ari. I mean, Invoker's not really a, you know, a power rune kind of guy at the 6-minute mark. He just wants to make sure that the enemy mid laner doesn't get it. So we haven't really seen any of these Invoker Sunstrike setups really connect. There was the attempt here on Mirel mid with the Tiny, but didn't quite pan out. And we saw the missed Sunstrike before, but we're getting close to the 7-minute mark, which is where teams typically like to fight for those Wisdom Shrines.
We'll see
Avatos
much of
into
that.
Arrow could be there.
Could be, but I don't think the teams look too prepared for it. I think by the time you try to make it over to the Spirit Shrine, it's too late. They're just trying to get
Ari's
this
going.
tower damage in right now. There's a big wave.
They scan the puck. Avalanche, arrow, toss, talon toss, everything toss. He's gone. They get the combo, finally.
Spirit was coming up to try to protect this tower and the rune, but yeah, it gets intercepted. Oh, wait. Ooh, Pure, actually. Squishy hero.
He was looking for Whitemon and was like, oh, I'll take the Kez instead. Thank you. Crush to follow it up. Panto with another kill. He's just, you know, just securing the kill, as we would like to say.
Yeah. They overcommitted a bit there, but I will say that catapult just died, and it's 7.5 minutes in. So it got a ton of tower damage. Half the top tower is dead for Spirit. Half the mid tower is dead. Bottom lane's been a bunch of creep dragons, so that one's fine. But they're getting the pressure in. And this Invoker with Forge Spirits, if you step away from the mid to gank, like, he'll finish the tower. It's why I got this low to begin with. Leaps and bounds.
All right, Yatoro trying to hobble away here from the Primal Split, but with Pure coming through, the Sunstrike doesn't even need to connect. They get the kill. Nice use of the first Brew Split.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Mid lane, they're looking for the Invoker. He's stuck in a rough spot here. The Frog Stomp with the Bushwhack is crazy strong. Dude, okay. Largo, calm down, my guy. Panto's trying to set a record on the support Largo.
4-0-1. Almost more kills than last hits at this point. Largo's a great hero to have a good start on.
Yeah.
The ultimate is very strong if you get it early. You don't skip it like offlane Largo.
Man, I'll never understand 33, dude. How is this guy top net worth?
All he's been doing is down. What do you mean? All he's done is farm here. All the action's happening elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean,
Just
I get
hitting.
It's like partly set. Okay, well, now he's dead. All right, I'm glad we brought attention to that. No, it's part of it was the Tiny, right? Enabling the lane initially, like you said, giving him the one-on-one and some decent lane equilibrium, but
yeah, there's been a lot of attention drawn to the other parts of the map, and despite laning into a Dragonite, who is one of the, you know, he's one of the more deny-heavy carries, I would say, because of that creep dragging and because of just 33 playing well. Ooh,
he's gonna be able to get the
ult
Raptor
off.
Dance though, and with that, a lot of health back going his way. Now Panto in deep, and this is a kill streak gonna be given right over to 33. Double kill for the Brew. Big punish coming in from Tundra. And as now they look for the mid lane. Leaps and bounds. Hold up. No, he's not going to go for the rune. Sees the two supports coming mid. Pure. Dying solo top to Rue on his Hoodwink.
Kez is a squishy hero, and he wanted to get his cornucopia to regen from being low from that fight. But Hoodwink, fellow squishy hero, but also a high damage hero, just finishes the job. Squirrels are, in fact, the natural enemies of birds. Round 2. Just do it again, honestly.
Dude, if they dive and kill Pure here, his game is actually in a really rough spot.
I thought the Bushwhack was going to come out sooner, but maybe they didn't know he was, like, quite there.
Well, Yatoro is here now, and Moonlight Shadow will come through, but Raven's Veil trying to protect him, but again, Corrosive Haze just allowing them to keep their eyes on the prize. They really want Pure. Bushwhack is up, but no mana quite yet. BZM's going to turn around here with the Tornado into the Meteor Hammer. Tries to save him on Panto. Doesn't quite make it. Going for the parry, but Collapse gets the bash. Pure stuck on the low ground. Gets the jump up to the high ground now. But here comes Puck. Doesn't jump in. I thought for sure that was going to be the coil, but you're low on resources, actually. Very low on mana. All right. Ends up being not too bad for Tundra there. Dodging out the gank. Only really losing the Tiny and still managing to find the Hoodwink in the process.
They also dealt with the catapult, and actually they still have one top. I'm gonna shout him out. Astini has started making videos again, and he actually just made a video on the idea of catapult and pressuring with them. And I'm seeing it come into play in this one. If you guys want to up your knowledge, you should also look at that. But Tundra's making great use of it. Also gonna curse him. Gonna lose Ari here. But like the catapult took the bottom tower for them in the meantime. Morel lost his mid tower to the 2 catapult waves back to back. Or like not back to back catapult waves, but like the 5-minute one took half of it, the 10-minute finished the job. And then they also got half the top tower with another catapult.
Pretty huge. Muriel with the shield rune is gonna be nice. We're seeing a lot more meteor hammers, man. I'm loving that this item is kind of popping back up into the meta. Heroes that have like an innate setup, right? Invoker with Tornado makes a lot of sense. We've seen Void Spirits grab this off the Aether Remnant as well. Especially now that Aether Remnant's getting, you know, it is like an ability that people in the mid lane like to put some extra points in. It's a really good farming ability now. What other meteor hammer heroes can we get? What are we missing? Who's
Honestly,
the next
I don't know
meteor
who
hammer?
else would do it. Meteor Hammer is just like in a weird spot, I feel, because it builds out of Kaya. So you have to be a Kaya hero. But if you're a Kaya hero, you almost always want like more damage-oriented type items, more spellcasting things.
Or health.
Yeah, I feel
Like
like
the
Invoker's a
Sanj.
bit unique. Oh, Meteor Hammer put into use in the mid lane. Oh, good sharpshooter from Rue. Dodges out some of the damage. Otherwise, almost died there solo to the Invoker. Top side, Tundra gonna be looking for a smoke. No Sunstrike to work with since he just used it. 10.
I mean, if they get a pick, it allows them to maybe threaten the Wisdom Shrine, and 33 has his split up, so smart time to try and make the rotation. There's the Moonlight Shadow. Collapse will get found, and 21 charges. It's not going to be enough to save him for, well, it might be. The turnaround from Muriel, the puck, they get the silence, but there's the Bruise Split. He's now going to try and finish off Collapse, will be able to do so, but now he's got to run away from the pursuing Spirit. 33 is going to be all right. They'll be able to protect their Wisdom Shrine, a 1-for-1 trade. Overall, a win for Tundra.
Yeah, you force Spirit here. I thought they had the Holy Locket already, but he's still working on it. That could have saved the Slardar. Saved him a little bit with the Island Elixir, but not quite enough. Space for Pure as well, who really had some struggles up top. So the Battle Fury is now almost done. His farming speed will pick up.
All right, Toro to claim the top tier 1 tower. We hit the 15-minute mark. I mean, Toro's getting pretty strong on this Dragon Knight. Kez isn't like really too far behind, and he actually has his Battle Fury coming out right now, which great farming item for this hero. Will help amplify Pure's next item timings.
It's still pretty squishy though, so the same way he's been dying up to this point can definitely still happen. Especially Slardar with his blink and initiate.
Yeah.
Slardar is struggling, but fortunately you mostly just need to like blink, crush, corrosive haze. That's a lot of your value in this early game, and then he'll just try to catch back up to the shard to get some farming speed to recover. 33 got the Midas, one of the few heroes we see still go for this item. But it's mainly
Especially
because
against
you just,
Largo.
yeah, you just want some mid to late game items. The Ags first and foremost. Probably an armor aura after that, I think, wouldn't hurt this game. Well, maybe AC second item feels a little too early. Maybe something else, but I'd like to see an AC at some point.
I'm trying to think what I've seen out of the Brewmasters. It's like AC is definitely not a bad pickup. It's like, it'd feel weird picking it up that early, but
Yeah.
I don't think it's actually bad.
The problem is, like, what's the other arm? I guess he could do Vlad's. Crimson Guard is weird on Brewmaster.
Collapse. In some trouble. BZM, Tornado. There's going to be the Meatball, Arrow, Meteor Hammer. Okay, when you have multiple meteors, is that cheating? Is that a flag on the play?
I think it's allowed.
It's allowed? Okay. Mid top lane. They're gonna try and make the same return. Okay, that is way more damage than I thought they would have for the Brewmaster. He did not look tanky at all. Frog Stomp is a cool ability.
Yeah, it's also a very farm Dragon Knight with Armlet and Mask of Madness, so you can do a whole bunch of damage. Gonna try to bring that damage down here. TP's in, has the blink, ult in 2. This Catapult's doing damage though.
Yeah, they're just gonna clean up the wave.
Forces you to show.
Overall, very close game between the two teams, right? Like, they're both kind of getting what they want. Collapse on the Slardar is the one struggling the most, as we see, like, you know, he just got caught bottom. Doesn't really have, like, a Midas like the other offlaner does to try and, like, supplement, but Slardar doesn't need a ton. He really just needs the Blink and the Shard, and those are kind of like the two primary things for his build, which right now he's gonna get caught. Avalanche, Toss, Arrow, Sunstrike, Deafening Blast. He's taking a beating this game. Morel picks up an amplified damage. Needs to be a little bit careful as Pierre's looking to chase here. Pops the Raven's Veil, but do they have the catch? Looks like it will be there for Panto. No way out of that one. Good jump forward from Ari. That's confidence. Uh-oh, Yatoro. We just saw Collapse die here a moment ago. Do not make the same mistakes. Gonna go through the Twin Gate. He should be fine. Scan does connect, so he knows. And he ends up just blink TPing home instead.
Yeah, that's actually a good call. They think he went through, so they're still looking around. They do eventually get that D ward.
Yeah, they knew.
But it got them some good value already. Uh-oh, Panto, be careful. TP's up here, but they actually came through. Leaps and bounds him.
Boy, that is a lot of damage. That's the Invoker Ags reveal, I believe. So that's the Cataclysm, which they know is on cooldown now. Do get some vision of BZM in the jungle. Orb comes in, Waning Rift into the coil of 2. The dust is out. Here comes Yatoro, and the damage onto the Evoker. Overwhelming collapse onto the back line. Does get a little bit more to play around, but now you gotta try and save your Dragon Knight, who's just been completely isolated instead. He's gone. Burning down to 33 as well as Pure. That was an awkward play from Collapse. He like jumps in onto the back line, ends up realizing, you know, the Invoker's dead, and kind of just leaves Yatoro to die.
They had to chase kind of far. Like the coil caught too. Oh, gonna look for Pure here once again.
Yeah.
Can he finish the job? He's gonna barely get away.
It's really scary. Morel does a lot of damage here on the puck, and he might be able to try and clean this one up. Orb on forward, not gonna connect, but does have the Waning Rift and the damage from that. Oh, he does get the deny. Oh my goodness. Collapse did get Ari, but you have to be careful. This fight, the puck is absolutely owning. He's gonna get the TP out at the last possible second. Panto caught from the tornado into another Meteor Hammer. BZM trying to finish off Collapse, but Yatoro is back. The never-ending fight. How is Panto alive? What in the world?
Play your song,
He's
Panto.
just playing his own tune. It's the tune of Tundra's demise. My goodness, into Tormentor potentially now as the fight finally comes to an end.
You should absolutely get the Tormentor. The shards are so good on the supports this game.
Lardoba's doing it.
This time they overcommit once again, starting with Pure. He's got to be a little bit more careful. Keeps getting nuked down, and he does live for a while here, but it forces the team to all respond, and this is where Panto gets to shine. He's just playing, keeping the team relatively healthy, at least healthy enough to continue this very extended fight. And now that you've lost your Tiny, some of the silences from Kez, you just don't have the lockdown to finish this Puck. So Puck's able to just take a lot of aggressive positions, but get unpunished for it.
Just freaking Panto's just 16 HP, just like keeps playing his tunes, man. He gets the catchy lick off and just starts playing a song. Dude, that's hilarious. I love that. Dispels all the debuffs from the Invoker and the Brewmaster. It's just like, all right, bye.
He's got his holy locket now too, so it's
Yeah.
gonna be even stronger.
That was the fight we saw it revealed. Mirel went from like 10% HP to like 35% instantly. Just holy locket into the heals from Largo. It was pretty nuts. So who ended up getting the Aghanim shard? Oh, of course it goes to Panto. Of course.
Nice. So right now he's got the holy locket. You can share the heal amplification with that. You can share the catchy lick regen. Can't double dispel, so that's a bit of a shame for him. Though I think he's good enough. He doesn't need that.
All right. Well, Spirit now with a slight advantage, but again, this game has been very back and forth, very close. Pure looking to go BKB after the Manta style this game.
They're gonna find Pure if he goes into the triangle.
Dun, 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 dun.
Okay, he's
All
going
right.
around.
Grappling cross. They're not going to find good deep ward plays, but they're going to continue to search. Oh, they got a glimpse of
they
him.
see
They
him.
know. They see him. The Blinken, the Dragon Tail, Morel here to follow. Manta's not going to save you. The sharpshooter in from Rue to finish the job. Dude, all right. Largo is such a vibes hero. It's actually crazy. You're just like,
He
yeah, good job,
is.
team. Just keep playing songs. Like, good job, everybody.
It's so good. It's so chill. Yeah, the Bullet Belly Blitz, really good for Roche. You can see all those purple numbers popping up are the damage boost from that song. Okay, well, if he stops playing. He's trying to save mana in case there is a contested fight here.
Cataclysm.
which-
They get a stun onto the Slaughter. Collapse falling low, but still managing to survive. Now they're chasing after BZM. You might make it out of here. Tornado doing some work, but can the rest of Tundra escape? No, the Bushwhack comes in from Rue and Morel. Dodging out the avalanche for now. He might continue chasing. Nah, we'll see. 33 scouting in the Roche pit here, trying to do something here on his Brewmaster, but needs to be careful as Collapse is going to come in to try and punish. No, blink to safety. And now with Kez alive and rejoining the fight, it looks like this Roche attempt might come to an end. Well, I
I think
say
you can
that.
try again with Largo because the Brewmaster split's part of why that fight was so hard. He had to spend a lot of it just killing the Largo, and now that
Yeah.
it's down, you can't really fight. And Spirit realizes that, so they just go back in the pit. They just need to make sure it doesn't get stolen,
puck.
which Morel's on the case. I think he
Oh,
should
nice
live.
bushwhack.
Oh, nice bushwhack.
Ooh, the mech
mech.
though.
Okay, he might
Very
live.
well done. Oh, okay. Nope,
Sharpshooter.
sharpshooter. Rue's got him. Murel got rooted for a moment there. The leaps and bounds. But if he hits him with a Parasma here, he's dead. All right, he's able to dodge
He's
it
gotta
out.
be a little
Quite
careful.
nice movement. At the end of the day, they still manage to get the Roche on. They get the Aegis into the hands of the Dragon Knight. They take the bottom tier 1 tower. And he's closing in on that Chrysalis. Yutaro is going to be very dangerous in these fights.
His Parasma damage is actually so much with Largo boosting it up as well.
Yeah, it's actually kind of sick. Bottom lane, collapse. Well, Pure trying to get aggressive here, but thing is, you don't really know how many heroes are going to be behind the Kez, so you just kind of back out.
Yeah, I think they have a rough idea because they still have that deep ward from earlier, so I think they knew a couple heroes were in this area. It's being pinged, so I believe they suspect it on Tundra. Okay, Kez is working on his BKB. A lot of these fights have been quite tough for him because he just keeps getting crushed and crowd controlled up, and the Manta has not been enough to keep him alive. But with the BKB, should be easier to join these fights. The Ags is coming quite late, though, because of this. Which we see this hero really shine when the Ags comes online.
Oh. Top lane. Tier 2 tower.
Dire structures are fortified.
Looks like Yutaro should clean this one up pretty easily. Tundra not really interested in contesting against the Dragon Knight, knowing that the rest of the team are likely behind him. All right. TP to the bottom lane, though. They want to try and find something here, and it looks like it's going to be the Invoker. It's Mirel. Beautifully done on the puck. Will punish BZM.
Very nice moves from Morel, making sure the team can play fast. Goes back first to find that Invoker. There is a deep ward set up in the meantime from Whitemon. Maybe they'll be able to make their own return play as the Invoker respawns. Though I think you're still kind of waiting out this Aegis. There's still 2 minutes on it. It's still pretty scary timing for Spirit. Did get the Vlads on the Brewmaster plus the Blink. And wants the Refresher first, it looks like, but he does have the AC queued up after.
Yeah. I mean, you were right, man. You needed a Vlad's. It's just such an odd item to get like that late in the match, but any bit of armor is going to do wonders in this game, especially as an aura on someone like Brewmaster, where it's going to basically be up for the whole fight. You're not going to just take the auras out of the game. As long as he gets the split off, he's fine.
The synergy with Kez is pretty nice.
That's true.
And he does have his BKB, so we'll see if that can give them enough to work with here. Pure smoke breaks.
Oh, I mean, who's gonna find who? They jump in, they get the puck. There's gonna be the toss into the Cataclysm. He's dead. Rue now on the run, trying to get bailed out from Panto, but that's not gonna happen. The rest of Tundra, look at it, they found the Largo. Panto, you might have played your last tune here, my friend.
You can get one more in.
Completely surrounded.
Not even a final strum. Yeah, that was a really nice find. That was a little funny from Spear. I guess they had the wrong read on which angle they were coming from, because they were positioned on the left in the tree line, but no actual wards to see people coming from the left. I feel like they thought Tundra would come from the front or from the right side. Ooh, no detection. Finish this one up. No slots for it. He's loaded up.
Yeah, this,
Yeah, like
I mean, a really
the
smart
smoke
play
broke
from
and they're
Ari.
just like still here, you know? So they thought the fight was coming from a different place. You lose your puck right off the bat. Ari even guessed wrong. He jumped high, but then was actually close enough to still toss from high ground to low ground.
Yeah.
And once you lose your puck, that's so much control, so much damage. You can't really do anything. Everyone just has to retreat from there.
Yeah, I mean, in all these fights, we've been seeing the puck finding, you know, the Invoker or, you know, the Brewmaster at the beginning of the fights and making it very difficult for Tundra to actually get anything done. So really smart play from Tundra. Good wrap around. They even up the net worth. And that was all into an Aegis as it expires now. So they're feeling pretty strong. Kez's BKB is going to do wonders in these fights. Give him a lot more damage potential. He's now queuing up the Butterfly.
Actually, how do you feel about this? The more Kez's are skipping Ags, which used to be like the item.
Yeah. I think it's fine. I would probably have preferred Ags after the BKB, but you are... Oh my gosh, what a toss, Cataclysm. Half of Yatoro's health is just gone immediately and now Collapse. He's committed in pretty far. Coil's gonna catch two on the backside. Mirel doing a decent chunk of damage as well with the Sharpshooter. Panto just heals off his team, trying to keep them in fighting shape, and now they're gonna look maybe for the Brewmaster. The chain stuns are there, and he's gone. No 33 for this fight. That's a big
wards as
kill.
they go to with the gem on Morel, so re-establishing the map control. They don't have Roche or the Aegis anymore, but they should be able to get wards down to prepare for the next Roche and possibly clean up all the outer towers in this time. Actually looking for more here.
Largo, can he tank through it? The biggest question. Apparently so. Oh my god.
If you can't stop him from playing, he has a surprising amount of armor from the Gruden stacks, and then you're healing on top of that.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, they've got some good defensive tools. Collapse is going to find BZM. My goodness, that's a lot of damage. Going to try and TP out. Should be able to now as the disarm is there. So heads up play. No BKB on the Slardar. All right, let's see here. He gets the Glimmer Cape off.
You thought 3 heroes was enough to kill Largoba? fools.
All right, I don't know if you've seen, but we got some new tech. It's the Lar Ogba, which is very cool emote. Well done.
Chat, show him. Let me compare. I need to see
The
both.
Lar Ogba is the new. That's the new one.
Roche. 20
I
seconds
really
from
appreciate
Roche, so
that.
both teams can take a little bit of time here. I think the Ags is just about done on Slardar. You can have that for this upcoming fight.
Ooh. That is an MKB, almost done.
Almost done. That's
Yeah,
big.
that's like Kez is like, all right, I'm gonna get this butterfly and I'm gonna start doing some serious damage. And Yutoro's like, nah, I'm just gonna I have an MKB already done, ready to go.
Maybe it's a bait from Pure because he's actually going to go for a disperser.
No, he has it being delivered. Butterfly's on the way.
Oh, is it?
Isn't it?
No, he
Oh.
just has the Eagle song
Okay.
for now.
He's
changed
like,
his mind.
Psych, I'm gonna sell that. I don't need this Eagle song.
Gyrocopter, right? I can break down my items. All right, it's a pretty fast Roche spawn. I don't think either team knows quite yet. I don't think you should just run in, though. It's pretty scary. You got to find a kill.
Overall, Claps having the Aghanim Scepter makes him a lot more difficult of a target to initiate on. Like, he's, again, kind of just the initiation, kind of sacrificial offlaner. A lot of times when you play something like Slardar, it's like you're hoping to just go in, get the crush, enable your team to find the kill, and if you die, you die. But now with the Aghanim Scepter and the BKB, the hero's very tanky. Combine that with the good old Largo behind you. Oh, BZM. They are on the hunt. Rue is gonna find them. He goes for the bushwhack. He pops the BKB. Do they have the detection? Yeah, they got him. In comes the Slardar. Yutoro will claim the kill. 60 seconds now
Roche?
without your Invoker. Are they actually getting
They're
it?
going to try. I'm not sure this is fast enough. Spirit is on the way.
You don't have the Ags on Kez, so you're missing a decent chunk of damage, right?
Yeah, the older build of Deso Ags could have maybe done it there, but this is a different one, so well, does Spirit feel comfortable doing it? I guess not.
They
They want to check the area first with the gem.
Yeah, I think they do. It's just, okay, yeah, the thing is dead so quick. They're gonna try and maybe go in on Ari, but not a safe attempt at all.
It's pretty tough to do. You're going to be like blinking. Blink Avalanche Toss is one of the best tools to steal it, but you're going to be jumping into like Frog Stomp. There's going to be a Crush and a Bushwhack as Roche dies to try to like prevent any of that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
It's a pretty tricky one.
We'll see what they can get done with his Aegis. The last one didn't go super well for Spirit, right? Tundra ended up making a couple really nice plays into it, but you have a 9,000 gold advantage now. You've got the Roche banner. I feel like this is like your best chance you're gonna get to potentially crack the high ground. Collapse, walking right into a ward. Very convenient for Whitemon to get that ward placed when he did. Otherwise, could very easily have been a kill. Panto, bottom lane here. Just gonna Glimmer Cape, walk away from this Invoker who's searching after him. And that wastes a lot of his time. Enough time for Mirel to find a solo kill on the Mirana.
This is banner on the catapult wave. You're definitely losing your tier 3 here, and there's no buyback on Mirana. Maybe you're not sure about that. It doesn't look like they're too concerned.
All right, Avalanche toss back. Collapse just gonna pop the BKB, but the damage coming through quite heavily. Pops that Ghost Scepter, gonna buy himself a little bit of time to get out. But yeah, Mirel is just styling on these guys. Still has the Aegis, very comfortable to continue playing aggressive. And with Yutoro here finally joining the fray, jumps in, Dragon's Tail gets right on top of Kez. Pure pops that Raptor Dance, gonna be able to get the full heal off, but The damage from the Slardar's corrosive haze combined with this Dragonite just far too much, as 33 again desperately trying to find Panto, and it's not gonna work. Ask him for the high fives. They will take down the puck, at least getting that Aegis. Merrill needs to be a little bit careful. Coil does find the Kez. They're going to snap it, trying to find their way into it. Pull back into the bushback. Sharpshooter comes in as well. The jump in from Yatoro gets the Dragon Tail, and he's gone. Collapse, looking for more. Gets on top of BZM. Now 33 has to pop the first with a silence. Perfectly timed from Mirel. Doesn't get the split. 4 dead on Tundra. As Tiny will respawn, but your hopes of maybe holding your high ground crumbling before your eyes.
Panto is keeping everyone health. A whole high ground fight happened, and Spirit has all of their health. They look like they just came out of their own fountain.
Largo's like, this belongs to us, right? This is our base, isn't it?
This is my base now. Tier 4 extra armor doesn't seem to matter into the Dragonite. Ari, the greatest tossbacks ever? No, they're gonna call it GG from Spirit.
And this is what we're talking about, man. Spirit has had a little bit of a rough time throughout this group stage, but it is still one of the best teams in the world. And this proves it. Like, they go up against the tournament favors, the team in first place right now. They get the win. Yatoro maybe breathing a sigh of relief there as he's like, finally, dude. Feels good to get this win, I'm sure. Mirel, incredible game from him on the puck. This was an all-around team effort, but my gosh, let's get those Largo emotes in chat. Holy heck, Panto played an insane game on him.
Yeah, the heal is just so good on that hero. With that said, it's not perfect. If you have, like, you need a longer drawn out fight for the heal to really ramp up. And that's where I thought the idea of something like Kez coming out was, because actually this hero can bring so much damage so quickly, but I think he died a couple too many times. Like, the timings came out too slow so that we never really felt the damage from the Kez. And without him, you got like that one Cataclysm burst, and if you don't win the fight off of that, then Panto, you know, Island Elixir spam in the back, like where's the damage coming from if it's not from Pure? So I think they could have addressed the Largo. This is not some copium to, like, don't nerf this hero, he's not broken, you know? But I just think Spirit properly punished the Kez, and then that freed up the Largo.
Yeah, this was a really good performance all around from Spirit, and like I said, a feels good win, I'm sure, for the team. Like, it kind of showing, like, all right, you know, we've still got it, you know, we're still one of the top teams. It needed to come together, and
just needed Largo.
Yeah, they played super well, man. They played super well. Tundra, there were moments where this game was looking great for them as well. Like, they were behind a little bit, but then they would crawl themselves back in. They did a really good job at stalling out the first Aegis, actually pulling net worth advantage for them during Spirit's first Aegis. But as this game went on, the damage in from the Dragon Knight and the Slardar, that minus armor combo, there was no real standing against them in these fights.
Yeah, I think the Spirit lineup, both teams can find pickoffs leading into the bigger team fights, but Spirit did a better job of it this game. So it's what let them close out this game. But there's more to go, guys. The next one we've got is Gamer Legion versus MOUZ. Largoba fans, stick around, because I think that hero is going to show up again one more time. After a short break, we'll see you there.
Back for another game of Dota 2 here. I completely forgot what I was gonna say and had to wing it and failed miserably. Now we've got more action here on Blast Lab 6. It's gonna be MOUZ versus Gamer Legion coming up next. And I mean, both these teams have had really fast games. Some of the fastest games of the tournament. This is like very much the wheelhouse of how these teams like to play. Very aggressive, very strong kind of steamrolling type lineups. And now they get to go head to head. Excited to see how this one's gonna play out.
Yeah, unfortunately for both these teams, they haven't been doing that well. They have picked up some wins, you know, but on the lower end of the group stage right now. So we've been kind of saying it earlier in some of the series as well, where no one is being eliminated right now. So a lot of these games are really about figuring out what you are doing wrong and trying to improve on it now while you still have a couple more games to go, so that you then have a shot when you make it to the playoffs where eliminations will happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is very possible for both these teams to get out of that bottom four, right? We see Gamer Legion here, like they're tied at 3 and 6. So the winner of this will bump up a little bit, and then they both have one final series here this afternoon or evening, depending on where you are. And that is going to be the kind of make or break. So both these teams need to get basically 2 wins here to get out of that bottom four. MOUZ, we'll see if they can do it. Yeah, both these teams love Chen, so I'm going to be very surprised if it makes it through the draft. But I will say this is the team that I'm probably most surprised to be struggling. They have had a little bit of a shaky last like month and a half. I think there was that moment where they looked incredibly strong, but something's not clicking for MOUZ, it feels like, in this event right now.
Yeah, they mentioned feeling some burnout. They played every qualifier. They won all of them, so then they had to go to every tournament and then play more qualifiers. So it's just been a lot back to back for a pretty new team as well. If you think about it, you're having the most conversations about how should we play, how do we work together, what do you like, what do I like, right? So there's so much intense effort at once. Had some immediate success, but then you keep going and you keep going. It can be rough, and I feel like that could be part of where they're at. Of course, you can't say that forever, like, oh, it's just, you know, I'll bounce back after a break. At some point, you still got to do it, which almost puts even more pressure on you. So I don't know. It can be a tough place to be.
In terms of the picks bans to start things off, the Chen surprisingly absent, and now it's not. Okay, there it is. I was gonna say one of these teams is gonna have to ban it, right? You can't give it to them. And I think it would get first picked instantly by Gamer Legion if it's left in the pool. So MOUZ will remove it. They did get a first phase ban of the Pugna, which isn't a hero we see banned all that often, but it is something MOUZ has been playing. So it does leave some other options in the pool here. The Jakiro, the Brewmaster's still there. In terms of Gamer Legion, they've also really liked I would say the Warlock as well as the Shadow Fiend in the opener, but the Warlock getting removed.
I feel like for a team that likes Largo so much, I don't know if you need to ban Pugna, but they'll go for the Treant. This is one of the best. You can actually play in both roles, but I'd say position 5 is stronger. It has been banned in most series, actually, because teams just don't want to play against into it. The strong laning stage into the Eyes of the Forest. Looks like MOUZ, they've got a plan ready, and it's Timber Saw. The one of the most common responses to Treant. You just break so many trees naturally, you will accidentally cut down Eyes of the Forest without even trying. It forces you to place them in weirder spots to have them survive, which reduces their vision. It's also still just a strong hero in general, like even without the Treant Protector. But I will say the recent nerfs were a little heavy-handed on him. Lost 3 strength to begin the game with, and that's pretty painful actually, because you don't pick up that much armor to start. And so someone like Treant Protector actually does have a window to punch you pretty hard with your reduced health, maybe get a kill or 2 in the laning stage before you become a tree-cutting monster.
I'm curious what they can pick to try and maybe address the Timbersaw, because a lot of times Batrider is one of the main ones, but he does get first phase banned. We know that's like very comfort pick for Gamer Legion. They love this on Big Num. But you got to do something. You got to bring some really early magic damage into the fray to deal with it. The other hero that comes to mind to me is the Dark Willow. I think they actually had a lot of success on the Dark Willow Largo combinations that we've seen. Like being able to pull people into the brambles is really strong. Does a lot of damage, but also gives you a lot of just solo kill potential against the Timbersaw potentially. He doesn't like playing around the brambles in general. Like trying to timber chain around in and around those is a massive pain.
Yeah, maybe something like Underlord could come out later. You can take a lot of damage from the Timbersaw, but the pit is extremely annoying for him. Jakiro, I think, is probably in consideration right now for Gamer Legion if they should ban it out. You could maybe hope to pick it yourself, and we'll see. Because they actually go for the Shadow Demon. I actually think that's fair, since that easily removes Overgrowth, which is one of the better parts of the Treant Protector.
Also a good
it's
save
also just
for
good.
Timbersaw. Like,
yeah, it's also
if you
just good
think
in
you get him.
general.
Let's see where they want to go from here from MOUZ, if they want to try and address either an offlane or support ban. I feel like at this point, you're probably looking to limit Fade's hero pool. Because I feel like that's the lane that is either really feast or famine for Gamer Legion. I don't think you're too worried about the safe lane. Like Speed's, his two main heroes have already been removed, the Warlock and the Chen. It's not like he can't play anything else, but they get rid of the Jakiro. Okay, I think that's smart. The Jakiro Largo combo was ridiculous when we saw that, so you don't want to give that one up.
Yeah, those are two of the strongest fours to pair in the off lane, at least in terms of just straight up laning damage. So take them out. I guess there's two ways you can actually approach it. I feel Gamer Legion, their mid lane has been extremely consistent. RCY has been playing insane. Like, even though Gamer Legion is struggling as a whole, his individual performances have been really standout, I'd say.
Yeah, I agree. He's winning matchups and the 1v1 mids far more often than I think people expected.
Yeah, he's making a great case for himself. The side lanes are where things are kind of falling apart. Not always like just straight up in the lanes, but like the way it connects back into the team. Yeah. So I feel like you can either approach that, okay, let's put a lot of pressure on the side lanes, or okay, screw the side lanes, like they'll mess up somewhere, like put the pressure on RCY. And it depends, it depends on your view of the game. Kind of curious to see what MOUZ does, because I actually think you can say something similar for them. They have more experience, and I'd say the caliber of players a little higher. But a lot of their success right now feels like, oh, mid one is popping off and we know how to play around that, and it's making a space for one of our side lanes to farm up. Or, we're struggling, can't make space, it's not connecting back in. Like, they actually feel very similar in how they are winning or losing games, which should, I don't know, this either is then a super stomp or it gets dragged out into a long game.
So they go for the Shadow Fiend, which I'm pretty sure this is what will be Yamsen's hero. I don't think they're going to play this mid on RCY. You have Treant Protector as the 5, right, for speed. It plays decently well with the Shadow Fiend. It's not like the most standout combo, but it is quite a bit of physical damage from his right clicks. And you've talked about it in one of the previous series that like one of Treant Protector's biggest lane contributions is the fact that he punches you for 90 plus damage. And Shadow Fiend does bring some minus armor into the lane. So could be an interesting combo. The slight root could help set up, just easy 2 raises.
Yeah. I also think you can actually play position 4 Treant if you want. Like, you can do the Clockwork Shadow Fiend depending on what comes up.
I was
especially
gonna
as
ask about that.
Snapfire's now picked. I think you do want to switch this, because Snapfire, 2 ways to get out of power cogs. The cookie, or you just farm them with Little Shredder. And then Treant doesn't want to deal with the Timbersaw that much. So I actually think it makes sense to lane swap here. You could maybe then try to do something similar, because this could be a mid tiny, and then you put Snapfire with the Timbersaw, a little bit of an awkward pairing, but to deal with the Clockwork and to just, oh, you're raising me? Okay, I will, cookie you away, and then you Timber Chain away. You got a lot of ways to not get killed now. I think they would have liked the Clockwork on MOUZ. It's a pretty good support into Treant Protector. feel like Clinks and Wind Ranger are okay if you want to think about them.
Ooh, the Wind Ranger does actually sound very nice. I mean, it's something Chrysalis has, like, obviously plays, but I'm wondering if they want something that's more... Okay, they go Lion, so it will end up just being a mid-tiny. Okay, you have an 18 pick here for RCY. I feel like it could be mid Timbersaw, I guess, if you want to like move Tiny to a different lane. But I feel like you need to pick RCY's hero here and give him a strong matchup. The question is, what is that going to be? Like the puck is good for the game, but it's rough into the Tiny mid. I still think he can do it.
Too.
Yeah, and the Lion.
He could do it.
Ember also gets kind of shut down from the Lion, but outside of the Lion, there's not a lot of good catch for him, and it's a really good Spirit Vessel game. Like, really good Spirit Vessel game.
Yeah. Leshrac is okay. It's less of a playmaker, but it has safer lane matchups, and the magic damage is very, very good versus the Timbersaw. You have enough to get through the tanky Tiny as well. You'll shred these supports if you blink on top. Though we don't see the blink build as much. Sometimes we see these auras coming out. Oh, Fade's Enigma, actually.
They played this earlier today, and it didn't go super hot. But it is one of the heroes that he does pull out every once in a while. Or was it yesterday they played the Enigma? It might have been yesterday that they played the Enigma. Yeah, they played it for Spirit yesterday. He's very good at this hero, and it is going to give them some really strong team fight. I worry because there's a lot of spells to deal with it, but you do get to ban to protect it, right? You get rid of the Gyrocopter. You might even consider banning like Chrysalis Underlord here.
Yeah, that could be an interesting one. Usually it's ranged heroes you got to take out because the melee heroes pretty much all struggle into Enigma. But you can still move Lion and Snapfire around, and they have like some AoE. So then another AoE hero, whoever it is, can help farm Eidolons, and that's one way you can address this.
I'm trying to think like another hero that just has like an easy spell to hit Eidolons with from a little bit of range. Because like a single Lion Stun or a Snapfire like Scatter Blast plus like one spell probably kills them. In terms of the hard lane Enigma counters, okay, they get rid of Clinks. That's a safer ban for sure. It doesn't necessarily deal well with Eidolons, but doesn't struggle too much into the lanes. He has really good last hit damage.
Yeah, you also, the skeletons are not affected by Black Hole. So in a team fight, even if you Black Hole Clinks, you might still just die randomly, which puts an end to the Black Hole.
So no Storm Spirit for RCY. This is the first time we've actually seen the Storm Spirit make it this far into the draft. It's usually first banned against GamerLegion, but makes it all the way to the very last ban, and now they have to pick up their mid lane. Unless they are planning the Shadow Fiend and you want to pick something new for the carry role here, but I think you need like a Spirit Vessel playmaker, and it will be the Ember Spirit that we were talking about. Okay.
I was ready for Largo to come out one more time. Honestly, not a bad Largo game for MOUZ if you willing to do some weird like tiny carry. Okay, yeah, you got your Ember Playmaker with all the hardest counters banned out, unless you want to do like, yeah, I mean, you'd have to do Sniper Carry if you wanted to do that, so they're not going to bother. Bristleback, we forgot to talk about that one, but Quill Sprays is one of the ways you add in some of that negative, or sorry, not negative, the AoE damage to kill the Eidolons. You can actually still do damage during Black Hole as well from the Quill Sprays if they're hitting you from that angle.
I like it. It's a cool one. It's a hero that also can close the gap on the Shadow Fiend and try and just get some damage, but you do need to be a little bit careful. If the Shadow Fiend is really farmed and you don't have a hero already on top of him, like if mid one hasn't gotten the Avalanche Toss or Yamich hasn't gotten like the Blink Stun or Hex, while running in, the Shadow Fiend will pretty much rip this Bristleback apart, so you need to be careful. And it will be Big Num on the Clockwork, so the 4-position Clockwork and the 5-position Treant Protector. Celery will be taking the 5-position Snapfire, kind of as expected, right? You want to put this into the Clockwork lane Do you think it's...
Well, they kind of locked in before even seeing it, so...
Yeah, I think you could swap it still. Like, I think Big Num could play in the 5 and Speed could go in the off lane if they really wanted.
That's true. You just like move around. I think even if you don't match them up perfectly, it's okay. I think Snapfire... I think you want Snapfire in the safe lane versus the Enigma, because I just don't think Lion does enough. He can't really stand toe-to-toe with the Eidolons, and his AoE damage in the Earth Spikes is just not that strong. And I think you have some negative armor synergy with the Snapfire Bristleback, where you're like, you cookie him in, Nasal Goo plus Little Shredder can actually do quite a lot of damage. Maybe onto the Enigma is tough unless Fade steps up too far, but either of these supports, they're usually strong, but like that combo is good, and they're gonna have to respect that and keep their distance until the Eidolons are ready.
All right, well, this should be a fun series. I actually really like the drafts from both teams. We haven't seen an Enigma, you and I mean, the tournament has. We've seen Enigma picks, but we haven't had a chance to cast an Enigma game quite yet, and it would make sense that it comes from GamerLegion, a hero that they love to play. I believe Fade Grandmaster on this Enigma, so we'll see what they can get done as they're going to be taking on MOUZ here in this best of one. Both teams been struggling throughout this group stage, but this is a potential turning point for them. So we'll see if they can get the job done, which team is going to come out the victor, and maybe carry that into their final series here today. Do want to point out Fist of Death on the Lion. He's ready to just beat some heroes down.
Hell yeah. Yamich, I love watching Yamich. I think he plays some fun heroes and fun styles. Like, none of that boring Essence Eater stuff. He's here to punch. Also to place
Easy
a really
19
early
gold.
Observer Ward top. I imagine looking for speed rotating between the gates in Viz.
He does a lot of rotating. In general, Speed is one of the players specifically that we do see make a lot of twin gate rotations.
Yeah, and it looks tricky, but you actually can twin gate while in Viz the entire time. So without an observer, you just like wouldn't know if he's in the lane, roaming somewhere. It's very dangerous for a hero that just gets that root pretty early now on the Leech Seed.
Big Num going for a little bit of a wrap around here. Gonna try and does manage to yoink a bounty rune. Still ends up going 2 for 2 overall, so pretty even. Some would say exactly even. You know, debatable maybe.
Debatable. Let's put some RNG on those bounty runes. Just like some guys get the high one, some guys get the low one. You're like, man, rigged.
Could you imagine? Your bounty rune just gives you anywhere from like 1 to 100 gold.
It would be kind of sick if at the very start of the game, cool use of the cogs to delay the creeps here just a moment.
Yeah.
So this will shove out instantly. It'd be kind of funny if every game the bounty runes had like different values, but both teams knew. So it's just like, oh, this is the most valuable. You know, you have to choose whether you're engaging that or going for the other ones.
Can you imagine being an alchemist in a game where they're worth nothing and you're like, oh, I guess we lose.
I guess I just lose.
Unlucky. Should have had better RNG. RCY mid lane having some fun here on the Ember. Getting a deny under the enemy tower is always nice. But doesn't have his level 2 quite yet, so mid 1 able to punish it.
Bottom lane, creep aggro. That creep aggro trick first into blocking both camps. So the lane will be staying up close by Enigma. This is where you can punish him. Honestly, level 1, the Eidolons are not that scary, so you can just like run in, fight.
Oh, they got 1 creep? How did they get this? Celery managed to
Good
aggro
creep aggro
1
from
melee
Crystallis and,
creep all the way
Celery.
back to the tower.
I feel like that's a little bit of a slip up from GamerLegion. I think that should just stay top.
Yeah, that's really rough. And Crystallis, he's just going to walk up, start doing some damage to the Eidolons. Yeah, Scatterblast cleans him up too.
Oh, the impressive front half pull from Speed up top. It's usually hard to only aggro the front 2 creeps. The back 2 are a lot easier, but intentionally grabs the front 2 creeps. That'll fix their lane. I'm actually surprised there aren't more trees cut here.
Yeah, like a lot of
Usually you
times
cut all
people
these
just
trees.
walk in with a quelling blade and start cutting them away, but you don't really have Quelling Blade in this lane.
Yeah, or even Timber just like using one Whirling Death. But I guess he wants to like save him to try to get the damage in later. One of RCY's slower starts, actually. It's not that bad, but we often see him being the one in mid one's position right now.
It's a tiny, right? Like, this guy's got so much damage at level 1 and 2 with the tree toss, so like he's guaranteed to get some denies. And I think that second wave where he had it under his tower and he was able to get the level 2 early kind of hurt RCY quite a bit. I say that and it doesn't seem to be struggling all that much now. RCY definitely coming back in the lane. It's the off lane of the Enigma that I'm most worried about. Like, the Bristleback is not bothered at all here. And we see the Snapfire even have a decent chunk of CS. Like, these are all cogs, right? That 9 CS is just getting all cogs every time he pops the...
Yeah, so it's not as... it looks really extreme down there, but the cogs are worth money, just not as much as creeps, of course. But usually Enigmas are a little higher up in the last hits and denies. He is level 3 now, so it should be easier. I say that, though, he's actually just doing some jungling.
I mean, his Eidolons keep dying in a lane. I think you actually are better off doing this, like getting a camp and doing this. Oh no, the stack resets because of the Eidolons dying. That hurts. So he doesn't actually get the stack. Water Rune, both actually going to GamerLegion. Nice rotation from Speed, denying that over to the Tiny. And top lane, Yamstone's having a good time. Not really slowing down Boom on the Timber by any means, but I think overall he's having a decent start on the Shadow Fiend.
Speed placing his own observer top, actually looking for the exact same twin gate rotations. I don't think he was spotted from the path he took. Oh, actually did that just in time. Should have just seen Celery slip through the twin gate.
Yeah, they know. I mean, with the Enigma just in the jungle and Clockwork soaking the farm on the wave, like, I think they realize, like, we need to do something elsewhere.
I don't think they know. Yamson's walking up.
I mean, they had to know. They saw him. That's a bait? Copium?
Is it?
That's like a
Copium?
dead bait. I don't know. I mean, they saw him 100%. So...
The thing is, with these extreme observer wards, you only see the twin gate really activate, and if you immediately step out, it's a very quick flash if you're not actually looking at that moment. So I mean, it may just be one of those things you missed, but you were definitely set up to see that rotation.
Yeah, it's like there's no excuse for not seeing it. Like, Celery 100% was visible under the ward through that rotation. And that is a very costly death on the Shadow Fiend. It's going to give Timbersaw an early level 6. Which means he can dive the Shadow Fiend here any moment.
Radiant are scanning.
First power rune gonna go to
RCY gets an invis.
RCY 1v3 with the rune spawn. Very fortunate for him. It is just an invis and not the greatest one.
In a weird spot here on the Bristleback, but trying to absorb as much damage as possible with the Ember Spirit to come in to punish this, though, will be a worthwhile rotation from RCY.
A little strange to play up that far when your own team is doing stacks in the triangle. He has been doing well in this lane, so I guess he just wanted to really put the pressure onto Fade, but I think that's probably the wrong time to do that. Wow, that is either a pixel out or they haven't stuck their head in to see that
it's outside,
sentry.
I think, yeah. I think it's just barely outside.
Is under attack.
It's quite unlucky. Lion's using a courier. He's like, where is this? I know there's a sentry somewhere.
No, he high
he's trying
ground
to
missed
stack
for the
with it.
pull.
That is
yeah, he was
unlucky.
trying to stack and high ground miss.
That means he won't know to go for that sentry either.
Yeah, I was
so.
gonna say they won't know the sentry's there now until the next spawn. Very funny how those little things matter.
Yeah, I think he's just lost the game because of that. It's really unlucky. It's over.
All right, Alt F4, run it back.
Done. Clearly the RNG is not with us. We lost the power rune. I didn't miss uphill. It's over.
Fade just continuing to jungle on his Enigma. Getting the early, I mean, is it early? Drum's not actually quite yet completed. To go for the Tranquil Boots first, since he's just, like I said, pretty much just jungling. So it's giving good XP over to Bignum. Like, he's level 5 already as the support. Not having that bad of a time.
I really think this lane's supposed to go better. Shield rune picked up by Bignum. It's supposed to go better. Enigma is at least one of the offlaners who can jungle so fast, so early, that when you add it up, like the value Clockwork's getting from lane and Enigma's getting, it's maybe okay, but it's also been balanced out by Celery being free to roam and kill that SF top, whether it should or should not have happened. And then Bristleback, they've gotten the camps open, so he's laning and shoving in, like, into the jungle, so he's also farming quite well, despite that one death he had. Oh, they do get that sentry. Okay, it was pixel in. They just had to look around the tree.
All right, big rotation top here. Speed. I mean, he scouts it. He knows what's going on. Like, mid ones here, booms here. Again, Shadow Fiend cannot really contest the Timbersaw once he has his level 6. Trying to heal up the tower here and delay things with the fortification as well. And it's wasting some time.
This is usually where you'd be pressuring on the other side with the Enigma, and he is coming down to do that.
Spirit's coming top, though. Clockwork's coming in as well. Not quite level 6, but will TP in. They're going to save the tower with this.
If you're going to do this, I think you bring Enigma as well. He's got his drums and Black Hole.
Yeah. Okay. They protect the tower.
It is a lot of damage in, but this is where you have a Tree and Protector. We'll see if he can heal it up in time.
3 points in the living armor.
Blocking the camp again, actually, with another sentry. You know it's their game plan. They're just trying to farm
He's
up.
in too far. He's going to get caught here from the Mortimer Kisses. Pops the Requiem to try and live, but the damage is too much. And he will die. Hookshot way off the mark, but they will get their hands maybe on the Timbersaw. Searing Chains is out, stunned, trying to prevent Fade from closing the gap onto Boom. They actually don't manage to get the Timber Chain to safety, but they will black hole him just in case. They need that extra lockdown. A 1-for-1, but still a pretty massive win for MOUZ. This is a 3v5, mind you, and they still get the Shadow Fiend.
He has no form of escape into the Snapfire ult, and unfortunately Clockwork wasn't quite in range to like cancel the ult earlier. Mid one sneaking in, sneaking out. Has a haste rune. You gotta be a little careful of that. One of the better runes to make a play before the Blink Dagger's online. You're gonna have to bring more heroes top if they want to defend this. Another catapult's coming in with a creep wave, and the tower hasn't been healed up that much yet.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna survive here. At least for much longer. With the creep wave coming in, Boom tanking the tower, I think this one is pretty much done.
Mid also took a beating. They can try to save that. Bottom lane also took a beating from earlier because of the lane. So all the tier 1s being threatened quite fast, which is not what you want as Tree and Protector. You like to be able to save these, keep them alive. But the living armor can only be so high level at the start. Can't heal everything if all the lanes are taking damage. Speed finds mid one on this smoke.
It's a very close game still. 2-2, very small gold advantage, but bottom lane, they're looking to try and pressure the tower. Fortification comes out. Tiny gonna try and maybe dodge out a hookshot. No overgrowth from Speed. If you have it, maybe a much easier entry into this, but for now, Bignum do his best here to try and defend his tower, but the toss damage, it's gonna be too much. They'll get the deny instead.
Immediately heals the mid tower. I've got one left. Gotta try to keep that one alive.
It's not as much healing anymore as it used to be, right? In terms of keeping buildings alive.
No, it's a lot worse. It's 13 heal per second for 12 seconds. And the cooldown being relatively long. Well, I mean, the cooldown's lowered now, now that you like max it first. So it's a little better than it was, but...
Oh, the Vessel comes out from RCY, but the Hex in from Yamich has the Finger of Death, but with that Flame Guard, afraid to really commit. Yeah, it would have blocked way too much. So good play from RCY there, using that Arcane Rune. Taking down the Timber.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This is what we've been saying with our... Oh my lord, that is a lot of stacks. All right, they need to try and contest this.
It would be nice, but...
I mean, you have Black Hole,
don't have the
man.
best stack stealing heroes.
Ember?
You Black Hole it?
I was gonna say Ember and Shadow Fiend have a lot of AoE magic damage, but I think you'd have to bring the whole team is the thing. And Timbersaw is not letting these go to waste. He's gonna clean them up right now.
I would have been up for it. Oh, Clockwork Edge, I think, sniped some with a Rocket Flare, so I guess you get something. It would have been nice. And I'm actually very up for it if they would have tried, but like you said, you need a lot. Ooh, randomly find that sentry. Unlucky speed.
All right, with that, that's a lot of gold for the supports. The stack's paying off. You can see them now towering over their opponents in terms of net worth. As the 14-minute Wisdom Shrines are going to spawn. No real contest for these, so each team going to be able to get these pretty easily. Shadow Fiend is going to go the Kaya Yasha build that we've been seeing. More of the burst potential, which is really good when you have a hero like Enigma, right? Or if you have like a Slight Chains, just easy from RCY, and you can just go in for a Blink Requiem. Like there are plays to be made there.
Yeah,
he will have to get his BKB though.
Yeah, I like the idea. It does scare me a little bit though, because I feel like Yamson has been caught out a couple times. It's part of the struggles GamerLegion's been finding, and the downside of this build is you are squishier than usual.
Yeah, completely agree.
He's got good teammates to set him up though, so it will work out if you can bait with the Ember, lead in with the Enigma, and then follow up with Requiem.
Overall, smoke up from
See
GamerLegion,
Crystallis.
heading to the bottom lane. They have vision of Crystallis, like you're saying. This would be a massive kill if they can get it. Ember Spirit with the Slight Chains and the Vessel. Really all you need to set this one up, and he's gonna get revealed right on the other side of this tree line. Trying to hold the Black Hole. They'll just commit it anyway. They want to make sure they get this kill.
Yeah, you definitely just use it. Do not save that.
All right,
This is
good
not
gang.
the easiest Black Hole game. There's a lot of different stuns. It's going to take a while to get to like Blink BKB. So just take whatever big kill you can get.
Whoa.
Carry, Bristle, pretty good. And
Bristle
then hopefully
and
this bottom tower. Yeah, it's like an extenuation of the aura building cores lately. But Bristle was like one of the first to do this kind of stuff. He already has a lot of damage with seeing red, so I think it's a cool idea.
I'm just wondering if you feel like they're going to be lacking damage in the mid game if he goes for like 'cause Tiny does a lot of burst damage. You have, I guess maybe the supports are some of the highest damage hero supports in the game right now. So maybe that's the idea. Looking for mid one. Coming pretty aggressively for this. Yeah, I don't know. That is not enough heroes here to find that kill.
Yeah, I think the supports will cover you. Mortimer's Kisses plus the Timbersaw. Fist of Death Lion. I mean, like, you know, infinite scaling right there. He's gonna pick up some right-click items.
See, this Snapfire is huge. Compared to the other supports, she's like doubling up the Clockwork almost.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This isn't even Tormentor gold.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of what happens when you give up on the lane so fast. You know, your 5 can just do whatever they want.
Yeah, big Requiem does do some work here. Malefice as well, but there's going to be the Crimson Guard, and Yamsun in really deep by himself manages to dodge out the stun. Mortimer Kisses aren't going to do a whole lot in speed. He's looking for the Overgrowth. Only going to catch 2 with it so far. In comes the Avalanche toss from mid one, and they're all gone, man. Instantly takes down the Enigma, looking for more as RCY will hobble back to the base.
Speaking of damage issues, actually on the side of Gamer Legion, Overgrowth and like Hookshot, these are not damage abilities. You can see this, that's why the Bristle does not need damage. The Timber Saw will carry them through this, the Snapfire will carry them through this. Before I hear any Flame on speed, the Overgrowth cannot cancel Mortimer's Kisses, just because of the way it's coded.
Yeah.
So he can't really stop it.
They do not want to let this go. So Fade will TP up here, try and keep his tower alive. Yamsun, with the help of RCY, will look for the Timbersaw triple raise as he jumps into the back line, but just surrounded by all 5 heroes now. Needs to be careful. But RCY still got the tail end of the Flame Guard running, getting a little bit of burn damage, pulling Chrysalis back into the cogs, but the Crimson Guard keeping him plenty healthy. Scan out on the left side here. Yamsun needs to be careful. He's all alone. Mid one's gonna find him. Gets the toss back. He's in no man's land. You're gonna lose your Shadow Fiend here once again. Black Hole onto 2. They need to turn this fight around. They get another as Speed trying to close the gap, and RCY might be able to clean up mid one here in the mid lane. Does have another Vessel charge in a moment. The Searing Chains are out. Fade trying to block off any sort of help. So you get the Shadow Fiend, but a costly extended fight here as RCY, the big winner.
Yeah, she goes back around. They won the first fight, MOUZ did, because they had the ultimates, and that follow-up fight, those ults are down, so now you are missing a significant chunk of the... these damage recaps are a pretty good way to show it.
The Death Requiem was all his damage, man. He threw like 1 raise before he died and did like 2,300 damage.
So something going back the way of Gamer Legion. The black holes are connecting. It's often hard to find, but killed Timbersaw, Bristleback, and then got that double kill just now. Sometimes you don't even see a black hole at this point.
Yeah. Bottom lane, he's got eyes in the forest here, providing a little bit of help. They do know Speed is in the trees, though. Yeah, they found him. Good play there from Celery, and on the other side, they actually find a kill. But RCY turns it around with the help of Fade to take down Tiny, a much bigger... He has an amplify damage. That's a very dead Lion. He just needs the Spirit Vessel connection, couple auto attacks. Fade has an enormous amount of Eidolons here thanks to his Aghanim Shard.
Go. Yeah. You need a tower. They've lost all their outer towers. Fortunately, finding this mid one as they lose their own final tower. So get a little bit more space to work with. You do lose the Tormentor for this, though. It will go to Celery. That's where you want it. This is really, as if he wasn't rich enough, even better farming tool for the Snapfire.
Such a heads-up play from MOUZ, realizing that you know, they're gonna lose the mid tower, they're gonna lose the Tiny, the Lion. They're like, yeah, let's get something out of it at least. But dude, the entire gold lead is the Snapfire. It actually is. Like, everything else is even, and then there's just a Snapfire. That's 3,000 gold of the ahead of the other supports. Solar Crest Shard now on his way to a Glimmer Cape. Blink in. X from Yamich. They really want to try and bring down the Ember Spirit. Some decent damage block coming through. Gets the side of chains into the Remnants away. Mid one off the mark with the Avalanche, but will still find Speed.
If you just lose Speed, it's okay. Clockwork?
I don't think he's getting out of here. He has no TP.
I thought they didn't see him around the tree for a second. Okay, you lose it. You end up losing both supports, but the Enigma and the Shadow Fiend, once they saw that happening, they immediately moved into the lanes. This is where, because that bottom tier 1 is up, Shadow Fiend doesn't feel comfortable going further. He's worried about the quick teleport rotations, plus the Twin Gate.
Oh my gosh.
He's not wrong. There goes the Tiny.
Chrysalis might be in trouble. Do they just go for the black hole? Maybe with the Requiem. Yeah, you got the damage.
A lot of return damage. That's the benefit of the Bristle. Doesn't matter in this case, but down the line. Oh, maybe it will. Mid one. Didn't find anyone bottom.
He's going to find the Enigma, though. Yep.
I think that's still okay, because you use Black Hole to kill the carry. Enigma has downtime right now anyways.
Okay, they're not going to chase. I thought they were going to go for more.
I think you could, but they didn't know where the other heroes were, so they wanted to play it safe. Bottom tower almost died to the catapult. The Eidolons are on their way to just brute force it.
Oh yeah, he's gonna get him.
Radiant's bottom
There they go. Finally taking the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. Nice micro there from Fade.
Split.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right, 11 to 10. This game has been very neck and neck, but the advantage has been slightly in favor. Oh my god, he just barely missed the tree. Up the there he gets it this time. It's been slightly in favor of MOUZ, and now they will look for the Roshan in the bottom pit here. You have this Bristleback, you have the Timbersaw to tank it. Scouted out now by the Clockwork, but no Black Hole for quite some time. It'd be up to the Ember Spirit if they want to try and contest, and they do see him topside. So I think this one, we'll see what Big Num can do. He's going to get found. So no hook shot to try and cancel or snipe the Roshan. They'll just commit the Finger of Death. Staying alive actually a little bit longer than expected.
Did he still get a Finger of Death charge? I wasn't keeping track. He's at 3 now.
I think so. Because he was still hitting him with the Fist of Death, which, like, you know,
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
gets the duration.
Ooh, the Lotus killed. That's a good way to delay this push.
Okay.
It is, like you were saying, it's a pretty close game, and this is an Enigma, right? Who's going Blink Black Hole. The later it goes, you tend to favor these kind of spells. Plus, you get the vision from Trant.
I do
have a-
favor Gamer Legion in the late game. Like,
You have
definitely.
a typical carry in Shadow Fiend. Bristle is a carry, but he's doing this like aura build, so the damage is a little lower than usual. Well, we did mention the supports kind of cover that. Speed. I mean, someone's got to tank it, right? Like,
Yeah.
all the cores are dodging out as much as possible. This is something he can do and just use a living armor in between deaths.
I mean, Gamer Legion has done a really good job efficiently farming, right? Top 2 net worth are still the Shadow Fiend and the Ember Spirit. Like, RCY has had an incredible game. You don't normally see Ember as like a top net worth contender in a lot of games, right?
Might
So
be in
I
trouble.
say that he's getting caught out topside, but I don't think he's that fragile. They're bringing in some other heroes though. They got the mid tower. What's going on with the Ember? Oh, hook shot from Big Num will assassinate the Lion. The Euro. Now they make this play, but doesn't quite pan out. So mid tier 2 is dead though. A nice opening of the map. Okay, I gotta ask you, because I do favor Gamer Legion in the late game. What's the timer here for MOUZ? Like, how quick do they have to try and start breaking the high ground of Gamer Legion?
I don't think they're totally out into the late game. So if it
Fade.
goes late, like, it's okay. You know, don't feel pressured to make mistakes. Although, I mean,
There
you
it
get kills
is,
like
the
this.
Black Hole Requiem. We're saying, this is a guaranteed kill every time. And now you just go back to farming. You just take the highest net worth hero off the map from MOUZ. Oh, I say that. They're going to find Fade here again. You're going to try and get bailed out. They do get the overgrowth, but Fade is still dead. Celery stuck inside the cogs, getting bounced back and forth. Another kill for Yamsun. I think it's time to run if you're Gamer Legion. You don't have much left in the tank here, and mid one's gonna find 2. Toss back onto Yamsun. He actually just has a BKB at the ready. The hook shot actually clips an Eidolon, but mid one stuck inside the cogs. Crimson Guard's buying him a lot of time. They need RCY to get over here to help finish the job. Is he gonna be able to? The slights does come through, and now Chrysalis on the Bristleback chasing down Big Num. Stun? No, not needed from Yamich. They will do their best to run. RCY is gonna punish the Lion, and now it's Chrysalis versus everybody. Boom's actually respawned. RCY, another remnant. Should be able to get to safety, but there's going to be more goose stacks coming his way. Has to BKB. Pops the chain, staying on top of him, but the pipe does come out. The most extended fight of the game. It feels like a root on the Chrysalis, but just turns his back, doesn't kill. Boom pops the Lotus to get rid of the Malefice, but in comes the Ember Spirit, chains onto both. Yamsun's going to blink in, gets the raise. Can they finish the job? They take down Boom. Chrysalis still has the Aegis, but they really want to claim it. I don't think you can. The hairball to slow him up, as they will full retreat. And RCY, he found a regen rune during all of that.
That was a really fortunate rune for him, so he can just immediately continue to play the map. This is such a long fight 14,000 damage to 10,000 damage in a 27-minute fight. But part of it are the builds, right? These are actually lower damage lineups, especially this Bristle. Like, he's living so long, but he is not killing heroes the same way a typical carry Bristle build would work. And some of this is because Celery got found and killed right off the bat. So they didn't get the like free 2,000 plus damage from the Mortimer's Kisses just deleting a hero, which we mentioned, the supports cover the damage issues with this type of Bristle build, and we see what happens if you lose those supports. So overall, a very good fight for Gamer Legion. They didn't quite find the Aegis like they would have liked, but they pretty much wasted the time. You know, there's 30 more seconds on it, and what did they do with that? They got like 1 tier 2, and considering the feel of the game, MOUZ hasn't had a massive lead, but they felt in control for most of this. I think limiting it to just that's good speed.
Oh god, he is playing with fire here, just walking through the trees. That being said, Big Num, he's on the other side here, trying to maybe intercept as they try to retreat. They will take him out of the fight right away. RCY now in very far, has the amplified damage. Yeah, you got to be very careful. And you know Fade's lurking in the shadows. With that black hole, they get him. The finger of death is there. They don't respond in time, and now you have to leave. Not respecting the damage coming through from the side of MOUZ.
Speed. Stay still, Speed. I think the courier saw him. He still has the dust on him. The cookie. Oh,
no, they got him.
Okay.
Yamich is there just in time. I mean, he's... Okay, yeah, they got him. There we go.
This time, the initiation from Gamer Legion, just a bit disconnected, right? Like the Clockwork goes in first, dies. Then the Ember arrives, gets controlled up, dies as the BKB Requiem arrives to try to save him, right? Like they're all just a few seconds apart, but it makes a big enough difference. Bait? Black hole?
Yeah, I mean, it's quote-unquote bait. It was more of a required safety net, or else your
the rest of the team's on the way. Can you finish this?
Yamsun in trouble. Hookshot comes through, pops the Shadow Blade, does get the response, but that's a very big win, and they're gonna get another. As Big Num, no real escape from the Timbersaw and this Bristleback. I mean, good play from Fade to try and salvage a really bad situation there.
Yeah, Yamsun has pushed it a little bit. Sometimes farming a bit too far, as like you're unsure where the enemy team is. It's cost him in some other games. This time it goes okay, kind of like you said, kind of forced, but at least you do kill the Tiny. We call it a trade.
I mean, like the thing is, the fight's taking place at least in the enemy jungle. We keep talking like, if Gamer Legion stall this one out, I do worry for the scaling potential of MOUZ. Like the Silver Edge is coming soon from the Shadow Fiend, right? Like we know that this is an item Shadow Fiends like to build generally, and it's very good this game as well. So at some point, you've got to go high ground. Yamich will get the second shard.
Fate's working on an Aghanims for the Enigma, and this is like 3 strength cores, so it's gonna do a lot of damage. You can, I guess, like Bristle could get an Abyssal at some point, but it's really inconsistent to land, especially when you're getting pulled in by the Yags.
Yeah, it is an incredible Enigma game, right? Like, and that's why he just went to the jungle early. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna farm my items, right? Gets the Boots of Bearing, now has Blink BKB. And that Aghanim Scepter could very much be a game-turning item. That being said, MOUZ has kind of finally pushed the first real net worth advantage after that Tormentor. They're 6,000 ahead. They've got some nice items that they just completed. And Bristleback, you know, not just tanky anymore. He can do some serious damage now. Sanj and Yasha done in level 18, right? Or 19, right? So level 3 ult. We'll see what happens. Smoke top lane as well from Gamer Legion. RCY is showing really deep in the lane, though, so he's going to have to rejoin them, come through the Twin Gate. Dire scan shows that no one's down there. This might just be a simple no one finds anybody scenario.
Yeah, which is a little funny when there's a tree and protector in the game, but MOUZ has bought a gem relatively early, so they're doing their best to clear out trees as they go. So actually the vision for GamerLegion is quite dark right now.
Yeah.
See if they have just enough vision to find anybody. They're kind of passing by each other
They gotta
once
fix
again
their
here.
waves. All their waves are at their base, right? Like mids at the tier 3, bottoms at the tier 2. They gotta fix these. Nice eye in the forest there from Speed,
Mid
though.
one.
We'll start giving them some vision.
Shield rune looking for a toss back, perhaps.
I mean, how do you kill this Tiny with a shield rune? Hook shot. Okay, maybe you can. They just caught the BKB, the black hole, the Requiem. Okay, they just dump everything on him to get the kill. That'll do it. The confidence there from GamerLegion is now RCY looking to put some pressure on the backside of the fight. They're going to buy back. They have the outpost to TP into. You got to be careful. Here comes the Hex, the stun to follow it up. There's more buybacks coming in. They want to punish. Yamsun's already popped the BKB. He's all alone on the high ground. He's going to get taken out for his aggression. And now RCY will have to do the rest of it himself. Will he be able to? Up onto the high ground. Remnants in. Has another Searing Chains. It's not going to be enough. He should survive. Triple buybacks out the side of this fight. And with this, Chrysalis and mid one, they're not done. They can continue chasing for more.
You don't want to chase too hard, because the reason you bought back is that you know Roche might be up. And actually, it was a really quick spawn. So we'll see if the teams realize that. They'll get one more in the kill on Speed thanks to this observer they have. And I think they're heading over to check Roche. They're going to be rewarded for these buybacks. It would have been really sad. You buy back, win this fight, max spawn. But this should get them Aegis. Big Gnome can try to get there to snipe it. They'll at least know. They're setting the Eidolons and the Rocket Flare. Can you delay this? I don't. Without Ember, I don't think
you can
so.
Midnight Pulse it, and that's like about it. But you got to be very careful on the Enigma. I was like, yeah, there it is. The Gleipnir that's done on Boom, it makes it very difficult to contest. So that will be Aegis, Banner. Once again for the Bristleback. I mean, this fight really sick. You get mid one. Is the call to just retreat here when you see the buybacks coming through, or how do you play this?
I guess you just leave now. It feels weird because it's like, oh, it's 5v3, but you've already lost this outpost, which opens up the buybacks, which is why they're able to win this fight. Without those buybacks, like, you are okay. At the same time, if you had left there, it's not like they can chase you, and they're not going to buy back 3v5. So too much, I don't know, maybe too much of the damage is in the Black Hole and the Requiem, because honestly, I kind of thought they could do it, but they also now have to kill a Timber Saw and a Bristle without those high damage abilities, and it's pretty tough.
They were very split as well. Like Enigma and Ember Spirit were on the right side of the fight trying to take the Snapfire out so that she couldn't go for the Mortimer Kisses. And the buyback from the Lion just controls up the Shadow Fiend. He doesn't have the damage to kill the Bristleback quite yet. So, you know, hindsight 2020, GamerLegion maybe learning from that one. Take what you can get and then back away. How close are we on that Aghanim Scepter? Okay, it is done. So Aghanim Scepter done for the Enigma. Does have a refresher queued, but this is one of the biggest items for their team fight. Okay, Speed is right on the edge of this gem here, hiding in the trees.
This is so scary.
Okay, they found him. Yeah, that's maybe a little too aggressive positioning. I understand the idea of trying to go for like an overgrowth to prevent, you know, any follow-up here, but
He's got the blink. He should be on the right side, I think, is safer.
Tier 3 dead. You're gonna have to do something soon. Smoked up on the Enigma, hook shot in. They go past him, actually finding the Bristleback with the break, but not dying quite yet. Chrysalis does not seem all that bothered. He's gonna finish up the range racks, turn his attention towards the melee. He can do this a few more times. The chains pulls him in actually a little bit of an awkward spot. I mean, you can't black hole him, right? Is the problem.
No, you need the Aegis to go down first. You're trying to poke him down, but he's gaining health. He's got so much regen. That's tower's still alive, or the barracks, thanks to this
They've
living
kept the
armor.
melee,
He's
and he's just gonna back to regen.
Kill this catapult before it kills you.
All right. High ground kind of kept alive.
Yeah, only losing the range barracks is not that bad considering that was a banner Aegis push, but there's still 2 minutes on this Aegis, so I think they're going to try again.
Yeah.
RCY's got to be careful not to step up too far. We saw earlier he can be killed before he can BKB if they commit enough chain stuns.
Yeah, the initiation is absolutely key for both teams, right? The hero that gets tossed back from mid one, probably gonna die. The hero that gets black holed by the Enigma, also probably gonna die.
No buybacks this time. You used them earlier, so MOUZ does have to be a bit careful here. It means the game drags on. We get a little closer to this refresher. I think you buy it out when you get there, so 3,000 more gold.
Well, they're going to be able to
Kinda
put the
far,
Bristleback
actually.
in a little bit of an awkward spot. Has the Crimson Guard active. Trill still trying to save this melee Rax, and it's going to survive. Once again, 1 minute left on this Aegis, and then you cannot push this high ground again.
That was... Okay, because they have map control, they got away with that. But actually, the team was really split up on MOUZ. Like, if GamerLegion had just sent it, they would have killed the Bristleback and then black holed him. But they thought, like, surely this is a bait. Surely everyone's behind him. So they didn't go.
Radiant are scanning.
That'll be the tail end of the Aegis. So GamerLegion likely to look for a smoke play right now. They do have an Eye in the Forest that is doing work. It's going to get cleaned up right now, but they had a pretty good idea of where they all are. Regen on mid one. Crystal's going to make one final attempt here. 30 seconds on the Aegis to try and get this melee Rax that has just been getting slightly healed by this Treant Protector. They're not giving this up this time, right? After all of this, they're actually just going to get Force Staff. They're going to give it up. After all of the effort you put in to keep this alive, we'll see. Break is there. Vessel out. Chrysalis, 4 seconds left on the Aegis. You need to run. And Enigma is on the hunt. No, okay, they'll give it up. And the base still alive for GamerLegion.
That's why it's important to move around as you hit things. Vignum was trying to force staff the Bristle in further while hitting the barracks, but Bristle turned at the last second, so he ended up going to the side, which kept him safe. It still would have been scary even if he did go far back, but you know, you run in to try to save him. That's where the black hole cuts everyone in the back off. You landed on 4.
Yeah. I mean, it also, with the Aegis expiration time there, like, Chrysalis would have probably not made it out of the base in time. They are constantly applying pressure bottom, but the name of the game for GamerLegion is to stall this one out. And they've managed to do it once again against the Aegis. The question is, how long can they keep doing this? Fade about to get caught here potentially. Scan. Does connect. They know exactly where they are. Good read from GamerLegion, and they will TP back to the base. Tiny with a Wind Waker, mind you. Good way of saving heroes inside the black hole.
Yeah, that's pretty good. See if they can get any more of those.
Who buys Nullifier?
Who does, actually? I guess it's going to have to be Ember at some point. I don't really know if anyone else can afford to support at some point, but you're like dirt poor this game.
Third Tormentor for the side of MOUZ. This one going to mid one. At this point, doesn't really make too much of a difference, but does allow him to, you know, if he really wants to transition to more damage, he could.
It's not, actually, it's not too bad, because if you're not caught, like, you could jump in, save somebody, and if Tiny wraps around into the late game, into the Aghanims, and right-click damage, like, you're trying to kill people in Black Hole, and this volley of trees is destroying you.
All right, Remnant recharge time on the Ember Spirit. Yamsun really needs his 25. Like, the Daedalus combined with the 25 talent, where you get the Shadow Rays applies attack damage, is a huge boost to this hero, and he's just gonna sit here on the Wisdom Shrine until it spawns. He's like, I have one thing that I want. There you go.
He's done
Level
it.
25.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Shadow Rays
And then
applies
gives
attack
the
damage.
farm over to Fade. He's kept his greedy enchantment. He's really trying to get to the refresher, and he's got it. Okay, let's see if he can stay out of sight. I don't think any observer see him right now.
This is such a massive item.
So perhaps you can surprise them with this refresher black hole.
The thing is, GamerLegion have been sitting on their side of the map for the longest time. They have not been able to get out and get really any value out of these Eyes of the Forest.
That's the perfect time to surprise him with double black hole.
Yeah, combine it with a gem, you know? All right, smoke up. Mid one. The smoke comes out. They find Chrysalis, hook shot in. Do they just go for it is the question. The break is there, holding the Enigma for now. They still want to find their target. He's going to pop the black hole. The Agon's up there. It's going to try and pull them in, but there's the Wind Waker. You got to follow up one. Can they do it? The second black hole onto the Bristleback. They got him. 2 heroes dead, buybacks as well coming in from Big Num. The Vessel now doing serious damage over against this Tiny. He's dead for 100 seconds. That's his dieback timer. They've now isolated the Timbersaw. They've isolated every single one of these heroes. And can they actually escape on anybody? It's not going to look like it. This is going to be a full freaking team wipe for GamerLegion. Ultra kill for Yamsun. They're doing it, man.
That is a crazy fight. They recover the gem as well. You couldn't ask for a better black hole, or 2 of them. You kill off the Bristle. He is so much of the damage now. Like, we're at the point where he is carrying, and Timbersaw just can't move around in the fight the way he wants to, because so many of the trees are actually cut down by these midnight pulses.
They were waiting for a while. It's like, you know, they're trying to get in range to catch the Tiny on the black hole so he can't get the Wind Waker, but he still gets the Lion. So, such a sick play from Fade.
Once those heroes are down, you can't win the fight. You're trying to get away, but you're trying to run from a chain gang Ember. There's like no hope. In the meantime, GamerLegion also gets rewarded with the 3rd Rose. Someone's got to go back for that banner.
I think Speed's going for it. Yeah, they know.
They just didn't have space for it, but they know. You cannot
Very
be leaving
important
free
item.
goodies behind after a game like this. Who's got the refresher? It should be on SF now, right? Double
Yeah.
Requiem in the...
Double
in the fight,
Requiem,
yeah, and
double
double
BKB. It's way too value. And now GamerLegion taking their first real gold advantage of the game. They've finally gotten onto the enemy side of the map. It feels like they've been the, you know, cornered this whole time. But they got that dog in them, man. They're back.
I don't think anyone from that... What was the team we had in the deep? What was that dog team we had?
Dog Champ?
Oh yeah, there we go. Right on the right on the nose, Dog Champ. I don't think any of them are here.
I'm trying to remember. I don't think many of them are still around. RCY actually was the mid laner of Dog Champ. That was this first team.
Oh, okay. They do have the dog in them. Fade. Can't fight without the BKB refresher black hole. That is what won you the last fight, and that is what will win you this game if you continue playing around it. You just have to avoid the enemy until those cooldowns are up.
10 seconds till black hole. I think you just don't care about refresher right now. I think you just look for the black hole kill.
I mean, it's like 18 seconds till the refresher, though. I really think you should just wait for both.
Oh, they found Speed. He's hiding in the trees.
Like this, though.
Yeah, that is a rough one. That being said, they're going to go in. They find the Wind Waker target. That black hole just pulls them right in. And, well, gonna see if they can bring down the Shadow Fiend. He's got the Aegis, pops his BKB. Fade's looking for the reset. He's gonna go back in. Overgrowth catches them. Boom, trying to desperately to get away, but he gets pulled back in with the chains. They are crumbling on the side of MOUZ. 4 dead as the Aegis still not even claimed. And they will now look for Celery. They got him, man. Another 5-hero team wipe.
Holy GamerLegion, they're doing it. They had to buy so much time until this refresher could come online. He had to sit on his neutral with the GPM talent, but he finally got it. Everything is going their way now, winning all these fights. You go straight into the throne with 5 lasting presence stacks. It's just so, you have 3 melee cores trying to fight into black hole.
damage is pretty absurd from SF. 500
Yeah.
damage with a negative armor, and now
Yeah.
a million Eidolons as well. They don't even have to commit the banner.
No, you don't. I mean, they're all dead, right? Like, there's no one coming anytime soon to save the banner for the tier 4 push.
You maybe don't go for Megas, though. It's a little risky as they respawn. Let's see how fast they can do this. Lasting
They've
Presence
still
is
got
down.
Aegis. But yeah, no,
But you don't have to
no
cool
spells. Yeah, no spells is the big thing. Getting Mega Creeps would be absolutely massive for them, though. And I
then
think with
run.
Shadow Fiend and these Eidolons, it's an absolute army of these things, thanks to his facet. So, and we'll back away. And Mega Creeps secured 47 minutes. GamerLegion have done it.
Good news for MOUZ. You've already got the Crimson Guard to hold against the Megas.
Uh-huh. I'm looking at the timers here. You're 1 minute away from your refresher combo again on this Enigma, and I feel like I don't want to put a timer on the end of the game, but I think they somewhat coincide.
Yeah, you won't have Aegis, but he does have Satanic now on the Shadow Fiend, so Satanic, BKB, Refresher, Requiem, pretty good. You just have to stay together. If you get scattered, MOUZ still has a lot of burst.
All right,
They're
gonna
playing
smoke
together,
up.
though. I think they know it. Like, guys, just A-click together. We've got this.
I like the wraparound through the bottom side of the base. Fade has his first black hole up. The second one's not going to be up for about another 20 seconds ish, but
That's the surprise.
yeah, I mean, any kill right now is pretty massive. You have 3 buybacks, I think, available on the Radiant. 4 buybacks, okay. So they're saving them. They're gonna need those extra lives if they get caught.
Trying to play around this tree that Speed placed earlier.
Yeah, Aegis ends. We'll just pop that refresher shard into his inventory, though. Or not.
Radiant are scanning.
You think the
Honestly, I don't know.
Satanic's more
He's
important than
too
the
rich.
refresher shard?
You want to refresh that, though. I feel like it has to be the Silver Edge. Like, you use that to go in, and then you swap it.
Yeah. Oh, he just gives it
Seems
to
the
Ember.
least
Okay,
important.
I like this a lot. Ember Spirit with refresher.
He doesn't
Kinda
have
owns.
space either.
He could also buy his refresher. He's sitting on like 3,000 extra gold from buyback. Looking for the tier 4s. They have the banner down, doing some work. Boom's gonna go in very aggressively. Uh-oh. Wind Waker, Fates pop the BKB. You know that black hole's coming. The first one's down, the second one at the ready. They jump in, nice 2-hero stun out from Lion. Fade pops that second BKB. The black hole comes out as well. Boom trying to find his way out, but actually does clip Celery as well. And Chrysalis on the front line with that mid one. They've done a lot of work here. The Wind Waker making a lot of space. Pops the Satanic. Yamsun needs some help, actually. They've committed a little bit too far. He's got no BKB left. 3 dead on the side of the Dire, but they're going to buy back on everything. This is the last fight of the game. Which team is going to be able to come out the victors? We'll see. RCY has that refresher. He popped it. He's going to look to try and get some help here, but his team taking a little bit longer to get back in the fight than I think they would have liked, and Chrysalis still very healthy. They managed to get the Hex here. Jump in, Timbersaw onto the back line. Gets a lot of damage out. Chrysalis goes in, just blending the quills everywhere. And they've actually managed to control Yamsun. He gets the Satanic off in the last second, trying to turn it back around. With a sliver of HP, he does it. In comes Boom once again. A blink into this Chakram, doing so much work.
Dodge the stun.
RCY able to dodge the stun, but he's got no health left, no remnants left. And Chrysalis is coming back into this fight if they can get on top of Fade. Have they done it? Almost everybody diebacking on the side of the Dire. Big Num trying desperately to get out of this. Yamsun's gonna turn it back around, maybe find the kill here onto the Timbersaw. The damage is not enough. He has to blink to safety. An absolute insane
Ancient
fight
is
here.
taking catapults. Someone needs to get back in there.
Oh, that's a lot of catapults.
All the catapults, they're all in here.
Okay, base survives thanks to the Crimson Guard and the retreat, but GamerLegion getting a little overconfident there.
He's thinking about sneaking in 1 or 2 auto attacks. Yeah,
that's
that felt
5 buybacks.
a little forced to me from GamerLegion, because this is you're winning. You have megas. You have all the time in the world to wait for cooldowns, wait for the right fight. They send it on the tiny, but this is where buybacks come in, right? Like, you have to pay for it, but it's the same idea as the Aegis. You respawn after they commit all the spells. And so you use these refresher black holes, but then you're out. And you kind of see that's where MOUZ turns the fight. It then goes for a really long time. I would say MOUZ came out ahead, considering how far behind they are.
Oh, absolutely.
Enough to get the Divine Rapier on Crystallis, and even when Enigma respawns, I guess he will have the refresher, actually.
I mean, it's a Divine Rapier Crystallis. He says, screw it, man. I'm going straight to end the game. There's no Enigma for 30 seconds. Dude, they could very well end the game right now. It's going to be very close. You need your Ember, you need your Enigma. The countdown is coming. Yamsun with the Silver Edge, gonna try and maybe find some space. Turns on to mid one, gets caught from the Avalanche, forced the BKB, hook shot in. But your Bristleback protected from the Crimson Guard for now. And that's the BKB of your Shadow Fiend just spent. Speed's gonna die back. It's time that you've spent, though, for the Enigma to get back into this game.
He's got double black hole.
You have everything. You need to retreat on the side of MOUZ. The question is, can you? Chains will find Celery. RCY continuing to look for more here. The Timber Chains are out. They need these heroes. The hook shot comes in from Big Numb. Crystals, he gets pushed back in. The black hole, it's gonna be able to find the Bristleback, but can they kill him in time? The Wind Waker was already spent. They got him. Now looking for more. Fade's second BKB at the ready. Timbersaw now caught in the black hole as well. Yamsun will finish the job. 2 dead as Celery trying desperately to get anything out of this fight, but it's a costly one. They will buy back on 2 more. Your base still surviving thanks to the buyback of the Timbersaw, but can they hold? I mean, you killed the you killed the Enigma.
Yeah, he got his, okay, he used all his abilities, so at least while he's dead forever, he's like, yeah, I'm just getting my cooldowns back. I think you're getting Roche. I think you're scared at this point because you used a lot of your own buybacks. If you slip up on this push,
check it. He's not checking it. Oh my gosh. They got the Divine Rapier on the Shadow Fiend, right? So they should be able to get this. It's going to be so difficult to contest from the side of MOUZ.
Yamich's getting an Aeon Disc, which I kind of think he needs, but I also kind of think he needs to scale up in damage at this point. We got to go. We're going to get some right click in here, my guy.
Where does he put these items, by the way? Someone's got to come do this.
Classic carry. Too much success. I hold my backpack refresher and my 3rd divine and everything. Speed, turn around. You got to go get those.
RCY playing an absolute ridiculous game here of trying to find anybody on the map, and he will find the Lion
here.
Yeah, there's no TPing out from that. That is way too much damage. What an incredible find from RCY.
That's so good, actually. Okay, RCY needs 80 seconds on his refresher, but I think you're fine without that, because half the reason you need it is because of the Lion's crowd control, and he's now dead with no buyback. That's the last respawn. Bignum TPing out, running over. They never got this. This is the wrong one to TP. Oh, he needs to pick up all the shit.
It's all just sitting in the in there still. Like, yeah, they got the gem. He's gonna drop his dust.
Got it all now.
It's like, all right, guys, I got it. Cheese banner on the way.
Lion will be close to respawning, but this
1200 AoE banner, by the way, right? So
yeah, it's pretty large. This is very close to dying on the ancient into like an SF with divine.
They have 1 fort.
1
Scythe
fort,
on the
Crimson
Ember.
Guard.
Okay, I mean, this is the final defense. We'll see what they can do. Banner is down. They've got to kill this really quickly.
Yamsun's just going for it.
He's just gonna go ahead, finish the job. Fortification is out. Satanic out from Yamsun to try and turn it around, and he's gonna full heal from this. Fade goes in, gets the black hole. Can you save him? There's the Requiem, but yeah, the throne. You gotta just finish the game. RCY will pop the BKB and try and do it himself, but it's not enough. The damage is there. Yamsun blinks to the other side, and they've done it. GamerLegion close out the game against MOUZ. The late game pressure of the Enigma, it pays off.
MOUZ knew what they needed. They needed to keep Fade out of the fight. So that's why in this fight, last fight, like Boom and Mid One are just jumping the back, trying to cut out the Enigma. But the positioning's good. You have so many other supports like the Treant, the Clockwork, giving vision, giving space. There's too many moving parts. You can't stop Yamson. You can't stop RCY. You can't keep Fade out. They had their timing earlier in the game on MOUZ, but GamerLegion holds on till they hit the critical mass, and you just can't answer the black hole.
Yeah. At some point, it's a death sentence for whoever gets caught, and Fade did a pretty good job of, you know, waiting to see the Wind Waker in the late game. Like, once Mid One had spent the Wind Waker, you know the black hole target is dead, and they did a really good job at connecting onto those. I mean, it's such an incredible performance from RCY on the Ember. 14, 3, and 25. And we've been talking about this guy the whole tournament. He's crushing it in what seems like almost every game. The fact that the Ember Spirit was the top net worth multiple different stages, or like second on net worth pretty much the entire game, is impressive.
Yeah, he has been part of making space. So were the supports, to be fair. I know their kill scores don't look great, but that's because they're the ones going out, you know, like, yes, kill me, not my cores, please let them farm the refresher. So I feel like everyone knew their part in this game, and it came together, which is a great sign to see for GamerLegion. It is when they seem to have lost games, is like, just doesn't quite connect and they're not on the same page, but I feel like they all knew what they needed to do to win this game. I think MOUZ did as well. And they were really close, actually. They were really close to winning this game multiple times. First, from just being ahead, and then they also had a hold. They buy the Divine, they rush it, and just like a few seconds off, right? Like, just a little longer, and you can finish the game. And I actually think some of this goes back to the change in 7.4. When you don't have the barracks, the tier 4s get bonus armor, and it buys you just enough time so that you can't do this kind of desperation push on MOUZ, or you can try, but it just takes you more time, and it literally made the difference this time.
Yeah, absolutely banger of a game. Really fun back and forth, and good showing. But GamerLegion come out on top here, so they will be happy, you know, put them a little bit out of the danger zone, but they've still got one more series later today. But for now, we're going to our next series, which is going to be Liquid versus Heroic. So, you know, don't go too far, anybody. We just got ourselves a short break, and we'll be back with more action here on Blast Slam 6. We'll see you then. non-stop action, baby. That's what you can expect with Blast Slam, and we've got another sick series coming up. It is Liquid versus Heroic. We just came off the tail end of a almost 60-minute back and forth slugfest between MOUZ and GamerLegion. Very fun series, but now it's time to change it up, right? I mean, kind of similar regions in a way. The Americas versus EU coming up once again, and with Liquid, I think this, or I guess we'll talk about Heroic first, but with Heroic, this is a team that had some massive success last year, and then there was like a little bit of a hiccup for the last few months, but they seem to be doing, you know, they seem to be getting better once again, and I really do like this team. So we'll see how they fare up against one of the best in the world, Liquid.
Yeah, I think both these teams kind of going through some like mixed identity, I guess. Liquid, once they change the roster, they've kind of stuck together, but it does involve Tofu going to position 5, but then sometimes they swap like where they play, right? There's been like all sorts of like figuring out what are we now. And I feel like Heroic also had a lot of the same players, but has recently made those changes. Tai Lung entering very recently. So a little bit more understandable on their part, I suppose, because they were going through such a rough patch. They decided to make these changes, and considering how recently he joined, I mean, they're like 5-4 right now in these groups, so it's actually a little better than I thought. And I'm hopeful as time goes on they do resolve it. I think the current roster they have with Whisper back in the off lane, picking up Tai Lung, which if you don't know him, you've probably already heard him talked about at this point, but he's a very young SA mid, showing a lot of promise, joining these random stacks, and I'd say Heroic is now the biggest. Well, okay, he was on OG when OG picked up that SA roster for a bit, but now on Heroic, I think is one of his like biggest opportunities to show what he's got, and I think he's been impressing a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing through like a series of different events and stuff on Tai Lung. They actually had a team called the Tai Lung Mafia, which was I think where he got the most kind of recognition lately, because they were winning qualifiers. People were like, what the heck is going on? Like, who is this random team? And it's not like it was him with like a bunch of nobodies, but there was, you know, actual like powerhouse players from South America on his team, and they were crushing some of the favorites. I think they beat Heroic actually multiple times. There's Peru rejects that have been popping up in South America as well, and they have, you know, they took series off them, and they're like, okay, you know what? Let's just take this guy and try him in the roster, and gotta give credit where it's due, man. For such a young player, he has definitely stepped into some very big shoes.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that sticks out about him to me is that usually for a lot of South American teams and players, they have a very like fight heavy play style. They like to go hard. And then Heroic, when they first set themselves apart, I feel like they brought a lot more balance to it, you know, like they had the SA aggression,
yeah,
but they also knew like, hey, chill, hey, farm, right? At least that's when they looked their best. And when we were catching some of Tai Lung's games, we actually thought there were times a little too safe, right? Even a little too far on that side. But I think that's good, like to find that balance of I bring aggression, but I don't go crazy then throw it away, which was one of the things that would often hold a lot of South American teams from fully winning the event, is they would get a lead but then give it away. So I think it's a good fit for Tai Lung to join Heroic, and
Agreed.
as long as the players all, you know, get to know each other, figure out the play styles, I could see this roster working out.
Yeah, and Thielkor is a very talented support player, right? Like, he's been around for a long time, one of the best position 4s from Brazil, if, you know, arguably the best. You could, you know, there's a lot of different people, but I was a little bit surprised to see him hop on to Heroic, just because there's so many insane position 4s in South America. But I think for the most part, he's been gelling pretty good. He's got experience playing with some of these guys in the past as well, right? Thielkor and KJ is about as classic as it gets from this region, these two. So first pick Mars though for Heroic, which if this was like a Dark Mago team, I'd be like, yeah, it's mid-Mars, but it's not. This is Heroic, so I'm not sure if Tai Lung has any experience on this hero, but Liquid will respond immediately with the Kez for Mickey.
I think Whisper Mars is pretty exceptional. I think it'd be fine to leave it there, but Tai Long does play some weird stuff in that mid lane, so we'll see if they decide to do that flex. Kez, Mickey Kez, classic. I think it's also solid into Mars, because usually what Mars does, even in bad matchups, is I will just push you away, like stop chasing me. But Kez has multiple tools to get back into the fight. The arena will be annoying later on, but at least for the lane, you're fine.
Let's see where they go with the bans here. They get rid of the Slardar and the Puck. Okay. I mean, to be fair,
Shadow
Nisha
Demon
has been crushing it on the Puck lately. Ooh, yeah, Shadow
that's
Demon, I
that's
do
one
like
of his
that.
best heroes for sure. Kez, I think banning Shadow Demon if you don't plan to take it on Liquid could be good. It's a very strong combo with the Mars in the lane, but I also think that hero is very annoying for Kez, because like you're trying to do these different combos and you're being disrupted, you're being demonic purged. I feel like when you go in, you need to get your job done, and Shadow Demon is one of the better supports at messing that up. If you want a strong pairing yourself, actually a lot of supports are still in. So like Jakiro.
That's what I was gonna say. I think with the Baden ban, they're looking for Jakiro here potentially. It's also just something Yuma really likes to play, but Jakiro has to be a consideration. If you're not looking at like picking up the Tusk for Liquid, which is like arguably one of the best Tusk teams in the world, because they can play at 4 and 5 extremely well. Ember out of the gate.
Cores.
Whoa. Okay.
I mean, with these bans, like really what's the
Dude,
the
what
counter,
about,
right?
Hear me out, Largo and Jakiro?
Could be good. I think Sniper is also consideration for Heroic. It's something Tai Long likes to play, and it's one of the few counter picks left in the pool versus the Ember. And then if you do go for that support duo you just mentioned, it's very much like a protect Sniper, you know, like let Sniper hit, and when they come to get him, stop them. You got the Arena to protect him, Largo sitting behind, boosting him up, Jakiro, just Ice Path on top, right? I'd be up for it. If you don't want to go Sniper, that's okay. You can pick like whatever else, but there's not a lot of flex on the Ember, so I think revealing your mid fairly early would be fine.
Beastmaster for Tai Long. Yeah. KJ Chen, is that a possibility now?
Oh, so fast with that lineup.
That's what I'm wondering. Cool. Right? Like, he's a good Chen player.
Though with this coming out, I think if you don't take Shadow Demon here, I think Liquid should consider it, because then you try to roar somebody and you just get saved with the disruption. It's a lot of... I think it's even better now.
Ooh, wow.
Largo and Shadow Demon looking good.
I mean, you always have to worry about Bloodsport with the Mars, right? Like, even though you have a Shadow Demon who can get some vision inside of the arena, it does make it difficult. That split second of not having vision could get a kill. Otherwise, if that's the case, if they don't want to go Bloodsport, you can't just go Victory Feast and just play for, instead of pickoffs, just all in, like Arena as many heroes as possible, and try and just get the first kill that they can. Because the Victory Feast is a huge turning point in a fight if you get a kill.
I think you should still consider Jakiro, because Heroic could go for Chen, which would be a crazy fast pace with the heroes they've got. Like, whatever supports you end up picking up have to be pretty strong early on. Kez, decent lane, but then he needs to farm up for a while. So you can't really depend on him to join fights too much. The supports have to be okay working with the Ember.
Dude, how often do we see 4 core picks as the opener?
Should happen more often,
right? Like, we never see this. Support's getting
let us counter pick.
Yeah, they're getting the counter picks. That's wild. Unless we're cooking something real interesting here, but Warlock, good counter push, good synergy with Kez, lots of AoE damage with the Ember as well. Can help sustain the lane against the Skywrath Mage. I like it. Can't see
in the arena, just drop the Golem in there.
Yeah. It's a really good response, actually. This salvages Kez quite a bit.
Yeah, I think it pairs well with the Ember as well, because you just Shadow Word the Ember and he gets even more AoE damage around him, and then you Fatal Bonds to reflect that everywhere.
there's the
and we
Tusk.
do get some kind of save. If not the Shadow Demon, then you get the Tusk, who can snowball save the exact same way. It's maybe a little trickier, but you can also grab more people in it. So some pros, some cons. And I will say the benefit to it is that he's got more early aggression, early roaming than a Shadow Demon. Maybe there's an aura builder for the offlane now for Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, there's a
Underlord.
lot of options. I'm debating, like, you know, what Heroic want to do here, because could you pick a Chen? The thing is, if you pick Chen, it limits your carry pool probably a decent amount. You're looking at something like a Dragon Knight, which Yuma does like to play, but I'm sure it would get banned.
Real quick, any cheese options here? Yuma does like Meepo. I think this draft is prepared
Meepo's
for
been
Meepo.
so dead though. Like that hero got nerfed
He
so
did it
much.
earlier, I think. I'm pretty sure he played one already. Like,
Yeah, I'm not saying he can't, but Ember Spirit's like one of the worst like heroes to play against his Meepo. Because he's a natural vessel builder, so your like Aghanim Scepter gets like pretty easily dealt with. You do have like the ensnares, of course, for Ember Spirit, but he does a lot of damage in fights.
Ursa is one of the better ones versus Kez.
Yeah, I was wondering if you just pick the Ursa and ban out some of the bad offlaners for it, because there's only certain matchups Kez like doesn't want to play into, and it's kind of just Ursa Dragon Knight that I can think of.
I think that's probably what they're debating. We've seen Yuma talk several times here, so they're probably deciding, do you pick the carry right now?
What other hero could they pick? And they go with the Troll. Man, I was just about to say Troll and Weaver are also options. So they go for the Troll Warlord, which means KJ will have the last pick.
As it should be.
Huge. In terms of offlaners that Troll probably doesn't want to deal with, you probably just get rid of Darkseer here. There's already a Tusk on the board. It brings great auras to their team, and we've already seen what can happen if Troll gets caught inside of a Darkseer wall. Brewmaster, also a very good one. I mean, there's also Axe. Axe is really, really dangerous for a Troll. I just don't know if you have like the real heroes to follow up the Axe initiation.
You could maybe preemptively counter some of these. You could do like Undying, and then all of these melee offlaners are suddenly a lot less desirable. I feel like well,
I mean,
guess
does
it's-
Undying do anything to Darkseer though?
Well, you ban that one, and then you take it.
Oh,
versus,
yeah,
like,
I see, yeah.
Axe and all those don't really. They can kind of get by. I mean, you're already mentally prepared to have to creep drag in that lane, so that's the downside of the Undying.
Crap, I forgot
But it could
Jakiro
be your
was
way
still in
to
the pool.
make sure Troll has a good game. Oh, Jakiro could have done it too. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I forgot Jakiro was even in the pool. That would have been a no-brainer.
I think maybe you still ban the Chen as well, actually.
Yeah. I mean, Troll is such a strong lane hero that if you give them something like a Chen and he's able to just sit at his tower.
Okay, Largo though? How about that Largo?
It's actually a pretty good Largo game. Yeah, there's the Axe ban. I think Axe legitimately is the one that you might be most scared of. Because if you want to go for the Largo, you can dispel the Ion Shell.
He's telling him, do you know what KJ stands for? Stands for King Jalargo. Do it, lock it in.
Larogba, that's what it stands for. Getting a nice little view of the coach of Heroic here, Cass. I'm a big fan of this guy. He's been in the scene for so freaking long. He's been back when EG was a South American org. He was the coach for EG and then took over as coach of Heroic with a lot of the same players immediately following. So he's been playing with these guys for a long time. And a lot of people have respect for him as well in the scene as a coach. Final ban from
More
Liquid.
respect when he locks in the Largo.
The Larogba. Ancient Apparition. Interesting.
They're gonna Largo?
I was like, there's no Huskar available, right? Like, I immediately looked for the Huskar ban. I was like, I'm pretty sure that one got banned. All right. All right. I mean, to be fair, Roar into Ice Blast. There's a lot of options. Simple. Shadow Demon. Why not?
Not as strong of a laner as I thought they would go for, but
Yeah.
a lot of utility to help fill in the gaps.
And then the Underlord. This one's straightforward. You were talking about earlier the Aura builder in the offlane. I think the Underlord is the obvious one. I thought maybe they would pick something different into Troll, but with Shadow Demon, it's a little bit rough picking the Darks here because your Demonic Purge just locks down, you know, any hope of surging in and out of these fights.
Yeah, I think it would have been annoying to start for the Troll, but then like Troll eventually picks up an Ags and then like you just don't care as much anymore. So if your early game is not going to be good, thanks to something like Shadow Demon, I think it's not quite worth it. I think the Underlord has also proven to be one of the better heroes of the tournament. I guess it's not that different from like previous reasons this hero's been good, whereas like he can build all the auras, which are strong right now. He's got the global presence. We've just seen it put into really good effect this tournament, and it's an ace classic. So
Yeah, it
I'm
really
actually
is.
a little surprised not to see Liquid like. I thought it would be like one of their top prioritized heroes. They have been moving towards it a little bit more, maybe figuring out their identity once again. Like, he is still an Underlord player. Let's keep doing it. But it's back. Here it is.
Yeah, I just really like the kind of order in which the draft happened. It's just such an interesting idea, right? You don't really see this very often, but yeah, we get the first pick Mars into the Kez response, and Ember into Beastmaster. It's cool stuff. Tai Lung has had some pretty solid performances on the Beastmaster. I think overall in the mid lane, this should be pretty good for him versus the Ember Spirit. The Boars are not something Ember really ever can get his hands on, so you're going to be taking just chip damage constantly from these. And your Flame Guard can be dealt with by the Axe Spam. Beastmaster also has decent base attack time and attack animation, so it's a fairly good lane. But we'll see what happens as we jump into this series. Liquid versus Heroic. We'll see which team's going to come out ahead, but what's your prediction, Zach? Which draft do you like the most?
I like this Underlord pick a lot. I think it completes what they need. I think Heroic, I can see their lineup working out really well. But if one of the lanes falters, especially Whisper's lane, I think life gets tough because you have to get this Ags on the Beastmaster, you know, and then the supports are like, can we play together? And then Whisper, if he's having a bad time and he can't just blink stun people, like, where do you go? You know, it's not your troll, he's farming. So that's my concern for Heroic. But if they get through the lanes, and fortunately Whisper's a fantastic laner, should be fine, get the ball rolling, high tempo gameplay.
Nice little ward place on the top side of the river here. Not one we see all that often, but really good at scouting rotations. And you do see, you know, there's a Tusk on one side. Underlord kind of wants to be left alone. Like maybe they'll play some back and forth, you know, like with the tag team in the Pit of Malice and stuff. But Underlord really needs to get to like level 4 before you're going to be seeing, you know, Pit of Malice plays really coming through. So those early water runes can definitely sway the tempo of the mid game, but a really aggressive ward also plays from Boxy. Nice disruption there from KJ, baits out the shards. We'll just juke the other way instead. Which, they will get some decent chip damage into him here.
That's about half his health, actually. A little bit annoying, especially now that you can't share. Boxer, give me tangos. Can't do that anymore, so he's gonna have to wait and maybe be careful because Skywrath is still here.
Yeah, they want something, but maybe just gonna throw some damage into Boxy instead, as the Skywrath will eventually head his way to the bottom lane. TPing out now is they're starting to pressure the Mars. They know he's alone.
It's a great start for the top lane, though. Zoning out Ace. and Boxy like that. And now KJ trying to mess with the creep drag, but Boxy still manages to get it off for now. Didn't want to have to tango because he already had one running, but he's gonna die if he doesn't get going.
Wow, they actually
This is successfully
re-aggro the wave.
contested, though.
Yeah. Yuma pulls it back in, and Boxy might just be dead here. And this could be our easy first blood for Yuma on the troll. A fantastic start to his lane.
Yeah, Yuma.
Troll Warlord is one of those heroes that can really take over a game if he gets ahead. I mean, it's only the first kill, but it will eventually add up. Bottom lane, though, Tofu gets a return of his own, taking down Thelacore.
Yeah, Skywrath is a very annoying hero with harass, but 0 armor into a hero like Kez can be quite scary. We see that. Bring a lot of damage to finish the job there, along with the Warlock, of course.
The Warlock hit his. Oh, Yuma loses his boots and a tango on the courier. That's a really big one. That first blood gold now doesn't really matter.
Dire's courier has been killed.
And KJ's courier. Okay.
Disaster.
Boxy just won the top lane.
Massacre up there.
That's nuts. That's actually such a massive find from him.
Yeah, that amount of money.
Nisha.
They are managing to creep drag well, though, I will say. Outside of losing two, all focused on that. Nisha, you gonna run down here?
I was gonna say, I don't think he gets away, right? Does he? He's gonna continue the chase. Does get the flame guard, but doesn't matter. Tai Lung just walks him down. He tried to make his way to the water rune, but that's the match we were talking about. The boar slow is substantial. Also, what was the bird doing? It didn't dive bomb the hero once. It just sat there flying
keeping an
above
eye
him.
out.
He's like, yeah, you need my help at
checking
all or
things
what?
out. Solo kill for him. He's also got a lot of deny. Some of those are denying his own boar, but certainly not all of those. So a great start for Tai Lung. This means Nisha is very unlikely to hit level 6 before the power runes, which means you can also secure those. And Ember is the playmaker for his team. In the same way I highlighted Whisper, Ember, he's the one you need to be able to do things. At least he is not blink reliant, so even off of being solo killed, you're usually still okay. Heroic, Tai Lung running him down again actually here. Really bullying Nisha.
Dang. Top lane, KJ, he's gonna get caught out. Nice find there from Boxy and Ace. Stabilizing. I cannot stress enough how much those double courier kills like change this lane. I legitimately don't think the Shadow Demon would be dead right now if it wasn't for those couriers.
Well, they can add up a lot if they haven't delivered the items, like you said. All the money you earn doesn't really mean much. They hate
They
Nisha.
really want Nisha. The axes, yeah. He'll have to pop the flame guard there. He's got a ton of stacks of these already on top of him. It means no water rune for him. And Ember Spirit is playing without a whole lot of options right now. He's gonna jump back in. Chains are out, but Tai Lung now turning his attention over to Tofu. Doesn't quite get the slow with the boar, but does summon the hawk.
Boxy's coming over.
I mean, you might have extended a little bit too far. Yeah, with the notice that Boxy's on his way, Tai Lung will consider backing.
Kind of far. Maybe TP closer you can do that, though I don't actually know how much you want to push on the Beastmaster when Nisha is struggling. Like, I don't think you bring enough damage. All this attention, though, mid does mean that Whisper's being left alone on his own, and Mickey able to push him out of there.
Dire are scanning.
Mickey doing well. For as much as we were highlighting everything Troll, you know, he had such a good start. Mickey climbing up that CS ladder.
Yuma is potentially dead here. I don't think he makes it out of this one. There's gonna be the Firestorm, the Ice Shards to block him in, and Ace will find himself another kill in this top lane. Having a great time now. Nisha mid in some trouble here once again. Tai Lung not quite level 6, but with the Blood Grenade, no Flame Guard left, he should be able to finish the job. That's a huge stick save though. Tai Lung, oh, he's 17 HP. He needs to run as the power rune's coming. That being said, Tai Lung did get Primal Roar. throws some axes, does chip Boxy down with it. If he gets a regen rune here, I'm gonna open a serious inquiry with Gabe. Okay, it's an illusion rune bottom.
Radiant are scanning.
See if you can get it.
I mean, he's gonna get it. And an illusion's actually quite good for him. Okay, well now it doesn't matter. He just pops it immediately. Pops the roar.
Right away.
They're
They have a
not
silence?
stopping with the aggression. The silence is there. Nisha's dead again. Disruption now finds the Warlock, but with the
Trying
Tusk
to body
being
trap him with
through,
all these illusions.
yeah, they don't need to really contest too much more. This has been a beatdown in mid. They have sent a message to Nisha, and it has very much been received.
This is the benefit of Ember, though, right? You just need to slow things down, get 6, and you can start bouncing back.
Yeah.
But you need to do that. Liquid's got to slow things down a little here.
Whisper
Just
should
secure
get
your
his
own wisdom
shrine.
shrines. Yuma, do not even try. Don't even.
He
don't
thought
risk it.
about it, but yeah, not worth going to. Yuma, I'm assuming going Battle Fury this game, right?
Has it queued up, at least for now.
Okay.
Kez doing the same down bottom. Also lost his courier, apparently. What are we at this game?
Like 5 courier deaths, I don't know. A lot. The cornucopia
Still
being
not
done
level
does.
6.
What is it?
Ember is still not level 6 as we get to the 8-minute power rune. It's
Oh my
really
gosh.
rough.
Yeah, I mean, they put the Warlock mid to try and soak some XP after what was going on. The power rune spawns bottom, I think is a shield rune. Yep, so... I will say, for Ember's sake, some of the more dangerous runes that they could have gotten on Heroic
Is under attack.
have not spawned. But now you're playing into a shield rune. I don't think you're going to have any chance of killing this Beastmaster.
I don't know if you had much
Good
of a
ward
chance
there
anyways.
from Tofu. Scouting KJ. They're going to bring in some TPs. He pops the Golem immediately onto the 2 supports. KJ will go and disrupt the Skywrath Mage to try and get him some space to escape. But now Ace making the rotation in, and Thelicore
Yeah, Pit.
should burn here. Quick Firestorm to find the kill, and they will finally look to dive, actually. Tai Lung behind the tower does have the shield rune, pops the roar, but stuck as the full team surrounds him, and Liquid getting a very sweet revenge.
That is
What
such
a kill.
good play with the
Dude.
Grimoire.
Radiant are scanning.
Bring everybody in, the Underlord ult. But even Mickey just heading over early. He had to just walk on over here, but gets to contribute. You don't get that Beastmaster kill without him. And
Not at all.
that's the key kill to get because of how well he was doing.
Under attack.
And you then finish up the tower all in one go. Lose a little bit of tower damage for it, but he makes it back for most of the CS. It's a great rotation.
That Grimoire has...
Oh, and stealing stacks too.
That is so value. That Grimoire is essentially like 3,000 gold. Like, that is an unbelievable use of the Grimoire for Tofu.
Ember still behind after all that, but his team is now going to feel a bit more comfortable. And all
yeah.
he really needs to do is slide a fish chains.
I'm surprised we didn't see like a TP into the mid lane from Whisper, but once both supports were dead, maybe you just don't feel like you have the damage. Especially
kinda
into like the
low at the
Underlord and
time.
stuff. Oh, yeah, that's very possible.
He just wasn't expecting... Heroic was not expecting to need to bring that many heroes mid. They thought they're like, oh yeah, we're just continuing to bully Ember. You know, we just need supports and Roar. But now when Liquid's ready to move the whole team, and that's the value of the global Underlord.
Yeah, they play around it extremely well. Bottom lane, bunch of heroes grouping up. Boxy hiding behind the trees. Spears down means Whisper might be in trouble here. Does get the pushback, but the tag team into the Kez damage. It is a lot, and I don't think he's making it out of this one. Pops the Raven's Veil for a safe measure.
pretty tanky. It took a while to kill him, but there's no real hope of getting out of there.
Yeah, there's a reason Liquid feel very comfortable picking Mickey's, you know, Kez early in the draft, especially if he knows it's a good lane matchup. Like, he is crushing it this game.
This is a catapult wave here, too, so this is a dead tower. I do not see how you hold this. What? Thought he was about to drop that. Just creating a beat. It's like, dang, can't play Largo this game. Play my own song. No stacks to... Well, actually, there is an ancient stack if you want to go for that. Okay, yeah, they're going to grab it. Why not? You're already in the area. You've got the golem, so they don't really want to fight into you. You do have ults available on the cores, but the supports are struggling on the side of Heroic. So no Skywrath ult, no Demonic Purge. Those will be huge in the fights, but 12 minutes and still don't have either of them.
Yeah, that big fight in mid gave them so much experience and gold to play around. Tai Lung, about 1,000 gold away from his Aghanim Scepter, but they are hunting him with the whole squad. Tai Lung gonna get dove behind the tower. There's the Raven's Veil that comes through. Fatal Bonds, Roar, Golem, everything. Another kill onto the Beastmaster, and the Ember with this haste rune gonna continue to chase for more. The Syrian Chains plus the Firestorm, more than enough damage to find themselves a second kill. And Liquid now turning up the pressure here, a 2,000 gold advantage, 9-5 after what was a rough start in mid, but they have done so well at recovering his game. Now level 9.
Well, if they have Tofu TP back to unblock the camp so it can spawn.
I mean, he has a decently timed Spirit Vessel on the Ember Spirit. Sometimes you see Embers go for like their like completed treads or whatever boots they want to go for, and then into the Spirit Vessel. So he just has brown boots, but the Vessel being online is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, in hindsight, the initial kills on Ember were great, but Beastmaster's just not a hero who really spends that money in a way that lets him keep pressuring, because he needs to go for the Ags, right?
Yeah.
So I think at that point you let it go. You know that Ember can't really make plays, at least not on Beastmaster, so you leave Beastmaster to just farm and stack, and you have to go back to Whisper. Now you overcommitted mid, so your supports ended up low level, and then you're the one who needs to take over the playmaking. Whisper still doesn't have his Blink Dagger because he's actually bottom net worth of the cores.
Well, KJ was trying to make a sneaky play for the Wisdom Shrine, but not making it out of this one. Good TP in from Boxy to punish it.
How's Yuma doing? He had a great start, then one of the deaths set him back. It looks like he's at least on par with Mickey. Supports do have their level 6s on Heroic. I think they were trying to find something, but you can't kill Ember in time, so...
Those double courier kills on the top lane legitimately hurt them so much, because like it led to a death on KJ, but it also meant that his boots were delayed like 1.5 minutes, which he got from his first blood gold, and then you couldn't really pressure the Tusk Underlord as much, right? Like those types of things do snowball quite a bit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Beastmaster Ags. Despite the
15
setbacks, that
minutes.
is still a pretty free kill.
Dude, Ace is so farmed. $293 bonus damage, by the way.
That's a lot of bonus damage. He's going to use it to finish up the last outer tower. So now establishing a lot of map control for the side of Liquid, which a global hero like Underlord loves to have. Now you can play anywhere you want and show up to wherever your Ember and your supports decide to make the plays.
I think they need a Yules on the Mars. What's Whisper building this game?
You need a lot of things on this Mars.
Yeah.
Try for the Underlord. Tankiest hero, though.
Crimson Guard is great, but the pipe not available means you might be able to burst him down with the help of the Skywrath.
I think you need even more than that,
Yeah,
though.
they saw the heroes come through the twin gate. They know this one's done. They don't want to fight them 5v5.
Radiant's middle tower is under
A
attack.
5,000 gold advantage now for Liquid.
Tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Blink on Tusk. This is going to be really fast. He's rushing it. Brown boot straight to Blink.
There's your
means the
blink on the
saves-
Mars.
So we mentioned the Mystic Flare. I don't think I can get Underlord, but you can get other people. Roar can get people, but now just the Blink Snowball is going to come in and save all your teammates. The window is rapidly closing for Heroic. Looked so good to start.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
And they're just playing so comfortable in the enemy jungle right now, knowing that Heroic does not have a lot of avenues to really protest this. And Underlord knowing he can join the fight at any time. If you're Heroic, you want to stall the Roshan, I think, until it's on the bottom side of the map. I don't think you really want to try and fight it topside with how little vision you have there. But Tormentor is a whole other thing. Like, you cannot afford to just lose the Tormentor freely to Liquid, as they have some really good shards this game.
They're hoping someone walks up, but Nisha playing smart. I've been killed mid lane enough times. I will not fall a fourth time.
Good D ward there from Thelacore. It's a very important ward to take away.
Unfortunately for Heroic, they walk straight through a ward, so you shouldn't really lose anything. In fact, it's a bait.
Golem, everything comes out. Whisper, unable to get
Triple
the
hit.
ultimate off. He gets silenced up. Now the crit, but a really good disruption. Can they turn this? No, they'll let Whisper go. As Nisha jumps, searching for more, will not find it. The TP out immediately from the troll. He's going to the other side of the map to farm.
You can't fight. If you lose your Mars and you can't blink stun, you just have no way to take the fight. Even if you walk in and roar, you might get one kill, but Liquid will turn the fight after that, especially now that the blink dagger just around the corner. He has the money.
is under attack.
Looking mid here,
They might get
potentially.
one kill before he
Boxy.
gets the blink.
Yeah, they got him. Mystic Flare Roar will take him down. So, like you said, nope, no blink, but
That is
you
unfortunately
get the tier 2 top.
first time that combo comes out, really, though, and it's 18 minutes.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be the 8th time the Mystic Flare has killed somebody.
Man, Kez is really pulling away right now in terms of net worth. Like, you got the Battle Fury, almost a BKB, but Kez almost to his Manta Saw. I think it's being delivered right now. We'll go back for the BKB. Yeah, so there's his Manta.
You know, now that Kez has
Okay.
moved away from the Ags, I guess he is a pretty good hero to copy with the illusions. Guess you're not going to copy with illusions as you get killed here by Boxy's blink reveal. Should set them up for a pretty easy Tormentor in about 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's a nice play.
Dire are scanning.
Again, they've done an amazing job on Liquid, just controlling this whole top side of the map. They did lose their one ward that was played pretty deep, but Whisper gonna just sit here, maybe cut the next wave, and then look for the Wisdom Shrine. But I think the moment he shows, he's gonna probably just TP. Oh,
Akori, revenge!
nope. Yeah, there's the blink TP. Shard will go to Tofu. That's a great one to get. Pushing their advantage now, 8,000 gold. Liquid feeling very comfortable in the driver's seat this game.
Shard would have been a little better on Boxy to help control up this Troll Warlord, even into the BKB, right? You just gotta have to run around these longer ice shards. But as long as you're getting it, that's fine, because now Demonic Cleanse has to be... Like, you wanted that for free, you wanted the Skywrath shard for free, speed up his farm. He could have gone to Mars as well, actually, who had to buy zone.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Liquid, they had to fight back into this, but now that they have the lead again, I don't think they're actually pressured to do much.
No,
they're getting all the tools they need. I think they just want the BKB on Kez. 18 BKB, get Aegis. You're super strong around that point.
And you still have this Underlord that is picking up pretty much every aura you can imagine. Tofu is going to grab the Guardian Greaves eventually, but you have Crimson Guard pipe done, and the Aghanim Scepter is really that kind of team fight winning ultimate, where anytime you try to take an engagement, there's just an instant Pit of Malice to lock people in place.
Yeah, he's 500 gold away from being done.
Yeah.
Should get it with this creep wave being pushed into a safe lane. KJ is sending illusions to chip down tier 1s. I actually think you do need to do that, because you need to be able to cut waves, so you got to take out these towers.
That's true.
But that is just so sad. Like 20 damage at a time per disruption. Here come 2 more.
How low is that tower? Is it close to dying at all or not really?
Oh, but a measly 349 health to go. At the current rate, I believe that will be approximately 12 disruptions.
Oh, they got Whisper. I mean, trying to backpedal out of here, but there is no real escape. The Kez comes in to secure this one. So take the Fiend's Gate bottom. They are going to try and punish this. KJ, Demonic Purge onto Nisha.
No, he actually did it. He had
him.
juked him.
Good attempt there, but
Honestly, I really like seeing this. I think it's so funny he's trying to prioritize his tower. But I think it's actually true. Look, he's even sending the illusions now. Like, Ember illusions, do it for me. Get this tower down. It was like 500 health before he came down here. It's down to 93. He also drew a lot of liquid heroes here. Like, it's not bad space making, and it's an important tower to get.
Well, Mickey working on Roshan, uses Manta style to try and tank a lot of the damage, and this should be eventually going the way of Liquid. I don't think this side of Heroic really have any ability to contest this, especially now that the Aghanim Scepter is done on Ace. And that Aegis will go into the pockets of the Kez. Where do you think he puts his? Where do you think his pockets are?
He's wearing like a tunic and a stuff, right? I'm sure there's a pocket somewhere.
Somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Doesn't
He
just tuck
literally
it
has
under
like
his
a belt
wing.
with a pouch, right?
Yeah, maybe. Something like that.
He's got to.
Oh. All right, bottom lane. This is about as good of an opportunity as you're gonna get. Blink, Spear. They do manage to hold the Underlord down. Yuma's gonna pop the ult and just get to work, but this Crimson Guard takes a while. They will finish the job. Mickey with his BKB manages to take down the Shadow Demon, but the rest of the team's coming in through that Twin Gate, or through the Fiend's Gate. Now, can they actually sustain this fight? Whisper's just getting shredded by Mickey. There's gonna be the roar, but he has an Aegis. It's just trying to escape, but they will still lose the Mars, and the Ember Spirit is gonna continue to chase onto the back line. Tofu with him as well. Boxy, a very aggressive blink forward, sets up a grappling claw from them, and they will find a second kill. Liquid not afraid to take these fights at all.
You said it. This is pretty much the best chance you can get. Liquid playing a bit greedy across the map from each other rather than together, because they know they'll have the Fiend's Gate. But it does mean it takes a while for the rest of the team to show up. They have such a lead, and Underlord is so tanky, though. That entire time difference is just whack, whack, whack. Please get through this Crimson Guard, get through this pipe, right? Like, it just, he absorbs so much damage from the enemy team that the rest of Liquid can show up, drop the spells, easy fight from there.
There is a world where Heroic layers their spells to where the Fiend's Gate doesn't get cast. Legitimately, like they could have actually potentially killed the Underlord, like stunned him up into a follow-up silence from the Skywrath, and then he doesn't get the Fiend's Gate his team in. And if
It was
that
a quick
happens,
reaction from Ace. He like dropped it right away. But now that you pointed out, I do think there was a slight delay when Mars jumped in.
Oh, absolutely.
And then stunned, which yeah, could have made it.
Oh, that's a dangerous place to be. Yuma just caught out by Ace. Of course, not really wanting to pop the BKB immediately, but we'll die for it. Yeah, I think he wanted to go for the double stun angle and then realized, like, it just wasn't going to happen. So he spears the Underlord instead. Oh, Ember Spirit. Oh, he has an illusion rune to get out of the silence. And now TP out from the Mars. Final tier 2 tower in the mid lane will crumble as Liquid continue to pressure Heroic, forcing him back into the base. Spear back.
Spear
off
pretty far
the
back.
mark. Mickey just pops the BKB. Caught from the Demonic Purge, though. He's in pretty deep. The question is, can they do anything about this? There's going to be the Mars Arena. They need to kill the Kez, not once, but twice. And I don't think it's going to happen. The rest of Liquid is here, ready to go. BKB out from Tai Lung. There's going to be Mickey getting aggressive here. Once again, defensive disruption, Pit of Malice. This, like, everything just burning them down. Another spear back from Whisper, though, and Mickey pops the Manta. Forget it. He just dives in for more. Heroic. This base belongs to Liquid as Yuma's going to respawn. Too little, too late.
I wasn't even sure if they were gonna push with this Aegis. You know, it's the classic. You gotta be careful of the high ground, even though you think you're ahead, but boy, are they ahead. I mean, that was so far back. Even if, yeah, maybe he meant to stun him on the barracks. Maybe he meant to just push him in far. The whole of Liquid runs into the base, which is usually really dangerous, and they are all still full health. They have so many auras. They have so much healing. Okay, I guess you did lose the Aegis, right? So like some damage went through, but he's still here. That's the value of the Aegis, and he is taking your buildings.
Yeah, I think it was definitely the plan to stun him on the barracks because, you know, then it's just Skywrath Mage Burst to try and burn the Aegis and then an Arena to follow it up. And instead, you're forced to drop the Arena and commit your BKBs. It's just not ideal. 2 lanes of racks down. Liquid feeling unstoppable, I would say, in this series now.
I'm trying to think about how you...
I don't think the troll can do enough at this point.
You do this. Disseminate does help you get through some of these tanky targets. So in an isolated case, like Spearback, Roar, Disseminate, and then like Mystic Flare, Troll, like some combination of the stun and damage, it's doable to get a kill here and there, but it depends on Liquid being split up. So you need to make them scatter on the map for some reason. And you've been trying, but they keep doing this annoying Fiend's Gate thing where they bring everybody. So it's really hard to split the map and find those pick-off opportunities at this point.
Yeah, and with Mickey having the butterfly done now, might not really have many chances left. No Mars means no Spearback, no Arena. They just immediately drop the Golem, cut the tree line to the right, make sure there's no avenue to get surprised. It's the last racks, man. What else are you gonna use the Golem for?
I mean, we just mentioned the only way you win this is like some kind of Spearback isolating you, so just make sure you see him TP in if he buys back.
Oh, Roar reflected
Lotus.
from the Lotus. They still get the snowball save. Yuma's gonna be forced to pop the BKB. Hasn't quite used the old Roar. A second one, the refresher. Yuma's gonna pop that battle trance, but where's your damage? Mickey doesn't even seem to care. The Yules to control up the troll. They're both dead. Heroic crumble inside their base. And that is gonna be it. There is no second lives here. Liquid will take the series and put themselves in a pretty good spot at the end of the group stage. We'll have to see how everything finishes up here, but that will be their 7th win. Tying with OG, I believe. So we'll see how that ends up affecting the placements, but they are gonna be pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, maybe Heroic could have taken a fight there at the very end. We saw the Kez being attacked nonstop, but He had a butterfly, and the MKB was not quite done, so a lot of troll attacks miss. Otherwise, maybe that's the hold. I think Heroic had a really good showing in the laning stage, especially, but connecting all the pieces in fell apart. And hindsight's 2020, but I think it started with too much emphasis on the Ember Spirit, who can't even truly be shut down because all you need is level 6. No matter how late that comes in, we still saw him contribute to the game. Whereas you have to have the blink on the Mars. Without that, we saw they had no playmaking potential. Even though Tai Lung was doing well, yeah, okay, I died once or twice, I'm still doing well. I am just not the hero that does anything until he has the Ags, and that gives Liquid too much space to come back online. Underlord's AFK farming, but shows up with the global, right? So they just had a more flexible draft to move around like that, and Heroic, they needed to give Whisper a game. This first pick Mars got counter picked. You have to give more attention to him if you're not picking another playmaker.
I definitely agree. I think this is one of those games where there's a lot of things that you did right on Heroic, but like you said, the extra attention on Nisha's Ember Spirit, I think, ended up backfiring. It kind of left Yuma alone top sometimes. He ends up dying a little bit too far forward, you know, to Ace's Underlord. And we know Underlord is one of the best heroes for Liquid. Like, every time we see them get this, Ace is always making sure that he knows exactly where his team is at all times. So even in the fights where it's like, oh, they're at the tier 2, they gets Arena, they spear him out, he gets the Underlord ult out before, you know, the fight really like gets too out of control, and then they just dive them past the tier 2 towers, right? Like, you kill the Underlord, but it costs you like 3 heroes, and you still had Aegis on Kez. Like, there's just too many, you're too far behind at that point on Heroic, and we didn't really see the Skywrath Mage accomplish much this game, right? You have Roar, you're supposed to have like Blink Spear, and it just didn't really happen. So I'm wondering, like, maybe just rethink that fort position potentially.
I think it could have been, well, there's a lot of moving parts. It depends which one you want to point to, but yeah, this is the kind of the disconnect we talked about with where Heroic is right now. Not eliminated though. They still gotta, you know, they can still fix it all overnight and then make their way through the playoffs. That's what they're gonna have to go for. We have a couple more games, guys. So there'll be a short break here. Stay tuned for some more exciting action in just a moment.
Welcome back, everybody, to more action here at Blast Slam 6. We've got 2 series left here today to round out the group stage, at least on this stream. I think the A stream maybe a little bit behind us, but we're coming down to the tail end of things, which means the placements are about to be solidified. And coming up next will be GamerLegion versus Yandex, which pretty much a must-win for GamerLegion if they want out of the bottom 4. They have no choice here. They are at 4 wins right now, 6 losses, 8th place at 5 wins. So they have to win this, and then they have to hope that the teams that are still at 5 wins are ones that they did beat.
Yeah, which, funny enough, they did beat Falcons, actually. So if Falcons
they beat Falcons
loses
and
to,
Heroic.
Yeah, if Falcons loses to Tundra, there is a decent shot they get out. But, you know, they're not thinking that far ahead. First, just play well versus Yandex. They had a fairly good showing earlier today with the good draft with the Enigma, patient holding. Had to really hold on there. It was looking a bit bad for them, but they eventually came back around the late game Enigma. I think Team Yandex might be pretty hard to do that against. I feel like these guys are also pretty smart with the draft. They know what they want. They've been looking pretty clean in the way they've been playing.
Yeah, I think we've had some pretty long games today. We had like a 56-minute game ourselves with GamerLegion, but Yandex also just came off of a 63-minute game a few moments ago against Falcons. So both these teams are putting in some long games today. But as of right now, we'll have to see which one is going to walk away with the win. We've got a draft before that, of course. I don't think we're going to see much change in ideas from GamerLegion. I think they have they have their heroes that they like to play, and they build their drafts around them specifically. Like last game, it was the Fade Enigma. They saw like these 3 tanky strength cores, no real way to stop like a BKB black hole. So that was it. They're like, all right, we're playing around the BKB black hole in the late game. That's what we're aiming for. Sometimes they're playing, you know, for like an earlier tempo with Speed Chen and some other heroes to kind of amplify it. But, you know, we'll see what they opt for in this series.
Yeah, I think Chen should be another contested hero this game. I think GamerLegion likes it a little bit more, but Yandex can definitely pull it out.
Yeah.
I think Keeper of the Light is one that Yandex plays, but I don't really see GamerLegion do too often. That's another high tempo hero that I think GamerLegion might want to respect ban out. It's a little bit scary.
Yeah. Well, let's head on over to our draft now, as we've got this just beginning. First set of bans going to be coming up from GamerLegion. They do have first pick on GamerLegion, so we'll see what they opt for.
They should force Yandex to be the ones to ban out the Chen if they're worried about it.
Interestingly enough, they actually ban out the Shadow Fiend after a pretty good game from Yamsun, and they get rid of the Axe.
I think Underlord should be one considered in this game as well. I think Yandex has been playing really well with Underlord, and I think it's also been performing quite well. I'm going to double check that stat actually, because I haven't actually looked at his win rate. 80% out of 10 games. Pretty good.
That is pretty good. All right.
That actually might be the highest of the frequently picked heroes. There's like some 100% at like, you know, 1 or 2 games, but yeah, he's the highest. Okay, actually, Darkseer has 6 wins and 100% win rate, and then the next highest is the 10 wins of Underlord at 80%.
Dude, there are so many teams floating for that second spot at 7 wins, and then there's also the potential that Tundra loses, and then suddenly we'd have like 6 teams at 7 and 4, which would be absolutely insane.
Yeah, because it's hard to cross-reference in best of ones, like who won, who lost. I'll let the Blast will let us know who makes it through that form. But yeah, this best of one series has made it very close, and it also shows just the level of competition, right? There's not one team completely running away with it. Every team can slip up, every team can have great days, and I'm glad to see every team manage to win at least one game. some more than others, but you know, it shows that there's a shot, even if you don't, you know, make it that far in this particular tournament. Can give you some hope for the future.
Okay, and they banned out the Ursa last year
first
on
phase Ursa.
Yandex. Yeah, that's an interesting one.
Not one we see too often, but
the Huskar is still in the pool. So are some of the big supports, you know, especially ones that GamerLegion like to play. Which, there it is, the Chen. They will go for it. So first pick Chen for speed. I don't think we've really been able to see them actually play this hero because it has been banned quite often. They will immediately respond with Timber Saw on Yandex.
on Gamer. Oh, it is. Okay, I was confused there for a moment. Okay, I'm reframing that in my mind. I think I saw it swap and I was processing. The bans make a little bit more sense to me now. Chen, comfort hero for Gamer Legion, allows them to play fast, but Timbersaw's pretty good at holding his own in the lane, though it could go mid, so that's not set in stone. I think it is likely to be in the off lane.
Yeah. It's good into the Chen lane typically, right? Now that there's no Mind Stealer mana burn constantly.
Yeah, burning all your mana. I think you still default to creep dragging though, so any position 4 that can do that would be fine.
Oh, Tusk Chikiro banned. Those are good ones. Chikiro just genuinely very good against the Chen overall, and Tusk, good saves. Does exactly what you were just mentioning, dragging the waves constantly.
Something like Tiny still available, and you can flex it mid. It's looked really good for Yandex. And then you could do like Keeper of the Light,
I was gonna
Magic
say
for the
that.
Timber in the lane, Chakra Magic for the Tiny in the mid lane.
Yeah, I was gonna mention, like, they did that before. Like, they picked the Tiny and Coddle, and it was such a sick combo. There's still an Ember Spirit as well. I mean, Ember is like the ideal pairing for a Keeper of the Light, but Tiny also gives you way more lockdown. They banned the Largoba, and we'll see a Warlock pick. Okay. Good sustain, great team fight, solid against the Chen.
Largo, you know you want to. Oh, it's got banned. I didn't notice.
Yeah,
Dang.
they just banned it. Yeah,
They
just
knew.
banned it.
I don't think you need to Abaddon yet, but it could be something they think about later. Free Dispel, can't be nuked down by the Timber later on, although the lane's a little awkward, but I feel like Chen can get you through that. I think you could also do something like Clinks.
Yeah, I actually don't mind the Clinks.
You could steal Gyrocopter away.
That's actually kind of an interesting idea. Okay, they'll go for the Clinks.
Clink goes my bones.
That does mean Slardar is a huge potential pick for Gamer Legion at the 18th pick here. And Slardar into Warlock is a rough game for Warlock. I actually really like the idea of a Slardar. It pairs really well with Chen too. Just, it's so much aggression around that like 15 to 25 minute mark.
I think, okay, I was gonna say you can pick like a position 4 here that helps fill in the gaps and could flex. I was gonna suggest the Tiny, but the Shadow Shaman will definitely bring in control that the first 2 heroes are lacking. And also some really good momentum because Serpent Wards and now a Chen army, right? A fast Desolator. You can shred through objectives very quickly here and then save that 18th pick for possibly the Slardar, like you mentioned. Maybe the Brewmaster is still in the pool as well. Underlord, although Underlord into Timber is a little iffy, but the auras are good with the other hero playstyle.
Trying to think like what Yandex are going to want here, because there's a lot of decent fort positions still available to pair with the Timbersaw. But if you
I
want
still
to
like
pick
the
something that
tiny-
drags, yeah, I'm okay with the tiny.
Coddle, if they want to do that, or tiny plus another hero to keep it vague.
Yeah.
I think
You do
Coddle's
need-
not bad at delaying a Chen army.
You do have to consider that you are going to need think about a minus armor strategy from GamerLegion, right? Anytime you have like this Clinks hero and you have that 18th pick, Slardar still in the pool. If you pick fragile supports or an offlaner or like a mid laner, you know, one of those flex heroes that struggles with armor. Okay, yeah, so they do go for the tiny. One of the better heroes for that, right? Lots of armor through the ultimate. Lots of HP. I mean, they might do the Coddle anyway, just because it's such a good combination. A lot of healing. I got the Dark Willow. All right, man, I thought about this, but I wasn't sure if they would go for it. It's just a little bit weird into Chen because like the Brambles can just get eaten up by all the summons.
Yeah, actually, I'm not so.
It's just
sold
that
on
Terrorize
this
is really
Dark
good
Willow.
in this game.
I guess so. It's a lot of magic damage, like you said, which is nice with the fatal bombs to scatter around. But I feel like she doesn't have an instant stun, which you like to have versus Shadow Shaman. All her stuff is quite slow, and then yeah, the Chen army for the Brambles. I don't see the obvious combo. I know there's toss eventually, but you're laning in different places.
They're looking for the Fade hero here, I think.
I think you can Brewmaster. It's only Avalanche Toss right now. The other lockdown's very awkward.
Oh, they're gonna go RCY's
Okay, look at the matchup
Ember
first.
Okay, so I mean, Ember has done pretty well into the tiny. It's a good Spirit Vessel builder, which you do need. RCY has had an absolute baller games on this hero already. If you're Yandex, you have to worry about Fade's like kind of niche picks sometimes. I don't think that there's a consideration for the Enigma this game. If you've already got a Warlock, you don't want to like grief yourself by picking an Enigma.
Do you still ban the Huskar? In case they do carry tiny?
I mean, I think they would do it on Yandex. I think it's very much a consideration. They'll get rid of Kez. I mean, you have to get rid... I mean, Ursa's already banned, so you don't have to worry about the Ursa matchup into the Clinks.
Wind Rangers, if you're only worried about the carry and you're not, you know, like Huskar or whatever, Wind Ranger is a good ban. You don't like to buy MKB on Clinks. It's actually the worst I have in mind.
Yeah, Wind Ranger's
The
a
others
pretty
are
good idea.
kind of dealt with. Abaddon could be annoying, actually. Abaddon carry. That's kind of fallen a little bit out of favor, but...
It is a really good Abaddon game, actually. With the Ember Spirit Shadow Shaman, like a lot of your control just gets interrupted by this guy. And that Spirit Vessel becomes a lot less valuable in the mid game.
Mm-hmm. The only risk is like, oh, I have to farm Radiance and they're playing fast and I'm having a bad time. Then suddenly I'm not a hero. But he's got some pretty good early game heroes in the other four to make him space, to make sure he gets that Radiance. And Warlock, like how bad could your lane go with a Warlock?
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to think like what hero you could pick for the offlane that actually shuts down Abaddon, right? Like with a Warlock support. They get rid of Morphling.
The Enigma, I guess, but that's what the Warlock is for, is that you preemptively limit the black hole. You could still do it for the lane and the aura push. Yeah. That would still work with Chen and the Deso Clinks, and then the Serpent Wards, fast pace of Ember. So if they want to go for that, yes, but then they won't have the same late game potential that we saw in the first Enigma game from earlier today.
I have an idea. I mean, there is still Slardar on the table, but also a Primal Beast. Warlock is not a hero that can deal with a Primal Beast lane, and Shadow Shaman Primal Beast is pretty dang strong. So if you pick a carry here that does not have an interrupt of some kind, like a mini stun or ways to get away from a Primal Beast, you could just pick the Primal Beast.
The lane would be good. I do worry about as the game progresses, like Dark Willow, Tiny Timber's kind of a pain. And you're going to get counter-picked by Yandex because they have the
last pick.
pick.
Underlord ban.
It's got to be like a fairly neutral offlaner here. Which I do think Underlord and Tide would have fit.
Yeah. Underlord seems to always be a relatively good pick. I mean, do you just pick the Slardar anyway? Are there any heroes that like really shut down Slardar? Yeah, okay. I'm glad I thought about it as much as I did earlier on, because I was like, I feel like this is the safest like pairing with the Clinks. Like gives you so much minus armor, and the supports are very fragile to the Slardar. You have a way to stun Dark Willow during Shadow Realm, and Warlock, once Corrosive Haze is on him, he's dead.
I think Wind Ranger is still decent.
Yeah, I think I agree.
TA would be maybe okay, kind of scary. Like once you're on top of the TA, the refraction melts and she gets shredded, but
yeah, good call.
the early side blades and meld's good. But yeah, the tangled shackle shot's safer. It's surprisingly good at dealing with the Chen army. In the past, you would think, you know, she could get run down by creeps, but now you can keep your distance versus the Slardar, eventually clear up the creeps. Yamson's gonna have to think about an MKB now. I like it. I'm still a little confused on this Dark Willow, but I know Soxa's like such a smart player. He must have an idea for it in mind, and I'm excited to see what that is. But I think the rest all just about makes sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he plans to like apply a lot of pressure to the Chen. I just don't know how you do that as a Dark Willow. The creeps are like just a single summon plus penitence can kind of just bully out this support. Like Chen has pretty good attack range. Clinks doesn't really offer a too much in this lane. I think that's the one I'm most interested to see how it's going to actually play out. I feel like safe lane for Watson should be relatively good, right? You have a Warlock behind you. Fade on the Slardar can't really pressure this hero at all, so you're going to be kind of free to do what you want. Ember Spirit versus Tiny is a matchup we've seen quite a bit. I think more often than not, it goes the Ember Spirit's way. But the first wave or so for Tiny, if he gets some decent denies, can slow down the Ember Spirit's, you know, level 2 and then potentially abuse the timing there.
Yeah, and the, you know, credit to Dark Willow, she can bramble from pretty far away, so you can rotate over mid before RCY hits 6 and then just avalanche toss into some brambles. To maybe you don't kill him, but you at least slow him down, which we've seen can make a big deal to Embers. Though maybe Nisha showed it also maybe doesn't make a big deal if the team can cover you and you can just recover.
Well, this is going to be a fun one. A lot on the line here for both these teams. Yandex fighting, you know, for that top of the groups. GamerLegion fighting to get into the middle of the groups. You know, we'll see which one ends up being the case as we jump into this best of one. GamerLegion versus Yandex. I like both drafts, man. It's going to be a fun series. Speed gets his Chen. I think very rarely does he actually get this hero. It's been first phase banned quite often this event. We'll see how much he can get done on it.
Something nice for Dark Willow when they commit penitence, try to run you down, you can just Shadow Realm back away. Can't actually take too much damage from the Chen with that ability up. Speaking of level 1s, I think you gotta respect GamerLegion's potential to smoke in for a kill. They have a very strong level 1 fight. Yandex's isn't too bad.
I mean, you know your Tiny's gonna have tree grab, right? So like he's not much of a threat.
Part.
Yeah. So not too worried there, but smoke up now from Yandex as they go for the wraparound into the Radiant jungle. There's a good ward from both teams. That smoke pops. Big Num. It's gonna see them now. They'll be able to just pressure and grab themselves, I think, all 3 of these bounty runes now. Very nice stuff.
I joked about it in a previous Gamer Legion series, but we mentioned how level it was when like all 10 heroes were looking at each other and neither team would go yesterday. I feel like some of Gamer Legion's slip ups have been in the laning stage, and I feel like one of the things they have adjusted is like be very careful at the start. Like let's go into the lanes neutral and not already behind. But it also means I don't think they pushed as hard as they could have there.
Is this first blood? Do they get it?
Warlock
No.
is very low. I think trying to use the Twin Gate's a bit of a bait. I think you should just teleport to lanes. I've seen a lot of heroes get caught like that.
Well, it was a really good read, right, from Gamer Legion. They're going to try to get aggressive on the Watson. The follow-up stun. One more auto attack from Big Num. He gets it. First blood in this off lane.
This is a real big fish getting in the way of the Wind Ranger. Could not get around the tree line. Right, I mean, Warlock lost like all his health. Now your Wind Ranger died, had to TP back in. We were talking about, you know, Warlock giving you a very stable lane, but things going quite well for Gamer Legion up there.
I think he also shadow worded himself coming back into the lane. So, like, you didn't have it for the Wind Ranger.
Oh, you gotta. He came to lane with 100 health, right? So it's a snowball series of effects. Now pretty even still in this mid lane. Bottom, they're doing the creep dragging. You don't want to lane into Clinks. You don't want to lane into Chen. You certainly don't want to lane into the combo of those heroes.
The water runes are going to spawn, and I think they'll both just take the one and head back over. RCY did a really good job in those last two waves. Ends up getting, I think, the full wave and a couple denies.
Watson still bouncing back on the last hits despite the death. I'm not too surprised. Wind Ranger is a really strong laner, especially with the tangled shackle shot facet. They are trying to make a play onto Warlock here. Shackle's committed. They should have a bash into a crush. One more. I get another kill now onto Malady.
You know, we were saying this should be a pretty good lane for Yandex, but they're just running them down. No problem at all.
We have seen Fade and Bignum play pretty well together. When things are going, they go well. The other day we saw, what was it, Largo Jakiro? They absolutely destroyed REKONIX.CET's safe lane.
Oh no, Warlock. They go for the shackle. They're like, oh, there's no stopping me now. Good recognition there from Big Dumb to just punish him immediately. He didn't have time to get the shadow word out, and so that's a quick kill.
Round two?
There's another crush. Do they have chicken fingers as well?
No bash.
Not quite yet. No bash yet.
A lot of damage in though. Yeah, this is the thing with laning with the Wind Ranger, right? Like you need to spam shackle shot to harass, to secure creep since you skip power shot. But that means you can never stop the shackles. The other shackles.
Well, overall, I mean, this top lane, CS-wise, not great for the Slardar, but all these kills going to do great for their XP. The earlier you can get Corrosive Haze online, the faster you're going to be able to play. And with RCY having as good of a time mid as he is, that's going to be a tempo that's going to be hard to match on Yandex.
This one's just for fun. Don't think you can get a kill this time. Unless you win runs too far in, but no, gonna show the proper restraint. And the next exciting thing we'll see is the power rune rotation soon.
Bignum loves shackling up here.
Dude, he's like, yeah, a little bit of chip damage. I gained some health. Feels pretty good.
Why even buy tangos? Bignum gonna steal the bounty rune on his way to come help out the Ember. Cheery Jr. is pretty low. If the Shadow Shaman connects in the back.
I mean, Bignum is pretty close. He's gonna close the gap.
shackling.
There's the shackles from downtown, and another kill for RCY in the mid lane. We've seen this be the pattern for him in these matchups. That will be immediate earn charges. That is incredibly value.
See if they can get the rune now. Soxa is here to try to slow down the Ember. You might just get unlucky though on the spawn.
It's top.
Indeed. Well, okay, at least you're lucky that it's an invis rune that's not that great for Ember, who can just initiate with remnants anyways. Doesn't really need to sneak in there, but it is regen for him to work with.
He did have
And
to
you could
spend
still
his
get the
remnants
invis
too.
value.
So with this, RCY actually just gonna bottle, keep it in the bottle, send out his boots and a clarity to try and give him a little bit more mana to play with.
Is under attack.
Doesn't want to have to head back to the fountain yet and use yet another
Stacks.
remnant. Dude, look
Speed
at this.
warding this up.
His speed's
Ember
so
would love
fast.
to steal this. He's got the Kobold Foreman.
Bottom tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
He never
Just
skips leg
zooming.
day.
I mean, Ember Spirit's on the way. I think with the
rune?
invis, they don't
right
see him.
before he walks into the room, or the ward.
Yeah, this is going to be a really scary contest. Big Dumb has wrapped all the way around as well.
Bignum's everywhere.
Dude, he just takes it before they even get a chance. The shrine's gone.
Surprise.
RCY is here. 2 hero shackles. Now looking for the Timber Saw. The Hex is out. It's a disaster. What a play from GamerLegion using that invis rune. Not one we typically see have a lot of impact early.
Not on Ember, at least. It's not usually one he needs. So, really well done. Sneaking past that Observer. The stack will be cleared up by Chiraju.
he knows.
He's like, they sure are moving a lot. I can't afford to lose this one. So, they'll grab it. But they lost the Shrine. That means the supports... The level is important, right? Like, Hand of God and Serpent Wards are so powerful. So is Golem, and so is Bedlam and Terrorize. But you have a level or 2 advantage now on the support. 6-0, double Wisdom Shrine. You need to not slip up, because as you build a big lead, any mistake actually costs you very heavily. Good D ward as well. You got to play in the dark here.
Oh, I mean, they're looking for their opening. Chains are out. Big Numb to follow it up with a shackle. Do they have the damage with the clinks? It's gonna be close. Penitent's now out. Chicken Fingers with the follow-up stun. He gets him down to 20 HP, the second earn. Can it kill him?
Actually.
I don't think he's gonna die. He's toggling like branches into his inventory. They try to snipe it with a blood grenade, but it's not enough. And now RCY dies instead as Watson will run him down with a focus fire. That's a heavy punish in the mid lane.
I like the idea to try to sneak in the clinks, but this is where it's often underappreciated. The craggy exterior on Tiny. The more you hit him, you start to lose damage. And in these drawn out kills, when he's got that extra armor, it's actually quite tough. He's gonna TP top to try to find Fade, but Fade is sprinting out of here.
Shackle's gonna hit though. Toss not available, of course, but you still got the avalanche. There's your toss. All right, these are 2 back-to-back kills now involving Watson, and he's very happy for that. I mean, despite everything that happened mid, the Tiny is not far behind the Ember Spirit.
Some of that is being able to secure the stacks that were made earlier.
Oh gosh, the
I think
spooky
this kill
ghost.
assist also saves his game. Oh yeah, the power of the ghost. I think after that slip up, GamerLegion just needs to let's hit our 6s on the supports, because with that, there's no way they can fight us. There's only 2 charges on the Grimoire. 3? Nope.
Oh, Remnant to the bottom lane is gonna get himself another rune. This one an illusion.
Fades here. No blink, though. Good luck sprinting up to a tiny. Yeah, they're giving the lane over to Bignum. He's been moving around a lot. You often end up under-leveled, but every move was a success, so he's actually in an okay spot. Just one wave in the mid lane should give him his level 6 at a pretty respectable time. And then Chen just doing a little jungling to finish up the last half level he needs as well. And then I think you can just like A-click down a lane together. I don't think they can fight you into Hand of God. I think if you focused on this a little sooner, you could have timed this with the catapult waves, which would have been a bit stronger. Now Warlock also given enough priority in the mid lane, so he can pop the Black Grimoire at any time to hit level 6. Still no Terrorize, though. He's only 4.5 on Soxa, which is pretty rough. I really think GamerLegion needs to make use of that as the supports finally hit level 6.
Yeah, Shadow Shaman's wards need to get spent pretty much immediately. Mid lane versus Tiny is probably ideal because he's never going to kill these Serpent wards. RCY, I think, has the Vessel completed now. Which is a massive spike in damage for this hero. Golem
The
committed
Golem gets
bottom.
committed, but it doesn't connect.
It's still going to be the tower. Well, I say that GamerLegion wants to fight this potentially. They're smoking to the bottom lane with that Vessel on RCY now.
They have the level spikes. And
See
Golem's
what
already
they can
down.
Do you want to open on notice? Probably not. There's going to be the Corrosive Haze, and Warlock just falls right over. The Timber Saw to burn. The follow-up hexes are there. 2 big kills as they defend their tower, and they will look for the enemy tier 1 instead. Shaman still here in this bottom lane, has those Serpent wards available. I say that, he might be going top. Both
Observer's
teams
gonna
scanning.
scout this, though.
Yeah.
Soxa doesn't have 6, but Fade doesn't really have a lot of mana to work with, especially if Bignum gets taken out without dropping Serpent wards.
Yeah, he did. That is not what you wanted, and now Fade can't really get out of this one either. Just gonna get body blocked up, try to turn around onto Watson, but another Shackles and another double kill. Oh, the bait of the Twin Gate. They thought that they had the play top, but instead you lose 2 heroes.
It was a great Observer ward to see that coming in. They were trying to push it because Klinks and Chen were able to take the tower on their own. So rather than dedicate 4 heroes for it, you know, like, let 2 heroes do it. Maybe 2 can get more top. But Yandex was ready for that move.
Oh, what a
ready for
series.
this one, though. Bignum wants some revenge. Can he get the shackle off? No.
I think he could just chase Watson, though. He's gonna try to TP. Is the damage there? He gets the chains. He's got him. Just at the last second. And there's your Serpent wards finally coming to the top side. Ooh,
You do lose the Chen in the mid lane.
Overall, not bad timings out from GamerLegion as the Desolator is now done on the Klinks. So he won't have the shard like right at 15 minutes, but it is still a very nice pickup, especially if you can get involved in some more kills here. 14-minute power rune. Bottled up by Cheer Jr. Good attempt there, though, from RCY.
Deso's done. I'm trying to look what the next power spike is for GamerLegion. Probably the mech on the Chen and then Blink on Slardar. Then you can get together and go again. And Klinks will try to get his shard. That's one way you can deal with Windrun. Is just use the Burning Barrage. You got the lockdown for it, so she's not at least running out of there, which the usual problem with Windrun, she's either dodging your attacks or Windrunning out of rocket Burning Barrage. But you got shackles, you got roots, you got stuns.
Tiny Blink looking for Ember. This is where the combo's pretty good with the Dark Willow before Dispels come out. Or you can Avalanche Toss into Brambles, Cursed Crown, Terrorize. You're just stuck forever. A decent sized wave here with the Catapult and the Serpent Wards. Maybe just pressure the tier 2. Dessa as well.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, they decide they want mid for the power rune first. RCY looks out with an amplified damage rune.
That's a huge one. All right,
You gotta be so careful this fight.
Tower is under attack.
Clinks can connect onto this too. Like, he's farming not too far away from his heroes. And the shard comes through right now. So this is a pretty big spike for these guys. We'll see if he can connect with Fade on the Slardar. Warlock, the only hero sitting behind the tower. It looks like they're going to back away now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, they'll just hold on to this amplified damage for now.
Dire are scanning.
Feel I have this feeling GamerLegion could have pushed harder.
Yeah.
With the start they had, the support level advantage. I feel like some of these timings are coming up and they're responding to plays more than doing their own.
They're
But I mean, that is
still
the
in a
pressure of
pretty
Yandex.
decent spot. Speed needs to be a little bit careful there, but Soxa on this Dark Willow, forced to try and run away, but you will not escape from this Ember Spirit.
Has fallen.
Well, does he get him with the Acorn Toss? Nah, he'll just burn him down instead. That being said, Chira Jr., I mean, he committed in deep for this. They managed to cancel his TP, and now he's gonna just get beat down here by the Slardar. One more auto attack for that bash damage. They got him.
You Roche?
You
Serpent Ward's
could.
Corrosive Haze?
Maybe you take the mid tower first, but you definitely could do it. No, they're just gonna go straight in. Get your Clinks in here. You need the Deso. With the Corrosive Haze, it should be pretty dang easy. And Ember might still just get the mid tower anyway. They're smoked up though, looking to make a play. RCY with this amplified damage needs to be careful. They'll get it. They know the Roche attempt is happening. The Golem comes down. Does he hit the Aegis? No, it goes into RCY's hands. Bignum in some trouble,
Big
shackling,
roots in the back.
holding them at bay. He'll definitely be sacrificing himself for this one. But a
Thank you,
worthwhile
Bignum.
find.
Bignum taking the death for the team to make sure everyone else gets out. Because it was a little greedy to try to do both, to do Roche and the tier 1 at the same time. You really should just secure one. They barely get out with both, only costing the Shadow Shaman. It's going to be a big win in the end.
Now you have that for the Tormentor fight. You should have Golem up for Tormentor, but it's kind of, you know, I'll say it's kind of the minute leading into it that you have to worry about. Now Chira Jr. bottom lane, no escape from these two. He's going to turn around, just whack Fade a couple times to maybe get some extra chip damage in, but the Slardar, you're going to start seeing this guy get a lot more involved. And there's the Blink Dagger from Bignum as well being picked up.
Shard finished on Fade too. He was having a little bit of a rough game. Bottom net worth of the cores, but Blink Shard is when this hero really starts to come online. So we can see that gold recover, especially as you get to play behind the strength of the Aegis.
He's going for the Aghanim Scepter on the Clinks. We don't really see this
Old school
anymore.
build.
Yeah,
I
this
do
got
think-
pretty heavily nerfed.
Radiant
Yeah, so I think that's why a lot of people went past it. But if you're trying to go really fast with Serpent Wards and like Chen Auras and everything, I think the Ags could still be the way, like the fastest pushing build you've got. But
that
once
Sentry
it
see a
doesn't
ward
work,
there?
you will backfire.
Okay, I mean, there's a ward that's scouting this entire movement. There's the Avalanche onto 2, the toss. Bignum does get the Hex off, saved by the Chen for the moment. He's trying his best to shackle him down, get some extra health. Chira Jr. fights his way out of the Serpent Wards. Bignum making him work for it. Steering chains onto 3. The Crush comes in. They take down the Dark
the
Willow. So
Clinks.
far, a
Amplify
really
damage.
good fight. But yeah, RCY now shackled up. Yeah, Watson's trying to finish the job. He's gonna get him, right? No! He gets away. The Croaker. Oh my goodness, Watson. Gonna get chased down, finished off here by Yamsun.
The Croakers, they are Gamer Legion fans because Gamer Legion loves Largo. Do this one for you guys. That actually kills the Wind Ranger. She might have died anyways. They might have chased a little harder for it, but pretty good fight for them in the end. It is so hard to kill this Shadow Shaman. He's healing so much in the shackles.
Plus the
That'll
Chen.
get you the Tormentor.
Right,
The
Chen
Amplified
ult and
Damage
mech.
Rune. That's true. The Amplified Damage Rune also did a lot of work there for the Clinks. He was a little late, had to TP in right now, but you see this Shadow Shaman, full shackle, then the foul play facet that you love so much. Or sorry, innate that you love so much.
I mean, that Blink Crush, you can see right there just how strong it is. He ends up dying for it. The fact that RCY lives here was wild. Back to life, though. They've managed to find themselves potentially another kill onto the Tiny. Top lane. They're going to find them. Oh, God. He knows he's not getting out of this one. No chance. The wraparound from the Slardar at the ready. And now... 2 dead, 8,000 gold advantage, and Aegis still for another minute. They might be looking to go high ground with that Aghanim Scepter of the Clinks like you were talking about.
I hadn't thought about this. The Kroger has an ability where when he's in water, he provides an aura to boost outgoing damage. It's usually quite hard to force to happen.
Oh my God.
Easy kill for Bignum. It's usually hard to force that to happen if you're not fighting in river, but actually, paired with the fish boy himself, Slardar, that's a big damage boost, actually. That's like a free Vlad's if you have that creep nearby.
That's kind of hype. There's so much healing coming in from the Chen, and we can see now, like, there's a reason that Gamer Legion will, pretty much always first picks the Chen if it's in the pool. Let's take a quick glimpse at the net worth chart if you guys have been so preoccupied
Offlaner
elsewhere.
speed.
He has speed, Bast, the mid lane, and his own off lane.
He did get the shard.
He did get the shard, yes, yes, yes. But still, even without that, this man has Guardian Greaves, Holy Locket.
It's a lot
Done.
of healing.
Yeah, this pretty much means Chen's items pretty much counter Warlock as a hero. You know, you have bought the Warlock counter. All that AoE damage just does not matter. Just gotta be a little careful with the creeps.
Slaughter going for his BKB. Very necessary on this hero. After that, it's probably just the Aghanim Scepter. This hero just needs to survive those initiation. And we'll see what they can get done with this
Thunderhide
advantage.
used to have like True Strike on it?
Yeah, I think it did, but that was a while
Oh, it's
ago.
the little one now.
Radiant
Speed, you gotta get an Ancient Rumble Hide. Get that War Drums aura. 43%
Yeah, it gives you like a piercing
accuracy
aura, right?
boost.
Yeah, accuracy. That's what it is.
It could help Clinks. He is going to work towards an MKB after the BKB, but little Rumble Hide could help.
There we go.
Dire's bottom tower
Look at a little guy. MOUZ.CET. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage. All right, he's gonna get the Curse Crown into potentially TPing out, but they found a much bigger kill on the other side. Can they close the gap? No, they're just gonna let it go. MOUZ.CET spent everything he had to not die there, but losing the Timber Saw and now the tier 2 in the mid lane,
is under attack.
far more costly.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, now at this point, Aegis will start to respawn in about 1 minute and 20 seconds. I don't think you don't have too much pressure to do anything before then. You know, like get your BKBs. Shiva finished that up on the Slardar. The timings are coming along nicely for Gamer Legion. On the other side, I'm really not sure.
I mean, it's all the Wind
Ranger's
Ranger.
pretty strong now that she
Yeah.
has the BKB.
tossbacks are always a way to come back into the game, but GamerLegion has been pretty good about playing together so far, not giving up these free kills over to the Tiny.
Yeah, Wind Ranger will do a serious amount of damage in these fights. Like with BKB Focus Fire, she can kind of sit on her target and make sure that they die. But last fight, it went on to the Ember Spirit, and he was able to constantly remnant away from her. So at this point, Watson's looking for that Clinks if he can get his hands on it. It's a 12,000 gold lead. My goodness. So if you're GamerLegion, what is it that you're waiting for right now? Because, you know, with this gold advantage, they're kind of... I feel like they're able to secure... Okay, well, I was like, they're able to secure kills, absolutely. Drop the Golem here, but yeah, he still gets the kill. The chase, though, here comes Watson. 4 steps to the low ground from Big Num. Beautifully done. He's going to cost his own life here, but... Yeah, they do manage to finish the job. There's the BKB from Watson. He's going to continue the chase now, looking for Fade, but the Klink's Aghanim Scepter just raining in the fire. They need to run. The blink and the chains. Can they get the kill? It's up to the Ember. And he's going to do it. No chance. The Searing Chain just walks on by. Now looking for notice. This Fade continuing to look. Blink Dagger up into. Do they want to get the chase? The crush is there, but no follow-up quite yet.
Only losing the Wind Ranger, I guess the Dark Will at the start as well, is surprisingly good for how that was looking. They'll need to win a Nether fight as well, because Roche is about a medium spawn, another minute to go. So they can clean up this outer tower first, get the Aegis, and then all they'll have to do is play bottom.
Dark Willow, unlucky. Caught from a Shiva's slight chains. They do get the kill, just barely. Burnin and the AoE, and good attempt from Soxa to try and TP home, but not quite there. So Roshan in 30 seconds. All right, let's go. Let's look back at this fight.
The Ag just gives such good zone control, and you can see like Noticed and Watson on the left, and then Maldi and Shira Jr. on the right. You can't really get back together because of the skeletons and then the terrain. So everyone just has to scatter in 4 different directions. And I mean, whoever GamerLegion chooses to chase, they'll get the kill. And of course, they're gonna pick the carry, Wind Ranger.
Oh no, not again. Noticed mid lane. BKB out from Fade. Will finish the job. Chases him down with the help of Yamsun. And Crush now on the Cheer Jr. Goes Scepter, buying him some time. Mostly just doing their best here to survive, but RCY once again with this searing, or with these searing chains. They get the Hex into the shackles, trying to save your Wind Ranger. Another searing chain forced to BKB, but now RCY is in very deep. 1 remnant coming off cooldown now, but the heals from the Chen, my goodness. Instead, he's like, screw it, I'll do it myself. Goes in aggressively. Chirjir tosses him away. Big Gnome nearly dies to the tower, and it will end up being a kill. The buyback for the Timbersaw doing work. RCY not quite done. Trying to find a cheeky kill there on the Watson, but not going to get it. And now Notice comes in aggressively. Yamsun dumping in the damage. Tossed aggressively. Pops his BKB. Can he finish the job? The Timbersaw, he's low, but not quite yet dead. Goes Scepter to buy the Warlock a moment as he turns around, drops the Golem. RCY will dodge out the Shackle shot. And the Yandex hold.
Barely hold on. You have to use everything for that, though. And now that Roche is up, is there a world you can test this? You kind of have to. I can't give the banner over and the Aegis, but I think you lose that fight around the pit now that you
RCY has a shield rune as well. Uh-oh, no BKB on your Wind Ranger. Pops the focus fire, but Fade's looking for the opening. Instead, turns attention over to Chira. The instant kill. Watson, he dies. He gets clipped by the tail end of the burning army, and now another chains out from RCY to secure the kill onto Malady. 3 dead as Roche respawns. A potential death sentence here for Yandex.
Yeah, you can't fight out of the base anymore. They've tried, but GamerLegion sticking together, playing really well. Oh, Roche wants to move on. I think they can get this during the shackles.
Yeah, they'll get him.
Will
Eventually. Yeah, I mean, they'll get him. Slardar. Why is he so fast?
Because the more things he throws, the faster he gets.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay. I was like,
so
dang, he's zooming.
Sprint on out of here. All right, they get the Aegis and the banner. Bottom lane is the last outer tower to get. Should be no problem for a Clinks with 14 Deso charges.
Okay, Dark Willow manages to dodge death here. Fade, if he finds her. Now that he has the gunpowder gauntlet, she dies in a single crush.
Yeah, Sox is trying to stay down here to cut the wave, but RCY is actually around here.
He knows.
Soxa might luck out if
he's reading this one.
He's ready. Goodbye, Soxa.
Slardar should be able to get the crush here. Yep, and will.
That was kind of close.
It was. I wasn't confident he had blink, but I didn't hear him use it recently. So good attempt from Soxa, but not going to be enough as there is still a creep wave with a catapult on this wave. Yeah.
Drop this banner. Not that close though. A little further back.
What did Yamson just buy with his
nullifier, I believe?
Oh, okay. I was like,
unless
please tell
he
me
wants
it's
to go
not
baller
divine.
mode, get a divine.
There's your burning army deep behind the tier 3 tower. Gonna be able to start scouting these ones out. As Blink Crush onto Malady is gonna get the Ghost Scepter off, but the Ember Spirit gonna make it very hard for him to survive. As Fade's just looking to jump in and out of these fights constantly. Full lane of Rax now gone. No Warlock for 40 seconds. You do not have your Golem. You don't have your Fatal Bonds. You don't have the Sustain now. It's only a matter of time before Big Num finds his next target. Well, I say that. They toss in the Clinks. That's a pretty good way to open this fight, but the healing from the Chen! My goodness! It just takes down 2 right away. Searing Chains comes out. They'll get Big Num with the Focus Fire, but Watson, at what cost? Your whole team is dying. RCY committing heavily here. The Searing Chains, the Vessel out again. The Blink Crush comes out. Watson tried his best to escape the Nullifier. Sends him to his grave. As Yandex doesn't have much left in the tank here. Another lane of Rax about to fall. The Burning Army just working on these tier 4 towers. And nice Lotus reflects the Scythe, but RCY trying to prevent Malady from just getting back to his fountain at this point.
What a menace. He's dropping items in front of the base too.
He dropped the clarity, bruh. All right, RCY. Having some fun, it would seem. Serpent Ward's dropped. Crimson Guard here to try and delay this game just a little bit. Nullifier out onto the Timbersaw, but they get the stun. The Terrorize does connect, but he's still at BKB at the ready. And Fade just controlling up the supports in the back line. Still no Windrunner for 15 more seconds as it is all falling apart for Yandex here. They do not have the damage without Watson. The GG comes out as RCY finishes the game beyond godlike. 14, 1, and 15 on the Ember. As GamerLegion might have punched their ticket out of the lower side of these playoffs.
It's at least a little bit out of their hand now, right? Now you just see how the other teams do. If you get higher, you've done it. But I think the biggest prize is that they're looking better. The last 2 times you and I have caught them, the pieces are coming together. Obviously, there's still going to be mistakes that they're going to go back and reflect on, but I think they showed much better performance in the laning stage. Special shout out to Big Num that game, like wins that top lane and you're like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if I don't know, win like every other lane too? And just makes the trip across the map, getting kills everywhere. And then from there, I think they were off to a really good start. I do think they could push their advantage a little bit more after they get that successful double Wisdom Shrine. But, you know, there was like a slight falter there. It looked like Yandex might use that moment to get back into the game, and they tried, but in the end, they weren't fully able to do that. GamerLegion reclaims control and, you know, closes this one out very cleanly.
Yeah, there was a couple like nice plays from Yandex where they do manage to catch GamerLegion maybe a little bit out of position, but Yamsun, one of the things that we've talked about with him is he's had moments in some of these series this tournament where he gets caught out of position. and it really slows down his game. I mean, now, this time, Deathless, 12-0-7 on the Clinks. Definitely enabled by the rest of his team, but not giving, you know, him like a free kill over to Yandex for whatever reason. Like, that makes a massive difference with their ability to control the map. So, well done, Gamer Legion. They'll finish the group stage, I believe, at 5-6. So that, you know, puts them right in that buffer between 8th and 9th. We'll have to see like how the scores end up settling, but I think for Gamer Legion, they might get kind of lucky, as they did get the wins over Heroic and Falcons, which were some of the teams that are also in that kind of relative area. So a few more games have to be played. It's gonna be very close for which teams actually make it to the top 2 and which teams make it into the bottom 4.
Any day that NA has a chance at not being in the bottom of the group's pretty good day for NA. So I think they'll take that, and they seem to be on the upward trajectory, which is very good because they had some very shaky performances earlier. Yandex maybe gonna have to revisit some of that. I think they didn't play like too badly, but I mean, we've seen them do a lot better, right? So
yeah,
a little bit of reflecting for them to do as well now that they are done with the group stage. They should be fine in this this middle of the pack, but their shot at first place, or like the first 2 spots, is gone. The spot for the last 2 teams that we're gonna see, Spirit and REKONIX, they do not have a shot at the top 2, but they are not eliminated, so they do need to improve, and we're gonna see what they can do in the final game here for the B stream in just a little bit. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
What is up, everybody? We are at the tail end of the group stage here for Blast Slam 6. We've got one series left here on B stream. We've got a couple series left over on the A stream, but Team Spirit versus REKONIX is going to wrap things up for us here. REKONIX not had the best showing. They've had a couple series that slipped right out of their fingertips. They had it and then stumbled right before the finish line. Team Spirit, I will say, looked much better today. You know, when we saw them this morning versus Tundra, they had a amazing series. So we'll see how they managed to wrap up their group stage here, because they've also had a little bit of a rocky start.
Yeah, I think REKONIX's performance isn't too surprising. No offense, but they are the underdogs coming in. So I think this was expected. In fact, I think the fact that they had a winning position versus a lot of the teams is actually a pretty good sign for a roster that is relatively recently formed and unknown compared to others. So I hope we see more of them down the line. Spirit is the one that, you know, fan favorites, everyone expects a lot, so it's a bit surprising to see them shaky. At the same time, not that surprising, because I feel like they go through this. They go through the ups and the downs, and currently in the downside of the swings.
I think with Spirit, like, they're one of the most clutch teams historically when it comes to like team fighting. There's not many teams that you feel confident, or that you feel like less confident going into the late game against, right? Like, I think Spirit has always been one of those teams where you're like, oh god, late game Dota against Spirit, like, the longer the game goes on, the more likely you are to just lose. And I think right now we're in a patch where it does kind of favor the longer games. Like, I'd have to look at the exact average game time, but we've seen a lot of games in the late 40 minutes. And, you know, still several games over 60. Now, I'm not saying there aren't quick games. You know, we've had a 15-minute game this tournament. Unfortunately, Spirit was on the receiving end of that one.
That was not supposed to happen.
Yeah. We've had like a 19-minute game here and there. So, like, there are, you know, still the exceptions. But I think overall, we're seeing longer game times.
These guys sponsored this. What is this product placement of the camera? It's like perfect. Oh, man. These guys are professionals. Yeah, I think Spirit is starting to look a little better. I know they do have a stand-in, but we've mentioned before they played with him before. I don't know. I actually don't know if we have long games, but I feel like that's due to the level of competition. I feel like the patch still favors pretty fast gameplay. There's a lot of auras that are good right now. Like the whole Roche into Tormentor thing is still good. Got a lot of negative armor heroes who can end fast. And I feel like the banner changes also help you end faster than before. I don't really know where I'm going with this point, but Largo, hell yeah. What a way to end our day.
Baby. Let's get those Largobas in chat. No, I agree. It's a fun hero to watch. I'm curious to see how they're going to play with it.
Panto's so ready. He's like, yes.
Yeah,
it's my hero.
Panto,
I don't have to think about the rest of the draft now.
We played a whole freaking musical earlier today on this hero.
That's why he's ready to lock back in one more time. I mean, this hero can move, right? It's not guaranteed. Don't really see it being a collapse type hero. So I'm pretty sure that's a support Largo no matter what side it goes into. Timber saw a lot of burst damage from the Timber, which is Largo likes the long, drawn-out fights, and Timber's hoping to just chunk you down, cut the frog in half along with his musical instrument. I do think Ancient Apparition is one of the better heroes versus Largo. You just take out all the healing, which is a lot of the early game impact of Largo. The late game Hot Feet Hustle and Bull Belly Blitz are actually quite strong, but the early game is all about the heal.
Yeah, getting your team around the map with the Hot Feet Hustle is really sick. But you're right, like during those early team fights, especially the fact that support Largos a lot of times want to go to Holy Locket, definitely shuts down that team fight potential. I was looking through like some of the unpicked, unbanned heroes and stuff. There are a absolute ton of heroes who have not been getting picked in the meta. some of the most I've actually ever seen. Like there's less than 100 heroes picked so far this event.
Okay, we're at 92 though. That's pretty close.
No, 87 picks. 92 contested. Right?
That's still kind of close. I also think too, like these are best of ones, so it a lot of times, like as a series goes, right, there's like the development in the drafting, not just versus teams, but like within a series itself. So in this best of one group stage, I'm not too surprised we don't see that. And maybe as you go into the next stage and we get into like more drawn out series, will the other heroes come in? Though I'm looking at the unpicked heroes and I'm not sure who maybe like a Magnus I could expect. I'm a little surprised Omni Knight, I suppose.
Yeah, I feel like we were seeing some core Omni not that long ago, but
I could see a couple of these heroes entering in. Where's the Pudges actually? What the heck? This is why MOUZ isn't doing well. They need to pick Yamich's Pudge.
that is true actually. Yamich is the one who was playing him a ton.
Disruptor coming out for REKONIX. I think in the same way the ancient Ice Blast is very annoying for Largo, the Static Storm is another one that is a pain for Largo because you want to remove silences. So actually this hero doesn't care that much about silences, but this is one that's on the ground and you cannot remove. Klinks. We actually just saw Klinks play versus the Timbersaw, and despite Timbersaw being a very strong offlaner, the nerfs did hit him, so his laning's a little worse than before. And then Klinks' nerfs are not so much to his lane, but more the like ridiculous rain of arrows from all the skeletons, the way they take objectives for free. That's the part that got nerfed about Klinks. But he should still do fine into Timber. We saw it last game. See if that continues here. Either of these supports would be a great pairing, actually. Clockwork for more kill potential. Largo for maybe a chiller lane, you know, just remove certain abilities on you, like the Thunder Strike.
I like the idea of the Clockwork in the 5 position and then moving the keeping the Largo flex open, like for the 3 or 4. Like you said, it's not really a collapse hero, but I'm sure he's experimented with it a little bit.
Do you think you're gonna need some of your own share of stuns? Timbersaw isn't really known to bring any of those, and then Disruptors is very awkward. You know, you need like a proper stun here from I'd say position 4. Like into the Klinks, I feel like you can just safely plan to creep drag. So if you want to do like Tusk or Tiny will work if you do Tiny position 4, which I guess immediately confirmed because they're gonna grab the Storm Spirit as well.
There's not great catch for the Storm Spirit right now, but there is still a Puck in the pool. There is still an Ember Spirit in the pool. And I feel like that is a very greedy Storm Spirit pick.
The Disruptor is supposed to dissuade this. Do you dare Huskar?
I mean, do you need to?
I guess you don't need to, but don't you think that'd be a funny way to end the day? Huskar Largo?
I'd be super down. I do think like
Slardar mid might be okay.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, but you could still just leave Slardar open for the off lane, right? Like you could just pick Slardar here.
That's true.
Have it as like a flex. Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, the I'm not that surprised. Ember to Storm so good.
It's just way too good, and it's a good Vessel game. Once again, we see it's one of the better matchups into Tiny. We saw last game even in a core Tiny mid, but now you have it into Storm, Timbersaw, and Tiny. There's just no reason not to pick it. And he'll have the Largoba saves and healing and stuff like that to try and keep him alive. So in terms of the carry matchups,
we saw the Wind Ranger, but that one's taken out. Abaddon's another one because you can't get killed by the skeletons. That one's out. They banned Ursa themselves. Those are a lot of the best direct responses to Clinks. So now you kind of just need something that fits your own play style. Oh, Muerta's an interesting idea. Position 4 Muerta? Offlane Largo?
I guess. I don't even know what the Muerta ban is for. Do we really think it's off lane Largo?
Could be. I mean, I have nothing against offlane Largo.
Kind of depends on what REKONIX wants for a carry, I suppose.
It just didn't strike me as a collapse hero, really.
I also just don't see like super great synergy between it. Like the only thing you really have is the dead shot to reposition. I think you'd much rather just have like a guaranteed slow or a stun to keep him inside a frog stomp.
Oh, he did play it once, actually. I missed this game.
Yeah, they banned the Huskar. I mean, safe lane Storm Spirit has happened, so banning the Huskar does make sense.
No one wants to get Huskard on the final game.
A little bit of sustenance before their last series.
You gotta power up.
I wish I could see what type of noodles those were.
They're very bright. Probably a spicy kind. Gotta get the blood flowing. I was wondering if you could do some like
Floating with danger there.
some extra auras to buff up the Largo's healings would have been good. Underlord, premier hero in that regard.
The Jakiro is still available.
Yeah, you could do that. We saw the Largo Jakiro lane be very strong the other day.
I feel like Disruptor just dies if he ever walks into Largo's catchy tongue, like licky tongue.
Simply die.
I mean, his you know, the repulsion or whatever is actually like pretty good against certain heroes, but when you're just dying to spells from range, it doesn't really help you a whole lot. I would really like this to be offlane Largo and then like a Jakiro here.
Okay.
Shadow Shaman, similar.
Still gonna get the offlane Largo.
Yeah.
It's good catch for the Ember. The roots from Ember are good. Sorry, good catch for the Storm. The Ember roots are great, but we do see the Guardian Greaves build now from the Storm Spirit. So you can do that, zip away. Can't do that to the Hex and the Shackle, so it gives you more options to catch. Of course, you do have some crowd control to deal with this already in the Static Storm, Glimpse, Avalanche Toss. It's not perfect, but it does help round out more catch for you. And we will get to see the offlane Largo. I'm excited for that.
Dude, what a way to end our time here at Blast Slam. Another Largo game. Could you have asked for anything more than that?
Huskar to come in sooner, but besides
true.
that, I will accept the final Largo. I was worried he'd be banned for all our games. I was gonna be so sad.
All right, REKONIX, what are we gonna do
Collapse
here?
Largo.
What carry are you planning on running into the Largo Shadow Shaman? Because this is gonna be a difficult lane. It has to be something durable. Probably something with a mobility. I mean, they could go for the Morphling because it is like a comfort pick for them. I don't think he struggles in this lane.
Something with. Oh.
Okay.
Okay. That kind of.
Wait, is it
cool.
mid Beastmaster though? Hold up. Okay, no, he's gonna go safe lane Beastmaster.
This is a cool idea. I was thinking something that can also stop shackles would be nice, so that like Disruptor literally just can't use Glimpse, because if he does, then they'll just commit and kill like either the Disruptor or the carry. So I think if a carry had another stun, then you have more options. But Beastmaster is actually just quite strong as a safe laner, so you can just
you could take the fight to this Shadow Shaman and this Largo. Though I still think Catchy Lake is pretty strong here to remove some of this stuff, get that free regen.
I mean, I think you just killed the Disruptor. Like, I don't think the Beastmaster keeps the Disruptor from dying, so he has to be very careful with his lane position.
Yeah, you just sit in the back, and when they go on the Beastmaster, you throw abilities, and it's hard to go on the Beastmaster because he has all the boards
summons.
and the axe spam.
Yeah, but there's still gonna be the chicken fingers and the shackles. If you get shackled from like the trees and Disruptor can't find them, it's gonna be a rough time. Overall fun draft though from Team Spirit. Another offlane Largo, Yatoro clinks. Mirel will be taking his Ember Spirit to the mid lane. REKONIX. We'll see what they can get done. Dream is on a Storm, which unfortunately is pretty heavily countered in this game. So I'm a little bit worried about his ability to find tempo from the mid game. He's gonna need to build the Guardian Greaves. So it kind of means your Timbersaw Beastmaster have to have a good side lane.
Yeah, I would like to see Tiny try to help out the Storm Spirit. Because on the other side, you're going to have a Shadow Shaman and a Clockwork who are very happy to roam over, especially if Rue plays anything like Bignum. He was traveling the world. So if your Storm has a rough game, like you said, not only is that your main playmaker to begin with, struggling, but then we talked about the importance of the Guardian Greaves. You're slowing down that farm, can't get your Guardian Greaves on time, you're going to keep dying to the Ember Spirit.
What did you learn?
Well, this is it. This is the final series for the B-Stream. The final series for both these teams in the group stage. REKONIX versus Team Spirit, as we just jump right into this one. Scouting with the boar,
Free
but
money.
a free kill for Collapse. It's actually a decent amount of experience, more so than the gold. Like, the gold is kind of whatever, but that could factor into like an earlier level 2 than than expected.
30 seconds.
The remake is quite funny.
These guys are having fun.
That's what Dota's all about,
Well,
man.
the board looks like it might be the only casualty. Everyone else seems to be playing quite safe. Delul perhaps gonna try to snipe this bounty rune around the back.
Dude, he's got it. All right, that should be 3 bounties. Well, I say that Panto, yeah, he's got a Clockwork. He can just secure it fairly easily.
Yeah, they also didn't know where the other heroes were, so they were kind of scared. They actually could have done that, but you don't know what you don't know. Don't know that Yatoro is actually just sitting by his tower, cutting trees.
Is he actually just cutting trees?
Yeah, he doesn't want to deal with this. Is actually, so like part of the reason Timbersaw became so popular again is that people got better about using exposure therapy, which is when you cut trees, you get mana back. So just cutting down the trees yourself help limit what he can do in the lane.
Oh, another boar kill bottom.
Another boar. They're definitely gonna hit level 2 first. You gotta be careful of the Catchy Lick Frog Stomp into the shackles.
Yeah. Glimpse. All right. I mean, a little bit of harassment damage here, but yeah, Spirit definitely just want to play for the level 2 here, especially if they're feeling like they're further ahead. Another boar kill. They just yoinked the other one. Okay. 4 boars are dead in this bottom lane. And they have level 2 already in 1 creep.
I'll have you know only 3 of the boars died here. 1 died mid.
Oh,
There's a
the
level
frog
2
stomp.
for Collapse.
Ooh, tries to pull him back in. He
Not quite
didn't
in the
have
frog
the
stomp though.
he assumed that Rue was getting level 2 as well, and he didn't.
He's 2 XP off.
Yeah, a
he
little
went to
bit
go
of a
block the
mistake
camp.
there.
Went to go block the camp. Either way, you still get some damage in, and the equilibrium's in an okay spot. I think you're not too upset.
I mean,
And frankly, even if the equilibrium's not great, you're killing a ton of boars, so you're getting a lot of money.
You might have. I mean, I don't know if you got the kill on the Beastmaster there, but you would have done an incredible. Okay, they would have killed him
They
before.
set it
Yeah,
up
yeah.
for now. It's okay. It's
So
okay.
it does work. I was like, I'm pretty sure the combo is super high damage. So they actually see the Disruptor peel off to try and block some of the camps. Ends up dying on the Beastmaster as a result.
Glimpses Shadow Shaman away just to make sure you can get the camp to spawn.
top side going not nearly as aggressive. A lot of creep dragon going on up here. No one wants to lane into the bone Fletcher. Pando's just messing with him, throwing off the last hits.
Mid lane, Storm versus Ember. It's definitely Storm favored the first few waves. Like there's not much you can do on the Ember Spirit to stop him, but it definitely starts to tilt back the other way at level 5. And then of course at any point later on in the game, once you have like, you know, more points in the shackles, the vessel, it makes it very difficult for the Storm Spirit to play the game. Catchy lick to remove the stacks from the Beastmaster, but Blood Grenade is out. They're gonna try and maybe deliver the Lotus to keep Collapse alive, and it does work.
He's got 10
Turns
charges.
around with the shackle. Decent turnaround. Good play there from Rue to get him the Lotus. Oh, all right.
Cost him
Another
his
glimpse though. This should be a kill on Rue. Tries to pull him away, but not enough there. And good play from these two on the bottom lane to get some momentum back their way.
It's some of the idea of the carry Beastmaster, right? That you can fight back into this strong lane.
Dire's bottom tower is
And this is a pretty big wave, actually. So without the Shadow Shaman, Collapse is just having to watch this, and he's still taking some damage from the axes. He's missing a lot of creeps, and the tower's taking a beating for this, even though it's only 4 minutes in.
The 4-minute water rune is here. Clockwork helps securing the top one for the Ember Spirit, as the Storm will grab the other. Oh, shackle. They have to catch you. The Collapse almost dying here to those axes from downtown, but they will finish it off. Finish the job here with Rue. Dude, this Beastmaster is doing serious work.
Another boar.
Now out of mana though is the issue. Oh, his
And a
courier is
courier.
there.
Oh, keeps it alive, actually. Unlike FBZ, who should be falling here.
Did he get the blood grenade?
With the reactive armor.
No. That's a solo kill mid.
It's good. I mean, you got the chains. Even without zip, like, chains is just so strong to let you get close to these ranged heroes. Well, that means Morel will definitely hit level 6 in time for the power rune. No, he's got it.
Is Yatoro just walking him back? He does. Just the orb walk under the tower, gets the kill, takes out the Timber Saw. Incredible recognition there.
Morel has a full level advantage in the mid lane after that kill. Should guarantee the power rune for him. I think you have to try to bring supports to take it away. Like, you can't let him keep snowballing as this Ember Spirit.
Okay, they're gonna bring some heroes bottom though to try and punish this Collapse. Getting bailed out for the moment by Rue, but with
Thank
the
you, Rue.
Tiny's rotation, they will lose him.
Do they have Glimpse? I think they used it on the... Oh, he's got
They
it
used it initially, but it should be back, yeah. Good glimpse back. Collapse now in a problematic spot. Very good movements from this bottom lane. The Disruptor getting a lot done with the help of the Beastmaster. 6-minute power rune is here, and it will spawn bottom. An Invis rune from Murel. Not the best, but take
I
it.
feel like we keep seeing Embers get a first Invis rune. The simulation's breaking, man. Someone forgot to change this on the script.
There has been a lot of Invis runes at 6, hasn't there?
Let's see if we can use it the same way. Last time we used it to sneak over to the Wisdom Shrine into a really impactful fight.
Going for another play here. We'll see if they can manage to punish this extension. And we get outside of the Frog Stomp, another Shackle. You're really starting to lose the damage, but with the Ember Spirit, well, the damage not going to be much of an issue. Even the Clinks joining through the Twin Gate. Yatoro will clean up the Disruptor. Huge punish. And we'll see if they get the Wisdom Shrine Clockwork here to body block him out.
Just gotta kick him out with the cogs.
He's got it, right?
Oh my God.
No, he waited too long. All right, Dream's gonna come in, gets the toss out. The Lowell will grab the shrine. I think Panto could have got it.
It was really close. I think if he uses it a little sooner and a little further out, it would have worked. But I mean, that was fractions of a second, you know? It was a great effort. It would have been an amazing play. Wisdom Shrine steal while getting these kills around the map. Oh, not quite able to get the shackle into the catchy lick, but Ember's actually still here.
Yeah, he's gonna have
Doesn't
6
have an
now.
Earn charge.
Oh, they see the roar, they're like, never mind, back away, guys, back away.
Thinking about it though, another chain coming up off cooldown. Okay, he doesn't get it, so I think with that they'll call the well, I lied. Yatoro coming in through the twin gate. You know a carry's gonna farm back here if they can't be in the lane.
He says, I give up. I will say there's been multiple times in this offlane where Rue and Collapse might be on different pages, right? Like they haven't really been able to combo the Frog Stomp super well with the Shadow Shaman. Collapse now in some trouble, toss back under the tower, the roar will secure the kill. Ends up going to Dream, which he's happy to find some kills now.
FBZ. Chains interrupted by Panto. Ooh, doesn't get the follow-up kick because the tree's in the way. Yatoro. Does he have enough time to do the damage
for this, do they? Okay, well, the
with
last
that.
battery assault.
It's pretty rude. Things settled down. We do have a 2K lead for Spirit. This is where I'm not sure if I think it'll speed up or slow down, because technically Ember's ready to go. Storm Spirit, you know, kind of interested in oh, he's not doing the Guardian Grease build actually. I was about to say I think he wants to farm that up, but he's just gonna deal with the roots. I think that might prove to be a problem later on.
Yeah, we'll see how well he deals with it for sure. I do think the Ember needs to like just kind of finish the Spirit Vessel, and that's pretty much go time for him. But Clinks is having a great time just kind of farming wherever he wants.
Party, everyone's coming in here.
Do they get the shackle? They will get the Hex into a follow-up Hex, but Yatoro, he's behind enemy lines here, scouted out by a sentry. Rue looking for the shackles now onto the Tiny. They will get it. Definitely no escape this time. Collapse.
Hey, he's got to get his Ags, man. You got to do what you got to do.
Tries to throw his Remnant.
Can't go through.
Well, it's...
That Remnant's still going, actually. I never realized that it still moves like that so slowly.
It can move through it, but I think not if you're standing on the edge, right?
Well, the thing is, it's because... Bleh, nice. Largoba. It's because... No, that's the wrong... What's the other one?
Larogba.
Yeah, there we go. That's the right one for that. It's because, for those of you that don't know, Kinetic Field actually just sets your move speed to 0, but apparently it must be like 0.0001, because that Remnant is still moving. Oh, not anymore. Morale went to it.
Ooh, top side. Ace Rune here on Dream, looking for an opening. Rue gonna get a moment to maybe survive, but forces them to stick around a little bit too long, and now the Storm Spirit's out of resources. A double kill for Yatoro on the Clinks. Talk about a guy who's already having a good game. That is a Desolator done at 11 minutes and 30 seconds.
Not gonna have to pick between Deso or Shard timing. Yeah, anyways, final thoughts. You gotta step back away from the Kinetic Field and then throw the Remnant.
Yeah.
Then it'll work. Can't be on the Remnant. Or sorry, on the Kinetic Field. I feel like Spirit's in control, but actually a 2K lead, 1K lead is less than I thought.
With how it was going earlier, I thought it was going to be pretty rough, but yeah, really nice Static Storm. Roar comes out. Rue's going to try and buy him some space, but a glimpse Just the damage from the Beastmaster overwhelming, as it's now going to be a double kill for that Storm Spirit, up to 6 charges for himself, which he needs. He had a little bit of a rough game to start, but he's definitely recovering. Gets himself a bottled regen rune. The question is, can he get away from this now? Yeah, he will be able to. He'll turn this into potentially a 3rd kill now onto the Clockwork. Killing spree for Dream with the regen rune at the tail end of the fight. He's having a great time now.
Does that still work, actually? Didn't they change the way, like, some invulnerability stuff, invulnerability targeting works?
Like with hookshot and stuff?
Yeah.
I don't know if you can hookshot a ball lightning Storm Spirit.
I think you can go through him, like if you hit something else. And, well, I'm not sure. I feel like he was trying. He may have just been timing it like as he zips onto the rune, but a lot of times you zip past the rune and just like... Yeah, I'll test that later. Do a little science studies.
All right, Klink's coming bottom. Wants to put this Deso to use. Looking behind the tower. Won't find him yet, but I think they got a little glimpse of him.
They have a sentry here. They know he's here
Yeah,
now.
they know he's here for sure. They're going to play the songs to try and catch the boy behind the tower, and they will very easily do that. They drop the Serpent Wars, instantly dead. They'll donate the Tiny as well. In comes FBZ inside the tree line. This is where he thrives, but the damage from the Klinks, it's adding up. It's a little overwhelming, but the jump in from the Storm Spirit to find the exchange. Shadow Shaman will end up dying. Dream running out of resources here. Does have a little bit more mana to get to the low ground, and he will survive, but Ember Spirit cleaning up the Disruptor. A 2 for 4 with a really aggressive dive bottom. Pays off for Spirit because these were Deso stacks.
I think Collapse could have played the healing song a little bit more. It might have kept his support alive. But overall, still a very good fight. Even though you lose the Klinks, you get the charges, you get the tower. I think you're pretty happy with it.
Still a very close game. I mean, this Storm Spirit has massively recovered. You know, he got solo killed early in the game, and now he is 1,000 gold, almost 800 gold in front of the Ember Spirit. And he keeps gathering those galvanized charges.
Dire are scanning.
I was worried about being able to make plays around the Storm Spirit, but it's good enough. They've been getting some static storms in, getting the roars. He does have the Ags. I want to see if you can find a kill. You can maybe try a fast Roche.
Structures are fortified.
You know, Klinks is interested in a fast Roche if you let him.
Is under attack.
Not interested in the shard though on Yutaro because he just went Dragonlance. I feel like we don't usually see this.
Some of these fights have been like they're able to get on top of him in a way, right? They have Roar, they have Timbersaw, they have Storm Spirit. They can close the gap, so maybe feeling like he needs to contribute more damage-wise instead of just farming. And so he's opting for, you know, tanking up a little bit and playing maybe from a little bit of a safer distance.
Radiant are scanning.
Dude, Largo actually just ripped through that Ancient stack. That was fast.
It's the power of the Ags.
Radiant are scanning.
Rue walking in aggressive. Static Storm
Static
immediately. They'll get the kill. Question is, what else can they find? Well, that Vessel onto the Timbersaw. He is falling very quickly. Roar does come in. There's going to be the jump in from the Storm Spirit as well. And Yutaro hits the deck. Beastmaster stuck inside with the Vessel. Can't get out of these cogs, and Collapse burning him down, dude. He's doing so much work on the Largo. Now Mirel looking for more. Jumping, ooh, off the mark with the flare. He'll survive. Good TP out.
Speeding in.
Uh-oh.
Lost
doesn't
sight,
get
couldn't do
vision.
the catchy lick. They're gonna call it off with that. Catapult tier 2, so this is a tier 1 tower down. That's the Largo damage adding up in a longer fight.
Mambo, mambo.
Well, that's a voice line I haven't heard in a while.
Mambo, mambo.
This one's for Baboka.
Top tower is under attack.
Baboka Largo is probably hilarious to watch.
I think he actually just goes first item Axe as a support.
I don't know what he does. I know it'll be funny though.
Storm getting out of that fight was pretty massive. He was very close to dying. But we're seeing like,
They did.
you know,
In the end, they caught him.
Yeah. Oh, did they?
Yeah, he was going. I think he actually messed up the zip. I think he had a window to zip away, but he did like a really short zip, and then a pulse from Largo's song got him.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. You're right. They've done
Smoke
a
after
pretty
the
good
tower.
job at finding Yatoro in the fights, like getting on top of the clinks and getting the kill. I think that gets a lot more difficult once he has his BKB. So maybe not really opting to farm too much here and wants to play a little more active. Bottom lane, Static Storm connection, collapse on the Largo. No chance of escape. They've been putting this Static Storm to use every time it's up.
Yeah, it's been really good. I thought Shadow Shaman might be a little overkill, but he is a lot of the control that limits what your heroes can do.
Dire's bottom tower.
But I do think you need to catch a core in it as well, like this Ember or this Largo.
Middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, they have to
Yatoro to
blink
finish
on
off the
Rue.
tier 1 tower top. Yeah, the blink on Rue is pretty big.
Radiant's top tower.
But Storm doing a pretty good job of dodging this one out, as Largo is going to come back into the bottom lane. Realize there's someone here taking all his camps.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Do they go for Roshan? Like, we're just coming up on the Tormentor timing. It's a little over 19 minutes. Like, Shadow Shaman can ward drop it. They're going to go for it. And Largo, when he gets here, does add a lot of extra damage, like you were saying, into this. So they should be able to get this before they can contest.
Yeah, especially with the clinks. Those damage numbers stop popping up.
Scan comes in, but too late. Aegis into the hands of the Clinks. And you've been able to get your hands on him in these fights and kill him previously, but now with that Aegis, it's going to be very difficult to do it twice. Tormentor now
smoke.
definitely on the table as we hit the 20-minute mark here.
Chikroy's not here, and there's no tier 1 to teleport to.
I mean, if they get the Storm, that would be absolutely massive.
I think Yatoro caught sight of him.
He's got a BKB. Oh, the shackles, though, from Rue. They've got him. They thought with the BKB he'd be safe, but Rue, his Blink Dagger, they didn't know.
I think they were hoping to fight, so we didn't want to burn too much mana, but I think that's the case. You just got to zip on out. That's going to give over a free Tormentor to Panto. That's a pretty good one to have, actually. The extra vision in these fights is always useful to have, especially when it comes to finding a Storm Spirit who's trying to zip away.
And the Beastmaster is finding his own farm, but this Aegis and the Shadow Shaman control is going to make things a little bit more difficult. Good aggressive movement here from Yatoro to try and find somebody. Ooh, Ember Spirit doesn't quite get the chains, hits the boar instead.
Taking one for the team. Toro sees in your dream. They have the Blink Hex again.
They're gonna go for it. Blink Hex into the shackles from the other side of the tree line, and they've got him a second time. Great scouting in from the Clinks. And bottom
Shut down
lane
bottom, finding Dalul.
is like they're just
Trying
gonna
to
pull him
into
right back
another
in.
cog.
Huge pickoffs here for Spirit as the fortification is going to come out. Counter fort now as they want to try and get this mid tower with the help of the Shaman wards.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And they're just set up here. How do you contest this, man? If the Shadow Shaman is here, which you
This
know
one,
he
no.
is.
This one you don't contest.
Yeah.
You let that one go. They need Jikroy, and he doesn't want to join till he finishes BKB, so they're waiting for that.
I mean, he has it now.
They have to connect on it
courier.
once he does. He's TPing home right away. He's picked it up. You got to find something with this because the game's getting a little bit out of hand. Net worth wise, it looks okay, but there's only so much momentum you can lose before it feels really bad.
When we were talking about the Storm Spirit getting his game like recovered, we've seen now two deaths back to back that have slowed him down quite a bit, even after he finished the BKB. Like, he hasn't had even a chance to use it. I'm curious if the Shadow Shaman just goes straight BKB himself. Like, this is one of those games where it's actually kind of sick. Toro jumps in onto the high ground. There's going to be the roar, but Jikroy, does he have the damage to do it alone? No, he gets the Static Storm. That's going to help out quite a bit. No Largo to help here as Yatoro now in the danger zone. He's going to be forced to pop the BKB. Nice burning barrage, but they'll continue the chase, taking down Panto. Triple kill for the Beastmaster as Yatoro now in a rough spot. Will get dispelled, though, by the Largo, but the chase continues. Glimpse back to the other side, trying to get helped out. A lot of damage coming in from this Clinks, from this Largo, but 5 versus 2. And now out of resources. This is as good a fight as REKONIX could have asked for.
That's absolutely
surely
what
you
need.
keep chasing, right?
Avalanche, yeah, they got this. Do you finish this? This kind of
Nice Lotus Orb.
Yeah, Spirit did not expect the BKB to be done on the Beastmaster. That was exactly. Oh, gonna find a Disruptor kill at least in return. They invaded that triangle without the full team. For example, we see Collapse enter quite late, so no Larobe available to save his teammates as they get jumped. And I think they just weren't expecting it. Like, oh, REKONIX isn't gonna fight us. You know, we still have Aegis, we're still really strong, but REKONIX has been buying time for this BKB, and that's exactly what they needed to find with it. We got a game now. I was worried that was getting out of hand.
It was getting a little scary, but yeah. The BKB roar covered by the Static Storm. Ember Spirit cannot do much about that, so very good plays there. I mean, they were so close to scouting it out on the Clinks.
Yeah, jumping past him was great. They had an observer up there earlier to help give them vision for that fight. And a lot of these fights have gone well for Spirit off of Rue finding the Blink Hex Shackle on Storm or some similar target. So the fact that he only showed up late to try to help, but, you know, can't really get them out of the Static Storm.
Yeah. Blink, roar, onto the Clockwork. Not really going to stand a chance there at all. I didn't even realize the mid-tier one is still standing. Well, now it's free.